Zhou Tianyu grabbed Manager Wu and asked him for a while. He got the details of the situation intermittently. He slumped into his chair and waved his hand weakly. You can leave first. Take a good rest these 2 days. And recover your spirit. All right, Director Zhou. Manager Wu said gratefully. Zhou Tianyu said again, tell the workers at the construction site to retreat. We won't start work for the time being. Remember, you must seal off the news and not leak a single bit. Understood. Manager Wu said with a serious expression. I'll immediately make the arrangements. Manager Wu knew very well that this kind of thing must not be spread. If the slightest bit of news was spread, the competitors would definitely hype it up. The reputation of this land would be completely ruined, and no one would buy the house even if it was built. What Zhou Tianyu and Manager Wu didn't know was that no matter how tight they tried to hide it, they couldn't resist the responsibility of someone helping to promote it. What happened at the construction site these few days couldn't be hidden from Zhao Yongjun and the others, who were always paying attention to the situation at the construction site. There were even spies bought by Zhao Yongjun and the others among the workers. This was why, although Zhou Tianyu was very careful and ordered to block the news, this news couldn't be blocked no matter what. Of course, Zhou Tianyu didn't know about this. After he sent Manager Wu away, he immediately picked up the phone on his desk and called Lu Haofan. The moment the call connected, Zhou Tianyu said eagerly, Young Master Lu, things are bad. There's a problem with the land in Xiaotang. Lu Haofan said impatiently, Old Zhou, what could go wrong? Wasn't it just a matter of delaying the completion of the project? This isn't the first time your Great Tang has coordinated something like this, and you still want me to come out and greet you? Lu Haofan thought that Zhou Tianyu came to him for help because they had difficulties in controlling the land storage, so he felt a little sick of it. Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, Not that. Young Master Lu, there's a problem with the land itself. Is there a problem with the land transfer? Lu Haofan asked, then said lazily, That's just right. We don't need it. I was just thinking that it was too expensive. Zhou Tianyu sighed and said, No. Young Master Lu, I'll put it this way. There's something dirty in the land we're taking. It's haunted. Lu Haofan was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, then said, Old Zhou, are you still sleeping? Or are you too free at work and are here to make fun of me? Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, My young Master Lu, how could I be in the mood to joke with you at a time like this? There might really be a problem with that piece of land, then, Zhou Tianyu told Lu Haofan everything that happened in the past few days, including the haunted incident that Manager Wu experienced last night. Although Zhou Tianyu didn't exaggerate on purpose, his objective description made Lu Haofan feel a chill down his spine. After listening to the story, Lu Haofan's voice changed. Old Zhou, there's really such a thing? Then what should we do? Zhou Tianyu said, I've already told the people below to block the news. Then, I asked the workers to withdraw first. Yes. Yes, yes. Don't let this spread, or this land will be ruined. Lu Haofan said quickly. Zhou Tianyu nodded and said, Young Master Lu, that's the situation. What do you think we should do next? Do you want to go to the scene? I'm not going. Lu Haofan said hurriedly, Old Zhou, I don't want to go to such an unlucky place. Then, I'll make use of the time to coordinate. Lu Haofan said, if there's really no other Wei, we can get the workers to do construction during the day. We can just build some simple buildings on top of it, and then this piece of land will be kept for the time being. Who knows, maybe it'll recover by itself in a year or two? Zhou Tianyu thought about it and said, that's the only way. They had originally planned to hoard land, but after this incident, Lu Haofan was finally willing to go and coordinate with the relevant units on his own. With him, the young master of the Lu family, personally coming forward, it was too easy to exploit the loopholes in the policy. With that, Zhou Tianyu was happy to relax. As for whether the land would still be haunted after a year or two, that was a matter for the future. He could not think too much about it now. However, although Zhou Tianyu and Lu Haofan's plan was very well thought out, in reality, their plans couldn't keep up with the changes. On the day, Zhou Tianyu called Lu Haofan, a post related to the haunted construction site in Xiaotang town appeared on the internet. At first, it was still circulating on some local forums in Beijing, but soon, such posts were all over the internet. Before Zhou Tianyu and Lu Haofan could react, it had already spread all over the internet. Zhou Tianyu was shocked and angry, but there was no point in pursuing Manager Wu's responsibility or investigating the leak source. He could only find Lu Haofan again in a hurry. Lu Haofan was also furious after hearing this. He slammed the table and said, "Old Zhou, how do you guys do things over there? You can even mess up such a small matter." Zhou Tianyu also knew that he was in the wrong this time, so he quickly said carefully, "Young Master Lu, I was too careless this time. The most important thing now is not to pursue responsibility, but to deal with the public opinion crisis as soon as possible. Otherwise, the reputation of this land will be ruined." Lu Haofan said angrily, "Do I need you to teach me that? Damn it. I'm so tired, cleaning up your mess every day." After that, he hung up the phone and began to contact various parties in an attempt to control the public opinion on the internet. The only way Lu Haofan could think of was to delete the post. However, if it was 5 years ago, this method might have worked, but now that the mobile internet was so developed, there were as many self-media as there were hairs on a cow. Once a piece of information spread, it was difficult to completely remove it from the internet. With Zhao Yongjun and the others adding fuel to the fire, how could the online posts about the haunted construction site in Xiaotang town be completely deleted? Therefore, after Lu Haofan got busy, the mainstream media no longer reported on this. Actually, there were very few mainstream media reporting on this. After all, this was considered feudal superstition and did not conform to the mainstream values. However, Weibo, WeChat public account, Circle of Friends, and other platforms couldn't delete all of them. Weibo and WeChat articles about the ghost in Little Tang Town were still spreading in various WeChat groups. Even though Lu Haofan contacted Penguin Corporation's headquarters and matched the keywords to the relevant articles on WeChat official account, and a large number of official articles were deleted, new official accounts immediately emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain and published similar articles. It didn't matter even if their accounts were banned. This was naturally the work of Zhao Yongjun and the others. In the end, Lu Haofan's efforts were in vain. He had lost many favors, but he couldn't stop the public opinion from spreading. Lu Haofan had no choice but to get together with Zhou Tianyu, trying to come up with a plan. In a private room of a high-class club in the capital, Lu Haofan dismissed all the drinking princesses and lit a cigar. After taking a long puff, he exhaled a long puff of smoke, as if he was trying to get rid of all the depression in his heart. Tell me. Old Zhou. Lu Haofan said with a dark expression, do you have any good ways to deal with this? If this goes on, we'll really lose all our capital on this land. Zhou Tianyu was also worried and said, young Master Lu, it's obvious that someone is behind this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spread so fast. Lu Haofan waved his hand and said, there's no point in investigating who's behind this now. Our top priority now is to deal with this public opinion crisis, and how to solve the haunted land. After all, Lu Haofan was from a big family, so he was more magnanimous when dealing with things. He knew that there must be someone behind this incident, but he was not sure if it was a deliberate plan or a smooth sailing. However, he was able to grasp the key to the matter and did not immediately investigate who was behind the turbulent public opinion. After all, as long as this matter was handled well, he would have plenty of time to slowly find the mastermind when he was free. Zhou Tianyu thought about it and said, young Master Lu, we can't suppress the public opinion anymore. Refuting the rumors now is not very convincing, and the key problem hasn't been solved. Even if we're lucky enough to get through this, what if a similar incident happens again? Zhou Tianyu's words reminded Lu Haofan. His eyes lit up and he suddenly had an idea. Old Zhou, what do you think? We should find a few feng shui masters to help and see if they can get rid of the dirty things? As long as there's nothing wrong with the land, it'll be easy for us to turn the public opinion around. Young Master Lu, that's not a bad idea. Zhou Tianyu revealed a look of joy and said, our company does have a few cultural and environmental consultants, but they usually only look at the feng shui of the building and participate in the overall design planning. Sometimes, they help with the feng shui layout and haunted things. I don't need your men. Lu Haofan said. I'll go find him from the Huaxia Mystical Society. They are all experts with real ability. I don't believe that they can't deal with a few little ghosts. Zhou Tianyu was overjoyed, that's great. The members of the Metaphysics Society have real talent and knowledge. They're not comparable to those swindlers. Then it's settled. Lu Haofan said, I'm in charge of finding them. The next day, Lu Haofan brought two old men to the real estate company. If Xia Ruofei was here, he would have recognized them immediately. One of them was Du Qinghong, the president of the Sanshan Mystic Society, whom he had met in Ling Xiaotian's office a while ago. In fact, Du Qinghong was not only a leading figure in the field of mysticism in the Three Mountains, but he was also quite famous in the country. He was also a member of the Huaxia Mystic Society. This time, Du Qinghong had also come to the capital to participate in a national exchange event organized by the Huaxia Mystical Society. His good friend, Director Shen Zhongliang, also known as the old man beside him, Qian, had been invited to help Lu Haofan, so he had followed along. Zhou Tianyu personally went to the headquarters of the Tang Real Estate to welcome them. Director Zhou, let me introduce you. This is the director of the Chinese Mystical Society, Shen Zhongliang, Elder Shen. Lu Haofan said, this is old Shen's friend. He's also the master of metaphysics, Du Qinghong, old Du. Zhou Tianyu quickly said, old Shen, old Du. How are you? I'll have to trouble you this time. Shen Zhongliang was slightly bigger than Du Qing. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked like a sage. He smiled at Zhou Tianyu and said, Director Zhou, you're too kind. Let's go to the scene directly. Tell us more about the situation on the way. All right. Zhou Tianyu said quickly. At the same time, he waved his hand and a Ford van that he had prepared slowly drove over. Please. Zhou Tianyu respectfully asked the two feng shui masters to get into the car first, then he followed Lu Haofan into the car. The Ford van drove in the direction of the suburbs town of Tang. On the way, Zhou Tianyu didn't dare to hide anything. He told the two feng shui masters everything that happened at the construction site. Xin Zhongliang and Du Qinghong fell into deep thought after hearing the story. Old Shen, what do you think the problem is? Lu Haofan couldn't help asking. It's hard to say now, we'll only know after we've seen the scene, Xin Zhongliang said with a frown. Du Qinghong also nodded. Feng shui is ever changing. There are too many possibilities to deduce it based on what happened. We still have to investigate the site to come up with a more accurate conclusion. Lu Haofan was still rather respectful towards the two feng shui masters. Xin Zhongliang had a very high reputation in the capital. Even the old master of Lu Haofan's family treated Xin Zhongliang with great respect. Hence, he naturally did not dare to put on airs in front of Xin Zhongliang. Then, old Shen. Do you think there's a good chance of solving the problem? Lu Haofan asked humbly. Xin Zhongliang pondered for a moment and said, Little Lu, based on General Manager Zhou's description of the situation, there are many possibilities of this happening. However, most of them can be resolved. It's just that the difficulty level is different. Of course, I can't give you any guarantees since I've never seen it live. Thank you, old Shen. Lu Haofan revealed a hint of joy. He didn't need Xin Zhongliang's guarantee. In fact, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Xin Zhongliang had never bragged about feng shui. Since he had said so, it meant that the possibility of solving the problem was very high. Xin Zhongliang also thought so. However, when Xin Zhongliang arrived at the construction site, he felt that he had been too optimistic. The car stopped in front of the mobile house by the lake. The weird things happened near the mobile house, so Zhou Tianyu told the driver to stop there. Of course, the place was empty now, and the workers had already left. As soon as Xin Zhongliang and Du Qinghong got out of the car, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Immediately after, the two of them took out their compasses at the same time and quickly checked their bearings. They also mumbled some words, as if they were calculating some important data. Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu's hearts skipped a beat when they saw the two serious expressions. However, they didn't dare to disturb the two feng shui masters at this time. They could only be anxious and stare at the two. Xin Zhongliang and Du Qinghong held the compass and concentrated on measuring the direction. The two of them calculated repeatedly on this piece of land and finally returned to the place where they first got off the car. The two of them looked at each other and sighed in unison. Lu Haofan was burning with anxiety and finally couldn't help but ask, Old Shen, how's the situation? Xin Zhongliang's expression was a little weird. He didn't answer Lu Haofan's question directly. Instead, he looked at Zhou Tianyu and asked, Director Zhou, when you decided to take this piece of land, did you invite anyone to take a look at the scene? Zhou Tianyu quickly said, Yes. Our company has a full-time cultural environment consultant. After they came to inspect the land, they didn't say that there was any problem with the land. He also said that the feng shui is very good, and it's a place to gather wealth. Xin Zhongliang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Director Zhou, I'm afraid your company's cultural environment consultant Made an error. In judgment. What? Zhou Tianyu's expression changed. This. How did this happen? They've seen so many real estate projects in the company, but they've never seen such a big mistake. Director Zhou, what's the background of your cultural environment consultant? Shen Zhongliang asked. There are 3 of them, and they are all feng shui masters from Hong Kong. Zhou Tianyu said without hesitation. Shen Zhongliang's mouth twitched. It was not that he looked down on Hong Kong feng shui masters, but Hong Kong and Taiwan were more accepting of metaphysics than the mainland, and the feng shui industry was more prosperous than the mainland. The prosperity of the industry would naturally lead to a mixture of good and bad employees. From Shen Zhongliang's point of view, the 3 so-called cultural environment consultants hired by Zhou Tianyu's company were probably scammers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to not see such an obvious problem. In fact, Shen Zhongliang had really wronged her. Although Tang Real Estate's cultural environment consultant only had an average level of metaphysics, it was not to the extent that he could not even see such a big problem. However, when they came to look at this piece of land, the natural array was still hidden. Unless they were extremely accomplished feng shui masters who had dabbled in array knowledge, they would definitely not be able to see the clues. Even though Xia Ruofei's array skills were already very high, he had only discovered the existence of natural arrays by chance. Now that the array had been activated, the entire atmosphere had changed. Even if the cultural and environmental consultant of the Tang Real Estate came over, he would also be able to see the problem. Lu Hafan, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but ask, Old Shen, what's the problem with this land? Is it difficult to solve? Shen Zhongliang looked at Du Qinghong and said, Old Du, why don't you tell us? Mr. Lu, Director Zhou, the feng shui of this land is actually not bad. Du Qinghong nodded and said. To be more precise, it should be, because the feng shui is very good. Shen Zhongliang's expression did not change at all after hearing Du Qinghong's words. It was obvious that even though the 2 of them had not talked to each other, they had reached the same conclusion. Hence, Shen Zhongliang was not surprised at all. Ah? Lu Hafan asked in confusion, Elder Du, if that's the case, why are there so many ghosts? Du Qinghong smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lu, I'll put it this way. In our industry, this land is called the Yin gathering place. If it's used as a Yin residence, with a little arrangement, it can definitely achieve the effect of prosperity for children and grandchildren. It's indeed a place to gather wealth, but if it's used as a young residence. Du Qinghong's words struck Lu Hafan and Zhou Tianyu like lightning. They were dumbfounded. Yin residence. Didn't that mean that this piece of land was only suitable to be used as a grave? If it was used to build a house, would it still be habitable? Even if they didn't know feng shui, Lu Hafan and Zhou Tianyu knew the huge difference between Yin and yang residences. After the shock, Lu Hafan was furious. He stared at Zhou Tianyu and said, Old Zhou, what is your company doing? Can't you see such an obvious problem? What should he do? Now? That's 400 million. Zhou Tianyu didn't know what to do, and he said, Young Master Lu, I didn't know that the cultural environment consultants in our company were so unreliable. Motherfucker. I'll get the company to fire them immediately when I get back. Getting such a high salary every month isn't enough. Lu Hafan said impatiently, what's the point of firing them now? The key is how do we solve this problem? Zhou Tianyu quickly looked at Shen Zhongliang. and Du Qinghong and said, "Two masters, please help me solve this problem. You guys must have a way, right? As long as you can change the feng shui of this land, our company will definitely reward you handsomely." Elder Shen. "Elder Du, I'm counting on you," Lu Haofan said. Shen Zhongliang smiled bitterly. "Lu, it's not that we don't want to help, it's just that we don't know where to start." The feng shui of the entire land was naturally formed. To transform the Yin gathering place into a place suitable for living people was definitely not something that could be done by human hands. At least with old DUs and my level, there's absolutely no way. Du Qinghong also said, "Mr. Lu, as far as I know, no one in the Chinese metaphysics world has been able to complete such a big project. Maybe there are some hidden masters who can do it. But our level is limited. We really don't have any solutions." Lu Haofan couldn't help but feel dejected. Even the director of the Huaxia Mystical Society was helpless. No matter how powerful his background was or how wide his connections were, it would be difficult to find a feng shui master better than Shen Zhongliang. Then what do we do? Lu Haofan muttered to himself. Shen Zhongliang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lu, this land is actually very suitable for building a cemetery." Zhou Tianyu immediately said, "That's impossible. Cemeteries are planned and built by the government. The use of the land can't be changed at will. Even if all these can be coordinated, the resort villas nearby won't be willing to build a cemetery here. Even if they had all the abilities in the world, it was impossible for them to settle so many things. This piece of land was part of the construction plan of the whole town. Once it was turned into a cemetery, the surrounding land could not be developed, and the hot spring resort not far away would definitely not accept it. This would involve too many people." Shen Zhongliang naturally didn't know much about these things. After hearing Zhou Tianyu's words, he smiled bitterly and said, "Then there's only one way left. While the outside world is still unclear about the problem with this land, you can sell it as soon as possible and reduce some losses." Actually, if this so-called Yin gathering place was not set up by Xia Ruofei and could be reversed at any time, then Shen Zhongliang's suggestion was a little unkind. To the person who would take over later on, this idea was too bad. However, Shen Zhongliang had taken the remuneration from the company and had a relationship with Lu Haofan. It was not wrong for him to make such a suggestion from the perspective of the company. In fact, from the perspective of Lu Haofan and the Tang real estate, this was the only way to reduce losses. Zhou Tianyu thought about it and said, "Young Master Lu, since old Shen said so, then we have to seriously consider selling this land." Lu Haofan nodded and said, "Then find a way to get rid of it. But before that, we have to calm the public opinion. Otherwise, even if someone is willing to take over, they will definitely lower the price. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Lu to personally handle this matter." Zhou Tianyu said, "I will also report to the company and try to come up with a constitution that everyone can accept as soon as possible." Zhou Tianyu's words were more obscure, but what he meant was that if he wanted to sell the land at its original price, it would be a fool's dream. After all, the price was already unreasonably high, and now there was negative news, so losses were inevitable. At first, this project was jointly funded by the two companies, and by right, if there were losses, the two families should bear it together. However, Zhou Tianyu's words meant that the losses would be borne by Tang Real Estate. And Lu Haofan didn't need to pay for it. Lu Haofan was, after all, a child from a large family. clan, so he naturally understood the meaning behind these words. He smiled and said, "Leave the crisis public relations to me." Although he didn't pay much for the investment, he didn't have much money to invest. The shares he owned were much higher than the investment ratio. Whether it was the shares or the investment ratio, it was all real money. It was naturally best if he didn't lose anything. As for selling his face and using his connections, Lu Haofan didn't care. After all, he relied on these to make a living. There was nothing much to see on this piece of land, and it felt like staying in a cemetery, which made people feel uncomfortable. So the group quickly got on the car and left. Out of respect for the two feng shui masters, Lu Haofan asked the driver to send the two elders to the Huaxia Mystical Society first. After the car stopped, Zhou Tianyu took out 2 checks from his pocket and handed them over. He said, "I'll have to trouble the two masters today. This is a small gift from our company, CEO Zhou. We won't take the money." Shen Zhongliang declined. "How can we do that? If not for the two masters, we would still be in the dark." Zhou Tianyu said, "You must accept this money." He had already hated the 3 cultural environment consultants in the company. When he had time, the first thing he would do was to kick them out of the company. However, a big company like Tang Real Estate had a lot of such talents. If the incident in Xiaotang town happened again, it would be a big loss. So, it was better to make friends with feng shui masters like Shen Zhongliang and Du Qinghong, who had a certain status in the field of metaphysics. Although it was a little difficult to hire Shen Zhongliang and Du Qinghong directly, it would be good if they could introduce a few reliable feng shui masters to them. Shen Zhongliang and Du Qinghong declined it and accepted it. On the other hand, Lu Haofan started to use all his connections to clear the name of the haunted construction site in Xiaotang town. Zhou Tianyu also reported to the company's higher-ups immediately. Tang Real Estate soon unified their thinking. Even if it was a loss-making sale, they had to sell the land as soon as possible. As for the loss of money, it would be borne by the company. This project was not big to begin with, and this small loss was nothing to the company. Moreover, their cooperation with Lu Haofan was also to get on the Lu family's good side, so they naturally wouldn't be calculative about money. Otherwise, if Lu Haofan lost money and still held a grudge against the Tang Real Estate Company, wouldn't that be counterproductive? The resourceful Zhao Yongjun also received the news. Although he didn't know the details, only Lu Haofan, Zhou Tianyu, Shen Zhongliang, Du Qinghong, and Zhou Tianyu's trusted driver were present. Lu Haofan had hired an expert from the Huaxia Mystical Society to break the situation, and Zhao Yongjun had found out immediately. After Lu Haofan and the others went to the construction site, they began to clean up the negative public opinion. Even Tang Real Estate began to spread the news that they intended to give up the land. How could Zhao Yongjun not understand? Even the masters of the Huaxia Mystical Society couldn't solve this problem. He gave Xia Ruofei a call immediately. "Ruofei, you're really a god," Zhao Yongjun said excitedly as soon as the call connected. "Now, the Tang side has the intention to transfer that land." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, isn't this expected? Why are you so excited?" Hee, Zhao Yongjun chuckled. "You don't know how worried I was when Lu Haofan asked a feng shui master from the Huaxia Mystical Society to go over." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, are you worried that my array will be broken by the feng shui master? Don't you have too little confidence in me?" Zhao Yongjun smiled awkwardly and said, "It's Big Brother's fault. I Should have known. When has Ruofei ever made a mistake? Today, Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu took two feng shui masters to the construction site. After they came back, there was news that they were interested in giving up that piece of land. Xia Ruofei knew that the two feng shui masters had no way to break the natural array, but he was also curious if people from the metaphysics world could see the existence of the natural array. So he couldn't help but ask for the details. Unfortunately, Zhao Yongjun didn't know much. Big brother Zhao, let's not rush into contact with the Tang Empire. Xia Ruofei said, we have the upper hand now. Zhao Yongjun hesitated and said, Ruofei. After the Great Tang released the news, there are still a few companies interested in this land. They might be trying to take advantage of it. Xia Ruofei laughed. These people are not stupid. Before they decide to make a move, they will definitely go to the land to inspect it. Lu Haofan can't just wash away the rumors of the haunting. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, even if other companies get there before us, they won't be able to keep the land. As long as the array is not cracked, the haunting will not end. By then, they'll have to hand it over. Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so bad even though you look honest. And honest? I also want to successfully get that piece of land. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, who knew that Lu Haofan would interfere? Zhao Yongjun said, Xiao Rui will be very happy if he knows. He's just looking forward to killing Lu Er. Ha ha ha, Xia Ruofei laughed heartily. Then we'll hold back for the time being. Zhao Yongjun said, Ruofei, don't rush back. If we really manage to get this piece of land, you have to solve the problem with the formation immediately. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei said, I won't leave unless there are special circumstances. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei lived in seclusion. He found peace in the Luhai Lane courtyard and lived a leisurely life. During this period, he also invited Song Wei over. The two of them cultivated together twice, and Song Wei's cultivation finally broke through to Qi Disciple Level 3. She was getting closer and closer to the cultivation level required to solve the problem of the peach blossom miasma. Also, Xia Ruofei went to visit Elder Song. Other than that, Xia Ruofei spent most of his time in the courtyard house. He was either making tea in the courtyard or watching a blockbuster in the professional recording room. He almost never left the house. Of course, even if he stayed behind closed doors, Xia Ruofei was still very familiar with the situation outside. Zhao Yongjun and the others would talk to Xia Ruofei almost once a day to tell him about the situation with the land that Tang Real Estate had sold. Just as Xia Ruofei had expected, although Tang Real Estate had spread the news that they intended to sell the land in Little Tang Town and hinted that there was room for negotiation on the price, the effect was very limited. In the beginning, there were still a few companies that wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, these real estate companies were not fools. They were also wary of the rumors on the internet a few days ago, so although they were a little tempted, they were also quite cautious. Almost all of these companies had sent feng shui experts to inspect the town. Some of the more high-level so-called cultural environment consultants naturally found the problem quickly, and these companies quickly ceased their activities. The cultural environment consultants hired by several companies were half-baked. Although they could not find the problem immediately, the aura of the land was very uncomfortable. Even ordinary people who were slightly more sensitive, such as Chen Dazhuang, would feel uncomfortable as soon as they stepped into the range of the array. Therefore, these feng shui specialists also gave advice to the company to be cautious. In the end, Tang Real Estate wanted to sell the land at a lower price, but there were few people who agreed. This made Lu Haofan both shocked and angry. If this continued, this piece of land would really be in his hands. With his background, he could withdraw the funds from this project without losing a single cent, and Tang Real Estate would not dare to say anything, but it would be too embarrassing, and his reputation would be ruined. However, if this continued, although the money he invested wasn't a lot, it was still tens of millions. It would basically go to waste. This piece of land in Xuanji basically couldn't be used for any other purpose other than to build a cemetery. It could only be left abandoned there. Zhao Yongjun and the others discussed it with Xia Ruofei and felt that it was the right time, so Zhao Yongjun made an inquiry to Tang Real Estate in the name of their temporary Hengrui company. Only Zhao Yongjun was suitable to step in. He wasn't like Xia Ruofei and Song Rui. He and Lu Haofan weren't at daggers drawn yet, and he had enough prestige. Zhou Tianyu, from Tang, was worried sick. As soon as he received the report of the company's inquiry, he immediately instructed his employees to contact the other party and said that the price was negotiable. It was best for everyone to sit down and discuss it. At the same time, Zhou Tianyu immediately called Lu Haofan to make sure he knew who the boss behind Hengrui was. Whether it was Zhao Yongjun or Lu Haofan, he and Tang Real Estate couldn't afford to offend them, so he naturally had to talk to Lu Haofan. Originally, Zhou Tianyu was worried that Lu Haofan's temper would flare up. He would rather keep the land in his hands than trade with Zhao Yongjun and the others. He didn't expect Lu Haofan to agree without much hesitation after hearing that. He even expressed that he would personally participate in the negotiations. Recently, Lu Haofan had been troubled by the matter of the land. As long as he could get rid of it quickly, he didn't care who took over the land. Besides, Song Rui also had a share in Hengrui. If he really took over, it might be a good thing for him. Lu Haofan was still waiting to see Song Rui make a fool of himself. He firmly believed that if Song Rui and the others bought the land, they would not be able to solve the Feng Shui Bureau's problem. In the end, no matter how much money they invested, it would definitely be for naught. Thus, the two sides quickly agreed to discuss the details of the land transfer. In front of the Tang Real Estate Company at 10 a.m. the next day, Zhao Yongjun explained the situation to Xia Ruofei, and he immediately decided to participate in the negotiations. That night, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui came to Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. Lu Jian and the others did not come this time, including when he activated the formation. Xia Ruofei did not let them participate as they did not know much about this matter. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply let them stay out of it so that they would not offend Lu Haofan. After all, compared to Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun, Lu Jian and the others' backgrounds were not strong enough. If Lu Haofan really hated them, it would be a little troublesome. That night, Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and Song Rui discussed their negotiation strategy for the next day and then went back to their rooms to rest early. The next morning, the three of them had breakfast in Xia Ruofei's courtyard house and made tea in Xia Ruofei's courtyard. It was almost 9 o'clock when they left for Tang Real Estate. The three of them were using Zhao Yongjun's Mercedes-Benz, and they even brought Wu Chang along to be their driver. At around 9:50 a.m., Xia Ruofei and the others arrived at the headquarters of the Tang Real Estate. Zhou Tianyu naturally didn't dare to neglect them, and had been waiting downstairs for a long time. The moment Xia Ruofei and the others got off the car, he immediately greeted them with a smile. President Zhao. Hello, hello, Zhou Tianyu said to Zhao Yongjun, who was walking in front. Then, he greeted Song Ruofei and Xia Ruofei, young Master Song, young Master Xia. Welcome, the two of you. Zhao Yongjun just smiled and nodded at Zhou Tianyu, but Song Ruofei asked, why don't I see Lu Er? Zhou Tianyu was a little embarrassed. He told Lu Haofan that he had already arrived at the Tang real estate, but he didn't want to lose face in front of Song Ruofei, so he naturally didn't want to lower his status and welcome him. However, this time, no one was interested in this piece of land. Someone finally wanted to take over the land that was about to be smashed. Zhou Tianyu naturally didn't dare to offend Zhao Yongjun and the others. It was impossible to tell the truth. Hence, Zhou Tianyu could only say awkwardly, young Master Song, young Master Lu, he's preparing for the negotiation later. He'll be waiting for you upstairs. Song Ruofei pouted and said, tisk. He would suffer for his face. General Manager Zhou, do you think if we turn around and leave now? Young Master Song. Young Master Song. Zhou Tianyu quickly said, young Master Lu really has something to do. He even told me to explain it to you all. You see. Should we go up first? There's no need to do this over such a small matter. Xia Ruofei patted Song Ruofei's shoulder and smiled at Zhou Tianyu, CEO Zhou. Song Ruofei was just joking with you, please don't take it to heart. Let's go in. Zhou Tianyu felt that his back was almost drenched in sweat. He thought to himself that he would never take on such jobs again. The company could let whoever it wanted to be responsible for. This group of young masters was really hard to serve. Zhou Tianyu finally welcomed Xia Ruofei and the other two into the company's headquarters. They took the executive elevator to the 28th floor. Zhou Tianyu attentively held the elevator for everyone and asked Zhao Yongjun and the other two to get down first. Then, he jogged a few steps and led the way. They soon arrived at a large conference room. As expected, Lu Haofan was sitting in the conference room waiting. When he saw Xia Ruofei and the other two, his expression was a little complicated, but he still stood up and went to greet them. Brother Zhao. Welcome. Lu Haofan greeted Zhao Yongjun. Then, he looked at Song Ruofei coldly and nodded. Even though he had already greeted Song Ruofei didn't care. He tilted his head and looked away, ignoring Lu Haofan. Lu Haofan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. At last, Lu Haofan's eyes stopped on Xia Ruofei. He squinted at Xia Ruofei and then smiled. He took the initiative to reach out his hand to Xia Ruofei and said, President Xia, I've heard so much about you. I didn't recognize you last time, I'm sorry. After the land auction, Lu Haofan had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei. Naturally, he had to inquire about Xia Ruofei's identity and background. Although Xia Ruofei was not well known in the capital's circle of rich and powerful people, everyone who knew about his deeds regarded him with great importance. In a sense, Xia Ruofei had already surpassed the level of these rich and powerful people. Hence, Lu Haofan did not spend much effort to find out about Xia Ruofei's situation. After learning about Xia Ruofei's past, Lu Haofan was secretly shocked. He thought that Xia Ruofei was a pushover among Zhao Yongjun and the others. At most, he was a white glove. He didn't expect to be wrong. The real person with the toughest ideas was Xia Ruofei. Hence, when they met today, Lu Haofan no longer looked down on them. Instead, he looked serious. He knew that Zhao Yongjun and the others were starting to see Xia Ruofei as their leader. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook hands with Lu Haofan. "You're too kind, young Master Lu." Lu Haofan looked at Zhou Tianyu and the latter nodded at him. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, Director Xia, let's take a seat." Since Song Ruwei had ignored him, he might as well treat Song Ruwei as heir. The group of guests and hosts sat opposite each other at the conference table, each occupying a row of seats. Although Lu Haofan sat in the middle, he didn't speak first. Instead, Zhou Tianyu smiled and opened the folder in front of him. "Director Zhao, Director Xia, young Master Song, regarding this piece of land in Little Tang Town, your company also participated in the bidding when the land was sold, so I won't go into the details. I'm sure you all know it very well." "Yes, Director Zhou, let's get straight to the point." Xia Ruofei nodded. Lu Haofan's eyes narrowed. He looked at the three people in front of him and knew that Xia Ruofei would be the leader of the negotiation today. Zhou Tianyu said, "Our Tang real estate bought this land at a price of 410 million HXB. Now, out of consideration for the company's development strategy, we intend to transfer the land in exchange for a certain amount of cash to be used for other development projects." Xia Ruofei exchanged glances with Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei, who were on his left and right. All three of them smiled. No matter how grand he made it sound, he could no longer cover up the fact that there was a problem with the land. Of course, Xia Ruofei wouldn't expose Zhou Tianyu's last lie. He smiled and said, "Director Zhou, we've heard a lot about that land. First, it was sold for a sky-high price, then those rumors appeared on the internet." Zhou Tianyu said awkwardly, "Those are just rumors, whether it's a rumor or not. We don't care." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Since we're here, we're naturally interested in this land and are willing to take on the possible risks. What we're most concerned about is naturally the price. Director Zhou, you're not thinking of letting us take over at the original price, are you?" Zhou Tianyu laughed and said, "Of course not. Considering that the transaction price of this land was unreasonably high at the time, there is a certain element of bubbles." Speaking of this, Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but look at the three people in front of him. Lu Haofan's eyes twitched as well. The person who caused this price bubble was sitting opposite him. Zhou Tianyu continued, "Considering these factors, our company will make a concession in terms of price. Our psychological price is 380 million, the moment Zhou Tianyu finished speaking, Xia Ruofei closed the folder in front of him without hesitation and stood up. Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei, who were beside him, naturally stood up immediately. "Director Zhou, if this is the price, I don't think there's a need to continue the discussion," Xia Ruofei said. With that, Xia Ruofei picked up the document and was about to leave. Zhou Tianyu panicked. He knew that these young masters never played by the rules, but this was a formal business negotiation. How could you leave without saying anything? If you think this price is not suitable, you can bargain. Business has always been like this. Asking for a sky-high price and paying on the spot. Zhou Tianyu quickly said, "CEO Xia. Please stop. Please stop. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can still talk about it." Xia Ruofei didn't sit down. He just stopped in his tracks and said to Zhou Tianyu, "Director Zhou, I don't think it's necessary to waste everyone's time. The price difference between the two sides is too big. There's no possibility of negotiation." This, Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but look at Lu Haofan for help. Lu Haofan glared at Zhou Tianyu, then squeezed out a smile and said to Xia Ruofei, President Xia, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. At that time, I also felt that the price set by old Zhou and the others was a little too high. How about this? Regardless of whether we can come to an agreement or not, at least let's sit down and have a slow talk. Chapter 1649, Take the Initiative. 1. Xia Ruofei and the others had their eyes on this piece of land. Of course, they could not just leave. Hence, after Lu Haofan spoke, Xia Ruofei stopped and reluctantly returned to his seat. Young Master Lu, I'm giving you face. Xia Ruofei said, actually, there's nothing to discuss about the price that Director Zhou has proposed. Lu Haofan squeezed out a smile and said, thank you, President Xia. Well, Tang Real Estate has their own considerations for offering such a price. Song Rui couldn't help but say, we don't know what the great Tang is thinking. We only know the market price in Xiaotang. Your land is only worth a little more than 300 million. You're obviously not sincere by asking for 380 million. Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly. Young Master Song, after all, we spent more than 400 million to buy it. If the transfer price is too low, it will be hard to explain to the board of directors. Song Rui pursed his lips. That's your problem. If you want to explain to the board of directors, you have to let the buyer be the sucker. I don't think anyone will take over this land. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Although Song Rui was sometimes impulsive and even spoke without thinking, his words were reasonable and hard to refute. Xia Ruofei said slowly, Young Master Lu, General Manager Zhou. I won't hide it from you. We were quite optimistic about this land at first. We also participated in the bidding. However, our budget is limited. We just heard that you suddenly wanted to transfer this land, so we came to ask about the market price. If you insist on this price, then we can only target elsewhere. There's still some land near Little Tang that needs to be sold, Zhao Yongjun said. We're also looking into it. In other words, this land was not their only choice. In fact, there were many better options. Zhou Tianyu sighed secretly. He knew that he was going to be ripped off today. Fortunately, the board of directors had given him a relatively low base price. He could only hope that Xia Ruofei's appetite was not too big. Even if he could sell it at the bottom line of the board of directors, he would be thankful. Zhou Tianyu thought about it. President Xia, how about this? I will make the decision to give you another 30 million. We will sell this land at the price of 350 million. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Haofan and shrugged. Young Master Lu, didn't I say that there's no need to talk? If you give in like how you squeeze out toothpaste, even if we talk to you tomorrow morning, there will still be a huge gap between you and our psychological price. Zhou Tianyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to reduce the price by 30 million. How was that even called? Squeezing toothpaste? One had to know that the land's previous transaction price was only 400 million. That was equivalent to cutting it by 10%. Lu Haofan also felt a little depressed. He couldn't help but ask, President Xia, why don't you tell us your psychological price? It'll be good for old Zhou's side to make a judgment. Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other, then said, 250 million. This is the most we can offer. What? Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim. This time, it was he who had the urge to leave immediately. This haggling was too ruthless. 250 million was still 100 million less than the price he had just given in. Moreover, when the land was auctioned in Pingchong district, the starting price was 250 million yuan. However, everyone knew that the starting price was usually much lower than the actual value. Now that Xia Ruofei and the others had called out this price, they were not just paying back the money on the spot, they were simply looting a burning house. Lu Haofan was also a little upset. He frowned slightly and said, "President Xia, your appetite is too big. This was almost a 50 bargain. We're not buying vegetables at the market, nor are we buying clothes from a street stall in a wholesale mall. Isn't this too insincere?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Didn't I say that the price difference between us is too big? You asked me to bid for it. If we weren't sincere, we wouldn't have made this trip. Director Xia, it's really hard for me to see any sincerity in your offer." Lu Haofan said angrily. "The value of this piece of land is clear for all to see. You guys are taking advantage of the situation." In fact, even Zhao Yongjun felt that Xia Ruofei's price was too low. They had agreed on a base price of 310 million last night. Although it was close to the actual value of the land, considering that the so-called haunted problem of the land would not affect Xia Ruofei and the others at all, everyone felt that it was acceptable to get it at this price. Of course, it would be better if they could lower the price. However, Xia Ruofei's bid of 250 million seemed to be a little too low. The other party would definitely feel that there was too much of a difference and would not be able to continue the discussion. What Zhao Yongjun didn't expect was that Xia Ruofei not only called out this price, but also said with certainty, "Young Master Lu, I have to remind you that the price I offered is the bottom line in Hingruwei Corporation's mind. In other words, there is no room for further negotiation." After Zhao Yongjun said that, even Lu Haofan wanted to slap the table and leave. This was a little too much. If they added another 30 or 40 million on top of this price, the two sides might still have a chance to negotiate. In fact, the bottom price that the senior management of Tang Real Estate had agreed on was 300 million. Although the price was only 20 million yuan lower than the actual market price, Tang Real Estate would still lose 110 million yuan. If he could negotiate 280 to 290 million with Xia Ruofei and the others, there might still be room for negotiation. However, when Xia Ruofei came up and said that this was their bottom line and would not increase it by a single cent, the difference in opinions was too great. Zhou Tianyu laughed bitterly and thought to himself that he shouldn't have stopped them. The difference between the two sides was so big that there was no need to negotiate. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu, who were dumbfounded, and said slowly, "Young Master Lu, General Manager Zhou, we naturally have our reasons for making this price. If you don't mind, can I explain it to you?" Lu Haofan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm all ears." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Everyone knows that your company's purchase price for this piece of land is falsely high. Under normal circumstances, its actual value is between 310 to 320 million. Lu Haofan snorted softly. He did not refute Qianqian's words, and he had no way of refuting her. He had indeed been a sucker back then. However, he still couldn't help but say in his heart, "That's still far from 250 million. I'd like to see what you can say." Xia Ruofei continued. Why did your company want to give up this land? I think we're all smart people. There's no need to point it out, right? Zhou Tianyu pretended to be confused. CEO Xia, you're talking about the rumors on the internet a few days ago, right? You can't use this kind of confusing thing as a reason to haggle over the price by tens of millions, right? Otherwise, it would be too far-fetched, Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'm sure young Master Liu and General Manager Zhou know very well whether it's groundless or not. There's no need to play riddles. That's a gathering place, am I right? That's right, Xia Ruofei, and the rest already knew how the metaphysics world defined the land after the natural array was activated. Although Zhao Yongjun didn't know what the feng shui Master Lu Haofan had said, it didn't stop him from asking the relevant people to go to the scene to take a look. Even the cultural environment consultants of other real estate companies could see the mystery of this land, which meant that not only a few top feng shui masters could see the gathering place. Zhao Yongjun and the others also had connections in this area, so after they had people go to the scene to see, they naturally had the answer. Xia Ruofei's words destroyed the last bit of hope in Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu's hearts. Their expressions turned ugly. Xia Ruofei smiled. I'm sure you've hired a professional to take a look. Such an unsolvable feng shui situation has enveloped the entire land. Doesn't that mean that its actual value has been reduced? Lu Haofan snorted. Director Xia, we don't deny that there are some small problems with the land in the field of feng shui metaphysics. However, isn't it a little too ridiculous to haggle the price of 60 to 70 million yuan for such an empty and abstract argument? Xia Ruofei revealed a confident smile and said, Young Master Liu, it's not just an illusion. Some strange things have already begun to happen on that land. They're the groundless rumors that Director Zhou just mentioned on the internet. In fact, we all know what a gathering place means, he continued after a pause. This is also why the other real estate companies all gave up in the end, even though they were a little tempted. Lu Haofan frowned and kept his mouth shut. He knew that Xia Ruofei was telling the truth, but he was not willing to sell the land at such a cheap price. If it were not for the damn Feng Shui Bureau, the land would be worth at least 4 to 500 million yuan after 2 to 3 years. Xia Ruofei continued, Young Master Liu, General Manager Zhou, you may think that we're taking advantage of the situation because the other companies are afraid to take over. Lu Haofan snorted and thought to himself. Isn't that so? Zhou Tianyu smiled, I don't dare. It's a business negotiation. It's normal for people to have differences in opinion. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, actually, we're already offering a good price. Lu Haofan almost slammed the table when he heard that. Could he be any more shameless? This is a price of conscience? Then your conscience is too worthless, right? Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Haofan and said, first of all, if we get this piece of land, it's equivalent to shifting the risk of the gathering place onto us. It's very likely that we'll spend more than 200 million yuan and get a piece of land that can only be used to build a cemetery. Lu Haofan muttered in his heart, it's not possible, it's certain. Xia Ruofei continued, we've taken the risk. It's not too much to ask for a discount, is it? This was the first. Secondly, after we get this piece of land, the first thing we have to do is to solve the Feng Shui Bureau problem. I believe you all know how difficult it is to deal with this gathering place. To be honest, we're not confident that we can solve this hidden danger. Even if we use some Special methods to suppress it for a few years, the cost will be very expensive. We may have to pay an additional tens of millions of capital, and we're also taking a huge risk of returning without any success. You have to give us a profit from this part of the money, right? Zhao Yongjun wanted to laugh when he heard this. He felt that Xia Ruofei had the potential to be a big liar. When they activated the array, they only bought some Chinese scholar trees and mirrors. Even if they used the best ones, they wouldn't be worth much. Zhao Yongjun and the others spent less than 10,000 yuan. The jade statue that Xia Ruofei used might be worth more, but it couldn't exceed 100,000 yuan. It would probably cost about the same amount to reverse the formation, but Xia Ruofei said he would spend tens of millions. He was really lying. However, Xia Ruofei's words really scared Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu. At least, they no longer had indignant expressions on their faces. Instead, they showed a hint of struggle, and at the same time, they were also thinking quickly. The negotiation had been going on for a long time, and they were basically playing cards. After Zhou Tianyu and Lu Haofan discussed in a low voice, they raised their heads and said, "President Xia, I admit that you have a point, but 250 million is too low. We can't explain it to the board of directors." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If we sell it now, we'll only lose 160 million yuan, and all the risk will be transferred to us. If you still hold on to this piece of land, you may lose all 410 million in the future. I think the members of your company's board of directors can't even calculate such a simple account, right?" Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly. "That makes sense. However, we can't do that. After all, we bought land. That's because your company's cultural environment consultant is incompetent." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's a fact now. You have to accept this result." At this point, Xia Ruofei saw that Lu Haofan wanted to say something but stopped, so he laughed and said, "How about this? Today, young Master Lu has personally come forward, so I'll give young Master Lu some face and add another 10 million. 260 million, this is already beyond our expectations, we can't go any higher." Zhao Yongjun had also seen the situation of today's negotiations and immediately said, "Haofan, Director Zhou, we're already very sincere with this price. You can discuss it, and if you can't confirm it, you can report to the board of directors. On our side, just as Ruofei said, it's impossible to increase the price any further." Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun exchanged a look, then smiled and stood up. "I think, why don't we do this for today? Brother Zhao and I are going to Pingcheng district. There's a piece of land there that's pretty good. We have to go and inspect it as soon as possible." After that, Xia Ruofei and the other two picked up the folder in front of them, pushed away their chairs, and walked towards the door of the conference room. He had only taken 2 or 3 steps when Lu Haofan, who was opposite him, couldn't help but shout, "Wait a moment." In fact, after Xia Ruofei's analysis, Lu Haofan was already tempted. Anyway, he was not the one losing money. When Xia Ruofei mentioned that they were going to inspect other plots of land, Lu Haofan couldn't help but stop them. When Zhou Tianyu saw that, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been in the business world for so many years and had much more experience in negotiating than Lu Haofan. Although Xia Ruofei's words sounded sincere and her attitude was tough, Zhou Tianyu felt that there was still room for negotiation. Even though Zhou Tianyu really couldn't think of any way, Xia Ruofei and the rest could solve the gathering place problem after they got this Piece of land, since Xia Ruofei and the rest dared to buy it, they must have a way. Hence, this piece of land would be worth more than 260 million yuan in the hands of Xia Ruofei and the rest. As for what Xia Ruofei said about suppressing the Yin Gathering Place's feng shui bureau, the cost would be tens of millions. Zhou Tianyu scoffed at it. If they really wanted to do that, Xia Ruofei would definitely offer a lower price. Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the other young masters were not living Lei Feng. Hence, Zhou Tianyu was prepared to delay a little to see if he could lose less money. However, he didn't expect Lu Haofan to be so impatient. In this way, they, who were already suppressed in every aspect during the negotiation, would be even more passive. As expected, Xia Ruofei stopped and asked with a smile, "Young Master Lu, is there anything else?" Lu Haofan squeezed out a smile and said, "President Xia, since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have lunch together and give General Manager Zhou and the others some time to ask the board of directors." Xia Ruofei looked at Zhou Tianyu and asked, "Director Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Tianyu quickly smiled. "I will immediately report the situation of the negotiation to the company's upper management." "President Xia, why don't you take a seat for a while?" He had wanted to try to negotiate further, but it was impossible now. Otherwise, not only would the negotiations break down, but he might also offend Lu Haofan. "All right then." Xia Ruofei returned to his seat and smiled. "Then we'll wait for your good news, Director Zhou." Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly. "President Xia, you guys are too harsh on the price. It's hard for me to convince the company's top management. I can only try my best." Xia Ruofei laughed out loud. He was already confident and naturally didn't believe Zhou Tianyu's lies. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if we can't reach an agreement. General Manager Zhou, just do your best." Anyway, no matter what Zhou Tianyu said, he wouldn't give in and add a single cent. Zhou Tianyu sighed in his heart. He greeted them and left the meeting room. Zhou Tianyu pretended to go and ask for instructions. The negotiating atmosphere in the conference room was also swept away. Lu Haofan and Zhao Yongjun casually chatted about some things in the Beijing rich and powerful circle. Xia Ruofei did not know much about their circle, so he was too lazy to interrupt. However, he listened with interest. Song Ruwei, on the other hand, simply wanted to act cool. He didn't talk to Lu Haofan at all and just sat there with a long face. Zhou Tianyu didn't dare to waste too much time and quickly returned to the meeting room. In reality, when he had been reporting to the company's chairman and several deputy chairmen, he had not spent much time convincing Lu Haofan to give up on the company. The other 260 million was only 40 million. Less than the base price they had in mind. For a company like Great Tang, an extra 40 million was nothing. As long as they could get rid of this hot potato, it didn't matter if they lost some money. In addition, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui's backgrounds were also terrifying, so Tang Real Estate naturally didn't mind using 40 million to make friends. Hence, Zhou Tianyu quickly got the authorization from the company's higher-ups, allowing him to represent Tang Real Estate to transfer the land to Xia Ruofei's team at the price of 260 million yuan. If it was a normal business negotiation, even if he had the authorization, Zhou Tianyu would definitely take a long time. He wouldn't be so straightforward. At least, he couldn't let the other party think that success was too easy. However, facing top nouveau riches like Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei, Zhou Tianyu didn't dare to have the slightest delay. After Coming out of the chairman's meeting room, he didn't even take a break and rushed back to the meeting room. As soon as Zhou Tianyu entered the house, Zhao Yongjun and Lu Haofan, who were chatting, stopped. Everyone looked at him. Zhou Tianyu smiled and said, CEO Xia, CEO Zhao, young master Song, I've tried my best and finally fulfilled my mission. The company's higher-ups have agreed to transfer the land at the price of 260 million that CEO Xia proposed. Success. Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun relaxed slightly. Although it was expected, after confirming it, Xia Ruofei and the other two couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, they didn't show it on their faces, including Song Ruwei, who didn't usually hide his thoughts. He still had a cool expression on his face, because he felt that it was too degrading to show his joy in front of Lu Haofan. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Thank you, Director Zhou. Then, I wish everyone a happy cooperation. Lu Haofan also heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally gotten rid of this hot potato. He also laughed and said, Haha. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The next thing was simple. The legal counsel of Tang Real Estate soon prepared the relevant transfer documents. Xia Ruofei's Hingruwei Real Estate took over the land of Datong Real Estate at the price of 260 million yuan. Of course, they also inherited all the rights and obligations of the land. Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't bring a full-time legal counsel, but Zhao Yongjun was still experienced in business. Plus, Zhao Yongjun also knew that they wouldn't dare to play any tricks on the transfer contract even if they had a few guts. So Zhao Yongjun read the contract carefully from beginning to end, making sure there were no traps, and then handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei skimmed through the book. He had already reached the spirit stage and his brain development was several times more developed than ordinary people. Hence, he did not miss out on any details even at this speed. After confirming that there were no problems, Xia Ruofei passed the contract to Song Ruwei. Song Ruwei was just putting on an act. However, he was also very careful. After a round of inspection, the three of them nodded. As the legal person of the company, Zhao Yongjun signed his name on the contract. Zhou Tianyu, from Tang Real Estate signed on behalf of him. At the same time as the partner of this project, Lu Haofan also signed his name on the contract. When Zhou Tianyu saw Zhao Yongjun take out the company seal from his bag, he laughed bitterly. In his heart, Zhao Yongjun obviously came prepared, even the official seal was prepared in advance. The previous discussion about inspecting other plots of land was just a means of pressure. But now that it had become a reality and he had gotten the approval of the company's top management, Zhou Tianyu was too lazy to care so much. Anyway, it wasn't his own money that he was losing. After both parties signed and stamped, the transfer contract officially came into effect. The contract gave a 1-week deadline for the payment. As long as Hingruwei Corporation transferred 260 million yuan to the company account of Datong Real Estate within the time limit, the deal would be officially closed. After signing the contract, Zhou Tianyu smiled and shook hands with Xia Ruofei and the other two. Then, he said, Director Xia, Director Zhao, young master Song, our company has prepared a table of wine for lunch. We would like to invite the three of you to come. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Forget about the meal. We still have to go back and raise money. Also, there's a big problem with this land. We still don't have a clue how to solve it. I've been too busy, Chief Zhou. I appreciate your kind intentions. Zhao Yongjun also smiled and said, after we're done with this, I'll treat the two of you to a meal. Zhou Tianyu was just being polite out of courtesy. Since the other party rejected him, he naturally didn't say anything more. As for Lu Haofan, although he had agreed to have lunch together, he couldn't wait to go back now that the contract had been signed. Only a ghost would be willing to eat at the same table as Song Ruofei. So he didn't mention this matter again. Hence, Xia Ruofei and the other two kept the contract and left the property. Lu Haofan watched the three of them walk out of the meeting room. The polite smile on his face disappeared. He stared at Song Ruofei's figure with a cold smile on his face, and his eyes became a little gloomy. Previously, when they were bidding for the land, Lu Haofan had been tricked by Xia Ruofei and became a victim for no reason. In addition, he and Song Ruofei had never been on good terms since they were young. With his arrogant character, how could he let go of the old grudge so easily? However, he was also eager for someone to take over the land. In addition, the results of the investigation on Xia Ruofei made him apprehensive, so he pretended to be polite. Now that the deal had been made, Lu Haofan could not wait for Xia Ruofei and the others to lose everything after buying the land. At that time, he could also go and watch the joke. Xia Ruofei and the others did not care about what Lu Haofan was thinking. It was definitely a happy occasion for them to get this piece of land at such a low price. So, when they walked out of the elevator, their steps were a little light. Of course, the three of them were still tense until Wu Cheng drove over to pick them up. After they got in the car and left Tang Real Estate, they cheered in unison and high-fived each other. Well done. Are you Ruofei? Song Ruofei's face was red with excitement. He had been holding back in the Tang Real Estate Company for a long time, and now he could finally celebrate without restraint. Ruofei, I was really sweating at that time. Zhao Yongjun also laughed and said, you're really too cruel in haggling. The Ming Men is already in our hands, what's there to worry about? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, what do you think? He had successfully taken down this piece of land. Let's call Zishuan and the others for lunch and celebrate together. It's a must. Song Ruofei immediately said, Wu Qiang, don't go back to the courtyard house. Go to the private kitchen of the Wang residence. I'm so happy today. This meal is on this bro. Wu Cheng looked at Xia Ruofei and saw him nodding his head. He then said, all right. He had lived and worked in the capital for several years and was familiar with the roads, so he didn't turn on the GPS. He turned around at the intersection in front and drove in the direction of the Wang family's private kitchen. On the other side, Song Ruofei had already called Su Zishuan and the others, summoning them to meet at the Wang family's private kitchen. Xia Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat and said to Zhao Yongjun, Big brother Zhao, if that's the case, we'll have to pay 260 million in cash in one go. Won't we be a little short on funds then? According to their previous plan, if Lu Haofan hadn't intervened, they would have been able to get the land with just 300 million yuan. However, they definitely wouldn't have paid the full amount. It would be good enough if they could pay half of it. After that, they would use the land mortgage loan to obtain cash for the early stages of design and construction. Now that he wanted to buy land from Tang Real Estate, the 260 million had to be paid in full. They had already raised 300 million in the beginning, so they were short of funds. Zhao Yongjun thought for a while and said, it's not a big problem for the time being. after the relevant procedures for this land are done, we will immediately take a mortgage loan. It will definitely not be a problem to withdraw 200 or 300 million in cash. Also, the initial design costs of the clubhouse, including the construction costs, can be delayed for a while. If you have any difficulties with cash flow, you must let me know as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei said, I still have some idle funds on my side. I can pay for it in advance. Don't do anything illegal, just because of money. Xia Ruofei had promised Elder Song that he would do a clean job on the club project. It would be legal even if he didn't earn a single cent. After all, this project involved several people from different families, including Song Ruofei. All right. If you really need money, we won't be polite with you. Zhao Yongjun said, when the time comes, we'll all increase the capital together. If Zishuan and the others can't come up with the money for the time being, then as usual, we'll help pay for it together. We're all brothers. With Big Brother Zhao watching over me, I'm at ease. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Ruofei, our top priority now is to solve the problem of that piece of land. Zhao Yongjun said, otherwise, if the rumor spread, it won't be easy to clear your name in the future. I'll make some preparations in the next 2 days. Xia Ruofei said, it's not difficult to reverse the formation. We're not in a hurry to wait for a day or two in case Lu Haofan gets suspicious. Besides, we have to make sure that all the land transfer procedures are completed. What if that lure reneges? That's for sure. Zhao Yongjun laughed, let's go to the bank in the afternoon. The relevant procedures will definitely be completed in a day or two. Although there were some twists and turns in the beginning, the final result was good, and it was cheaper by tens of millions. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, this is not just a matter of being cheaper by tens of millions. The key is that the natural 9 revolutions heaven and earth formation is too precious. You can say that you've picked up a treasure. Xia Ruofei even thought that after the clubhouse was built, he would have to spend more time in the capital city, because the clubhouse would be very suitable for cultivation. Soon, the group of people gathered at the Wang family's private restaurant. Song Ruofei, who was in a good mood today, was also very generous. He ordered all the signature dishes in the private restaurant and even ordered the most expensive drunken 8 immortals wine for his brothers to drink to their heart's content. When Su Zhixian and the rest heard that they had obtained that piece of land at such a cheap price, they were naturally overjoyed. Other than Wu Chang, who had to drive, everyone else had filled their glasses with white wine and were happily chatting while drinking. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone quickly divided their work. Zhao Yongjun was mainly in charge of the land transfer procedures, while Song Ruofei was looking for a design company to start the overall planning and design of the club. As for Xia Ruofei, he naturally took on the most crucial task, which was to reverse the 9 turns heaven and earth formation into the Yang formation. Su Zhixian and the others were Xia Ruofei's assistants, and they were responsible for preparing whatever materials he needed. After all, most of them were natives of the capital and were familiar with all aspects of the capital. With their help, Xia Ruofei would have a much easier time. However, plans often could not keep up with changes. After Xia Ruofei received a phone call at the table, he immediately changed his plans. When the call came, Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei were having a drinking contest. The others were also drinking, and the atmosphere was very lively. Xia Ruofei didn't look at the caller ID and picked up the phone. Hey. Who? Is it? There was some gibberish from the phone. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he realized that the person on the other end of the phone was speaking English. He took a look at the phone and realized that it was Old West, the person in charge of the winery in Australia. After Xia Ruofei returned to her senses, she stood up and walked out of the private room. Then, she asked in English, "Uncle Wester? Is there anything I can help you with?" "Boss," Old West said. "I hope you can come to the winery immediately." Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What happened? Is there a problem with the grape trees?" "Yes," Old West said seriously, "not only did something happen, but it's a big problem. Boss, you'd better come and take a look yourself." Xia Ruofei was confused. Those grapevines were high-quality species that he had cultivated in the spirit map space. When he planted them, he had added a lot of spirit heart flower petal solution in the irrigation tower. How could there be a problem? This didn't make sense. What happened? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask, "Uncle Wester, what's wrong with those grape trees?" Old West could no longer suppress his excitement and laughed. "Xia, are you scared?" Xia Ruofei also came to his senses and said, "Uncle Wester, it's such a wonderful afternoon. Instead of accompanying Auntie Caberly for her afternoon nap, you're making an overseas call to play with me. Is there any meaning to it?" There was a 2-hour time difference between Australia and China, so it should be around 3 in the afternoon. Old Wester laughed and said, "Boss, I'm not joking with you. Those grape trees are really abnormal. Do you know? The grapes in our 2 vineyards are completely ripe." Xia Ruofei was a little confused and asked, "Isn't it the season for grapes to ripen in Australia? What's the problem? Is there a problem?" The boss. "I might not have explained it clearly," Old West said. "Our grapes are fully ripe, and they all meet the brewing standards. Moreover, the quality of the grapes was quite good. This was the first year of planting the grapes. My family has been running wineries for generations, and I've never seen a semillon that could be used to make wine in its first year. The best species will take at least 2 to 3 years." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So Old West was making a big fuss because of this. He had grown these grapes in the spirit map space and had absorbed a lot of precious spirit chi. He had also added the spirit heart flower petal solution into the irrigation pool, so in his opinion, it was normal to be able to harvest them and use them to make wine in the first year. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not even think about it. It would be abnormal if it took 2 or 3 years to make wine. Besides, Xia Ruofei could not wait that long. Old West was still excited. "Boss, if I didn't take a sample of the grapes for the test and everything was normal, I would have suspected that your grapes were genetically modified." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Wester, you even took it for testing? Isn't that a little too careful?" "This batch of grapes is growing too fast," Old West said seriously. "It's beyond common sense. I have to be responsible for the winery's customers. If it wasn't for the test, I wouldn't have known that the quality of this batch of grapes was so high. It was a miracle. It was God's masterpiece. I can guarantee that. This batch of semillon will be the best of its kind in the market." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny as he listened to Old West's passionate jabbering. He said, all right, Uncle Wester, thank you for telling me this good news. I'm very happy. Is there anything else? Old Wester was stunned for a moment and said, Boss. Of course there is. I want to ask when you're coming to Australia? I'll be able to confirm the time. To brew the wine. Xia Ruofei was also stunned. He asked, do you still need me to be there when you're making the wine? Of course. You're the owner of the winery. Old West said, this is the most important and meaningful moment of the year for the winery. How can you be absent? After hearing Old West's words, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel tempted. The scenery in Australia was pleasant. Whether it was Paradise Farm or the winery, the environment was very good. In addition, Xia Ruofei was also a little curious about the wine-making process, so he had the idea of going to Australia. Of course, Old West's attitude had a certain effect. His matter-of-fact tone made Xia Ruofei feel a little embarrassed not to go. He pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Wester, I understand. I still have some things to deal with in China. After I'm done here, I'll come back as soon as possible. Boss, you'd better hurry up, Old West said. It's the rainy season in Australia. I can't guarantee that. Our grapes won't rot if we don't harvest them soon. Xia Ruofei was speechless. How could they make the time so tight? He casually said, I know. I will come to Australia as soon as possible. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei returned to the private room. Ruofei, you're not a good boy. He actually ran out to hide from the wine. Song Ruofei, who was already a little drunk, shouted, hurry up and drink 3 cups as punishment. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not explain further. Anyway, with his current alcohol tolerance, he would not get drunk no matter how much he drank. Besides, he was about to do something that would seem to be letting his friends down. Xia Ruofei poured himself another glass of wine and drank 3 in a row. Straightforward. Song Ruofei shouted. Su Zixian and the others also joined in the fun and started clapping. Lu Jian poured a glass of wine and raised it to Xia Ruofei. Brother Xia, if you need us to do anything, just say it. Anyway, we'll listen to your command for this period of time. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, that I was just about to tell you. I have something urgent to attend to and need to leave the capital for a few days. I might have to wait a few days before I can talk about the formation. What? Song Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun both shouted in unison. Song Ruofei immediately said, Ruofei, are you joking? What could be more important than this? Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, my business in Australia. There's something urgent that I need to deal with. It wouldn't take long. It won't affect our business here. Song Ruofei asked, what's the rush? Can't you wait until you're done with your business here? Xia Ruofei said, the situation over there is really urgent. Besides, we still need to prepare some materials, and we can't start work for a while. Zhao Yongjun then realized that Xia Ruofei wasn't joking. He quickly said, Ruofei, the problem is that we can't do anything in Little Tang Town after you leave. He said, I want tea. Xia Ruofei quickly said, I'll make a list of the things I need today. You guys go and prepare them first. In addition, we don't have much to do on that piece of land in the early stages. At most, the designers need to survey and measure the site. How can we let the designers in with the current situation? Zhao Yongjun smiled bitterly. Xia Ruofei said, it's okay. As long as it's during the day, it's best to go there at noon. Generally speaking, there won't be too much of a problem. Zhao Yongjun knew that Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind. He said helplessly, "Okay then. Come back quickly and settle the things over there as soon as possible." "All right," Xia Ruofei said, "I won't take too long. Don't worry. By the way, Xia Ruofei said, if we don't have enough money on our account these few days, let me know immediately. I can pay for it first. You don't have to worry about this." Zhao Yongjun waved his hand and said, "Take this land as a mortgage. It should be approved very soon. There will definitely be enough funds for the early stage." After everyone had finished eating, Xia Ruofei directly listed out the materials needed for the reversal formation on his phone and sent it to their WeChat group, letting Su Zixuan and the others use the next few days to prepare. On the way back to the courtyard house, Xia Ruofei used his phone to book a ticket from the capital to Australia the next morning. Then, he called Ling Qingxue to report to her. Ling Qingxue was used to Xia Ruofei running around and she was very understanding. She repeatedly reminded Xia Ruofei to be careful when he was out. Xia Ruofei suggested that he take Ling Qingxue to Australia as a vacation to relax. However, Ling Qingxue had been busy with work recently. Although she wanted to go, she could only wait for the next opportunity. Then, Xia Ruofei called Feng Jing. As the head of the company, she had to inform Feng Jing before going overseas. She had called Ling Qingxue just now and talked about going to Australia together. She also gave Xia Ruofei a reminder. Was Ran going to bring Feng Jing along this time? After Feng Jing came to work at Paradise Corporation, it could be said that she worked hard without any complaints. As the boss of the company, he had to pay more attention to such employees. Not to mention, Paradise Farm was also considered an overseas business of the Paradise Corporation. As the company's general manager, Feng Jing had yet to inspect it. Xia Ruofei felt that it made more sense. So, after briefly telling Feng Jing that he was going to Australia, he immediately said, "CEO Feng, I want to bring you along to Australia this time. You can put aside your work for now." Feng Rao, who was resting in her dormitory, heard this and her heart skipped a beat. She blushed and said, "Why did you bring me along? There's a lot of things to do at the company. After you joined the company, you didn't even take a break for the spring festival. The company is thriving under your leadership. As your boss, I have to reward you well. Otherwise, what if you run away?" Xia Ruofei made a joke and continued, "Besides, you're the general manager. You haven't even been to our overseas farm. This isn't appropriate. This time, I'll take you to Paradise Farm for an inspection." Feng Rao wanted to decline, but she realized that it was difficult to reject Xia Ruofei's suggestion. She said weakly, "Ruofei, I can't leave the company." Xia Ruofei said, "Isn't Dong Yun already employed? She should be able to help you share a lot of pressure. Take advantage of your trip to Australia in the next few days and hand over the company's administrative affairs to her temporarily. At the same time, you can also observe her ability. We're training her to be the vice president, let's see if she can do it." The more Xia Ruofei spoke, the more he felt that it made sense, so he said firmly, "It's decided. I booked a ticket to Australia for tomorrow morning. Arrange the work at hand immediately and meet me in Beijing by tonight at the latest." "Oh right, I'll send you my flight number. Ask Your administrative colleagues, to book a ticket for you on the same flight immediately. Remember to book a first class ticket. The company will reimburse the expenses. After that, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone and found his ticket page. He took a screenshot and sent it to Feng Jing. 3 Mountains, Taoyuan Farm. Feng Jing sat cross-legged on her bed in the dormitory, her face still a little red. Xia Ruofei had made his decision in a domineering manner. She could not help but criticize him in her heart, but subconsciously, she was filled with anticipation for this trip to Australia. Just thinking about it made her heart throb. She sat on the bed in a daze for a long time before she realized that time was tight. She quickly got up and sent a WeChat message to her assistant, asking her to book a ticket for the evening flight to Beijing and a ticket for the morning flight to Australia. She also sent the flight number and the screenshot of Xia Ruofei's flight to her. Following that, Feng Jing got her assistant, Lu Qian, to inform the company's top executives, including Dong Yun, Xiao Chang, and Peng Hao, to head to the meeting room for work. She had to hold an impromptu meeting to arrange the work at hand. Feng Jing had already decided to follow Xia Ruofei's instructions. Dong Yun would temporarily be in charge of the daily affairs of the company, while Xiao Chang and Peng Hao would be in charge of the sales and financial matters. If there were any difficult decisions to make, they would call and report it immediately. In fact, the current Paradise Corporation had already embarked on the road of formal management. Everything had corresponding rules and regulations, and there would be no problems in the company's operation just because a senior executive was absent. Feng Jing had hesitated when she found out that Xia Ruofei wanted to bring her to Australia. On one hand, it was because she had been employed by the Paradise Company when it was still a workshop. She was in charge of all the company's affairs, big and small, and it had become a habit. On the other hand, it was naturally because of that trace of emotion in her heart that made her feel a little guilty. Feng Jing had just used WeChat to arrange for her assistant, Lu Qian, to book the tickets and inform her of the meeting when her phone vibrated again. Feng Rao took a look and her heart skipped a beat. It was Xia Ruofei again. She muttered in her heart, could this guy have changed his mind again? I've already asked Lu Qian to book the tickets. With a conflicted heart, Feng Jing picked up the phone. Is there anything else, Ruofei? Haha, I forgot to remind you just now. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, remember to send me your flight number to Beijing. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Stay in my courtyard house tonight. Feng Rao's heart skipped a beat as she said in a panic, I know, all right, hurry up and book the tickets. Xia Ruofei said. Got it, Feng Jing prepared to hang up. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, wait. Feng Rao was shocked and couldn't help but ask, what is it now? Why are you so surprised today? Xia Ruofei laughed in embarrassment and asked, I suddenly forgot something. You don't seem to have applied for a visa to Australia, right? Then I might not be able to leave tomorrow. It was Xia Ruofei's first time going to Australia. He had applied for a 3-year round-trip visa, so he would not need to go to the embassy again in 3 years. It was only then that he remembered that if Feng Jing didn't apply for a visa, even if they went to the consulate the next day, they wouldn't have enough time. I applied for a 3-year traveler's visa 2 years ago, but it hasn't expired yet. Feng Rao said angrily. Feng Rao thought to herself, if there was a problem with the visa, I would have mentioned it earlier. Why would I wait for you to remind me? Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief and said, then. There's no problem. You should hurry up and arrange your work. Let's meet tonight in Beijing. After Feng Jing hung up, she didn't feel sleepy at all. She gave up on her nap, got up, changed her clothes, and went to the office downstairs. Feng Jing turned on her computer and sorted out some of the important work that she had recently done. She made a document and was prepared to emphasize it during the meeting later and appoint someone to take charge of it. The moment she got to work in the afternoon, Feng Jing went to the meeting room and told everyone that she was going overseas. She also made arrangements for her work for the next few days. Although everyone was surprised by Feng Jing's sudden decision to go to Australia, they were relieved after she explained that she was going to Paradise Farm. Even Xiao Chang, Peng Hao, and a few others wanted to go to Australia. After all, the company's overseas business was so big, and as a senior executive, he had never been there before. It was a bit unreasonable. This time, as the company's CEO, Feng Jing was there. Who knew, the executives might have a chance next time. Also, when Feng Jing announced that Dong Yun would be temporarily in charge of the company's daily affairs while she was away, the other executives didn't have any objections. However, the sales director, Xiao Chang, was a little uncomfortable. After all, he had his eyes on the vice president's position. Ever since Dong Yun had joined the company, he had always felt a sense of crisis. However, Feng Jing's prestige in the company was very high, so Xiao Chang didn't dare to raise any doubts about her decision. Feng Jing quickly arranged her work and got off work early. She went upstairs to pack her luggage and told Lu Qian to book her a flight at around 5 p.m., which meant that she had to leave at around 3:30 p.m. The seasons in Australia were the exact opposite of China. It was currently summer, so Feng Jing didn't need to bring too many thick clothes. She quickly finished packing. At around 8 in the evening, Feng Jing dragged her suitcase out of the terminal of Jing City International Airport. Sister Che. When Feng Rao heard this voice, her face lit up with joy. She quickly turned her head and saw Xia Ruofei, who was not far from her left, walking towards her with a smile. Ruofei, didn't you say that you'd send someone to pick us up? Why did you personally come over? Feng Rao was a little surprised. I don't have anything to do at home. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, since Sister Che is here, of course I have to welcome her personally. That's the only way to show my sincerity. You're so talkative. Feng Rao pouted. At this moment, Wu Chang, who was behind Xia Ruofei, came forward to take Feng Jing's luggage. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Ran, let me introduce you. This is Wu Chang. He's in charge of managing the Sihiyuan in the capital. He's also my driver and bodyguard. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Wu Chang and said, Wu Chang, this is Feng Jing, the CEO of our Paradise Corporation. Hello, Chief Feng. Wu Chang quickly greeted. Wu Chang's labor relationship was linked to the Peach Blossom Company, so Feng Jing naturally knew him. Hello, Wu Chang, thank you for your hard work, Feng Rao said with a smile. You're welcome. This is my job. Wu Chang said in a tone that was neither haughty nor humble. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, let's go. Let's talk in the car. The three of them walked to the parking lot not far away and got into the Land Rover. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing sat in the back seat. He smiled and asked, Sister Che, I didn't eat on the plane, okay? Why don't we find a place to eat first? No need. No need. Feng Rao said, Air China's in flight. Meals are pretty good. I'm quite full, and I can't eat anything now. All right. Xia Ruofei said straightforwardly, Wu Chang, go home directly. Okay, boss. Yes, sir. Wu Chang replied in a concise manner as he drove. Feng Jing couldn't help but sigh as she looked out of the car window at the passing street lights and the bustling night scene of the capital. Just a few hours ago, she was still in the quiet farm in the suburbs of Sanshan. They had already arrived in Beijing, and they were flying to Australia the next day. After returning to the big courtyard in Luhai Lane, Xia Ruofei wanted to give the master bedroom to Feng Rao, but Feng Rao firmly rejected it. So, he settled for the second best and let Feng Rao live in the side room in the second courtyard. After Wu Chang returned to his room in the backyard to rest, Xia Ruofei invited Feng Rao to his room to make tea and chat. After taking a sip of the hot tea, Feng Rao felt that the house, which had a floor heater, was even warmer than spring. She smiled and asked, Ruofei, what are you doing in the capital? It must have been many days. You're really leaving the company to me. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, Sister Che, I swear to God. I didn't mean to be idle. There are a lot of things in the capital. I haven't settled them yet. When they heard that I was going to Australia at the last minute, my friends had some opinions. Then, Xia Ruofei told Feng Jing about the club that he, Zhao Yongjun, and a few others were planning to set up together, as well as the inspection and land acquisition. Of course, he did not mention the 9 revolutions heaven and earth formation and the battle of wits and courage with Lu Haofan. After Feng Rao heard this, she smiled and asked, then what are you going to Australia for this time? Xia Ruofei was excited when he heard that. He said, didn't I buy 2 wineries over there? It's the season for grapes to ripen over there, and the winery is about to start picking grapes to make wine. I have to go and take a look. All right then. Feng Jing was a little speechless. You seem to be very busy, too. But why do I feel like you're slacking off? Prejudice. This is definitely a prejudice, Xia Ruofei said. Feng Jing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Although the journey was a little tiring, drinking tea and chatting with Xia Ruofei was Feng Jing's most enjoyable leisure time. Considering that they still had to take a long flight tomorrow morning, Feng Jing returned to her room to rest after chatting for a while. The next morning, when Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were having breakfast in the courtyard and preparing to leave for the airport, at the Capital International Airport tens of kilometers away, Zhifei's Australian Air Service crew, which was flying from the capital to Chetminagent's Ford Smith Airport in Australia, had just finished their pre-flight preparation meeting. They were walking out of the conference room, boarding the crew car at the door, and driving towards the terminal building not far away. In the group, there were 3 pilots at the front. The first 2 were captains with 4 bars, and the third was the co-pilot with 3 bars. On the flight route between Kandwin and the Akitani, it was conventional to have 2 pilots instead of 2 crew. 3 pilots took turns to fly to ensure that one person could take turns during the long-distance flight. The 32-year-old co-pilot was Wilkinson. He was Eurasian, his father was Portuguese, and his mother was from Wei Nation. He had been living in Australia with his immigrant parents since he was a child. Wilkinson had the distinctive features of a traditional European. His eye sockets were deeper, and he had beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. At the same time, he had the features of an Asian, and the lines of his face were softer than that of Europeans. Wilkins had a handsome appearance, a strong body, and a good family background. His parents had immigrated to Australia many years ago and had a large business in Australia, so naturally, many flight attendants were interested in him. However, Wilkins was a quiet person and gave off an unapproachable feeling. In the past, a few female flight attendants who felt that they were very charming had tried to get close to Wilkins, but they had all returned in failure. However, the stewardesses who were walking at the back of the group noticed that Wilkinson seemed to be in a good mood. There was a special glow on his face, and he even smiled, which was rare. He even told the purser beside him, "Today's really a good day for flying." The purser also smiled and nodded. It's indeed rare to see the blue sky and white clouds in the capital of China. Those who often flew on this route had a deep understanding of the haze in Beijing. Wilkinson laughed out loud. He felt as if a ball of lava was boiling in his heart. After a long period of preparation, the best opportunity had finally arrived for the thing that he had always wanted to do. At around 8:30 a.m., Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing arrived at the Capital International Airport. They successfully went through the boarding pass, customs, license inspection, quarantine, and other exit procedures and entered the waiting area. At this time, on the tarmac, an Airbus A350 aircraft was parked quietly. The carbon fiber wing tips were glistening under the rare sunlight in Beijing. In the cockpit, the co-pilot, Wilkinson, and the other captain, Brooke, were carrying out the pre-take-off routine inspection, while the responsible captain, Johan Sun, was doing a lap inspection on the tarmac. Wilkinson pressed down on his pocket, and then glanced at the ink mirror box next to him. There was a trace of eagerness in his eyes, as if his soul was trembling. Time passed by. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing waited in the waiting room for nearly 40 minutes before they finally heard the announcement that they were boarding. The two of them walked to the boarding gate with their luggage and successfully boarded the plane through the covered bridge. The two of them were in the Airbus A350 piloted by the Wilkinson family. The first-class cabin was at the front of the plane and was connected to the kitchen. Further ahead was the cockpit. Under the guidance of the AI air stewardess, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing successfully found their seats. Although the 350 first-class cabin was not as luxurious as the 380, it was still quite comfortable compared to the economy cabin. Moreover, the seats could be flattened during the long flight so that they could get better rest. The two of them naturally ordered the two seats close to each other. After they sat down, a flight attendant brought over a tray with toiletries. The toiletries were divided into gender-specific types. The male-type kit that Xia Ruofei received was made of black leather. After opening it, he found that the items inside were all SK3. In addition, there was a razor, toothpaste, toothbrush, and other items. It was quite complete. Then, another flight attendant came over to distribute the pajamas. The pure cotton charcoal black pajamas were wrapped in a black wire, with slippers and socks in the middle. It felt quite good to the touch. These items were all included in the ticket payment. Of course, passengers could also choose to take them away after using them. After the two of them put their luggage away, they sat down and chatted while waiting for the plane to take off. In the cockpit, the in-charge, Captain Johan Sun, had already taken his seat. On his right side was the co-pilot, Wilkinson, and the second captain, Brooke, who was in the back seat. The three of them were making the final preparations before take-off. Wilkinson tried his best to calm himself down, and even secretly took a few deep breaths. It was rare that there was no traffic control at the capital airport today. Everything went smoothly. After the plane door closed, it pushed out the parking lot on time. The take-off was personally controlled by Captain Johansson. After the plane glided on the runway, it jumped into the air lightly. After the busy air, ground communication and flight control during the initial stage of take-off, the plane finally entered a level flight posture. In the back seat, Captain Brooke unbuckled his seatbelt and said goodbye to the two colleagues in front of him. Then, he left the cockpit. According to the flight schedule, he would rest in the cabin at the top of the cabin for the first 4 hours of the flight. Then, he would take over from Wilkins. After resting for 4 hours, Wilkinson would return to the co-pilot's seat. Captain Johansson would then rest, while Brooke would take the captain's seat. At the end of the landing phase, Captain Johansson would return to the cockpit. The first-class cabin was at the forefront of the cabin. Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao could see Brooke coming out of the cockpit and opening a small door at the back of the cockpit. He went up the secret stairs to the lounge that was almost above the kitchen. The long-distance flight was actually very boring. Although it was daytime, most of the passengers chose to rest in their seats. After Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing chatted for a while, they both adjusted their seats and leaned back to rest. In the stratosphere, the plane was very stable and the cabin was very quiet. No one knew that in this calm, a shocking superstorm was brewing. The huge Airbus A350 was flying steadily at a cruising altitude above China. After more than 2 hours, it began to leave the mainland of China and entered the sky above the sea. At this moment, the air stewardesses began to distribute lunch to the passengers. The food served in the first-class cabin was very exquisite. Before the food was served, the table was filled with knives, forks, and other tableware. There was also sea salt and olive oil dipped in bread. There were a total of 6 dishes for a first-class lunch, and each step was very particular. First, an apple soup with a crispy dough ball was served, followed by a shrimp cocktail and a shepherd's pie and a slice of lamb meat covered with cheese and mashed potatoes. After the 4 dishes, a light vegetable salad was served. The main course was a more oriental-style braised tadpole fish with green curry, with grilled eggplant, jasmine rice, and snow beans. The tadpole fish was cooked at the right time, soft and tender. And the fragrant rice was clear and had a good taste. The last dessert was a warm honey tower with creamy milk, which was also a very English dessert. Xia Ruofei really liked this dessert. After eating, he ordered 2 more first-class servings of Xuanji's food. It was more than enough. Under normal circumstances, he could order more if it was not enough. Of course, dinner was accompanied by the champagne bottle, which was the proudest product of the Australian Airlines Royal Taitinger Comte de Champagne 2000. This was awarded the title of the best champagne in the ball. First-class cabin for 4 consecutive years in the Cellar CC the Skywalker selection. It was refreshing and had a rich fruity fragrance. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Feng Jing laughed and said that she had wasted her time saving Ying's food. The food was too high in calories, especially the dessert at the end. So, even though it was delicious, Feng Jing resisted the urge to order another serving and wiped her mouth with a hot towel after eating. Feng Jing was both envious and jealous as she watched Xia Ruofei enjoy 3 desserts without restraint. Xia Ruofei never controlled his diet, but he maintained a good figure and his skin was the envy of many girls. Feng Jing even suspected that Xia Ruofei had been using the handmade jade skin cream for a long time. After lunch, the two of them sat down and chatted. At this time, the cockpit was also in a relaxed atmosphere. The autopilot had taken over the entire flight. The pilot only needed to monitor the state of the plane and constantly maintain contact with the air traffic control along the way. He just had to make fine adjustments to the route, according to the instructions of the air traffic control. Below the plane was the boundless ocean, but it couldn't be seen at this time because the plane was already flying above the clouds. Johansson, the captain, was playing with his retro-looking Ray-Ban flying glasses as he said with a smile, "Wilkinson, I'm going to retire in another 3 months, so I'm going to buy a farm in the Hunter Valley area and plant some artilleries and cabbages." "That's a good idea," said Wilkinson, smiling. "Captain Johansson, you must be looking forward to your retirement, right?" "Of course." "Of course." Johansson laughed and said, "I've been flying for most of my life. It's time to enjoy my leisure time. I've already bought a piece of land in Hunter Valley in advance. You're all welcome to visit. I'll treat you to the best half, lawn wine. It's a deal. I'll definitely go when I have time," said Wilkinson with a smile. At this moment, the cockpit's doorbell rang. Johansson glanced at the monitor screen and said with a smile, "It's Miss Gully." Then he pressed the door lock control switch. After the cockpit door opened, the flight's flight crew head Gully walked in with a smile. "Handsome guys, what would you like to have for lunch?" Gully asked. "What do you have?" Johansson asked. Gully thought for a while and smiled. "Today's meal is more than enough. This is the first class menu, you can choose freely. By the way, the Honey Tower is more popular, and there's not much left, but I know that this is Wilkinson's favorite, so I asked them to save one for you." "Thank you very much," said Wilkinson with a smile. Johansson looked at the menu and ordered a few dishes. He then handed the menu to Wilkinson. Wilkinson also chose a few of his favorite foods. Of course, he also chose his favorite Honey Tower. Gully quickly jotted everything down in her little notebook, then smiled and said, "It seems that Wilkinson has a good appetite today. Please wait a moment, lunch will be ready soon." After that, Gully took the menu back and left the cockpit. The cockpit was quiet again, and the two pilots were chatting. After a few minutes, Wilkinson said, "Captain Johansson, I'm going to the washroom." Johansson made an okay gesture and said, "Go. I'll take over the communication." "Thank you," said Wilkinson with a smile. He then took off his headphones, stood up, and left the driver's seat. Wilkinson opened the cockpit door and waved to a male flight attendant in the front cabin. When the flight attendant walked over, Wilkinson smiled and said, "I'm going to the washroom. I'll have to trouble you to stay in the cockpit for a while." "All right," said the flight attendant with a smile. He then walked into the cockpit, greeted Captain Johansson, and sat down in the back seat. After Wilkinson walked out of the cockpit, he smiled and nodded to the flight attendant working in the kitchen, then walked into the washroom in the front cabin. After a while, Wilkinson walked out and took a look at the kitchen. He asked with a smile, "Is this Captain Johansson's lunch?" "Yes, I am The first class flight attendant nodded and said, "If you're ready, I'll bring it in. My food will be sent in half an hour later," said Wilkinson, with a smile. Under normal circumstances, two pilots would not eat at the same time. On one hand, someone had to monitor the flight status and maintain communication with the air traffic control on the ground, so they had to concentrate on their work. On the other hand, it was also to prevent extreme situations. If there was a problem with the food, at least they wouldn't get food poisoning at the same time. "Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson," the flight attendant said with a smile. "It's no trouble at all." Wilkins smiled as he picked up his plate and said, "When you guys send me my food, you can come back and take Captain's portion." "Understood," the flight attendant said. Wilkinson walked towards the cockpit with a plate of food. No one noticed that he took out a small paper bag from his pocket and quickly poured the powder inside into Johansson's corn soup. He then stirred it a few times. Wilkinson rang the doorbell at the door of the cockpit, and Johansson quickly turned on the door switch. Wilkinson walked into the cockpit and patted the male flight attendant on the shoulder. "Buddy, thank you for your hard work." After the flight attendant left the cockpit, Wilkinson locked the door from the inside and smiled. "Mr. Captain, your lunch is here." "Oh. I'm so grateful." Johansson did not suspect that the co-pilot had brought in the food when he returned to the cockpit. It was normal. Johansson pulled out the small table in front of him and turned around to take the plate from Wilkinson. Wilkinson sat back in the front passenger seat, put on his earphones, and asked, "Mr. Johansson, how's the plane?" "Everything is normal," Johansson said. "All right, I'll take over from now on. You can enjoy a delicious lunch now," said Wilkinson with a smile. "Okay," Johansson said with a smile. He picked up his fork and started to enjoy the food. Of course, he would put down his fork and knife from time to time to drink his favorite corn soup. Time slowly passed by in peace. In the kitchen of the front cabin, a beautiful blonde flight attendant looked at the time and smiled at her companion. "It's been half an hour. I'm going to deliver food to the handsome man, Wilkinson. I wish you good luck." Her companion chuckled. The blonde flight attendant blinked at her companion and said, "Thank you." Then, she walked to the cockpit with a plate of food. At the door of the cockpit, the blonde flight attendant tidied up her hair with one hand, then showed the most charming smile she had ever been trained to. She pressed the doorbell of the cockpit, and then looked up slightly, her charming blue eyes looking at the surveillance camera above the door. There was no sound in the cockpit, and the smile on the blonde flight attendant's face was almost frozen. She felt that something was wrong and pressed the doorbell a few more times. But there was no response from the cockpit. What happened? The blonde flight attendant muttered to herself. She picked up the communication device at the door and tried to talk to the cockpit, but no one picked up. The blonde flight attendant looked even more worried. Usually, such a situation would only happen when the pilot's cabin was extremely busy and had no time to care about other things. However, the plane was currently cruising at a high altitude, and the flight had been relatively stable from beginning to end. There wasn't even a small bump. What could the two pilots in the cockpit be busy with? The blonde flight attendant didn't dare to delay. She quickly returned to the kitchen and put down the plates. Then, she found the chief flight attendant Gully and reported this strange situation to her. Gully was also confused. She tried to use her communication device to contact the cockpit, but there was no response. At this moment, another flight attendant exclaimed in a low voice, "Purser, look." Gully turned her head and saw that the LCD screen showed that the plane was slowly deviating from the scheduled route, and the altitude was also slowly decreasing. There were many LCD screens on the Airbus A350, allowing passengers to see the plane's current position, altitude, and a diagram of the virtual route. Even the real-time image of the plane's exterior captured by the tail camera could be seen by everyone. As such, the screen would immediately display the moment the plane started to deviate. However, Gully wasn't too surprised. During the actual flight, the plane might adjust the flight route and altitude level under the command of the air traffic control, or after taking the initiative to apply for approval due to the weather, airflow, and other factors. This was a very normal phenomenon. Of course, combined with the fact that she couldn't contact the cockpit, Gully couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. As the chief flight attendant of this flight, Gully didn't panic in front of her subordinates and first-class passengers. She decided to observe for a while longer. However, the result of waiting made Gully feel even more uneasy. The Qinhuang plane was no longer just deviating at a small angle. The plane's course was now in the opposite direction of the planned route. Moreover, its altitude was constantly decreasing. Although the rate of descent was not very high, this phenomenon was too abnormal. Gully knew that she couldn't wait any longer. She decided to wake up the second captain, Brooke. She picked up the cabin's communication device and connected to the pilot's lounge. Brooke, who had just fallen asleep, picked up the call in a daze. "Hello? Captain Brooke, I'm the chief flight attendant, Gully." Gully's expression was grave as she said, "The plane seems to have some problems. I would like to invite you down to take a look." Brooke didn't dare to delay and quickly said, "I'll come down immediately." Soon, the cabin door behind the cockpit was opened. Captain Brooke was buttoning up his uniform as he asked, "What happened?" "The flight seems to be very stable." Because the first-class passengers were not far away, in order to prevent the passengers from panicking, Gully slightly lowered her voice and said, "Captain Brooke, we seem to have lost contact with the cockpit." "Lost contact?" Brooke raised his eyebrows in surprise. "How is that possible?" "We tried to ring the doorbell and use the cabin's communication facilities, but we couldn't contact the cockpit." Gully said seriously, "What's worse is that the plane has deviated from the scheduled course and has been dropping in altitude." Brooke's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He quickly walked to the LCD screen and took a look. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The plane had already deviated for dozens of nautical miles, and the altitude had dropped to about 30,000 feet, and it was still falling. Brooke knew very well that their normal cruising altitude was 36,000 feet. Even if it was adjusted due to the weather or airflow, they would not have dropped so much. Captain Brooke personally went to the door of the cockpit and rang the doorbell, but there was no response. He had already realized that there might be a problem with the cockpit, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. That was, the communication problem had caused the cockpit to not hear the doorbell or the call ringtone. However, there was no explanation for the deviation and the lower height. Brooke didn't dare to think of the worst possibility. He took a deep breath and began to knock on the cockpit door. If it was a communication problem, the pilot in the cockpit would have reacted when he heard the knock. This was the last hope that Brooke was trying. However, there was still A dead silence, as if the two people in the cockpit had fallen asleep. Captain Brooks' expression changed drastically as he quickly analyzed the current situation. Now that the plane was controllable, the first possibility that could be ruled out was that both pilots had lost their abilities at the same time. Even if the pilot had lost consciousness, under normal circumstances, the aircraft's autopilot would continue to fly according to the route and altitude they had input in advance. At most, it would not respond to the adjustment instructions of the air traffic control, but it would never cause such a large magnitude of deviation and drop in altitude. It was obvious that this was man-made. Only by manually changing the autopilot's parameters would the plane have such a large deviation. If it was caused by a mechanical failure, the entire process would not have been so smooth. What was going on? The two air accidents of Malaysia Airlines and Wings of Germany quickly flashed in Captain Brooks' mind. The air accident of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 had not been finalized yet, while the air accident of Wings of Germany had been confirmed to be the co-pilot's suicide. By deliberately controlling the plane to crash into the ground, Brooks' forehead was suddenly covered in sweat, and his face became very pale. "Gully, were there any abnormalities in the cockpit before this?" asked Captain Brooke, quickly. "About 40 minutes ago, I entered the cockpit and asked the two pilots what they wanted to eat for lunch. At that time, I didn't find anything unusual. Later, I went to the back cabin," Gully said. Captain Brooke then looked at the other first-class flight attendants. The co-pilot, Mr. Wilkinson, had gone to the washroom once, one of the flight attendants said. "What? Wilkinson has left the cockpit?" Brooke cried out. The first thought that came to Brooks' mind was that there was something wrong with Captain Johansson. After the co-pilot left, he was the only one left in the cockpit. However, the flight attendant immediately said, "When Mr. Wilkinson left, he called me into the cockpit. According to the rules, I only left after he returned to the cockpit." Since the plane crash at Wings of Germany caused by the pilot's suicide, most of the world's airline companies had urgently updated a new rule, which was to always maintain 2 or more people in the cockpit. Wilkinson's actions were completely in line with the rules. Brooke was confused. He asked again, "What else is there?" When Wilkinson came out of the washroom, he brought Captain Johansson's lunch into the cockpit. Another flight attendant said, "He also told me to send his lunch in half an hour. I was delivering his lunch when I realized that I had lost contact with the cockpit. I've seen Captain Johansson's lunch before." Brooke felt that something was not right. The plane was now slowly descending to 28,000 feet. Brooks' heart was racing. He was about to knock on the door and try to get in touch with the cockpit when he suddenly saw the indicator light of the communication device next to the cockpit door flash. Then, the communication device also made a prompt sound. Brooke and Gully looked at each other. Then, Brooke stepped forward and picked up the communication device with a serious expression. "This is the cockpit." The voice of the co-pilot, Wilkinson, came out of the communication device. "Wilkinson, this is Brooke." Brooke quickly replied. What was happening? Quickly opened the cockpit door. "Captain Brooke, I have decided to end my life," said Wilkinson, calmly. Brooke felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The worst situation had happened. He quickly said, "Wilkinson, don't do anything stupid. Quickly open the cabin door." Wilkinson remained unmoved and calmly said, "Captain Brooke, I've been planning for this day for a long time. I've long lost the courage to live. My only wish is to do something earth-shattering so that all of Australia and the world will remember my name forever." Brooke's face turned pale. Such crazy words came out of Wilkinson's mouth, but he was so calm. It was clear how strong his will was. Besides, Brooke could almost tell from Wilkinson's words that this man might have already suffered from serious depression. But how did he pass the psychological assessment? What are the company's aviation doctors doing? Brooke roared in his mind. He could only try his best to calm his tone as he tried to persuade her. "Wilkinson, you must not go to the extreme. This is just a mental illness. You can recover through active treatment. Captain Brooke, don't do things in vain. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. No one can persuade me to turn back, not even God," said Wilkinson with a chuckle. "No." Brooke said in despair, "Where is Captain Johansson? What did you do to him? He's already gone to see God before us. I want to apologize to his family. He's a good old man, and he's going to retire in 3 months. I put a highly toxic drug in his lunch. I didn't want to do it, but if I didn't he'd definitely stop me." "You're crazy." Brooke felt his blood turn cold. "Even though you can't help me convey these words to Captain Johansson's family, don't you still have the black box? If they can find it at the bottom of the sea," said Wilkinson with a smile. The black box contained a cabin sound recorder that would record all the sounds in the cockpit. If the plane crashed and the rescue personnel could find the black box, Captain Johansson's family would indeed receive Wilkinson's apology. After listening to Wilkinson's words, Brooke finally realized that they were now in the middle of the vast ocean. If the plane crashed, there would basically be no corpse left. Just thinking about it was enough to make people shudder. "Don't be like this, Wilkinson," Brooke pleaded. "There are more than 200 passengers on the plane, and so many crew members. They are all innocent." From Brooke's words and expression, the crew members had already guessed the truth of the matter. Their faces were all pale and their hearts were filled with despair. "Perhaps this is God's choice." Wilkinson laughed and said, "Goodbye, Captain Brooke. Don't worry, I'll control the plane to fall into the sea smoothly. I'll try my best to make everyone feel more comfortable at the last moment." Wilkinson's words sent a chill down Brooke's spine. He cried out, "No. No. Wilkinson, I beg you, please don't." However, his pleas were of no use. Wilkins ended the call without hesitation. Brooke felt weak all over. The communication device slipped from his hand and hung on the wall, shaking weakly. "Captain Brooke, please think of something," Gully quickly called out. Brooke also came back to his senses. Now was not the time to be depressed. According to the trend, the plane would soon dive into the sea with a stable attitude, and the chance of survival was infinitely close to zero. "Call the air marshal over and tell him to bring the explosion-proof axe," Captain Brooke said decisively. "Also, pull up the curtain for the first-class cabin." In fact, Brooke had almost given up hope. With the continuous hijacking in history, aircraft manufacturers had been more and more protective of the cockpit. The cockpit door was always one-way locked, and it was so strong that it was almost impossible to open it even with small explosives, let alone an explosion-proof axe. Of course, the aircraft did not have such things. It would be difficult to open the door even if they used small explosives. Now, they were just making their last attempt. As for pulling the curtains, it was naturally to block the passenger's vision. Of course, this was better than nothing. If the explosion-proof axe was used to break the door, the noise would be heard by the passengers. In fact, even though Brooke and the flight attendants were whispering, Xia Ruofei, who was sitting in the first-class cabin, could hear everything clearly. He could even hear what Wilkins said through the communication device. Of course, Xia Ruofei had only listened attentively after he had felt that something was wrong. Hence, among all the passengers, only Xia Ruofei had almost fully understood the sudden crisis. Xia Ruofei also frowned slightly and prepared for the worst. Once the plane was about to dive into the sea, the only way to protect himself was to hide in the spirit map space. The possibility of an explosion if the plane fell into the sea was lower than if it crashed into the ground or a mountain. Hiding in the spirit map space still had a high chance of survival. It was impossible for Xia Ruofei to save everyone on the plane. He wasn't a saint, but he couldn't hide in there alone without caring about Feng Rao's life. He would have to bring Feng Rao with him, and that would mean that the secret of the spirit map space would be exposed. Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning as he quickly thought about how to get through this unexpected disaster. The Air Force, who was hidden among the passengers, quickly rushed to the front cabin after receiving the notice. After Captain Brooke briefly explained the situation, he ordered, "Use the explosion-proof axe to break down the door now." He used all his strength to slash. And he had to be fast. "We don't have much time left." The air traffic police were also in despair. They had all been professionally trained on the plane and knew that it was impossible to open the cockpit door with an explosion-proof axe. But what could he do? He could only clench his teeth and swing his axe at the cockpit door. The huge impact almost caused the axe to fly out of his hand, but it only left a shallow mark on the cockpit door. The air policeman gritted his teeth and hacked at him once again. The voice made the passengers in the first class look uneasy. Feng Jing's eyes were also filled with worry. She looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "What's going on?" Xia Ruofei gave Feng Rao a comforting smile and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Buzz. 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 The sound of hacking could be heard, but the cockpit door did not move at all. A few young flight attendants had already started sobbing. The passengers in the first-class cabin were getting restless. Finally, a middle-aged white man stood up and walked toward the cockpit. However, Captain Brooke had already arranged for the flight attendant to guard the curtain. "What happened?" the middle-aged white man asked, with a frown. Although the flight attendant was also very scared, she still squeezed out a smile and said, "Sir, there's a small problem with the cockpit door, but it doesn't affect the flight. The flight crew will fix it soon." The middle-aged white man tried to look inside, but his line of sight was blocked by the male flight attendant. The flight attendant said, "Sir, please return to your seat. Don't affect the flight crew's work." Perhaps it was because he heard that it was only a malfunction in the cockpit door. The middle-aged white man was still a little suspicious. However, he shrugged and returned to his seat. All the first-class seats were equipped with LED screens. Passengers could choose to watch movies, listen to music, or check the real-time location and status of the plane. Xia Ruofei had already noticed that the plane had been dropping in altitude and had deviated from the scheduled route. In addition, he had heard the conversation between Captain Brooke and Wilkinson in the cockpit, so he knew that the situation was far more serious than what the flight attendant had just described. Xia Ruofei knew that the only way to save the plane was to open the cockpit door as soon as possible. And the current progress didn't seem to be going well. At this thought, Xia Ruofei stood up and said to Feng Jing, "Sister Ran, I'll go ahead and take a look." "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Feng Jing nodded nervously. She was indeed a little afraid of Ying Luo. She had been on international flights countless times, but this was the first time she had encountered such a problem. However, when she saw Xia Ruofei's gaze, she immediately calmed down. "Put on your seatbelt first," Xia Ruofei said after some thought. "All right." Feng Rao did not hesitate and immediately fastened her seatbelt. Xia Ruofei strode forward and was stopped by the flight attendant. "Sir, the flight crew is dealing with a small problem with the cabin door. Please return to your seat." "I think Captain Brooke might need some help," Xia Ruofei said calmly. A strong male flight attendant blocked the path and stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes. "I don't think so. All you need to do is to sit properly and put on your seatbelt." Xia Ruofei pouted. He didn't have time to waste on this flight attendant. Of course, he wasn't angry. After all, she was just fulfilling her duty. Xia Ruofei took another step forward. The male flight attendant was on guard and reached out to block Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei gave a light push. It looked like he did not use much strength, but the 1.85-meter tall, strong male flight attendant was like a fragile straw. He stumbled and made way for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei quickly walked towards the cockpit. The male flight attendant looked at him in disbelief. He could not understand how the skinny Asian man could have such strength. However, he quickly came back to his senses and realized that he still had to fulfill his duties. He quickly chased after her and shouted, "Mister, stop. You can't go there." However, the first-class cabin was only a few steps away from the cockpit. Xia Ruofei looked like he was taking a stroll, but he was actually very fast. The male flight attendant could not catch up with him at all. Soon, Xia Ruofei arrived at the cockpit door. He saw the security officer gritting his teeth and using the axe to hack at the motionless cockpit door. His back was already drenched in sweat. Captain Brooke saw Xia Ruofei walking over and could not help but frown. "Qiao Sen, why did you ask this gentleman to come?" The male flight attendant named Qiao Sen said with a bitter face, "I'm sorry, Captain Brooke. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't," Captain Brooke said to Xia Ruofei. "Seriously, sir, we are currently dealing with an unexpected situation. Please return to your seat immediately. This place might be dangerous." "Mr. Captain," Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, "do you want me to sit in my seat and wait for Mr. Wilkinson to fall into the sea with everyone?" Captain Brooke was stunned. He stared at Xia Ruofei and asked, "You? How did you know?" "Don't tell me." Xia Ruofei said, "I don't know any Wilkinson. It's just that my hearing is better. Besides, my seat is closer to yours. That's why I heard everything." Only then did Captain Brooke feel a little more at ease. What he was most worried about was that Wilkins had other accomplices on board. Of course, he felt that the possibility of this was not high. After all, Wilkinson was about to commit suicide in a plane. How could there be so many people who would not care about their lives? Moreover, from the way Wilkinson operated, he did not need the cooperation of an accomplice at all. At least for now, it was a dead end, and there was nothing he could do. Therefore, Captain Brooke accepted Xia Ruofei's explanation. Sir, since you've heard it, please keep it a secret too. Avoid causing panic among the passengers. Captain Brooke said seriously, also, please return to your seat immediately. Don't interfere with us. Breaking the door. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, no. I think you guys really need help. If this continues, I'm afraid you won't be able to open the cockpit door even if the plane crashes into the sea. Do you have an idea? Asked Brooke with a frown. Xia Ruofei smiled and walked up to the air policeman. Please let me use the axe. Out of professional sensitivity, the air traffic police subconsciously retracted his hand and made a defensive posture. He did not hand the axe to Xia Ruofei. Captain Brooke was also hesitating because he didn't think that this thin Easterner could open the solid cockpit door. However, Xia Ruofei did not give them any time to think. He stepped forward after saying that. The air traffic police only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then his hand felt lighter. He was shocked to find that the axe in his hand was already in Xia Ruofei's hand. Please step back, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Captain Brooke motioned for everyone to make way. This was a last resort. Normally, it was impossible to let the explosion-proof axe fall into the hands of passengers. Xia Ruofei raised the axe with both hands and hacked at the cockpit door. However, he was not as strong as the air marshal, be it in terms of physical strength or momentum. Brooke muttered in his heart, I must be crazy to actually have a glimmer of hope in this Chinese man. However, the next moment made him dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei's axe seemed to have not used much strength, but the cockpit door, which was made of solid alloy, had an obvious dent. At the bottom of the dent, there was even a small crack. God, Captain Brooke and the air marshal muttered to themselves at the same time. The flight crew's hearts were filled with hope. If they could break the cockpit door, there was a high chance of saving the plane. After all, there was only Wilkinson in the cockpit. Xia Ruofei was a little depressed. He thought that the cockpit door would open when he swung the axe, because he had used all his strength in the seemingly casual swing. He had even infused his genuine qi into the axe. Even a thick steel plate would be split open by him. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the sturdiness of the cockpit door. However, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He raised his axe again. Buzz. This time, the dent on the hatch became more obvious, and the crack also expanded, revealing the internal metal structure of the hatch. That's the hatch lock. The sharp-eyed Captain Brooke said, Sir, please cut the lock. Xia Ruofei turned around and made an okay gesture. He took a deep breath and raised his axe again. Buzz. 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 Xia Ruofei slashed 3 times in a row, each time landing on the same spot. The thick alloy lock also cracked, but it still stubbornly locked the cockpit door. Xia Ruofei went up to check and turned back. Everyone, step back. Then, Xia Ruofei also took 5 or 6 steps back, almost to the curtain of the first-class cabin. As for Captain Brooke and the others, they had already retreated to the kitchen in the front cabin. They stuck their heads out and looked at Xia Ruofei nervously. Xia Ruofei threw the axe aside and rushed towards the cockpit. He picked up his speed in just a few steps. When he reached the cockpit door, he turned his body and concentrated all his qi on the back of his right shoulder. Then, he used the momentum and slammed into the cockpit door like a traditional martial arts technique. With a muffled bang, the unforgettable scene for Captain Brooke And the rest of the crew was that Xia Ruofei had slammed open the door of the Paisho's cockpit. They had seen it clearly just now. Although the alloy lock had cracks, it was far from being broken. Besides, the cockpit door was facing outwards. Xia Ruofei had actually slammed the door inwards at an angle, which meant that the other side of the strong hinge had been damaged by the crash. Brooke was the first to come back to his senses. He took the lead and rushed forward. Xia Ruofei saw that the hatch had not fallen and was slightly stunned. At this moment, Captain Brooke had already rushed over and pulled the hatch in the opposite direction. As expected, the hatch opened easily. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but blush. He had gone in the wrong direction. After the door opened, Xia Ruofei could see the situation in the cockpit clearly. On the left seat, there was an old pilot with white hair, leaning against the seat. His head was hanging down, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had long been dead. The pilot on the right should be Wilkins. He clearly did not expect the cockpit door to be broken open from the outside. He turned around to look with a dumbfounded expression. However, Wilkinson quickly regained his composure. He did not panic but picked up a crossbow beside him. Xia Ruofei had come into contact with this type of crossbow before when he was serving in the special forces. This type of crossbow fired steel balls. The strongest ones could even penetrate steel plates at close range. Xia Ruofei sensed a hint of danger, but the anxious Captain Brooke was already in front of him. He could not rush over to grab the crossbow immediately. He was only half a beat too slow, and Wilkinson had already raised the crossbow. However, his target was not Captain Brooke or Xia Ruofei, who was behind him. With a crazy smile on his face, Wilkinson aimed his crossbow at the windshield in front of him and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Brooke's expression changed drastically, as if he had just seen the scariest scene in the world. He shouted, "No! No!" It was Wilkinson. "Stop!" However, it was too late. The steel balls shot out of Wilkinson's crossbow and hit the windshield. The windshield, which was known for its strength and safety, immediately cracked. Wilkinson's actions were extremely crazy. In such a small space, the steel ball would definitely bounce off. No one knew who would be hit by the irregular reflection. He was sitting very close to it, so he should be in the most dangerous position. The reason why Brooke reacted so strongly was that he was even more afraid than when Wilkinson shot at him directly. This was because, as a senior captain, he had already figured out the purpose of Wilkinson's crazy actions at the first possible moment. Wilkinson wanted to break the windshield. At this time, the plane was more than 20,000 feet in the air. The internal of the plane was pressurized and basically maintained at standard atmospheric pressure. The air outside the cabin was very thin, so the difference in pressure between the inside and outside was huge. The plane was now like a balloon, but the walls of the balloon were very strong. If the windshield was broken, it would be equivalent to the balloon being punctured, and the air inside the cabin would leak out at high speed through the hole. If a balloon were to encounter such a situation, it would naturally explode with a bang. If a plane encountered such an explosive loss of pressure, the hole would also be torn open. Then, the lack of oxygen at a high altitude and low temperature would be absolutely fatal to the people in the cabin. The speed of the plane was about 700 to 800 kilometers per hour. If it was exposed to the outside of the cabin, it would be equivalent to a low temperature of -10 degrees Celsius. at 700 to 800 kilometers per hour, and there was no windshield. One could only imagine the situation. Of course, under normal circumstances, the windshield was very safe. The windshield had a total of 3 layers. The outermost layer was heat-tempered glass, and the middle and inner layers were chemically strengthened glass. Each layer of glass was glued together by a layer of polyethylene and polyethylene. Under normal circumstances, the cockpit windshield could withstand 5 times the maximum internal and external pressure difference of the aircraft. Even if one layer of the structure, such as the inner or middle layer, was damaged, the cockpit windshield could still withstand 2 times the maximum pressure difference, which was very safe. However, Wilkinson was obviously an expert in this field. The powerful crossbow in his hand was actually a continuous shot, and the windshield was right in front of him, so he did not hesitate to pull the trigger continuously. The high-speed, powerful steel ball hit the same spot continuously, and soon the inner and outer glass began to crack. Such an extreme situation was definitely not considered when the aircraft was designed, so even the cockpit windshield, which could withstand the impact of birds or hailstones at high speed, was so fragile under the shooting of powerful crossbow guns. The whole process was very complicated to describe. In fact, it only took 2 to 3 seconds. Even before Xia Ruofei could fully react, Wilkinson had already fired at least 6 or 7 steel balls. Wilkinson's determination was too firm. In the despairing eyes of Captain Brooke, there was a bang in the cockpit. It was as if a small bomb had exploded in the cockpit. Then, the entire right side of the windshield disappeared. The crazy Wilkins also caused the air in the cabin to leak out at a high speed through the gap, sucking everything in the cabin that was not fixed in place. The determined Wilkinson did not put on his seat belt at all, so he was immediately sucked out through the gap in the windshield by the airflow. At this time, the plane's cruise speed had reached about Mach 0.8, which was equivalent to 800 to 900 kilometers per hour. Therefore, after Wilkinson was sucked out of the cabin, he instantly disappeared. Such a tragic death really made people tremble all over. Just how crazy was he to do such a thing to himself? In fact, Brooke and Xia Ruofei, who were at the door of the cockpit, could not estimate Wilkinson's strength at all. This was because the moment the windshield shattered, everything in the cabin that was not fixed in place, including the flight manuals and other things, flew all over the sky and were all sucked out through the hole. Even the right side of the bridge was deformed by the high-speed airflow. The entire cockpit was filled with the whistling of the air, and no other sound could be heard. Without safety belts, Xia Ruofei and Brooke were also sucked towards the entrance of the cave. Xia Ruofei circulated his essential qi and quickly stabilized his body as if he was rooted to the ground. But the 40-year-old Captain Brooke was in a very bad state. One of the steel balls had hit his left arm, and blood was gushing out. He couldn't use any strength in his arm, and his bones were probably injured. The moment the glass shattered, he was sucked over involuntarily, and his right shoulder hit the back of the passenger seat heavily. If not for Xia Ruofei's quick reaction to grab his leg, he would have followed in Wilkinson's footsteps. As for the flight attendants and air traffic police behind Xia Ruofei, they were also blown away. As the cockpit door had been destroyed, the entire cockpit was actually connected to the passenger cabin at the back. Therefore, the back cabin was also in a mess. As the air pressure plummeted, the oxygen masks in the passenger cabin drooped down in an instant. Coupled with the violent trembling of the plane, many passengers could not help but scream loudly. After the high-pressure air in the cabin quickly leaked out, the internal and external pressure difference reached an equilibrium. At this time, the air in the cabin was already very thin. The cold wind poured in from the hull, and the wind whistled in the entire cockpit. In addition to the tearing of the high-pressure airflow just now, it seemed that the aircraft's autopilot system had been damaged. The plane shook violently without anyone controlling it. After a brief moment of shock, Captain Brooke quickly came back to his senses. He struggled to stand up and took a risk to step into the co-pilot seat. Fortunately, the pressure difference between the inside and outside had been balanced, and the terrifying suction force was no longer present. On the contrary, the cold air was pouring in from the hull, and he was not in danger of being sucked out. The plane was still at an altitude of more than 20,000 feet. The air was very thin and the oxygen content was extremely low. In this case, it would only take 10 seconds to dozens of seconds for the person to fall into a coma due to the lack of oxygen in the brain. By then, the plane would really be beyond saving. Therefore, Captain Brooke's first thought was to quickly lower the altitude so that the oxygen concentration in the cabin could barely maintain the human body's needs. The control stick of the Airbus was similar to a game stick, located on both sides of the window. As soon as Brooke sat down, he grabbed the control stick and pushed it forward, trying to lower the plane's altitude. However, the moment he exerted his strength, he couldn't help but cry out in pain, and large beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. "You take control." Just as Brooke pushed the control stick forward, he felt a bone-deep pain in his arm. His hand trembled, and the plane shook violently. It turned out that during the explosive loss of pressure, Captain Brooke's right shoulder had hit the back of the passenger seat heavily, and his bone had been injured. Brooke's courage was also triggered. He shouted, "Fakak! Fark off!" He pushed the control stick forward while enduring the pain. The plane finally shakily changed its attitude and began to lower its altitude with the nose facing down. Captain Brooke immediately realized that this was also very dangerous because the plane's speed would become faster and faster. At this time, the windshield was broken, and the body of the plane had been damaged to a certain extent. The faster the speed, not only would the wind speed in the cockpit become higher, but it could also exceed the maximum load the plane could bear, causing the structure of the plane to collapse and disintegrate in the air. Therefore, the experienced Captain Brooke immediately wanted to reduce the aircraft's thrust, which was to slow down the throttle. The plane's throttle was manually operated. Between the two pilots, Captain Brooke was sitting in the right co-pilot seat with his right hand on the control stick. He subconsciously wanted to reach out his left hand to stop the throttle, but he found that his left hand didn't listen to him at all. It turned out that his left arm had been hit by the bouncing steel ball and had been fractured. It was just that he was in an extremely tense situation and did not feel the pain at all. Captain Brooke looked at his right arm and couldn't help but curse again. He then shouted, "Sir, please pull the gas lever back a little. My left arm is broken." "Okay." Xia Ruofei immediately replied loudly. He leaned over and pulled the gas lever back to about half the thrust. Captain Brooke shouted, "It's done. Thank you." Then, Brooke turned around and said, "Where are the pilots? Come and take over my work." After saying this, Captain Brooke immediately realized that he had been spouting nonsense. Apart from the half-crippled captain, who else was there? This flight crew was equipped with 2 captains and a co-pilot. Now, the in-charge captain, Johansson, had gone to see God, and the co-pilot, Wilkins, had directly started a 20,000-foot wireless bungee jump. His body should have fallen into the sea by now if he was lucky enough not to be sucked into the plane's engine and be crushed to pieces. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any, because the two engines of the plane were still working normally. Then, Captain Brooks suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. He knew that in his current state, it was impossible for him to fly the plane. Both of his hands were basically disabled. His right hand, which was slightly injured, could not exert much strength. Moreover, the pain was coming in waves. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for a while. The plane's autopilot system was already damaged, and they were now on the vast sea. They didn't know where the nearest airport to land. If they wanted to fly manually the entire time, find the airport, and land successfully, the possibility of this was infinitely close to zero. In the final stage of the plane's landing, it was necessary to have precise control of the plane's attitude. It might take a few seconds to make a dozen or 20 fine adjustments. A slight shake of his hand would cause the plane's attitude to deviate greatly. With the current condition of his right hand, even if someone cooperated with him to control the accelerator, it would be impossible for him to successfully land. A look of despair appeared in Brooks' eyes. Naturally, Xia Ruofei also quickly noticed Captain Brooks' situation. He thought for a while and said loudly, "Mr. Captain, I once served in the Chinese Air Force and have some flying knowledge. I wonder if I can help you." Xia Ruofei lied. He was not actually serving in the Air Force. He was serving in the Lone Wolf Special Forces. Due to the special nature of the task force, Xia Ruofei had indeed gone through preliminary flight training. However, he had mainly been trained on transport helicopters and attack helicopters. Moreover, this kind of training was to deal with the pilot's accidents in an environment behind the enemy's rear. It was only an emergency measure. Therefore, the training they had received was not as systematic as that of professional pilots. It was basically a crash course. The entire training period was less than a month. As for the fixed-wing aircraft, whether it was a jet fighter or a propeller transport aircraft, Xia Ruofei had never come into contact with them. The flying principle and landing method of a helicopter and a fixed-wing aircraft were completely different. In fact, Xia Ruofei was a complete rookie in flying. However, under the current circumstances, Xia Ruofei could only bite the bullet. Otherwise, there was no way to save the plane. If he stood up, there might still be a glimmer of hope. As Xia Ruofei thought about it, he lost confidence. However, Xia Ruofei's words made Captain Brooks' eyes light up. He quickly said, "Good. You take a seat immediately. By the way, you can take the captain's seat on the left. The plane isn't on autopilot now, so I can't let go." After saying that, Captain Brooks turned around and said loudly, "Gully. Find a few people to move Captain Johansson out of here." Captain Johnson had been poisoned to death a long time ago. Fortunately, he had been wearing a seat belt when he was alive, so during the explosion, he was firmly fixed in his seat. At least, he did not die without a corpse. However, after Brooks said that, Gully and the air traffic police, who were squeezed in front of the cockpit door, were dumbfounded. They couldn't hear what Brooks said at all. At this moment, the wind was howling in the cockpit. They could only see Brooks and Xia Ruofei's mouths opening and closing. Especially Captain Brooke, his facial muscles were constantly trembling and deformed under the strong wind. He looked a little funny. Brooke didn't notice that. He and Xia Ruofei could communicate normally in such an environment. With Xia Ruofei's hearing, it was no problem for her to hear what he said. When Xia Ruofei spoke, she used her true energy to form a thread and sent it into Brooke's ear. There was no other way. The other party couldn't hear him if he spoke normally. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei also knew what the problem was. He temporarily acted as the mouthpiece and turned around. Captain Brooke said to ask you to move Captain Johansson's body out immediately and settle it down properly. Gully and the air traffic police heard this and quickly nodded in agreement. The air marshal squeezed into the cockpit, unbuckled Captain Johansson's seat belt, and then carefully moved his body out of the cockpit. Xia Ruofei quickly took the captain's seat. Brooke saw this and said loudly, "Sir, is there a problem with you taking over the plane?" Xia Ruofei was speechless. There was a problem. There was simply too much of a problem. "Captain Brooke, what should I do?" he asked weakly. "What type of aircraft have you flown before?" asked Brooke. "Transport helicopter." Xia Ruofei scratched his head. Hearing this, Captain Brooke almost vomited blood. "Did God send you here to play with me? Transport helicopters and large jets have nothing to do with each other, okay?" However, under such circumstances, did he have any other choice? No matter what, it was better than watching the plane crash, right? Brooke calmed down and said, "It doesn't matter. The basic operation of the plane is not complicated. Besides, I'm here." "Sir, please take over the control of the driver's seat and gently push the handle forward. Keep the nose of the plane facing down slightly. Also, pull the accelerator handle back a little. We're going too fast. There's a rudder under your feet, so you don't have to adjust the direction for now. Our top priority is to immediately descend." "All right," Xia Ruofei said. He retracted the accelerator with his right hand and placed his left hand on the control stick. "You'll do the next part." They talked with Captain Brooke. "Understood." Xia Ruofei replied loudly. On the other side, Brooke was grimacing in pain as he let go of his hand. After a while, he was already feeling unbearable pain. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Xia Ruofei felt the control stick in his hand sink a little. He quickly held it tightly and pushed it forward gently. "Don't move too much, take it back a little," Captain Brooke shouted. Xia Ruofei quickly pulled the control stick back a little. The electronic feedback of the plane was quite sensitive. A slight movement of the control stick in his hand would cause the plane to make an obvious attitude adjustment. Soon, Xia Ruofei had a rough idea of how to get in. The plane was finally descending at a relatively safe speed. Captain Brooke heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at the instrument in front of him and paid close attention to the altitude, speed, and other parameters of the plane. Xia Ruofei asked as he focused on controlling the plane, "Captain Brooke, is there anything else I should be careful of?" Captain Brooke thought for a moment and said, "If possible, please inform the passengers to calm down and make sure that everyone is wearing an oxygen mask." The air was very thin now, and the cabin was in a state of extreme oxygen deficiency. If the passengers did not put on an oxygen mask at the first moment, it could cause brain damage. As for the cockpit, he couldn't care less. Both of Captain Brooke's hands were basically disabled and he could not put on an oxygen mask. As for Xia Ruofei, he did not have any free hands at all. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had not received any professional training. He was afraid that he would not be able to put on an oxygen mask. Therefore, Captain Brooke did not mention wearing a mask. He could only hope that the plane's altitude would drop quickly to increase the oxygen content in the air so that it would not be affected. In fact, he was overthinking. Even if he fainted due to lack of oxygen, Xia Ruofei would be fine. The body of a cultivator was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Okay. Xia Ruofei nodded. He didn't use the cabin's communication device because he didn't know how to use it, and also because he probably wouldn't be able to hear the call in such a howling environment. He might as well shout. Xia Ruofei turned around and shouted, "Purser! The purser! Come over here!" Gully heard Xia Ruofei's shout and rushed into the cockpit. She was stunned when she saw Xia Ruofei sitting in the captain's seat. However, since it was Captain Brooke's decision, she naturally would not ask Jia. In fact, the cabin was in a mess, and she did not have the energy to care so much. Xia Ruofei turned around and told her about Captain Brooke's request. Gully nodded and said, "No problem. The crew members are already instructing the passengers to wear oxygen masks and comforting them." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said to Captain Brooke, I have a friend in first class. I hope she can come to the cockpit. Don't worry. I just want her to stay by my side. She won't affect the flight." Brooke only hesitated for a moment before he nodded in agreement. Normally, ordinary passengers were not allowed to enter the cockpit during the flight. However, it was a critical moment now. The entire plane was counting on Xia Ruofei. Captain Brooke would not be so rigid. Xia Ruofei saw this and quickly said to Gully, "Purser, my friend is in first class. Please call her to the cockpit. Captain Brooke has agreed to it." Gully looked at Brooke and saw him nodding. She said, "All right, please wait a moment." The reason why Xia Ruofei asked Feng Rao to come to the cockpit was to prepare for the worst. If the plane couldn't land safely, or if there was an accident that couldn't be saved, he would have to hide in the spirit map space immediately. Feng Rao would have to be in the cockpit too, so he could bring her into the spirit map space in the shortest time. As for the other passengers and crew members on the plane, Xia Ruofei could not care less if they were in danger. He was a human, not a god. Xia Ruofei told Gully Feng Jing's seat number, and then she left the cockpit. Captain Brooke turned to Xia Ruofei and said, "We can't communicate with the ground now, so we have to set the answering machine to 7700. This is the emergency code. After the ground radar recognizes it, it will know that our plane is in an emergency." "No problem," Xia Ruofei said, "you teach me how to operate it. I'll set it up." There were many meters and buttons in the cockpit of the Airbus. If it was his first time here, he would probably feel dizzy just looking at it. Fortunately, there was an experienced pilot like Brooke. Although his arm was injured, his brain was still working. Under Brooke's guidance, Xia Ruofei slowly set the code of the answering machine to 7700. Brooke heaved a sigh of relief. If the drone had not malfunctioned, then the air traffic control should have known that his plane had an accident. One had to know that the plane was already very far off course. If they accidentally entered a no-fly zone or the airspace of a certain country, they could really be shot down. At the very least, the danger in this aspect had been reduced by a lot. Of course, the most important thing was to lower the altitude as soon as possible. The second was to determine the location of the aircraft as soon as possible and contact the ground. Just as Xia Ruofei set the code for the answering machine, a worried Feng Jing entered the cockpit under Guli's lead. The passenger cabin was in a mess. The cries and prayers of the passengers, as well as the whistling of the strong wind that poured into the cabin, were mixed together. The cockpit door was damaged, and the wind from the broken windshield blew directly into the passenger cabin. The first-class cabin was slightly better. There were not many passengers, and the quality of the passengers was higher. Under the advice of the flight attendants, they could still sit in their seats quietly. Of course, they were also scared pale, and many of them kept crossing their hands in front of their chests and praying. Feng Jing was more worried about Xia Ruofei's safety since he had not returned. At this moment, the purser Guli walked over and whispered in her ear that her friend was in the cockpit and asked her to go with her. She immediately stood up and followed Guli to the cockpit. Feng Rao was even more shocked when she arrived at the cockpit. In the co-pilot seat, Brooke's arm was covered in blood. The windshield in front of him had disappeared, leaving only a large hole in it where strong winds kept pouring in. The cockpit was in a mess, and the instrument panel on the co-pilot's side had been opened. What made Feng Jing's heart jump was that the person flying the plane was Xia Ruofei. When did this guy learn how to fly a plane? Also, are there no more pilots on the plane? Feng Jing, suddenly, felt as if her entire world had collapsed. Xia Ruofei was focused on lowering the plane's altitude. He didn't have the time to talk to Feng Jing, so he turned around and said, "Quickly sit down on the seat behind me and fasten your seat belt. Purser, please help her put on the oxygen mask." The seat behind him was the closest to him. Once the plane lost control and was about to crash, Xia Ruofei only needed a thought to bring Feng Rao into the spirit map space. Feng Rao sat down in the seat behind Xia Ruofei with a confused expression. With the help of the chief flight attendant Guli, she fastened her seat belt and put on the oxygen mask. The plane swooped down quickly. Although the thrust had been reduced, the space velocity was still increasing. The entire plane was shaking as if it could disintegrate at any time. The altitude displayed by the altitude meter was also dropping rapidly, and the oxygen content in the cabin was naturally gradually increasing. When the altitude indicator reached 10,000 feet, which was about 3,000 meters, Brooke finally let out a sigh of relief. He shouted, "Xia! Now, try to maintain this height. Reduce the speed appropriately." "All right," Xia Ruofei said. He focused on controlling the control stick and slowly adjusted the plane's attitude to a level flight. At the same time, according to Brooke's suggestion, he continued to slow down the throttle a little. The space velocity that had been increasing due to the dive just now also began to slowly decrease. After the speed dropped, the airflow from the hole formed by the shattered windshield naturally wasn't as strong as before. The noise in the cockpit also decreased. At this moment, Brooke could basically confirm that the plane and the passengers were temporarily safe. He then tried to contact the ground and determine the location of his plane. Because many of the instruments on the co-pilot's side had been damaged in the explosion, Brooke was unable to determine the plane's position through the global satellite positioning system. However, he knew that the air traffic control on the ground must have noticed the abnormality from the moment the plane deviated to the sudden descent. Therefore, it should be fine if he called directly on the Civil Aviation Emergency Channel. Brooke called out through the emergency channel, "Mayday! Mayday! Mayday! Flight QF-108. Flight QF-108. We've encountered a hijacking incident. Currently, our body is damaged and the cabin has lost pressure due to an explosion. Requesting ground radar assistance." Brooke first used 3 consecutive Maydays to announce the flight's state of emergency. Then, he clearly reported the flight number and briefly reported the situation. He was worried that the communication system would be damaged. Fortunately, he received a response from his headphones very soon. Although it was not very clear due to the loud noise, and the sound was intermittent, the communication was not cut off, which made Brooke feel a lot more at ease. QF-108, report your altitude and speed. The sound of the air pipe was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, and sometimes it reached Brooke's ears. Brooke quickly glanced at the altitude and airspeed meters in front of him, which were still working normally. He reported the current altitude and speed to the air traffic controller and asked, "We're requesting to land at the nearest airport. May I know where we are now?" Due to the loud noise in the cockpit and the intermittent air, to ground communication function, Captain Brooke only heard a few words but did not get any useful information. He had no choice but to say, "I didn't hear you clearly, please repeat it." QF-108. The officer repeated, but Brooke still couldn't hear him clearly. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Xia Ruofei was also wearing his headphones. His hearing was much better than Brooke's and he could basically hear what the officer was saying. Hence, Xia Ruofei turned around and said loudly, "Captain Brooke, I heard from the other side that we are in the Auckland Information Region. Now we have 2 options, one is to fly to the Wei Nation, and the other is to fly to Saipan. The distance is about the same, and the officer said that we should make our own decision." Captain Brooke often flew on this route, so he could roughly determine the location of the plane. Of course, since Wilkinson had deliberately deviated the plane from the route, Brooke's judgment might not be very accurate, but only a rough area. Fortunately, with the guidance of the ground radar, the plane would not lose its direction in the vast sea. Captain Brooke thought quickly and finally made a decision, considering that QSO had a base at Saipan Airport, which might be relatively convenient for ground coordination. In addition, he was relatively more familiar with Saipan Airport. "We've decided to force Saipan to surrender." QF-108? Captain Brooke said decisively, "Please provide us with radar guidance. In addition, due to the loss of cabin pressure, we request to maintain a height of 10,000 feet. Xia Ruofei heard intermittent voices from his earphones. QF-108. Agreed to maintain 10,000 feet. I will guide you back to the route to Saipan. Please turn left to 150. Xia Ruofei saw that Brooke was trying his best to press on his headphones and was dumbfounded. He knew that he must not have heard what the other party said. Hence, he acted as a mouthpiece again and repeated the administrator's words. Please confirm the order. Maintain a distance of 10,000 feet and turn left to 150. QF-108. Brooke repeated the officer's order. Your retelling is correct, the administrator said. Understood, QF-108. The order was short this time and Brooke responded quickly. Then, he started to guide Xia Ruofei on how to use the control stick and the steering wheel to turn the plane. The turning of the plane seemed simple. It was just stepping on the rudder or turning the control stick. Both methods could make the plane turn, but in fact, if only the control stick was used to control the ailerons to make the plane turn, the plane would tilt. However, the direction of the nose was actually not turned, so the whole turning process was very slow and the resistance was particularly large. If only the rudder was used to control it, the nose of the plane would suddenly turn without the fuselage tilting, and the direction of the airflow on the wings would change drastically. The lift would drop, and the force on the fuselage would increase, which would lead to the rapid descent of the plane. The correct way to do this was to coordinate the control stick and the rudder so that the aircraft would tilt and turn at the same time. Only in this way could the aircraft draw a smooth, round, and perfect curve in the air without any change in height. To an experienced pilot, this might be an instinctive action. However, to a rookie like Xia Ruofei, it was very difficult. Hence, after Brooke had explained the way to turn the corner to Xia Ruofei, he did not have much hope for Xia Ruofei's operation. He did not expect stability or perfection. It would be good as long as he could turn the corner. Xia Ruofei was indeed a little flustered at the beginning. Either he pushed the rudder too hard and the control stick didn't work well, or the control stick turned and the rudder didn't keep up. The plane's height fluctuated up and down as it turned. However, Xia Ruofei's learning ability was also very strong after he had cultivated the great Dao arts. He mastered it very quickly, especially in events that required a high level of physical coordination. After a while, Xia Ruofei had figured it out. During the next turn, the plane tilted slightly to the left and the nose turned left. The plane drew an arc in the air and the altitude meter maintained the same number throughout the entire process. Brooke couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. This talent for learning was too strong. This simple turning action might take a pilot several hours of practice and still not be so perfect. However, Xia Ruofei had only used 1 or 2 minutes and already had the feeling of a veteran pilot. If not for Xia Ruofei's previous performance as a complete newbie who knew almost nothing about passenger planes, Brooke would have thought that Xia Ruofei was joking. She was just an experienced pilot. Brooke quickly recovered from the shock as they had arrived at 140. He quickly said, "Xia, we'll start slowly leveling the plane now." Actually, there was no need for Brooke's reminder. Xia Ruofei had already reduced the slope, turned slowly. The traffic control requested for the plane to change course 150. He definitely could not wait until course 150 to take action. The plane needed a response time to change from a turn to a direct flight. By then, it would definitely turn around. If the plane was controlled on autopilot, the whole process would definitely be quite smooth and accurate. When it reached course 150, the plane would just turn straight. The people in the plane would not feel the change that was too big or too rapid. However, if it was manually operated by a pilot, it would naturally not be as precise as computer control. There would be some left and right adjustments. However, Xia Ruofei's turn seemed to be on an autopilot. When the plane reached 150, the plane's attitude became flat and it started to fly in this direction. Brooke was even more surprised. He would rather believe that this was a blind cat that had found a dead rat. Otherwise, it was too shocking. For a rookie who had only been in contact with transport helicopters to be able to fly a large jet to this extent, Brooke believed that even if he was not injured and was personally piloting the plane, this was probably the best he could do. The next flight would be under the guidance of the air traffic control. During this period, 2 air traffic control areas were switched. Along the way, the air traffic control along the way placed this aircraft, which had declared a state of emergency, as the first row. They cleared the airspace early, and the route was smooth and unobstructed. Brooke also got in touch with Kweohang Base in Saipan. When the flight deviated from the route from the radar, Kinduston received the news immediately. It could be said that the entire company was worried. Now that they had finally contacted each other, and although the plane was damaged, there were no casualties, it could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. Chinba also quickly took action, coordinating with Saipan's airport, customs, inspection, and quarantine, hospitals, and other aspects. Saipan Airport had also transferred other planes to clear the airspace for Flight QF-108. Throughout the flight, Brooke had to admit that Xia Ruofei was a genius at flying. It could be said that he had learned the manual control of the plane from scratch. However, he was so fast that it was shocking. Xia Ruofei's progress could be seen with every turn and altitude adjustment of the plane. As the plane approached Saipan Airport, an area was drawn out on the ground for the plane to drain oil. The flight was heading for Australia. It was not even halfway through the flight, and there was still a large amount of aviation oil in the fuel tank. If it landed directly, the plane's landing gear and structure might be damaged. Especially when the pilot was a rookie who had never received 1 minute of training on an empty plane, a heavy landing would be even more dangerous. Fortunately, there was an experienced captain, Brooke, on the plane. Although he could not control the plane due to his arm injury, he could take on the task of air-to-ground communication and give Xia Ruofei guidance at any time. Hence, the entire process of releasing the oil went very smoothly. After some calculations, Captain Brooke decided to release 10 tons of aviation oil. This number was less than the theoretical number. Considering that Xia Ruofei had no flying experience, Captain Brooke did not dare to expect a successful landing. Since he was planning to go back, he naturally had to leave some aviation oil. Soon, the plane gradually descended under the command of the air traffic controller. This time, the landing did not follow the standard entry procedures, because the ground already knew the current condition of the plane. At the same time, the other planes had been directed to hover in different airspace, so everything was naturally simple. Under Captain Brooke's constant reminder and guidance, Xia Ruofei gradually approached Saipan Airport. Brooke's heart was in his mouth as well. It was finally time to test if Xia Ruofei was a true flying genius. After the plane entered the approach phase, Brooke was obviously nervous. This was because there would be more and more operations in the plane, and it would become more and more complicated. Even an experienced pilot would feel great pressure to complete the entire landing without the help of the automatic system. Strictly speaking, Xia Ruofei was not a pilot at all. Although Xia Ruofei's talent had amazed Brooke in the flight just now, Brooke had not even touched a simulator before. It was simply a fantasy to fly such a huge passenger plane to the ground. If it wasn't for the flight just now that gave Brooke a little confidence in Xia Ruofei, he might have already lost all hope. Brooke was extremely nervous and kept reminding Xia Ruofei. Under Xia Ruofei's control, the plane passed through the clouds and they could see the blue sea below. To Feng Jing, who was sitting behind Xia Ruofei, this feeling was even more terrifying. Anyone who had been on a plane before would know that when a plane was flying above the clouds, even though they knew that the white clouds could not hold the plane, they would still feel a sense of security. After emerging from the clouds, they saw the boundless ocean below. Looking down from the sky, the ocean seemed to be still and unmoving. Moreover, the deep blue made it seem extremely deep, like a bottomless abyss. Feng Rao had been clenching her fists ever since she entered the cockpit. It was as if doing so would help Xia Ruofei exert more strength. Her state of mind had gone from the uneasiness she felt in the first-class cabin to calmness. She felt that everything was arranged by fate. If she were to die here, at least she would be with Xia Ruofei. They were so close to each other in their last moments, which was a great comfort to her. From Feng Rao's seat, she had to lean out slightly to see Xia Ruofei's side profile. She maintained this position the entire time. Xia Ruofei was very focused when he was flying the plane. He was like a magnet that attracted Feng Jing's attention. And his resolute side profile seemed to give Feng Jing a great sense of security. Xia, there's another turn in front, and we'll be at the 5th side of the airport. Brooke said, let's lower the landing gear first. All right. Xia Ruofei said calmly. Then, he reached out to pull down the landing gear. After a while, the 3 green lights on the landing gear lit up. Brooke also let out a sigh of relief. If there was another problem with the landing gear, it would really be a case of a leaking roof and a rainy night. Xia, let's carry out the landing inspection. Brooke said. Okay. Xia Ruofei said to Brooke. Brooke leaned forward and tried. The pain in his arm made him groan. He frowned and thought for a while. Then said, "Ma'am, please come over and take out the clip in front of me." Originally, the landing inspection of the 350 aircraft was carried out one by one on the flight computer. After each confirmation, it would be ticked. But now, many functions of the flight computer were out of use. Fortunately, they also backed up paper inspection forms in a folder in front of the pilot. The folder had been inserted into a small gap, so it had not been sucked out of the plane by the high-speed airflow. Now that they were flying at a much lower altitude and speed, the noise in the cabin was not as loud as before. They could still communicate normally if they were a little louder. Please wait. Feng Rao nodded. She unbuckled her seat belt, stood up, and walked to Brooke's side. The windshield on the other side had disappeared, leaving a big hole. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but remind her, "Sister Che, be careful." Feng Rao smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Don't worry." With one hand on the back of Brooke's seat, she leaned out and took out the folder with the other hand. "Madam, please flip to the floor check up report and read it out for me to verify," Brooke said. Originally, the landing inspection form needed to be confirmed by 2 pilots, but now they could only do it in an emergency. Of course, Brooke would be more careful. Okay. As an elite who had just returned from abroad, Feng Jing naturally had no problem with English. She quickly flipped to the page with the check up report and began to cooperate with Brooke. After the check, Brooke said, "Madam, thank you very much. Now, please return to your seat and fasten your seat belt." All right. After Feng Jing sat back in the seat behind Xia Ruofei, Brooke said, "Xia, I'll tell you about the situation at Saipan Airport. Saipan is located in the northern Mariana Islands between the Pacific Ocean and the Philippine Sea. It belongs to the subtropical marine climate, with abundant rainfall. According to my experience, Saipan often has heavy rain in a short time and a small area. Because the area is very small, it is difficult for aircraft radar to observe it. Sometimes, even towers can't observe it with the naked eye, so it will cause some trouble for flight." Xia Ruofei nodded as he focused on controlling the plane. If this sudden heavy rain causes us to be unable to keep an eye on the runway, Brooke continued, we have to make a decisive turn. After all, your flying experience. After all, you've never controlled the plane to land. At this point, Brooke had a very strange feeling. Understood. Xia Ruofei nodded. Also, Saipan Airport only has one runway suitable for a large jet to land. Brooke said, we're about to land in the opposite direction, which is runway 25. This runway is 2,652 meters long. It's a short runway for the Airbus 350, so, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's why you have to be decisive when you land. The landing point should be as forward as possible. If the plane is flat and misses the landing point, you have to push the gas pedal to the toga position and fly back. I've remembered everything you've just said. Brooke nodded. Don't be nervous when you're operating it. I'll guide you throughout the process. At this point, Brooke looked at the meter and said, it's higher than the slide. Reduce the thrust a little. A downward slide referred to the flight path of the aircraft relative to the ground when the aircraft was approaching and landing. The closer the aircraft was to the runway entrance, the lower its altitude would be. This flight path was called a downward slide. As an experienced captain, even without the assistance of electronic equipment, Brooke could quickly judge the state of the plane. Xia Ruofei immediately made the necessary adjustments. The plane's altitude was getting lower and lower. At this time, Ta Tai's voice came through the headset. QF-108, runway 25 is ready for landing. Fire engines and ambulances are all in place. QF-108 received. Brooke said, if the landing doesn't go well, we hope to maintain the course, raise the altitude, and fly again. QF-108 agreed. Return flight height of 3,000 feet. Ta Tai immediately replied. Understood. Take off at 3,000 feet, QF-108. Brooke said. After ending the last call with Ta Tai, Brooke turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Xia, relax. Just treat it as a flying simulation game. Xia Ruofei was not nervous at all because he was fully focused on controlling the plane. As the altitude dropped, the airflow became more and more chaotic, which caused a lot of trouble for the hand-controlled aircraft. Xia Ruofei had to adjust the plane's attitude at all times. Of course, there was an advantage to manual operation from the beginning. After more than an hour of actual combat practice, Xia Ruofei had some experience in operating the plane. This was undoubtedly helpful for the more complicated landing operations. Due to the hole in the cockpit, the sound of the engine was louder than usual. Brooke's breathing was getting heavier and heavier, and he was quite nervous. I can see the track. Brooke looked ahead and shouted, Xia. The plane's position is not bad now. Keep it up. Remember, after entering the runway, you have to pull the lever slightly to set the plane in a landing position. All right. Xia Ruofei said. His left hand clenched the control stick, constantly making fine adjustments, while his right hand was on the gas pedal. Brooke observed the situation outside the cabin and looked at the flight meter from time to time, constantly reminding Xia Ruofei. The speed is too high. Lower the thrust a little. The course has deviated to the left. Adjust it a little, there are too many adjustments. Don't make too big of a move. As the altitude continued to drop, the demand for precision in the control of the aircraft became higher. Even though Xia Ruofei's learning ability was far better than ordinary people, he still felt that it was more difficult now. The plane was like a naughty child, sometimes left and sometimes right. Sometimes fast and sometimes slow, just like a drunkard. The runway in front of him was also sometimes left. And sometimes right. Brooke sighed in his heart and said to himself, this definitely won't work. He quickly calculated the amount of gas and said to Xia Ruofei, Xia, don't be in a hurry to land on our first try. Follow the landing procedure I just taught you and simulate it at an altitude of about 300 feet. Pay attention to control the plane to aim at the runway. Xia Ruofei's forehead was already covered in sweat. He nodded and said, that's good, but I don't have much confidence now. Brooke nodded and immediately said to Tatai, QF 108, request for a low altitude pass. Tatai also understood the situation on the plane and immediately replied, I agree. 600 feet. 500 feet. 400 feet. The plane's altitude was getting lower and lower, and its speed was also slowly decreasing. However, Xia Ruofei was still unable to control the plane perfectly. With the same range of operation, the closer the plane got to the runway, the greater the deviation. He kept adjusting and adjusting, but in the end, the plane still deviated from the runway. Okay, let's say the runway is right below us, 50 feet away, Brooke said. 40 feet. 30 feet. Start. Pulling the lever slightly and lowering the thrust. Xia Ruofei operated the plane according to Brooke's instructions. The nose of the plane slowly rose, showing the posture of landing. Brooke didn't dare to take too much risk with such an unconventional operation. After achieving the effect, he immediately said, now increase the thrust and pull up the altitude. Let's go back. In fact, the plane was already 10 to 20 meters off the runway. At this altitude, the only option was to go around. Xia Ruofei carried out Brooke's order without hesitation. The plane was about 300 feet above the runway. It whistled loudly and started to climb. The staff in the control tower watched as the huge passenger plane took off. Again. They couldn't help but show worried expressions. This situation was unprecedented in the history of aerospace. Could they really succeed? In the cabin, Brooke became more optimistic. Judging from the operation just now, Xia Ruofei had a good grasp of the key points of the movements. As long as he aimed at the runway well, he had a high chance of landing successfully. It's rising. Pull down the landing gear. Brooke shouted. He couldn't do anything now. He could only use his mouth to command Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei lowered the landing gear. With the sound of the electric motor, the plane rose higher and higher. 1,000 feet. 1,500 feet. Tai will now turn to the two sides. Brooke said, requesting permission to land again from the original direction. I agree. Xia, make a right turn. Brooke said. Understood. Xia Ruofei said. He was now quite experienced in controlling the aircraft's direction change in the air. The aircraft quickly and steadily tilted to the right, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. 3 sides, 4 sides. The plane flew back on 3 sides parallel to the runway. When it was far enough, it turned 4 sides and then made a right angle turn. It drew a standard rectangular wake in the air and entered the 5 sides of the runway. We're starting the landing again, Brooke said. It was strange. After the unsuccessful attempt just now, Xia Ruofei seemed to have improved his skills again. He seemed to be more successful in controlling the plane to descend. Of course, this also depended on his mental power and the big heart he had trained in the special Combat Commando Unit. Soon, the plane began to slide down and slowly lowered its altitude. After a while, the running track appeared in his field of vision again. Even Brooke didn't notice that the number of reminders and corrections he made had obviously decreased during this attempt. The plane's height continued to drop. During this process, the landing gear was lowered, and the flaps were in place. The two white and red lamps in front of the plane indicated that the slide was very standard. Brooke looked at the runway in front of the plane and murmured in his heart, "Steady. Hold on." Other than monitoring the plane's speed and altitude, he had no other way to warn Xia Ruofei. Because it was too late. By the time he gave the warning and Xia Ruofei reacted to the situation, the plane would have deviated by 10 to 20 meters. Hence, he could only rely on Xia Ruofei's senses to control it. Good luck. Feng Rao clenched her fists and shouted. Xia Ruofei had almost entered a state of selflessness. He had completely eliminated all distracting thoughts. It was as if the whistling wind in the cockpit had become very quiet. His left hand was adjusting the plane's attitude based on his feelings. He could make more than 10 adjustments in a few seconds. Sometimes, before the plane even deviated, Xia Ruofei would have already adjusted it to the right position. Hence, the plane seemed to land steadily on the runway, but in reality, Xia Ruofei had made very small, but accurate adjustments to achieve this effect. Brooke was so nervous that he was holding his breath. He even forgot the pain in his arm. Feng Rao unconsciously gripped the armrest of her seat so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The plane entered the runway steadily. Brooke was about to remind him, but Xia Ruofei had already pulled the lever. The huge Airbus A350 began to show a slightly upturned nose. At the same time, because the lift was less than the gravity, it slowly landed on the runway. Whoosh! The moment the plane touched the ground, it began to shake violently. If it were any other co-pilot controlling the plane, Brooke would have definitely cursed out loud. This was definitely a heavy landing. However, the pilot was a rookie who had never flown a plane before. To be able to do this was simply a gift from God. Decelerate. The accelerator was pressed to the limit. Use reverse push. Brooke reminded him nervously. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already stepped on the accelerator to the minimum when he touched the ground. After hearing Brooke's reminder, he quickly pulled up the reverse push. At the same time, Xia Ruofei carefully pushed the control lever forward so that the nose of the plane landed steadily and the front landing gear landed on the runway. The plane was taxiing at high speed on the runway, but the speed was rapidly decreasing due to the reverse thrust and the brake. Even though the plane had yet to come to a complete stop, thunderous applause could already be heard from the passenger cabin behind them. Feng Jing, who was sitting behind Xia Ruofei, was already in tears. Brooke's nerves were still tense. He stared at the speedometer and saw that the plane's speed was rapidly decreasing under the effect of the reverse push and brake. When the speed reached 70 knots, Brooke shouted, "Xia, reverse the slow car." Originally, Brooke was worried that the running track would be too short, so he was prepared to take a risk and push back later. However, Xia Ruofei's landing this time, other than being a little heavier, was perfect. The landing gear touched the ground as soon as he entered the landing area. It could be said that he had made the best use of the runway. Considering the fact that Xia Ruofei had never flown a plane before, the landing could be said to be perfect, or even a miracle. Brooke felt much more at ease when he saw the plane's speed drop. He followed the procedure and reminded Xia Ruofei to place the propeller in slow motion at 70 knots, to protect the engine. Understood, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he followed what Brooke had taught him and slowed down the car. The anti-thrust deceleration effect decreased, but the plane's speed did not increase significantly. It was still slowly decreasing, and soon it dropped to taxiing speed. This time, Xia Ruofei didn't need Brooke's reminder and immediately turned off the power source. Xia, Brooke said after some thought, do you have the confidence to fly the plane onto the runway? Saipan Airport only had one runway. If the plane was forced to land on the runway, it was equivalent to the closing of the airport. Now that everything was so smooth, Brooke naturally wanted to make it more perfect by letting the plane enter the runway so that it would not occupy the runway. Xia Ruofei was full of confidence. He smiled and said, we've already descended from such a high place, what's the point of entering the slippery track? No problem. Okay. Brooke immediately contacted Tatai. Tatai, Flight QF-108 has requested to leave the runway from the next exit. I agree, Tai said bluntly. The usually calm tower administrator was also unable to suppress his excitement. He had seen very clearly from the tower that the Airbus A350, which had lost its right windshield, had landed steadily on the runway. He could not believe that it was piloted by a passenger who had never been in contact with a fixed-wing plane. This administrator had once dreamed of flying, but he was eliminated during his aviation theory study stage. Later, he really couldn't bear to leave the aviation field, so he changed his career to undergo administrator training. He had paid a lot of effort to be able to take on this extremely stressful job. Seeing the scene of Xia Ruofei's landing, the officer found it hard to suppress his dream of flying. Later, he really signed up for the company's pilot recruitment. In the end, he successfully passed through a series of training and became a pilot, obtaining the career he had dreamed of. Of course, this was all a story for later. Xia Ruofei naturally did not know that his actions would affect the life of an ordinary supervisor. At this time, he was carefully controlling the plane, leaving the runway from the next exit and driving it onto the runway. Fire engines, ambulances, and police cars were already lined up on the slippery track parallel to the running track. All sorts of police lights were flashing. When the plane was taxiing, these special vehicles followed the plane on the runway. When Xia Ruofei controlled the plane to turn steadily into the runway, a guide car drove in front of the plane while the other cars stopped at the entrance of the runway. After the plane turned into the runway, they followed it. The guide car brought the plane to an empty tarmac, and the staff sent a signal for the plane to stop. When the plane landed steadily on the tarmac, Xia Ruofei followed Brooke's instructions and quickly turned off the engine and the electric doors. Even now, Brooke still felt like he was in a dream. Now that his feet were on the ground, he still couldn't believe that it was a passenger who had never flown a plane before who landed the plane. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief, unfastened his seat belt, and turned around to smile at Feng Rao. Sister Ran, we're finally on solid ground. I'm really afraid that I'll slip and crash the plane. If that's the case, I'm really sorry. I was kind enough to let you go to Australia to relax, but I almost got you killed, Feng. Jing's eyes were still teary. She could not explain what she was feeling. She did not pay attention to what was happening outside during the entire landing. She maintained an awkward position and stared at Xia Ruofei without blinking. That was why her waist was sore and in pain. When the plane touched the ground, she suddenly felt touched and couldn't stop her tears. At this time, the plane had been surrounded by all kinds of special vehicles. The crew members were organizing the passengers to evacuate. Everything was busy, but orderly. With tears in her eyes, Feng Rao burst into laughter and said, "You're really stupid and bold. You've never even flown a plane before, yet you dare to sit on it." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Sister Ran is on the plane. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I can only bite the bullet and do it." Feng Jing's face reddened. Xia Ruofei didn't mean to say anything flirtatious. He even said it in a joking tone. However, after experiencing life and death together, Feng Jing's heart throbbed even more intensely. Even a casual word from Xia Ruofei could make her imagination run wild. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were conversing in Chinese, so naturally, Brooke could not understand what they were talking about. However, he could not help but admire Xia Ruofei's strong mental fortitude when he saw that Xia Ruofei was still so calm and composed after completing such a magnificent feat. While the two were talking, Brooke finally found a chance to interrupt. He said sincerely, "Xia, you've created a great miracle. I think this must be God's plan. You're the angel he sent to save us." Brooke was a devout Christian, and his personal experience made him believe that this was God's arrangement. If not for Xia Ruofei, they would not have been able to open the cockpit door. Brooke, who had received professional training, knew very well that even if they hacked at the cockpit for an hour with an explosion-proof axe, there would not be much damage to the cockpit door. However, it was impossible for Wilkinson, who was in control of the plane at that time, to give them that much time. However, Xia Ruofei had split the cockpit door open with just a few slashes. Then, he had used his body to break the door open. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, and had been described to him by someone else, Brooke would have thought that this person had gone crazy. What happened next was even more amazing. Wilkinson's death wish came true, and he was sucked out of the plane that was 10,000 meters in the air. The in-charge captain, Johann Sun, had been poisoned to death, and the only pilot, Brooke, had both his arms injured. No one could control the plane. They had thought that this was the end of the line, but they did not expect to see a glimmer of hope. This young man with extraordinary strength had actually mastered the basic control of the plane very quickly. Then, he had unbelievably piloted the giant Airbus A350 and successfully landed. Even the plane was basically undamaged. If this was not God's arrangement, what else could be explained? Xia Ruofei laughed and said in English, "Captain Brooke, I'm Chinese, and I'm not a Christian. I don't think your God knows me. If it's really God's arrangement, it should be the gods of our Huaxia who sent me here. No, 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 God is everywhere." Brooke said, "Our piety must have touched God, so he arranged for you to board this plane." Facing a devout believer, Xia Ruofei felt that it was useless to waste his breath on him. So, he simply shrugged and did not refute Brooke's words. Xia Ruofei saw that Brooke's bandaged left arm was starting to bleed again, so he said, "Captain Brooke, let me help you treat the wound on your arm." "Xia, you're a doctor?" Brooke asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not a medical practitioner, but I do know some medical skills. I'm a Chinese doctor. If you don't mind, I can help you with the preliminary treatment. After all, you're bleeding." Originally, Brooke didn't really believe in Chinese medicine. However, he had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. He replied without hesitation, of course not. Xia, please help me. Xia. Ruofei nodded and leaned over from the pilot's seat. He first undid the blood-soaked bandage on Brooke's arm. Then gently tore off his left sleeve. As it was summer in Australia, Brooke changed into a short-sleeved flight uniform after the plane's air conditioning started working. Xia Ruofei easily tore off the sleeve. Brooke's arm was hit by 2 steel balls. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. The steel balls hit the thick windshield and flew everywhere. If they had hit his head instead of his arm, he would have been dead. However, he was unlucky enough to be hit by 2 steel balls on the same arm. Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand and quickly pointed around Brooke's wound. The bleeding stopped immediately. What was even more amazing was that Brooke felt less pain. In fact, Xia Ruofei could have used his genuine chi to force the steel ball out of Brooke's arm. However, he did not want to make a scene and decided to leave it to the hospital. Hence, after stopping Brooke's bleeding and pain through his acupuncture points, Xia Ruofei asked Feng Rao to find a first aid kit from the back of the seat. She then used gauze and bandages to bandage Brooke. As a veteran who had received battlefield first aid training, Xia Ruofei was naturally fast and good at bandaging his wound. He finished it in a short while. Brooke said excitedly, "God. From now on, I won't believe those rumors that say Chinese medicine is witchcraft and a scam anymore. Xia, your medical skills are amazing." Indeed, from the perspective of Western medicine, it was difficult to explain why a few simple taps could stop the bleeding and pain. This was because in the theory of Western medicine, acupuncture points and meridians did not exist. The theoretical foundation of Chinese medicine was groundless in the perspective of Western medicine. Xia Ruofei smiled. "I can't do much. I'll leave the rest to the professional doctors. You're 100 times better than those professional doctors." Brooke was not stingy with his praise. "Ha ha ha. Then I can consider opening a Chinese medicine clinic after retirement," Xia Ruofei said. "Then your business will be very good," Brooke said with certainty. As they were talking, someone walked into the cockpit. Brooke saw the person and immediately said, "Hey, Alex. I've never wanted to see your annoying old face as much as I do today." Alex was a little old man in his early 50s. His white hair was very sparse, and the staff uniform on his chubby body was tight. He had a hearty smile on his face. "Brooke. I'm the same," Alex said. "When I saw you in the past, I wanted to step on your face a few times. Today, I'm the exact opposite. I'm looking forward to seeing you alive. I didn't even look forward to it this much on our first date when we were young." The two of them burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei felt that if Brooke was not injured and could not raise his hand, the two of them would have hugged each other. The thought of that scene was full of gay love. After exchanging a few words with Brooke, Alex turned to Xia Ruofei and said, "You must be Mr. Xia. Let me introduce myself. I'm the station master of the Quo's Airlines station in Saipan. My name is Alex. On behalf of Quo's Airlines, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Xia for his heroic feat. The company's senior management is on their way to Saipan, and they will thank you in person." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Alex, I just don't want to fall into the sea with the plane. Captain Brooke has been a great help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to handle such a complex and sophisticated control equipment alone." Brooke will get a medal that belongs to him," Alex said. At this moment, Brooke's expression darkened. He asked in a low voice, "Alex, have you seen Captain Johansson?" The smile on Alex's face faltered, and a hint of grief appeared on his face as he said, "Brooke, I know what you want to ask." The doctor got on the plane immediately and examined Johansson, but unfortunately, he passed away a long time ago. Brooke closed his eyes sadly and mumbled, "Old man. You're going to retire in 3 months, he said." Alex patted Brooke's shoulder and said, "All right, don't think too much. The first thing you need to do now is to go to the hospital and get your wound treated. Everyone is looking forward to seeing you return to the blue sky." "I know," Brooke whispered. The passengers had all been evacuated. Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing, Brooke, and Alex had all walked out of the cockpit. Xia Ruofei asked, "What are the passengers' arrangements?" Most of the passengers on this flight were Chinese. Xia Ruofei was naturally concerned about the situation of his fellow Chinese. "Don't worry, Mr. Xia," Alex said. "Our company has already sent a plane to land in Saipan. If the passengers wish to continue the journey, they can change to our company's flight. If they feel uncomfortable, they can also choose to stay in Saipan. Our company will be responsible for their accommodation during this time. Of course, all the passengers will be compensated by our airline." Xia Ruofei nodded. He was quite satisfied with this arrangement. "By the way, can Chinese travelers enter Saipan?" he asked. Xia Ruofei asked. "Saipan is a tourist island in the U.S., Feng Rao said with a smile. Since November 2009, Chinese people have enjoyed a 45-day visa, free treatment in Saipan. They can enter the country as long as they have a Chinese passport." "That's good," Xia Ruofei said. "I also want to play in Saipan for a few days. However, the situation in Australia is more urgent, so let's take an Australian plane and continue to fly to Australia. I'll listen to your arrangement. You're the boss," Feng Rao said with a smile. "Mr. Xia," Alex said, "the airport police will ask you and the crew about the situation in a while. The senior executives of Quito Airlines will also express their gratitude to you in person, so you may have to stay in Saipan for a day or two. You won't be able to take a later flight to Australia." Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded and looked at Feng Jing with a bitter smile. "Let's just take things as they come," Feng Rao chuckled and said, "In the words of Captain Brooke, this is God's arrangement." Brooke was sent to the ambulance first, and the police sent someone to the hospital to record his statement. Before they got into the car, Xia Ruofei said to Brooke, "Captain Brooke, if the injury is too serious, please remember to contact me. Maybe Chinese medicine has a better solution." Xia Ruofei had a good impression of Brooke. Although he was the one who saved the situation, Xia Ruofei would not have been able to create such a miracle without Brooke's guidance. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not want to see Brooke being injured and have to bid farewell to flying. "Okay, Xia," Brooke said gratefully. "Thank you very much." Xia Ruofei smiled and patted Brooke's shoulder before sending him to the ambulance. Other than Brooke, several passengers had suffered minor injuries during the explosion and the violent jolts. All of these needed to be handled by the AI staff. Alex stayed behind to accompany Xia Ruofei to deal with the police's questions. After the ambulance left, Xia Ruofei prepared to follow Alex to the special passage specially opened by the Australian Airlines. They would go through the immigration procedures first, and then cooperate with the police to make a statement. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Sir, please wait a moment." Xia Ruofei heard the familiar Chinese and immediately turned his head. He only heard the sound of the shutter clicking a few times. Then, he saw a young face behind the single lens reflex camera. "I'm a passenger on this flight," the young man said excitedly. "We all heard that you saved the entire flight." "Thank you." Although Xia Ruofei did not want to expose his identity, he was in a foreign country and they were Chinese people who had gone through thick and thin together. Since the other party had already taken a photo, he would not ask them to delete it. He could only smile and say, "You're welcome. I can't live if the flight got into an accident. I only did it to save myself." After the passengers on the flight were evacuated, they gathered in this area to queue up for the entry procedures. A special passage had been opened at the customs of Saipan, but many people were still waiting there because of the large number of people. The Chinese passengers gathered around and expressed their gratitude to Xia Ruofei. Many of them even took out their phones to take pictures. Some even took pictures with Xia Ruofei and asked for his signature. Xia Ruofei was desperate. He could understand the feelings of his fellow countrymen who had just survived the disaster. He cooperated with everyone's request for a group photo, but of course, he declined to sign an autograph. The smile on Xia Ruofei's face was almost frozen. Finally, Alex and the other staff of Kwang came to help him out of the situation. The Chinese people finally let Xia Ruofei go. When he left, whether it was the Chinese passengers or the other foreign passengers, they all gave Xia Ruofei a warm round of applause. As they walked into the special passageway, Feng Rao asked with a smile, "Ruofei, how does it feel to be a big star?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Ran, don't you know me? I really don't want to be in the limelight." Social media was so developed nowadays. Xia Ruofei could foresee that these photos would soon spread to every corner of China. By then, he would be in the spotlight. He did not know how long it would take for the popularity to drop. Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle. She thought of how Xia Ruofei used to push her to the front and even made her a slightly famous internet celebrity. Now that Xia Ruofei was going to enjoy the same treatment, she couldn't help but feel a little mischievous and wondered how Xia Ruofei would react. Under special circumstances, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were able to get their entry procedures done quickly after showing their Chinese passports. According to the principle of local jurisdiction, the incident would be the responsibility of the local police of Saipan. Of course, most of the passengers were Chinese and Australian. As the main parties involved, China and Australia would also participate in the investigation of the incident. Of course, the Civil Aviation Investigation Department should be the main party involved. After entering Saipan, Xia Ruofei was quickly invited by the local police to understand the situation. Feng Jing was also in the cockpit at the time, so she also made a statement. In addition, as Saipan was the territory of the United States, the American Civil Aviation Investigation Agency had already set off. By then, the civil aviation teams from China and Australia would also be there. Xia Ruofei still needed to cooperate with their investigation. Hence, after they left the police station, Alex had already arranged for Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing's accommodation and other related matters on behalf of Please Airlines. Qisheng did not arrange for a designated hotel in Saipan base, but specifically chose the best local hotel, the Grand Hyatt Hotel. The Kaiwei Hotel in Saipan was located on the legendary micro beach, surrounded by 14 acres of tropical gardens and reef lakes. It was a luxurious and tranquil place unique to the Northern Mariana Islands. The hotel was about 11 kilometers away from the airport. After the group came out of the airport, they arrived in about 20 minutes by car. The hotel was located on the beach. Naturally, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing's rooms had an ocean view. Alex even specifically asked if they were a couple, because it involved booking a few rooms, which made Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing blush. In the end, they naturally booked 2 rooms. Alex personally escorted the 2 of them to their rooms, and then tactfully took his leave. He knew that after going through such a life and death situation and going through such a struggle after landing, the 2 of them must be physically and mentally exhausted. What they needed the most was rest. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was still in good condition. Feng Jing was really exhausted. Hence, Xia Ruofei stood at the door of her room and spoke to her for a while, before letting her rest. Xia Ruofei went to his room and took a shower. The bathroom also had a large floor-to-ceiling glass, which faced the beach. Of course, this glass was one way. Soaking in the bathtub, all he could see was the white, soft beach and the boundless sea. Taking a bath in such an environment really gave him a relaxed and happy feeling. In fact, Xia Ruofei had long wanted to bring Ling Qingxue on a trip to an island like Saipan or the Maldives and live there leisurely for a while. He did not expect that before this wish was realized, he would unexpectedly wander in Saipan. The encounters in life were really wonderful. After Xia Ruofei finished his bath, he changed into the pajamas provided by the hotel and leaned against the bay window of his room. He lit a cigarette and started smoking while admiring the beautiful sea view. Xia Ruofei didn't know that all the major new media platforms in the country were in an uproar. An app that provided real-time flight information first discovered that Xia Ruofei's flight was experiencing a deviation and a strange drop in altitude. It immediately posted it on Weibo and even provided a comparison chart of the estimated flight route and the actual flight trajectory. This news didn't attract much attention at first. Of course, a small number of people began to speculate about the incident with Malaysia Airlines. After all, there were many Chinese passengers on the plane. It was inevitable that people would think of the strange disappearance of the plane a few years ago. After a while, the flight app once again released first-hand information. The answering machine for flight QF-108 has been changed to 7700. This meant that there was an emergency on the flight. The moment this message was released, many people who were paying attention to this matter felt their hearts tighten. As there was a certain delay in information, when QF-108's answering machine code was changed to 7700, the flight was already approaching Saipan Airport. It was also Xia Ruofei's busiest time. What really ignited the hot topic of public opinion was a Weibo post. The blogger only had more than 200 fans, but it was this Weibo post that suddenly attracted everyone's attention to the Quodan incident. The title of the Weibo post was "I was supposed to go to Australia, but now I'm in Saipan, basking in the moment of life and death I've experienced." The blogger wrote in this long Weibo post, "Today, I happily boarded the flight to Australia with my girlfriend. This was our first time traveling abroad and our first time taking an international flight. After boarding the plane, I was really excited. However, just 2 hours after the plane took off, while we were still looking forward to the Gold Coast of Australia, something that would be engraved in my heart for the rest of my life happened. At that time everything seemed normal. The plane was flying smoothly. My girlfriend said that she heard an abnormal sound in the front cabin. I even laughed at her overthinking. However, the next moment, the plane trembled violently, followed by a violent bump. The things in the cabin flew everywhere, and all the oxygen masks drooped down. At that moment, I was completely dumbfounded. Everything in front of me was like the end of the world. After that, the air stewardess used all her strength to ask everyone to put on their oxygen masks. My girlfriend and I hurriedly put on our masks and felt the plane rapidly descending. At that time, he really thought that he was done for. The sea was right below the plane. I seemed to have become slow. The only thought I had was to hold my girlfriend tightly. At that time, I thought that even if the plane crashed, I would still hold her tightly. At least we wouldn't be separated after death. After a while, the plane gradually stopped descending. However, the noise in the cabin was very loud, and the flight became very unstable. Many people were so scared that they cried out loud, and some wrote their wills with trembling hands. I spent almost an hour in this torture, inging. I took a look at my watch, and the seconds counted like years. It felt like it was far longer than this. Inging, the plane finally tried to land. The first landing failed. The plane swayed over the runway and then rose quickly. Our mood was like a roller coaster. The second time the plane landed, it finally landed on the runway. After it came to a stop, a bunch of police cars and fire trucks surrounded it. It was like a huge scene. We didn't know that the plane had landed in Saipan until we got off. If you think this is the biggest news of the day, then you're all wrong. After Xiu got off the plane and was waiting for the immigration procedures, a few Chinese people in the first-class cabin told us that there seemed to be a problem with the pilot. It was a passenger in the first-class cabin who landed the plane, and this passenger was a Chinese compatriot. We didn't believe it at first, Ing Luo. This is simply a fantasy story. But soon, we saw a young Chinese man walking over accompanied by an Australian staff member. When we asked, he really did land the plane safely. I'll just ask you, aren't you awesome? Finally, the last photo I took with this amazing person. I have a feeling that he will be famous all over China. Anyway, my girlfriend asked me to go to the beach for a swim. I was going to Australia, but now I'm going to enjoy the sunny beach of Saipan. By the way, all the expenses will be covered by Kyoto. When this blog post was published, it was originally difficult to attract any attention with his number of fans. However, this blogger had tagged a few big airline names, and one of them had helped him repost it. Such a twisted and bizarre incident naturally attracted a lot of attention, so it quickly became a hot search. Of course, many people were skeptical of the content of the blogger, and some even scoffed at it. Among them were many aviation professionals who were certified by Weibo, including pilots and even captains, as well as administrators. These people were naturally more concerned about the news in the industry. One of the captain's remarks was very representative: the blogger's article is full of mistakes. I don't dare to say it's definitely fabricated, but it's really hard to believe that such a thing would happen. First of all, this kind of transnational flight was equipped with at least 2 captains, and some even 2 crew, which meant that there were at least 3 pilots. The probability of all 3 pilots losing their abilities at the same time was lower than winning the lottery, right? Secondly, flying was an extremely professional matter, especially with the high degree of precision of modern passenger planes. Even a private licensed pilot who had been trained to pilot small planes would have difficulty landing an Airbus A350 smoothly, let alone a complete layman. Could it be that the passenger in the first class cabin was a professional pilot who happened to fly the Airbus series? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Therefore, I'm guessing that there might be some accidents on the plane, so I prepared to land in Saipan. As for the Chinese fellow who flew the plane, I think the possibility is extremely low. I hope that everyone will not spread false rumors. Many people in the aviation industry supported the captain's point of view. In all fairness, this was also a relatively objective judgment. However, many things could not be explained professionally. Not long after the captain's Weibo post was posted, it was slapped in the face by the power of Quto's official Weibo. Australian Airlines placed more importance on the Chinese business and had opened a verified account on the Weibo platform a long time ago. This Quinhang incident had not yet fully fermented, and public opinion was still in chaos. The Quinhang official Weibo suddenly posted a very official Weibo. The content of the Weibo post was, "Today, Flight QF108 from Beijing of China to Sydney, Australia encountered an extreme accident in flight. In the case of the pilot's loss of ability, the Chinese passenger, Mr. Xia, with his outstanding courage and extraordinary technology, helped the crew complete an epic forced landing. Qisheng expresses its deep gratitude for this." There was also a picture attached to the Weibo post. It was the original text of the official announcement from Quto, with the signature of the CEO of Quto at the back. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, it immediately caused a huge wave of public opinion. The official Weibo account of Qihong didn't have many fans, but when this blog post came out, it instantly gained hundreds of thousands of fans, and the comment area was extremely popular. There was too much information in this short paragraph of text, such as the loss of ability of the pilot, forced landing, and so on. Most importantly, the key person was Chinese, which naturally attracted the enthusiastic attention of Chinese netizens. Everyone left messages to ask about the situation. The captain from before also reposted the Weibo post immediately and said humorously, "I take back what I said before. It seems like nothing is impossible in this world. What I'm most concerned about now is the passenger who was ordered to fly the plane in the face of danger, our colleague." In the face of the netizens' enthusiasm, Qihong's official Weibo was also somewhat unexpected. After about half an hour, it updated its Weibo, thanks to the concern of the netizens. Because the incident had just happened, the official investigation had not yet started, so many details could not be disclosed for the time being. What I can tell you here is that all the passengers on board are safe. Only a few have suffered minor injuries. After examination, they are not in any serious condition. Please rest assured. In addition, according to Xiao's private understanding, the passenger who was forced to land was not a professional pilot. At the end of the Weibo post, the AI official Weibo editor naughtily tagged the captain. The captain did not have a flight mission today and was very concerned about the incident, so he saw the update on the Australian Airlines official Weibo immediately. He immediately reposted the Weibo post and attached 3 facepalm emojis. This captain was a captain instructor who had been converted from a military to a civilian. He was usually very active on Weibo. He would often post some beautiful scenery he had taken while in the cockpit and share aviation knowledge with everyone. Therefore, he had quite a number of fans on Weibo and was deeply loved by everyone. After the captain reposted The Weibo post, his fans also commented one after another. Most of them were gloating. Ha ha ha. Instructor Yang has been slapped in the face, I'm happy to see that. Captain Yang, does your face hurt? I feel bad for Instructor Yang for 3 seconds. However, even us aviation noobs find it hard to believe. No wonder Instructor Yang made the wrong judgment. The captain, in command instructor, was selected from the senior captains. Usually, they would take on more flying tasks. Above them were the inspectors. The operation assessment for the co-pilot to the captain was the responsibility of the inspectors. Captain Yang was an instructor, so it was right for the fans to call him Instructor Yang or Captain Yang. Moreover, those who called him that were all true fans who knew him very well. Most of the comments were just teasing and did not have any malicious intentions, so Captain Yang was naturally not angry. Instead, he showed his phone to his colleagues next to him, and everyone laughed. Then, the pilots naturally began to discuss this rare incident from a professional point of view. Captain Yang pressed the no button, and the Weibo post of the person who was on the flight with his girlfriend also went viral. Because compared to the official statement of Xtro Airlines, this Weibo post was posted by someone who had personally experienced it, and there were many details in it. The most important thing was that the Weibo post was accompanied by a photo of the blogger and Xia Ruofei. In the beginning, everyone was still guessing which was the blogger and which was the hero who flew the plane to land, because the blogger did not make it clear on Weibo. Besides, he rarely posted on Weibo, let alone taking selfies and the like. However, Xia Ruofei was quite famous. Even though he was not famous in the country, he was still quite well known in the southeast province. Therefore, the netizens quickly recognized him. Isn't that Boss Xia from the Paradise Corporation on the right? He can actually fly a plane? Boss Xia? Is he famous? What's his background? Copper ball science. Copper ball, +1, copper ball, +2. There was a neat row of replies below, and finally, someone left a message: if you're not sure about Boss Xia's shoes, you can go to Baidu and search for the Jade Skin Cream or Drunken 8 Immortals. Some bored people went up to search for it and immediately came back to leave messages. I'll go. The Jade Skin Cream and the 8 Drunken Immortals were both under the name of this Boss Xia. It's really blinding my eyes. There's actually a paradise vegetable. I had the chance to eat it a few days ago, and it was so delicious. It's a pity that it's too expensive. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, you're so ignorant. The Paradise Corporation is a star company in our Sanshan. And Boss Xia is a self-made, young, and promising individual. But we don't know when he got the skill to fly an airplane. Worship President Xia, is there anything you don't know? I know. He can't give birth to monkeys. The person above is being naughty. President Xia was a young hunk. Although he doesn't know how to give birth to monkeys, he can definitely make others give birth to many monkeys for him. Everyone happily left comments on Weibo, but as they chatted, they unknowingly went off topic. However, Xia Ruofei was the main character of this emergency. This matter was confirmed. After all, the official Weibo of Chiohong also said that it was the passenger, Mr. Xia, who helped the plane land. This person even posted a group photo. Wasn't Xia Ruofei the one with the surname Xia? What other possibilities could there be? At first, the Paradise Company didn't know. They couldn't be blamed for being slow to react. The main thing was that everyone was actually very busy working in such a thriving new company. Who would go and check Weibo during working hours? It was only when many busybodies reposted the Weibo post and tagged the Peach Blossom Company's official Weibo that it attracted the attention of the operations department. Xia Ruofei's good friend, Guan Ping, who was a new employee, happened to be on rotation in the public relations department these few days. The public relations and sales of the Misty Paradise Company were under the jurisdiction of the big marketing department. As soon as Guan Ping entered the company, he hoped to be familiar with the situation in multiple positions. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked Xiao Chang to give Guan Ping more rotation opportunities. Guan Ping saw so much information about the background S company's official Weibo and knew that something big must have happened, so he quickly clicked on it. When he saw the contents of those Weibo posts, Guan Ping couldn't help but be stunned. Ruofei's plane had an accident? He even helped to land the plane? Guan Ping felt that it was a little like a fantasy. His first reaction was that it was an online rumor. However, after tracing the source, he found that even the official Weibo of Air Australia had confirmed the matter. Even the official Weibo of many mainstream media outlets had forwarded it immediately. After Guan Ping recovered from his shock, he realized that this might be a good opportunity for free publicity. He calmed himself down and did not let the sudden gift bag get to his head. Guan Ping took out his phone and called Xia Ruofei. As the boss's good friend, Jia had this advantage. If it was any other employee, they would have to report it to the higher-ups and would not be able to confirm it with Xia Ruofei immediately. While the discussion on Weibo was brewing, Xia Ruofei had just finished his statement at the police station and was resting at Kaiyue Hotel. His phone had activated international roaming, so Guan Ping's call was picked up very quickly. "Ruofei, are you in Saipan now?" he asked. Guan Ping asked impatiently. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, "Even you know? This matter has spread so quickly? So the news on the internet is true?" Guan Ping said excitedly. "What's the news on the internet?" Xia Ruofei was confused. "I've just settled down. I haven't had time to go online yet. The internet is saying that the plane you were on had an accident, and then you landed the plane." As Guan Ping spoke, he felt that it was a little too bizarre, and he could not believe it. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei would laugh and refute this ridiculous statement. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Xia Ruofei said, "There is such a thing, but the news spread too fast. It must have been those passengers who asked me for a photo, right? Otherwise, my identity wouldn't have been exposed." "That's great," Guan Ping excitedly called out. Xia Ruofei looked depressed and said, "Pingzi, are we still brothers? I've had an accident here. I was almost buried in the sea, and you're still calling it good? I didn't expect you to be like this, Guan Ping." Guan Ping laughed. "Haven't you already turned misfortune into fortune? I mean, this is a great thing for our company. You don't know how popular it is on the internet now. It's such a waste if we don't make use of such a good free advertising opportunity." "This feels like a blessing in disguise," Xia Ruofei said. "Isn't it?" Guan Ping said, "All right, leave the rest to us. You can enjoy the sunny beach of Saipan. However, I might need your cooperation later on. Don't go too far." Xia Ruofei said, "Going too far is as bad as not going enough." "I know. Don't worry," Guan Ping said. After he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Then, he quickly pulled out the keyboard, created a new document, and began to write the proposal with his fingers flying. Guan Ping, who was in an extremely good state, only took about 20 minutes to write a simple proposal. Then, he ran directly to the office of the marketing director, Xiao Chang, and then reported to Dong Yun, who was temporarily in charge of the daily affairs of the company. Soon, the publicity department of Paradise Corporation got into action. The netizens refreshed the news on major platforms with great interest. In fact, the real news was the official announcement of Quito and the Weibo of the first person who experienced it. After that, there were some other news posted by the passengers on the plane. In fact, they were all similar. There were also many people who posted it on their moments, but soon the screenshots of their moments were also posted on the internet. Just as everyone was at their peak and constantly looking for new news, the official Weibo of Paradise Corporation finally updated a blog post. After confirming with President Xia, who is on a vacation in Saipan, the information circulating on the internet is basically accurate. The story was as follows. This morning, President Xia and the company's president, Feng Jing, had agreed to fly QF-108 to Australia to inspect the company's Paradise Farm in Australia. The flight had encountered some unexpected changes during the flight, causing all the pilots to be unable to fly the plane. In order to save the passengers on board and also to save himself, President Xia bravely stood up and successfully landed the plane in Saipan Airport under the full technical guidance of the Qinba captain, Mr. Brook. The plane and passengers are all safe and sound. It was a standard blog post with a picture of Paradise Corporations. Soon, the netizens reposted it one after another. In just a short time, the number of reposts reached more than 10,000, and there were also thousands of comments. If you think that this is the only Weibo post Taoyuan company will post, then you are too naive. 2. Guan Ping, who has been deeply immersed in marketing, how could he not make a fuss about such a great opportunity? Therefore, within a few minutes, the official Weibo of Paradise Corporation released another Weibo post. Sister Tao saw the netizens' comments. Someone asked if there's anything our President Xia doesn't know. Sister Tao made a special overseas call to President Xia to verify it. President Xia said that he really can't give birth to monkeys. In fact, in the eyes of our employees, President Xia is really omnipotent. The jaded skin cream that's selling like hotcakes on the internet, as well as the heart-nourishing soup that has benefited countless people with autism, were all independently developed by President Xia. He alone could be considered the core competitive strength of the Paradise Corporation. You're asking why our President Xia is so awesome? That's because he eats Taoyuan vegetables all year round and drinks Taoyuan brand Dahong Pao. When he's free, he would also drink Taoyuan brand iron, skin dendrobium and cordyceps sinensis to nourish his brain. Nowadays, personified operations were popular on social media and official Weibo. Peach Blossom Company's official Weibo had always called itself Peach Sister Wan Wan. In fact, a few cute girls were in charge of the operations, but Guan Ping just happened to be on shift today. Guan Ping used a girl's tone to post such a Weibo post, and it didn't feel out of place at all. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, the netizens got excited. Again. Pfft. I won't give up, I'll give up on the operations of Taoyuan's official Weibo. This advertisement is simply traceless. Previous poster, can't you see such an obvious advertisement? Are your eyes blind? The teacher above me Can't you have a sense of humor? AI. We've all received 9 years of compulsory education. Operations girl, how can you be so smart? After Guanping posted this, he did not rest. Instead, he quickly used his official Weibo account to reply to the netizens' comments. He tried to use a relaxed and happy tone, as well as some popular online phrases, to quickly close the psychological distance between everyone. After about half an hour, Guanping copied the proposal he had prepared in advance into the Weibo post box again. He selected the poster picture that the art team had made at the last minute, checked it carefully a few times, and then clicked the post button. Now, many netizens were watching the official Weibo of Paradise Corporation, teasing the operations girls while looking for new news. Just now, Sister Tao called President Xia again to ask for instructions. In order to celebrate President Xia's escape from death, we have decided to hold a big promotion at 8 o'clock tonight. For the details of the promotion, please look at the poster. We also have the jade skin cream that everyone has been looking forward to. After the phone call with Guanping, Xia Ruofei was also paying attention to the domestic online public opinion in Saipan. He was mainly worried that Guanping and the others had gone too far and caused the opposite effect, so he had to keep an eye on them. Xia Ruofei was also shocked by the popularity on Weibo. The topic passenger flying the plane had reached the top of the hot search list in just 1 or 2 hours. AB list celebrity had spent a lot of money to create a scandal and had finally made it to the top 10 of the hot search list. However, it had been squeezed out in an instant. He was probably crying in the toilet. Other than Weibo, Xia Ruofei also saw the related notifications on the mainstream media's WeChat official account. Although they were all piecing together the current news, the impact was incomparable. The official WeChat accounts of these national media outlets were all big Vs with tens of millions of fans, and their accounts were specially authorized by Penguin Company, so they were not restricted to one push per day. They could push hot news immediately. And their fan activity was quite high. Naturally, Xia Ruofei paid the most attention to the updates on Peach Blossom Company's official Weibo. When Guanping and the others released the promotion plan, he saw it immediately. The new media's tone was lighthearted and lively. This was the only way to get closer to the users. Hence, Xia Ruofei only smiled at the content of the blog and didn't think it was inappropriate. The promotion plan was also considered satisfactory. The Paradise Corporation launched a promotion at the flagship stores of Jingbei Shopping Mall and Tomcat Shopping Mall at the same time. In the additional sales this time, in addition to doubling the sales quota of the popular products such as the jade skin cream, there were also certain discounts for iron, skin dendrobes, cordyceps, and Taoyuan de Hongbo. In addition, the Paradise Corporation would also release 580% discount vouchers on each of the 2 e-commerce platforms, with a maximum discount of 10,000 yuan. In addition to these 80% discount godly vouchers, there were also a number of discount vouchers, and the number was relatively large. The promotion would start at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the vouchers would be opened at 6 o'clock sharp. Meanwhile, Kyokoboku Shopping Mall and Skycat Shopping Mall also coincidentally provided a free eye-catching display spot on the front page of the promotion event held by Paradise Corporation's official flagship store. The daily cost of such advertising spots was more than 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. The fact that Heavenly Cat and Kyokoboku were able to provide it for free showed how much importance they attached to Paradise Corporation. President Liu of Jingbei Shopping Mall had met Xia Ruofei in the capital, so he naturally knew a little about Xia Ruofei's background. In addition, as a self-made legendary elite, he also had a sense of appreciation for Xia Ruofei. Of course, with his keen business sense, he was very clear about the development prospects of Paradise Corporation. As for Chairman Ma from the Heavenly Cat Company, although he had never met Xia Ruofei, he had already seen the sales miracles of the Jadeshire ointment. Since Kyokoboku Shopping Center was trying to build a good relationship with Paradise Corporation, naturally, the Heavenly Cat Company would not be left behind. In fact, it was a miracle for a small company like the Paradise Corporation to be favored by tens of billions of giants at the same time. The netizens were naturally in high spirits. They didn't know how difficult it was to get the jaded skin cream normally, and there was already more than one young lady who left a resentful message on the official Weibo of Paradise Corporation. Today, not only did the supply double, but they even had the opportunity to buy it at a 20% discount. How could everyone not be happy? They were all rubbing their fists and preparing to buy vouchers at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Xia Ruofei looked at the comments on Weibo and couldn't help but smile. He was very satisfied with the marketing department's quick response. If Feng Jing wasn't already on her break, he would have asked her to come and take a look. He wanted to let Feng Jing know that she didn't have to keep an eye on the company. In the future, she wouldn't have to do everything herself and might even be able to let go of her responsibilities. Just as Xia Ruofei was scrolling through Weibo, his phone rang again. Seeing that it was Guan Ping calling again, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but have a headache. He thought to himself, this kid is definitely up to no good. As expected, when Xia Ruofei picked up, he heard Guan Ping asking with a smirk, Boss Xia, are you paying attention to the situation on our Weibo? The publicity seems to be very effective. I'm about to turn into a Wi-Fi, Xia Ruofei said unhappily. Who doesn't want to use the hot spots? What he said was not wrong. It was not a big deal for their own company to freeload on the hot topics, but this matter had evolved into a carnival on the internet. Many third and fourth tier, and even 18th tier small stars had also begun to freeload on the hot topics. Anyway, there was no time for it. A small Time model posted a very revealing photo and publicly expressed her love for Xia Ruofei on the internet. She said that she had admired such a hero since she was young and that she was just short of offering herself to sleep with him. Guan Ping couldn't help but burst out in laughter. The Peach Blossom Company was also taking this matter very seriously. After all, it involved the company's chairman and general manager. Therefore, Dong Yun had arranged for someone to monitor the public opinion on the internet 24 hours a day. All the public opinions related to Xia Ruofei had to be collected and sorted out to form an analysis report. Hence, Guan Ping naturally knew about these details. Xia Ruofei had always wanted to keep a low profile, but this time, he could no longer keep a low profile. It was only because his friends were of a higher social class that he was able to keep a low profile. Otherwise, many media reporters would have found his phone number and called him for an interview. Hence, Xia Ruofei was indeed feeling a little depressed. He said, "Is there anything? You should be very busy right now. You still have the time to call me? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." No. Guan Ping quickly said. Of course there was something. That President Dong and President Xiao have discussed it. We need to add more fuel to the fire, so We need your cooperation, you guys have made a big deal out of it. How else do you want me to cooperate? Xia Ruofei asked. Guanping laughed. It's actually very simple. We just want you to record a short video and send it back to us after you're done. We'll post the video on Weibo. What? And you want me to record a video? Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, no. You can go find whoever you want. Don T. Guanping said, Ruofei, do you know how many fans you have now? It's just that you don't have a Weibo, otherwise, I'm afraid your backstage would be jammed. Our company's official Weibo gained millions of followers in just 1 or 2 hours. This is all directed at you. So what? Xia Ruofei asked. The fans are very concerned about you. Guanping said exaggeratedly, they all want to know how you are now. The text and pictures are too pale. If we directly record a video, the effect will definitely be explosive. Guanping paused and said, Ruofei, it's not an exaggeration to say that this is a once-in-a-century opportunity to gain fans for the company. After all, you can't take a plane every day, and it's even more unlikely that plane accidents happen every day, right? Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, are you hoping for something to happen to me? How can you speak like that? Don't mind the details. I'm just saying that. Guanping said, the popularity on the internet comes and goes quickly. We must make full use of such a good opportunity. Of course, your popularity won't die down too quickly. After all, there will be a lot of follow-up reports, and there might even be honors and awards in the country. Commendation and reward? Xia Ruofei said in confusion, I'm not surprised that Qiuhong sent me a big red flower or something. But what does it have to do with our country? Guanping chuckled, even the China Civil Aviation Administration of China has made a statement. It seems like they want to give you a commendation and reward. After all, you're making a huge contribution to aviation safety. And there are so many passengers on the plane. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Guanping continued, moreover, Sina Weibo contacted our company as soon as possible. They hope that you can create a Weibo account. You don't have to worry about your identity verification. They will also send someone to maintain this account. They are even willing to give you a signing fee of no less than 1 million yuan. This is the treatment of a celebrity. What the? There's such a thing. Xia Ruofei was also shocked. He had underestimated the influence of this epic, level, forced downgrade. In fact, except for some big stars and some foreign stars, the now developed Sina Weibo rarely invited others to join them. As for the fire people who paid for the contract, they were even rarer. Only when Penguin Weibo was still fighting with them did they frequently spend money to recruit people. Ruofei, I hope you have a clear understanding of your influence, Guanping said. Of course, we don't want you to open a Sina Weibo account immediately, lest you take away the traffic from the company's official Weibo account. I don't have the time to open a Weibo account, okay? Xia Ruofei ridiculed. Of course you don't need to maintain your own Weibo account. Right? Guanping said, you're too outdated. The self-media accounts of those big, shot celebrities were all updated and maintained by their managers or assistants. In the future, our company will definitely send someone to manage your Weibo account. At this point, Guanping said, Hey, can you stop interrupting? International roaming is so expensive. Let's talk about the video. Xia Ruofei also realized that the impact of this incident might be far beyond his imagination. He began to seriously consider Guanping's request. At this time when the public's opinion was at its peak, his personal appearance would definitely bring about a big wave. This was without a doubt. "How do you want me to cooperate?" he asked, helplessly. Guanping said happily, "I've already written the lines for you. President Dong personally did it. I'll send it to you on WeChat later. You just have to find a place with good scenery and recite the lines once. Of course, don't be too stiff. Make a natural expression, alright, alright, alright. I don't need you to teach me this," Xia Ruofei said. "Hurry up and send it over. I might have something to do soon." "Alright," Guanping said. After about half an hour, the netizens found that Paradise Corporation had updated its Weibo again. Xia Ruofei was also paying attention to his company's official Weibo. When he clicked on the video, he could not help but be stunned. How could it be this version? At the beginning of the video, there was a beautiful beach, the sea in the distance, and people playing under the setting sun. The environment was very peaceful. Then, Xia Ruofei appeared in the camera. In fact, he was going to set up the camera with the tripod, turn on the camera function, and then walk over. Xia Ruofei smiled at the camera and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Xia Ruofei. Thank you for your concern, I'm very well now. Look, behind me is the most famous Michael Beach in Saipan. Although I came to Saipan by accident, the scenery here is really good. This trip was not in vain. I can't disclose too many details about the forced surrender incident for the time being. After all, the official investigation has not ended yet. But I can tell you that the Australian airline crew was very professional in the entire emergency process. Without their full help, I couldn't have completed such a task alone. Of course, our luck was also very good." Just as Xia Ruofei said that, two Chinese people walked into the camera. They were stunned when they saw Xia Ruofei, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Xia. It's really you." Xia Ruofei, who was recording the video, was also stunned. He asked hesitantly, "You guys are?" One of the female passengers cried out in surprise, "Mr. Xia, we're on the same flight as you." The male passenger also said excitedly, "Yup. I even took a photo with you at the airport. Have you forgotten? By the way, I posted our group photo on Weibo. It's all over the internet now." It was so chaotic at the airport and there were many people taking photos with Xia Ruofei. Naturally, he couldn't remember it. However, when the kid mentioned Weibo, Xia Ruofei remembered. "So you're the one who exposed me on the internet. What a coincidence." This was the first person to post the message on Weibo. He and his girlfriend were originally going to Australia for a trip. After the plane landed, they were shocked because of their girlfriend. Moreover, the two of them were originally out for a vacation. Since they had arrived at the tourist destination, Saipan, they decided to stay. Please Airlines was also very generous. After all, the passengers had suffered a great shock this time, so everyone was arranged to stay at Kaiyue Hotel. The couple arrived at the hotel slightly later than Xia Ruofei. After they settled down, they were in high spirits and went to the beach to play. They did not expect to meet Xia Ruofei again. Xia Ruofei squeezed out a smile and said, "Oh. It's you guys. Yeah. We're really faded." The girl said, "Mr. Xia, let's take another photo." "Alright," Xia Ruofei said. Hence, the three of them took a photo in front of the camera, which was faithfully recorded by Xia Ruofei's camera. After the photo was taken, the two of them politely shook hands with Xia Ruofei and left. Xia Ruofei cleared his throat in front of the camera and continued, "At 8 o'clock tonight, our Paradise Corporation will be holding a joint promotion in the official flagship stores of Heavenly Cat and Jingdong. We'll start releasing 20% off Divine vouchers at 6 o'clock sharp." Xia Ruofei had originally planned to finish recording the video and send it to the back for editing. To their surprise, the couple saw the other Chinese passengers after a few steps. They quickly called out, "You guys, come over quickly. Mr. Xia is here." These 6 or 7 people were passengers who had chosen to stay in Saipan. They had come to the hotel in the same car as the young couple. When they heard that their savior was here, they were naturally quite excited and ran over. Xia Ruofei was just 2 sentences away from finishing the recording. He quickly shouted at the camera, "Please continue to support our Paradise Corporation." Before he could finish, he was surrounded by enthusiastic passengers. Some were expressing their gratitude, and some were asking for a picture. The scene in the camera was a little chaotic. The video ended there. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded after watching the video in his hotel room. When he sent the video back, he even mentioned what had happened during the recording and asked if he needed to record it. Back then, Guan Ping had said that it was fine and that they could edit it well. But what happened to the editing? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but complain. This was not even cut, okay? Could it be that the art design team of the Paradise Corporation was slacking off? However, wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Or did they make a mistake when they sent the video? He uploaded the original material as a finished product? Just as Xia Ruofei was about to call Guanping to ask about the situation, the doorbell rang. Xia Ruofei kept his phone and went to open the door. Alex was standing at the door with a smile on his face, and there was a middle-aged white man in a suit next to him. This middle-aged white man was a little balding, and the last bit of hair he had was neatly combed. There was not a single wrinkle on his suit, and his leather shoes were even more shiny. He was a very serious person. "Mr. Xia, this is our Chohong Senior Vice President, Mr. Tony." Alex introduced with a smile. "Oh. Hello there." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Please come in." Xia Ruofei let the two of them into the house and said, "Please take a seat, I'll go change my clothes." Xia Ruofei was wearing the bathrobe provided by the hotel after his shower. It was obviously not suitable for him to receive guests in this outfit. Tony smiled, "Mr. Xia, it's fine. It's just a visit between friends." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded with a smile, "All right then. Let's sit here." The Australian Airlines had booked a suite for Xia Ruofei with a special living room. There was even a Chinese tea set on the coffee table in the living room. It could be seen that even though the incident happened rather suddenly, Alex's arrangements were very detailed. At the same time, it naturally showed how much Australian Airlines valued Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei invited the two of them to take a seat. Then, he took out a box of tea leaves from his backpack on the sofa. As he skillfully boiled water and prepared the tea set, he smiled and said, "Please have a taste of our Chinese tea." Tony's eyes widened exaggeratedly and he said with a smile, "That's great. There are a lot of Chinese tea leaves sold in Australia, but I think Mr. Xia's tea is the most authentic. Because it comes from the hometown of tea leaves." Xia Ruofei scooped out some de hong pao from the box and put it into the tea set. He smiled and said, in China, this tea is called Dahong Pao. There's a beautiful story behind it. Oh? I wonder if we have the honor of hearing this story? Tony asked. Of course, Xia Ruofei said. The quick, heating kettle didn't have a large capacity, so the water boiled quickly. Xia Ruofei made the tea skillfully while telling Tony and Alex about the legend of Dahong Pao in fluent English. He was naturally talking about the most widely spread story of the student who was rushing to take the exam. As Xia Ruofei explained, the tea was ready. The unique fragrance of Dahong Pao's tea filled the room. Even Tony and Alex, who didn't usually drink tea, couldn't help but sniff. Soon, the tea from the mysterious East gained 2 more loyal fans. Both Tony and Alex were full of praise for the Peach Garden's Dahong Pao. They also expressed that they had fallen in love with this magical drink and were determined to buy some for long-term consumption when they returned. As for the taste of the tea leaves they bought from the Chinese shops or supermarkets, Xia Ruofei could not care less. After all, they couldn't keep exchanging small talk, and Tony quickly cut to the point. Mr. Xia, Mr. Tony came here immediately with his team by the company's public jet. After he learned that the plane had decided to land in Saipan, he came to visit you as soon as he got off the plane. Alex said from the side. Mr. Tony said that he must express the sincere gratitude of the Australian Airlines to you in person as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're too kind, Mr. Tony. Your company's flight crew has contributed greatly to this incident. Without the cooperation of the flight crew and the full technical guidance of Captain Brooke, I would not have been able to complete this forced surrender." Tony gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "Mr. Xia, the flight crew will naturally receive the rewards they deserve, including Captain Johansson, who died in the line of duty. However, as an experienced airline pilot, I deeply admire Mr. Xia's heroic feat." Xia Ruofei laughed and poured Tony a cup of tea. He didn't know how to respond to the compliment. It wasn't good to be too humble. After all, the truth was there. From an economic point of view, the Airbus A350 had cost more than $400 million to build. There were also hundreds of passengers on board. If the plane were to fall into the sea, the economic losses would be immense. Of course, the more important thing was still the issue of reputation. A fatal air crash was a huge blow to an airline's reputation, not to mention that it was their own pilot who had committed suicide. If Wilkinson really succeeded in carrying out this crazy plan, it was conceivable that Please would be drowned in spittle, and the stock price would definitely plummet. Mr. Xia, Tony continued, "I'm here to express my sincere gratitude and respect to you on behalf of Xie and myself. I also want to discuss the next arrangements with you." Xia Ruofei sat up straight and nodded. "I'd like to hear the details." Tony said, "This afternoon, the investigation team for this special case has been officially set up. We, as well as the Civil Aviation Safety Investigation Departments of Australia, the United States, and China, have sent representatives to participate. All the personnel will be in place by tomorrow morning at the latest. We may need to find Mr. Xia to understand more about the situation." Although Xia Ruofei had already described the incident to the police in Saipan in detail, the investigation team would still need to find him to understand the situation. After all, they would look at it from a more professional point of view and focus on different things than the police. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "No problem." Tony continued, "Also, after the preliminary investigation is completed, we will hold a Press conference to release some information to the public. Mr. Xia, do you need to keep your identity a secret? I would like to keep it a secret, but there's no point, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Tony raised his eyebrows in confusion. Xia Ruofei turned on his phone and showed Tony and Alex a Weibo post. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the country, he said. Even my photos have been exposed. So, there's no need to keep my personal information a secret. Tony laughed and said, understood. Mr. Xia, you've made a great contribution to Kyoto, and we'll work on a reward plan as soon as possible. Whether it's you, Mr. Xia, or the rest of the crew, you will all be handsomely rewarded. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, thank you in advance. There was no need to be pretentious with this kind of money. It was an international practice. The domestic reward for the successful disposal of specially hired crew was in the millions. Furthermore, it was foreign money. Xia Ruofei had no psychological pressure with it. We should be the ones saying thank you, Tony said with a smile, then picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, Mr. Xia, we won't disturb your rest anymore. If you need anything, please contact Alex. Please try to stay in the hotel tomorrow morning, because the investigation team might come to you to understand the situation. Okay. Xia Ruofei also stood up and sent the two of them out. Not long after Xia Ruofei returned to his room, Feng Rao came to look for him after a nap. As soon as they entered, Feng Rao said with a smile, Ruofei, you're an internet celebrity now. Don't tell me you didn't sleep and spent the whole afternoon on Weibo. Xia Ruofei said gloomily. How is that possible? Feng Jing replied, I just took a look after I woke up. Weibo, WeChat public account, WeChat moments, your handsome photos are everywhere. In reality, Feng Rao didn't really sleep well. Although she was physically and mentally exhausted, she kept dreaming about the terrifying scene in the sky. She kept experiencing the feeling of weightlessness in her dreams, and when she woke up, she was covered in sweat. Is this considered bad news spreading far and wide? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. How can it be a bad thing? Feng Rao giggled. Even if it was bad, it's all good now, isn't it? Feng Rao was scrolling through Weibo on her phone as she spoke, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's wrong again? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. He had been leeched on by countless people in the afternoon, and now he had a little phobia, afraid that something would happen again. Feng Rao laughed as she said, you didn't stay idle in the afternoon either. He even recorded a video of Dong Yun and the others. Look at the comments on this. Weibo, it's so funny. Xia Ruofei then remembered the video. He had wanted to call Guamping to ask, but he had forgotten about it when Tony and Alex came to visit. Xia Ruofei quickly took out his phone and opened Weibo. He wanted to see if Guamping and the others had deleted the video and posted it. However, when he opened it, the video was still the same video, but there were already thousands of comments. What's going on? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. He pulled down the page and saw the comments from the netizens. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When everyone saw Xia Ruofei's embarrassment in the video, they happily left comments on Weibo. Ha ha ha. President Xia is too cute. Does this count as a forced advertisement failure? The Lewin family just wants to focus on recording a video. Why is it so difficult? Can't you guys wait for me to finish reading the advertisement? Pfft. How big is President Xia's psychological trauma? I'm finished. I've become a fan Of President Xia. Circle of fans, +1. Is it really good for you to do this for the operation of Paradise Corporation? Boss's image has been ruined by you guys. Can't you edit this video? In response to your lazy behavior, I only have 4 words to say, well done. Waha. Paradise Corporation's operations girl wants to add chicken legs. Xia Ruofei was a little dumbfounded. The effect of this broken video was surprisingly good. He casually flipped through it and saw a few comments from passerby who had turned into fans. Moreover, the netizens were quite happy. Some people even cut out moving pictures from the last part of the video and added the words "baby's heart is bitter" to make an emoji package. Feng Rao had also finished watching the video. She was rolling around on the sofa while clutching her stomach and laughing. Ruofei, your image is completely ruined. Xia Ruofei snorted and said, it must be Guangping's idea. He even promised me that he would edit it well. I actually believed it. Xia Ruofei became more and more depressed as he thought about it. He couldn't help but say, no, I have to call him back and give him a good scolding. No, no, no. Feng Rao quickly stopped him. I think the effect is quite good. This was Guangping's idea? I'll reward him when we get back. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Sister Che, do you like to go against me that much? Feng Rao said with a serious face, I'm just stating the facts. This was the operation rule of new media. Everyone was tired of the aesthetic appreciation of serious things, and sometimes they needed to win by surprise. Also, didn't you realize that your image immediately became very down to earth? Even though everyone is laughing at you, they definitely won't feel distant anymore. You guys can do whatever you want, Xia Ruofei said gloomily. Then, he couldn't help but mutter, you guys don't take me seriously. That's enough. Feng Rao laughed. Don't take advantage of me. Everyone is trying to create a brand new image for you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since we're already out, we should trust our colleagues in China. Let them do what they need to do and don't always point fingers at them. You said it yourself. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head while fiddling with his phone. What are you doing? Feng Rao asked. Are we really going to call Guangping and give him a good scolding? Xia Ruofei said unhappily, I'm hungry. Can I call the front desk to deliver the food? Use the landline to make an internal call. So stupid. Feng Rao said. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed and said, I've been so angry that I'm muddled. The next morning, Alex came to Xia Ruofei's room and asked him to go to the investigation team to cooperate with them. The investigation team was also staying at Kaiwei Hotel and had rented a conference room. When Xia Ruofei followed Alex to the meeting room, there were already more than 20 people sitting there. The moment he entered, all eyes fell on him. Many people were curious, but even more were in disbelief. Xia Ruofei also saw a few yellow-skinned and black-haired faces. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they immediately went up to him and introduced themselves in Chinese. Hello, President Xia. We are staff from the Safety Investigation Department of the China Civil Administration. We are also participating in the investigation of this incident. My surname is Li, and I'm the leader of the team this time. Hello, Director Li. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't know this person's official position, but he thought that it shouldn't be wrong to call him a director. The most common title in the country was director, from the small to the ministry and even the deputy state level. Hello, Director Xia. Director Li greeted with a smile. You've brought glory to Huasha this time. Before we left, Chief Shui of the headquarters specifically asked us to convey his greetings to you. Xia Ruofei didn't know Chief Shui, but he still said politely, thank you, thank you. After the small talk, Director Li said, the basic course of the incident is very clear, and you're not a professional pilot. They won't make things difficult for you in terms of technical details, so you just have to relax and describe what happened to them. If you feel uncertain, you can refuse to answer. There's no harm in being careful. Xia Ruofei didn't agree with Director Li's bureaucratic logic, but he didn't deny that Director Li had good intentions. So he smiled and nodded in agreement. Alex introduced Xia Ruofei to the members of the investigation team and then left the meeting room. As one of the parties involved, Australian Airlines had to avoid the matter. Therefore, although they also participated in the investigation of the incident, they were more involved in the cooperation work. The real leaders were the three countries' aviation security departments. The members of the investigation team were all of high status. The most famous one was naturally the National Transportation Safety Committee of the United States. This committee was established in the 1960s and participated in the investigation of many famous air accidents. They were very experienced and would sometimes be invited to help with the investigation of air special incidents in third parties' countries. Australia and China had also sent experts in the field of aviation safety, and the leaders of the teams were not low-level. Of course, the trouble that Chief Physician Li was worried about did not happen. The investigation team only asked Xia Ruofei about the whole incident in detail as usual. They were all professionals, and they asked more specific questions than the police. They did not miss out on any details. In fact, everyone knew the conclusion of the matter. The investigation team had started working as soon as they arrived in Saipan last night. They had been busy all night. The first task of the investigation team was to extract the cabin sound and flight data records of the flight involved, which were also commonly known as the data recorded in the black box. Then, they spent the entire night going through all the data according to the timeline. Although there were still many details that had not been analyzed yet, there were basically no more questions about the nature of the incident. During the time when Wilkinson locked the cockpit from the inside, the recorded data showed that the autopilot knob was man-made to change the course and altitude of the aircraft. They also heard Captain Johansson's last words. Since Wilkinson had used a highly toxic drug, Captain Johansson only had time to say half a sentence. Wilkinson, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. You'll be in charge of the next, after that. The cabin voice recorder did not record Captain Johansson's voice anymore. This experienced captain, who was about to retire in 3 months, was still thinking about his duties as a captain in the last moments of his life. Then, Xia Ruofei and the crew broke into the door, and Wilkinson broke the windshield on purpose. All these sounds were faithfully recorded by the black box. After the cabin lost pressure, the recorded sound could not be heard clearly due to the loud noise. However, the flight data could still be simulated by the computer to simulate the flight state of the plane at that time. Therefore, there was basically no doubt in the big picture. The investigation team only asked the parties involved to get more first-hand information and form evidence with the black box record. The only suspicious thing was not the fact that Xia Ruofei, a layman, could successfully pilot the plane and force it to land. The fact was that there was a senior pilot in the cockpit who was guiding them with a little bit of luck, there was still a possibility that they could succeed. The suspicious thing was that Xia Ruofei and the cabin crew could break the cockpit door. According to the Airbus company's design standards, if such a situation occurred, it was basically a dead end. In a limited time, coupled with the fact that it was impossible to find suitable tools in the air, it was impossible to break open the cockpit door. In fact, this was designed for aviation safety. If there was a way to open the cockpit door outside the cockpit, there was a risk of being used by the hijackers. Xia Ruofei did not have a better explanation for everyone's doubts. He could only shrug his shoulders and say, "I'm not too sure, maybe I'm stronger." Xia Ruofei's explanation was not approved by the experts from the United States Transportation Safety Committee, who spoke by standards. It was simply unscientific. However, the truth was right there. And they had no room for doubt. Thus, this group of people walked into a dead end. The internal debate within the investigation team was not small. A considerable number of people even believed that the Airbus company had cut corners in the manufacturing of the plane, resulting in the quality of the cockpit door not up to standard. This scared the representatives of the Airbus representatives present. As an aircraft manufacturer, they also sent representatives from the Airbus. However, their status was similar to that of Qinba, and they could only cooperate with the investigation. Of course, there were many people who disagreed. According to the audio and investigation records, before Xia Ruofei broke the door, the air traffic police had smashed it with an explosion, proof acts for a long time, but the door did not budge at all. Everyone's argument was getting louder and louder, and the meeting room was turning into a wet market. In the end, it was the Chinese officials' philosophy of officialdom that came into play. Director Li expressed his opinion through the interpreter. "Everyone, please calm down. Regarding the quality of the cockpit door, the plane has been sealed for investigation. After the follow-up professional investigation, the results will naturally come to light. Also, after yesterday's incident, Mr. Xia must be physically and mentally exhausted. If you don't have any other questions, can you let him go back to rest?" Yes, Chief Physician Li used a profound delaying tactic, and at the same time, he also helped his fellow townsmen. Everyone knew that even if they were to argue, there would be no result in the end, so they all agreed with Director Li's opinion. After some discussion, they expressed their gratitude to Xia Ruofei and let him leave the meeting room. Xia Ruofei fled back to his room. He did not want to stay with these extremely strict experts for another minute. Initially, Xia Ruofei thought that this matter would be over. However, he had underestimated the seriousness of the expert investigators. In the morning, Xia Ruofei brought Feng Jing to the beach in Saipan to enjoy the ocean. He even snorkeled with the excited Feng Jing. In fact, to Xia Ruofei, the activities of floating on the surface of the sea and sticking one's head into the water to enjoy the beautiful underwater scenery were child's play. When Ying Luo was in the army, they had deep diving activities every time they went for sea training. Although they were not as extreme as professional divers, it was much more exciting than playing house on the sea in a life jacket and breathing tube. However, since Feng Jing was so interested, Xia Ruofei did not want to dampen her spirits. During the snorkeling process, Xia Ruofei had no interest in the corals and fish in the shallow sea. His shifty eyes could not help but look elsewhere. Saipan was a tourist spot, so snorkeling was naturally very popular. He could look at beautiful women instead of corals. And looking at beautiful women in the water was also a different flavor. The person closest to him was naturally Feng Jing. Feng Rao was wearing a bikini today. She was usually dressed like a successful career woman, but she looked quite different in a bikini. Her slender waist and long, firm legs were usually wrapped up tightly. Xia Ruofei's eyes had a feast today. As he peeked, he muttered in his heart, I didn't expect Sister Ran to be so voluptuous. As she was distracted, she happened to meet Feng Jing's eyes. Although they were wearing protective goggles, Feng Jing could clearly see Xia Ruofei's admiring gaze. Her heart was beating wildly. Even in the cool sea, she could still feel her face burning. However, Feng Rao did not avoid Xia Ruofei's gaze. Instead, she was secretly happy. Xia Ruofei, who had been caught red-handed, was a little embarrassed. He quickly turned his head away. Feng Rao couldn't help but want to laugh, but she had to shut her mouth tightly because of the respiratory tube in her mouth. After snorkeling, the two returned to the hotel to take a shower and change their clothes. Then, they went to a local restaurant on the beach and ordered a bunch of Camelo-style dishes, such as red rice, barbecue, coconut crab. They chose the special ones. The two of them had just returned to the hotel after a hearty meal when they were stopped in the lobby by Director Li. President Xia. Have you eaten? Chief Physician Li asked with a smile. I've already eaten outside. Director Li, what's wrong? Xia Ruofei asked. I need to talk to you about something. Shall we go over there and have a chat? Department Director Li looked at Feng Jing, and he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Sure, Sister Ran, you can go back and rest. Feng Jing looked at Department Director Li and nodded. She then asked, Ruofei, how long are we going to stay in Saipan? There were a lot of things to do in Australia. Didn't you say that we can't wait for the winery? Also, a domestic company can't always be left without someone to take charge. Director Li knew that Feng Jing was actually asking him. So he quickly said, Madam, the part that requires Mr. Xia's cooperation will be completed soon. You can leave tomorrow at the earliest. That's good. Feng Jing smiled and said, Director Li, I'll leave you two to your own devices. After she finished speaking, she nodded at Director Li and walked toward the elevator. Xia Ruofei explained. President Feng is the president of our company. We went to Australia for a business trip. We didn't expect to encounter this incident. It delayed a lot of work. You know, a strong woman who has returned from abroad has her mind full of work, I understand. Chief Physician Li smiled apologetically. I understand. The two of them went to the tea house on the first floor and ordered 2 drinks. Xia Ruofei asked, Director Li, is there anything else that the investigation team needs my cooperation with? Director Li smiled bitterly. There's something that I might have to trouble you with, Director Xia. We, from China, are against it, but the United States and Australia insist. So, there's nothing we can do. I might have to trouble you for a while, Director Xia. Then, Director Li explained the situation to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the story. It turned out that the people from the United States Transportation Safety Committee were still struggling with the matter of the cockpit door. They had sent people to check the plane's door in the morning, but they didn't find any obvious quality problems. However, the hatch had been destroyed, and after the explosion, a lot of data could not be analyzed. Although it was a good thing that they had successfully broken through the hatch in the air and avoided a serious crash, it might not have been a good thing in the investigation of the accident. At the very least, the Airbus company was very nervous. Eager to draw a clear line, they came up with a bad idea, which was to remove a door and locking mechanism from the same model plane of Qinba, check the quality first, and then he asked Xia Ruofei to use the explosion-proof axe to break open the intact cabin door. If they could prove that there was no problem with the quality, even if other people could not break it under the same conditions, but Xia Ruofei could do it, then they could definitely rule out the quality problem of the Airbus. In order to avoid suspicion, they even directly used the cabin door of another aircraft of the same model purchased in the same batch by Australian Airlines. This was difficult to fake, so there was no need for Australian Airlines to cooperate with the Airbus to fake it. Of course, all the expenses were covered by the airline. For the sake of the company's reputation, they were really going all out. This plan seemed a little unreliable, but it received full support from experts in Australia and the United States. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. You want me to destroy another intact cabin door? Are you sure they're not stupid? Director Li said with a smile, I thought I heard wrong at that time. We also mentioned that in an emergency, human potential may be unleashed. If you do it again, you may not be able to break open the hatch. However, they insisted on giving it a try. Besides, the airline is not short of money. How long will it take? Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, I really have an emergency in Australia. I can't afford to be delayed. Oh, it's like this. The plane they're going to use for the test is at Quodane's base. Director Li quickly said, they have already dismantled the hatch and the locking mechanism. They are preparing to arrange for you to fly to Australia tomorrow morning and cooperate with them to complete this experiment. You can leave after that. Xia Ruofei let out a sigh of relief and said, that's more like it. All right. I'll go crazy with them this time. Chief Physician Li let out a long breath and said, thank you, Director Xia. Thank you, President Xia. Since Xia Ruofei was a Chinese, the investigation team naturally sent representatives from China to do the work. However, Director Li had inquired about Xia Ruofei's situation before leaving the country. Chief Shui had also hinted to him. Director Li knew that if Xia Ruofei insisted on not cooperating, he would not be able to force him. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was easy to talk to. He only complained a little and agreed to the ridiculous experiment. When Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he passed by Feng Jing's room in the corridor. Seeing that the door was not closed, he knocked on it and walked in. What did that Director Li want with you? Feng Rao asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he told Feng Jing about the investigation team's strange experiment plan. Feng Jing was also dumbfounded after hearing it. Are you really going to do this experiment with them? Feng Rao smiled and asked, if you can't break it this time, won't it ruin your image? Maybe the situation was urgent and your potential exploded. What Feng Jing said was very similar to what Department Director Li said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there's no what if. As long as they don't mind the money, I can break open as many doors as they want. We'll fly to Australia tomorrow. Once we get off the plane, we'll hack open their cabin doors and then we'll leave. The next morning, Australian Airlines arranged for a bomber business jet to send Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing, and some of the investigation team members to Australia. Director Li was a little worried and personally accompanied Xia Ruofei. Sitting on The comfortable leather seat of the business jet, Feng Rao looked at the blue sky outside the cabin and smiled. At Xia Ruofei. I thought we could have some fun since the heavens arranged for us to land in Saipan. I didn't expect you to leave so soon, Xia Ruofei teased. Weren't you in a hurry yesterday? Why don't we turn the plane back? You think you're taking a taxi? Feng Rao chuckled. Do you think the plane can turn around? Just like that? Besides, I'm just casually complaining. I'm here for work, not for sightseeing. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then. We'll come to Saipan when we're done with our work in Australia. You can play for as long as you want, and the company will reimburse you. You said it yourself. Feng Rao said with a smile. After the plane entered the cruising stage, Alex walked over with 2 glasses of wine. He handed one to Xia Ruofei and smiled. Mr. Xia, try the most famous Semillon wine in the Hunter Valley area of Australia. Tony, the senior vice president of Australian Airlines, was in charge of the investigation in Saipan. Since Xia Ruofei had landed, Alex had been receiving him. Therefore, Tony had sent Alex to accompany Xia Ruofei throughout the trip. Feng Rao couldn't help but chuckle and said, Mr. Alex, Mr. Xia has a farm and 2 wineries in the Hunter Valley area. His wineries are rich in Semillon. Alex was stunned for a moment before he laughed awkwardly. Mr. Xia, you have a business in Australia. I have to say. There are a lot of rich people in China these days. You can see Chinese people waving checkbooks everywhere in Australia to buy farms and wineries. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in recent years, China's economy can be said to be the only one in the world. When the people are rich, they will naturally go out of the country to look for investment opportunities. This is very normal. However, I'm in the agricultural industry in China, and I have my own farm in China. Investing in the Hunter Valley area can be considered an industrial expansion. Xia Ruofei knew that many Chinese people who came to Australia to buy farms were either nouveau riche or had been tricked by the agency. Many people were deceived by the low price and ended up buying a lot of low-quality farms. In Australia, all the crops grown on a farm had to be strictly approved. If it was a ranch, there was even more to it. The number of livestock per acre on a ranch was regulated by the relevant government departments. If the livestock exceeded the land's capacity, the owner could even be charged with animal abuse. Therefore, a farm's climate, soil, geographical environment, precipitation, and so on had a very important impact on its nutrient capacity. This also led to a huge difference in the price of farms, ranging from thousands of Australian dollars per acre to a dozen or even a few Australian dollars per acre. There were even farms that sold the entire farm at a symbolic price of $1 Australian, which was basically barren land and far away from the populated areas. There were some Chinese tycoons who did not understand the market. After buying the ranches for a cheap price, they found out that according to the rules, only 1 cow could be raised for every 200 acres of the ranches. There were too many examples of them crying without tears when they suffered a loss. However, in front of a foreigner, Xia Ruofei naturally could not expose the shortcomings of his own people. Thus, he only glossed over Alex's obviously teasing words. Mr. Xia, you're so young, but you're already so successful in your career. I'm impressed. Alex raised his glass to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei clinked his glass with his and started to talk about other topics. However, the fact that Xia Ruofei had a farm and 2 wineries in Australia did make Alex's heart skip a beat. He didn't show it, though, and only kept his thoughts to himself. After all, there were some things that he couldn't make the decision on. After about 7 hours of flight, Xia Ruofei's official jet landed smoothly at Kingford Smith Airport in Sydney, Australia. The group did not leave the restricted area of the airport. Instead, they boarded a shuttle bus prepared by cars on the tarmac and headed to a hangar. Kinty's Kingsford Smith Airport was the main base of Kinty's. It had their own exclusive hangar and the best support facilities. Today's strange experiment was held in one of Kinty's hangars. In a short while, the shuttle bus arrived at the entrance of the garage. Xia Ruofei did not see the familiar Airbus A350. The Australian Airlines were not crazy enough to carry out the experiment on the plane. This was because once the cockpit door was violently damaged, not only would the door have to be repaired, but the aircraft would also have to undergo a comprehensive inspection to prevent metal fatigue or circuit problems. The amount of work required would be huge. Therefore, the engineers of Kyoto and Airbus took turns working overtime last night to dismantle the door from the plane and then installed it in a 1-to-1 simulation cabin in the morning. All the installation standards were the same as real airplanes. Xia Ruofei and the others walked into the hangar. The first thing they saw was a simulation cabin fixed on a shelf. This cabin only had the front part of the cockpit, and the aircraft's skin had not been installed, directly exposing the skeleton. Standing outside, one could also see the test process. Xia Ruofei also saw a familiar face. The air traffic police who was on the plane at that time was standing at the door of the simulation cabin, looking a little reserved. Professor Aris, an expert from the United States Transportation Safety Committee, whispered to the staff member of Castro and said, "Let's start." The staff of Quodan nodded and made a gesture to the air traffic police. The air marshal bent over nervously and picked up an explosion-proof axe, which was exactly the same as the one on the plane, and walked into the simulation cabin. Xia Ruofei was confused and quickly called out, "Wait. That wasn't I the one to break down the door today? What is this for?" Director Li quickly explained, "Director Xia, didn't this air traffic police cut the cockpit door with an explosion-proof axe before you went over? This is also to simulate the real situation to the greatest extent." Then, Director Li lowered his voice and said, "And wouldn't it be helpful for you if he gave you a few slashes first?" "Director Li, there's no need for that," Xia Ruofei laughed. Xia Ruofei strode forward and said in English, "Everyone, I don't think we should waste any more time. Let me do it." The air traffic police also stopped and looked back at the experts. He really didn't want to do such a silly thing. An explosion-proof axe couldn't open the cockpit door at all, even if he used all his strength. His hand had been injured by the shock on the plane, and now he had to do it again, and he couldn't hold back. He simply didn't have the energy to complain. Professor Aris hesitated for a second and asked, "Mr. Xia, are you sure?" "I'm very sure," Xia Ruofei said. "Didn't you just want to verify if a qualified cockpit door can be broken down by force? As long as I can open the hatch, there's no need to add this meaningless segment." Professor Aris thought for a moment and said, "That's good, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He walked up the stairs and reached the door of the simulator. The air policeman gratefully handed the axe to Xia Ruofei and then left the simulation cockpit as if he had been pardoned. Xia Ruofei weighed the axe in his hand and walked to the cabin door that had just been installed. The door was locked. Everyone held their breath and stared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and raised the axe in his hand. Then, he shouted and hacked at the cockpit door. Xia Ruofei's movements were full of strength and beauty. His shout was even more imposing. The members of the investigation team who were watching from the side could not help but nod in approval. In fact, Xia Ruofei was just putting on a show for them. He was able to break the door mainly because he had poured his essential qi into it, which doubled the power of his slashes. As for the accumulation of power and the release of force, it was not that important. However, if he deformed the cabin door with a light swing of his axe, wouldn't that be even more shocking? Everyone focused their eyes and saw that a clear dent appeared on the cockpit door. The engineers from the Airbus and the members of the investigation team, who had come to supervise the experiment preparations, could not help but widen their eyes and mouths. They were shocked beyond words. How was this possible? It had completely exceeded the limits of human strength, right? Xia Ruofei didn't give them any time to react. He quickly raised his axe and hacked down again. Buzz! 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 The loud noise echoed in the hangar. The cockpit door quickly became broken. The whole process was filled with violence and aesthetics. The onlookers were silent. Xia Ruofei grinned and threw the axe aside. He took a few steps back and rushed toward the cockpit with a loud shout. Just like on the plane, Xia Ruofei gathered all the qi in his body and slammed into the cockpit door with a mountain lean. With a loud bang, the cockpit door opened, and the locking mechanism that was designed to be extremely strong was directly turned into scrap metal. The hangar was dead silent. This was especially true for the engineers from the Airbus company. Their mouths were so wide open that a light bulb could fit in. Professor Eris, who was in charge of this experiment, also opened his eyes wide and muttered, "This is unbelievable." He had expected Xia Ruofei to be able to break through the cockpit door. After all, it had happened on the flight. However, he did not expect it to be so easy. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The prior test report also showed that the cockpit door used for the test was better than the standard value in all aspects and was completely qualified. Xia Ruofei glanced at the cockpit door that had suffered an unexpected disaster and walked out of the simulator with a relaxed smile on his face. He jumped down the stairs and walked in front of Professor Eris. He asked, "Professor, is the experiment complete?" Professor Eris nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Xia, how did you do it?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I don't know. Maybe I'm born with more strength than others." Another investigator beside him asked, curiously, "Mr. Xia, have you practiced this before?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "It can be considered so. I did receive strength training when I was in the army." The investigator suddenly came to a realization and said, "It must be Chinese Kung Fu. The magical Chinese Kung Fu." After he finished speaking, he even made a bow step, stretched out his right hand and hooked his finger and made a odd sound. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this person was a fan of Bruce Lee. The other members of the investigation team also felt that the investigator's words made sense. After all, Eastern Huaxia was too mysterious in the eyes of foreigners like them, especially Chinese Kung Fu, which had been exaggerated by a lot after being rendered by some classic film and television works. Of course, only director Lee was skeptical. After all, he knew very well about the state of the martial arts in China. 2 years ago, wasn't there a mixed martial arts athlete who went everywhere to challenge the masters of the famous sects? Moreover, he won easily, which meant that the effectiveness of Chinese martial arts had weakened a lot. But no matter what the investigators thought, Xia Ruofei had already told them the answer with facts. At the same time, he had also cleared the name of the Airbus company. It was not that their planes were of poor quality. The entire experiment was recorded and would be filed as investigation data. The debate over the cockpit door naturally came to an end. Professor Eris, can I leave now? Xia Ruofei asked. Of course. Eris quickly replied. Mr. Xia is free to begin with. Thank you very much for helping us complete this experiment. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I have my contact information at Quito. If there's anything else you need my cooperation with, you can call me. Of course, that's if I'm still in Australia. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Xia, Eris said. The investigation team still had to do a professional identification of the cockpit door. Alex quickly got a shuttle bus over and sent someone to accompany Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to go through the immigration procedures. After successfully passing through the customs, Xia Ruofei flew to the staff of Quito to express her gratitude. They shook hands and bade farewell. Ruofei, this golden-haired beauty from Please Airlines, is very enthusiastic about you, Feng Rao said with a smile. And his eyes are full of admiration. That's her job, okay? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Ran, let's go out. We've been delayed for 2 days, but we've finally reached Australia. Don't worry, I'll take a picture for you. Feng Rao smiled. After so many twists and turns, we finally landed in Australia. Shouldn't we leave a memento? Xia Ruofei thought about it and agreed. He said, then let's take a photo together. I'll take a solo shot for you first. Feng Rao smiled and said, come. Handsome. Make a more handsome pose. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to cooperate with Feng Jing and smile at the camera. With a click, Xia Ruofei's image was fixed on the camera. The background was the busy Kingsford Smith Airport. Then, the two of them took a few more photos before they dragged their luggage to the exit. Xia Ruofei didn't notice that Feng Jing was fiddling with her phone as she walked and then sent the photo. As they had taken a public jet here, and they didn't know how long the weird experiment would take, it was hard to estimate Xia Ruofei's time, so he didn't let Liang Qishao come to pick them up. The two of them took a taxi at the airport and went straight to the Hunter Valley. Although Feng Jing had traveled to many places, this was her first time in Australia. Hence, she was in high spirits as she enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was bored as he swiped his phone to pass the time. After all, he had been here a few times. Although he was not tired of aesthetics, at least he did not feel too novel. Last night, the Paradise Corporation's promotion was very successful. Because the quantity was relatively sufficient, many netizens who usually couldn't get the jaded skin cream successfully bought it yesterday. Some people were even lucky enough to get a 20% discount voucher, which was even more affordable. Xia Ruofei also wanted to see the netizens' reactions. So he opened the official Weibo of the Paradise Corporation out of habit. He glanced at the Weibo post that had just been posted a few minutes ago, and the expression on his face suddenly became very interesting. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Che. You're too unkind. It turned out that the latest post on the official Weibo of Taoyuan Company was a photo taken by Xia Ruofei at the airport. The caption was, "After several twists and turns, our President Xia has finally arrived in Satani." Follow and forward this Weibo post, and at the same two friends, and you'll have the chance to get a sample of jadeshire cream. The winning fans would be randomly drawn by the Weibo Lucky Draw platform. There were a total of 10 prizes, so there were many chances. Put an end to the dirty dealings. Also, those who wish for President Xia to open a personal Weibo account, please like it. In the photo, Xia Ruofei had a bright smile on his face. The background was the busy Kingsford Smith Airport. The photo had been edited, and there was a caption, "I'm finally here. I feel so cute." Xia Ruofei looked at the time of the post. It had only been 10 minutes, but there were already thousands of shares. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that the number of likes had already exceeded 10,000. And cute. Xia Ruofei felt so tired. How did I end up with this group of scammers? No. Where's the employee who tricked his boss? Needless to say, Feng Jing was the one who sent the photo back to the company. In fact, it was possible that Feng Jing was the one who had sent the photo to the company. No one else had the guts to do that. Feng Jing had long noticed that Xia Ruofei was looking at her phone, but she pretended to be admiring the scenery. It was only when Xia Ruofei spoke that she could not help but burst into laughter. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei's phone screen and said, "I think it's pretty good." The composition, lighting, and expressions were all on point. "By the way, I've also helped you to beautify your face. These words were also written by you, right?" Xia Ruofei said gloomily, "I was wondering why you were fiddling with your phone just now." "I'm just trying to keep you hot." Feng Rao giggled. "You're so cute now." "Cute my ass," Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, "Whoever likes cute is cute. I'm clearly a bossy president, okay? I think I'm the president of the company," Feng Rao said casually. "Could it be that Boss Xia is planning to fire me? I'm the overbearing chairman." Xia Ruofei straightened his neck and said, "I don't want any cute character. That's not up to you to decide." Feng Rao giggled and said, "Who asked you to film such a cute video?" The netizens were still falling for this. "Can't you see how fast our company's Weibo fans are increasing?" Xia Ruofei felt that he couldn't argue with Feng Jing anymore, so he put away his phone and closed his eyes to rest. As for the various voices on the internet, they simply ignored them. Feng Jing didn't want to let Xia Ruofei off so easily. She reached out and touched Xia Ruofei's arm. "Hey, Ruofei, to be honest, I think you should open a personal Weibo account. The timing is pretty good." Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and said, "I say, can you not let me finish first?" Feng Jing pouted and looked at Xia Ruofei from the corner of her eyes. Actually, Dong Yun and the rest did a good job this time. It's the era of popularity and popularity. There's a fan economy everywhere. At least for now, you're the guarantee of popularity. In the past, it was your own business whether you opened Weibo or not, but it's different now. This has obviously risen to the height of the company's development. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was about to speak, Feng Rao said, "Don't interrupt. Ruofei, you don't have to manage your own Weibo account. The company will naturally arrange for someone to take care of it." Also, the character design problem you mentioned can be slowly reversed in the future. If you don't open Weibo, how are you going to change your image? Feng Rao felt her mouth was a little dry, so she opened a bottle of mineral water and took a few sips. She then continued, look at the bosses of some internet companies, which one of them isn't very popular on the internet? Chairman Ma of the Heavenly Cat was also known as Father Ma and had countless fans. President Liu of Kyokoboku also showed off his love for his wife from time to time. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would promote their company's employee welfare, corporate social responsibility, and other things. There was also President Chen, who spoke for himself, who was an internet celebrity. Including the previous generation of internet people, which one of them didn't have countless fans? In this aspect, you have to keep up with the times. According to what you're saying, if I don't open this Weibo account, I'll be unforgivable? Xia Ruofei said helplessly. Not really, but it's a pity to miss this opportunity. Feng Rao grinned. Ruofei, you should consider it carefully. Xia Ruofei wasn't a stubborn person. He listened to Feng Jing's reasoning, but he couldn't let it go. However, he quickly adjusted his attitude. What was the point of putting on airs in front of his own people? Xia Ruofei only thought for a moment before saying, if that's the case, then open it. Get the public relations department to contact Weibo and set up a real, name-verified account. That's right. Feng Rao said happily. I'll send a WeChat message to Dong Yun and ask her to follow up personally. After speaking, Feng Jing really did pull out her phone and sent Dong Yun a WeChat message. When they arrived at the entrance of Paradise Farm, it was already evening. Xia Ruofei called Liang Qichao when they were about to reach the farm, so he waited at the entrance of the farm in advance. Liang Qichao walked up to them as soon as they got out of the car. President Xia, President Feng, welcome. Liang Qichao said with a warm smile on his face. Although he wasn't an employee of Paradise Corporation, strictly speaking, Liang Qichao was an employee of Tang. He's grandfather. He only helped to take care of the farm since Tang. He also owned half of the farm shares. However, it was all thanks to Xia Ruofei that Liang Qichao could have his current career and keep gaining points in Grandpa Tang's heart, so he was very enthusiastic. Brother Liang, you've worked hard. Xia Ruofei hugged Liang Qichao and smiled. I don't think I need to introduce you, President Feng. No need, no need. Director Feng's name is already as famous as thunder. Liang Qichao said with a laugh. Manager Liang, Feng Jing said with a smile, I've long heard that Paradise Farm is doing well under your management. I've always wanted to come and take a look. Now I finally have the chance. I have to read more scriptures. I want to learn from the advanced management experience. Here. Where? Feng Jing has led Paradise Corporation to record new records. I often see news about the company in Australia. I'm the one who's learning from you. Liang Qichao said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay, let's stop flattering each other, okay? Can I go in first? I'm so hungry. I only had a little on the plane today. Let's go. The feast has been prepared. Please get in the car, bosses. Liang Qichao said. Paradise Farm had a relatively large area, and the living area was deep inside the farm, so Liang Qichao drove a Mercedes Benz to the entrance to pick them up. The Mercedes Benz quietly drove on the clean asphalt road inside the farm. The two sides of the road were full of rich green. In the distance, there were rows of Neat vegetable greenhouses, reflecting the light of the setting sun. The environment here is so beautiful. Feng Jing couldn't help but exclaim, and it's much bigger than the farms in our country, although Feng Jing also knew about Paradise Farms' situation. It was only a number on paper. After she was in the real world, she intuitively felt the vastness of the farm. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The living area in front is the best. I guarantee that you won't want to return to China after you've settled down." Feng Rao rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "No matter how good the environment is, we can't not go back. There are so many things to do at the company, no energy." Xia Ruofei pouted. "Ah." Feng Rao couldn't help but scream again. As it turned out, after the car drove past a small hill, they could already see the residential area in the distance. Feng Jing was indeed stunned by the beautiful scenery. The artificial lake was sparkling under the setting sun, as if the water had been painted with a layer of gold. A few swans were swimming leisurely on the lake. By the lakeside, several houses were scattered around, and all kinds of flowers were planted around the houses, embellishing it like a paradise on earth. "So beautiful," Feng Rao muttered. "Sister Ran, would you consider taking a vacation here?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "By the way, you haven't had a day off in 2 years." Feng Rao was indeed tempted. She said, "We'll talk about it later. There's still a lot of work to be done in the company." "How can things be finished?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Now that the work has been settled, new things will appear. You're too demanding on yourself. Just like this time when we went abroad, didn't the company operate well?" Liang Qichao, who was driving the car, also said, "Boss Feng, if you want to have an exclusive interview here, I'll welcome you with open arms. Everything was good here except for the lack of popularity. If a beauty like you can live here, you'll definitely add to the farm's beauty." Xia Ruofei teased, "Doesn't Paradise Farm already have a beauty like Daphne? Do you still need my sister Ran to keep up the act?" Liang Qichao felt depressed and said, "Brother. I'll call you brother, alright? Don't you mention it." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He had long noticed that Liang Qichao and the deputy manager of Paradise Farm, Daphne, were making eyes at each other. Xia Ruofei would never believe that there was nothing going on between the two. The last time Liang Qichao and Xia Ruofei talked about this over the phone, his father, Liang Weiman, happened to be having dinner with Xia Ruofei. Before Xia Ruofei could give him a hint, Liang Qichao, the big mouth, said a lot of things. In the end, the old-fashioned Liang Weiman flew into a rage and questioned him for a long time after the incident. He even warned him repeatedly. If it weren't for the fact that Australia was so far away, Liang Qichao and Daphne would have been separated. So when this matter was brought up, Liang Qichao was naturally extremely depressed. Everyone laughed and talked, and the car soon arrived at the small lakeside villa. The moment Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he heard a happy voice. "Xia, you've finally come. I've been looking forward to this for a few days." Xia Ruofei looked up and saw that it was Old West's wife, Kelly. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "Auntie Kabylie. What are you doing here?" "I was going to visit you at the winery after I settled down here." Liang Qichao got out of the car and said with a smile, "Uncle Wester is here too. He's cooking his best dishes inside. The two of you wanted to give you a surprise, so you deliberately didn't go to the door to pick you up. Xia. When you weren't around, we all missed you." Auntie Kelly came up and gave Xia Ruofei a warm hug. At this time Old West, wearing an apron, walked to the door with a plate of apple pie. He laughed and said, "Boss, welcome back to Australia." Xia Ruofei was also in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Uncle Wester, you've all worked hard these past few months. By the way, Sister Che, let me introduce you." Xia Ruofei said, "This is Uncle Wester, and this is his wife, Auntie Kabbali. They're the ones who help me manage my 2 wineries in Australia." Due to the language barrier, Xia Ruofei had introduced the couple in English out of respect for Old West and Kelly, as well as Feng Jing's excellent English. "Uncle Wester, Auntie Kately, this is," he continued. Kelly laughed heartily and said, "Xia, this beautiful lady must be your girlfriend." Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing blushed. Xia Ruofei quickly explained, "No, no, no. You've misunderstood. She's the president of a company in my country and my business partner. Of course, we're also very good friends." Feng Jing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, Old West immediately said, I know. I heard from Liang that the 2 of you were coming together, so I even learned some Chinese from him." "Oh?" Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. "You've also learned Chinese?" "Of course, don't look. At my age, my learning ability is still very strong," Old West said proudly. Then, he walked up to Feng Jing and spoke in strange Chinese, "Lady Boss, reverse your name." Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao were both dumbfounded. Liang Qichao could not help but laugh. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but glare at Liang Qichao and said in Chinese, "Brother Liang, aren't you being too mean?" Old West felt a little strange when he saw everyone's reaction. He quickly asked, "Xia, is there a problem with what I said?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Liang Qichao and asked, Uncle Wester, do you know what this means?" "Of course." Old West said, "Boss, it's nice to see you." "Hello, boss." Old West wasn't very clear about Xia Ruofei's asset structure. He didn't know that Paradise Farm and the 2 wineries were actually Xia Ruofei's private investments. Strictly speaking, they weren't Peach Blossom Company's assets. Hence, when he heard Liang Qichao say that Xia Ruofei, the chairman, and Feng Jing, the company's CEO, were coming to Australia together, he learned this Chinese sentence from him. On the other hand, Liang Qichao deliberately translated boss as lady boss to make Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing feel awkward. Xia Ruofei glared at Liang Qichao, then said to Old West, "Uncle, your pronunciation is still a little off." "Boss, how are you?" "I understand. There's no ending note, right?" Old West had never learned Chinese before, so he thought that the word mother was like a suffix in English. The more he explained, the messier it would be. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply nodded and said, "Almost." Old West said very humbly, "It seems that Chinese is really difficult." "Then I'll try again." "Uncle West, there's no need. I'm not your boss." Feng Rao quickly replied in English. "Are you au fait? You can just call me by my name." "All right then." Old Wester nodded and said, "Then I'll call you Feng." Your pronunciation is very accurate." Feng Rao nodded. "Feng, it's nice to meet you. Come, let's go. Dinner is ready." Old West said enthusiastically, "Tonight's dinner was prepared by me and Kelly. This apple pie is my best dish. You must try it." good, good, good. I'm starving, let's go in. Xia Ruofei quickly said. As they walked in, Xia Ruofei was the last one to leave. He pinched Liang Qichao hard and said in a low voice, Brother Liang, if you do this again, I'll ask Mr. Tang to transfer you back to United States. Let him change Liang Xiaojun to manage the farm. Liang Xiaojun was the one who was competing with Liang Qichao for the right of inheritance. When he was selling the Phoebe Jinnan wood for Tang He, the two families had been fighting openly and secretly. Now, Liang Xiaojuan's performance in Tang He's company was average, but Liang Qichao had shown a bright result in the farm. The balance of victory was tilted in his favor. Liang Qichao quickly smiled and said, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I won't do it next time. Besides, you wouldn't be at ease if Liang Xiaojun came over, would you? Such a big business needs to be managed by one of our own who knows the roots. Xia Ruofei snorted and said, then I'll ask Mr. Tang to send a professional manager. When that time comes, you'll be separated from Daphne, Don T. Don T. President Xia. Brother Xia. Master Xia. I won't do it again. Liang Qichao quickly smiled and begged for mercy. I'll give a toast to CEO Feng later. Xia Ruofei said, girls are thin-skinned, you can't make such jokes. I'm just helping you with your matchmaking, Liang Qichao mumbled. What did you just say? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and glared at Liang Qichao. Liang Qichao quickly waved his hand and said, it's nothing. It was nothing. I'm saying that I'll definitely give you a toast. Xia Ruofei reached out his finger and pointed at Liang Qichao, then walked in front of him. In fact, Xia Ruofei had heard it, but this kind of thing was meant to be a joke, so it was enough to stop there. They walked into the villa, and Liang Qichao said, President Xia, President Feng, please leave your luggage in the living room. I'll arrange your rooms after dinner. Let's eat first, you guys must be starving. After that, Liang Qichao eagerly led everyone to the dining room on the first floor of the villa. The dinner that Old West and his wife prepared was very sumptuous. There was a very distinctive Queen's Hire pie, vanilla grilled fish steak, deep, fried crab sticks, and of course, the couple's carefully prepared desserts, including Old West's personally made apple pie. Other than that, there was also a roasted suckling pig that was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It was paired with a flavorful sweet sauce that was personally prepared by Capella. Just looking at it would make one's appetite rise. Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao were already famished, so they immediately gobbled up the food after sitting down. They ate 2 big pieces of roasted suckling pig. Xia Ruofei was full of praise for this delicacy, especially the crispy skin that was cooked just right. Xia Ruofei ate it with great relish. It's delicious. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up. Auntie Kately was very happy and said, if you like it, eat more. The food that she had cooked was being appreciated, and Aunt Kabeli was genuinely happy. She kept persuading the two of them to eat more. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of the time when they ate at Huzi's mother's house. On this point, the elders' feelings had no boundaries. After they were half full, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing finally had the time to taste the wine that Old West had brought. This was a Semillon from the West Winery. It had been around for a long time and had a rich fragrance. Although it could not be compared to the Semillon that Xia Ruofei had kept in his storage space, it was definitely of the best quality. In fact, this was Old West's precious half-lawn, and he usually didn't even dare to drink it. Xia, we all saw the news, Old West said with a smile. The Australian TV station reported that the flight you were on had deviated at the first moment. At that time, Capella and I were very worried. Fortunately, he was safe in the end. She gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "Child, you're amazing. Now, many people in Australia know you. Everyone says you're a big hero." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I was forced to do that. If I didn't stand up, I would have lost my life." I'm lucky. He had been surrounded by the news of the urgent landing for the past few days, so he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He directly changed the topic and said, "By the way, I stayed in Saipan for 2 days. Will the winery be delayed?" "We've been picking grapes for the past 2 days," Old West said. "There's plenty of rainfall in Australia this season. If the grapes aren't picked in time when they're ripe, they'll rot easily." Xia Ruofei nodded. "It's good that the progress is normal. I was worried that things would be delayed because I didn't arrive in time." Old West laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry. I'll control the entire process and won't wait for you to arrive in Australia before starting the harvesting work." "Right, we're going to start making wine tomorrow." Old West continued, "Boss, you just happen to make it. It would be such a pity if we miss out on this meaningful customer." "Then I'll go to the winery tomorrow." Xia Ruofei said, "Didn't you travel thousands of miles just for this?" After dinner, Old West and his wife happily accepted Xia Ruofei's small gifts from China, the peach garden de Hong Pao and the jade skin cream. Then they said goodbye and left. They knew that Xia Ruofei was tired from the journey and should be allowed to rest early. Liang Qichao had been keeping the master bedroom for Feng Jing this time. Xia Ruofei had chosen another guest room on the second floor. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to their rooms to take a shower and rest. Xia Ruofei did not even let Liang Qichao report the situation at Paradise Farm in detail. Everything could be discussed tomorrow. The next morning, Xia Ruofei started his cultivation on time. After he finished, he took a shower and put on his linen home clothes and slippers before going downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, Xia Ruofei saw Feng Jing standing by the lake with her arms wide open and taking a deep breath through the window. He smiled and walked out of the villa as well, saying, "Sister Che, you're up so early." Feng Rao turned around and smiled sweetly. "I set an alarm. The farm is too quiet. If I don't have a phone alarm, I'll oversleep." "So what if I overslept?" "We're here to relax this time, do whatever's comfortable," Xia Ruofei said. "If I sleep in, won't I miss the beautiful morning scenery?" Feng Rao giggled and said, "The scenery here is so beautiful. I really have a feeling that I don't want to leave after staying here." The two of them turned their gazes forward. The surface of the lake was still covered by a thin layer of gauze, making it seem like a paradise on earth. Taking a deep breath, they felt that the air was filled with a faint fragrance of grass, making them feel relaxed and happy. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then we'll stay a little longer. Or just accept my suggestion and take a month off. Don't worry about the company's matters." "That won't do," Feng Rao said. "I don't want to lose my ambition so early. By the way, how long are you going to stay in Australia?" "I still have to go back to China to work." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but rub his forehead and smile bitterly. Again. "I don't know how many days I'll have to stay." No matter what, he had to wait. until this batch of wine was finished. Anyway, just stay here in peace. If I'm really worried about the company, I'll call everyone for a remote meeting or something. All right then. Feng Jing nodded and said, oh right, I'll go with you today. I've never seen how wine is made. Sure. Since you don't have any mission this time, hurry up. And have breakfast if you want to go. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right. Feng Rao said happily. The breakfast was prepared by Liang Qichao himself, and it was quite sumptuous. After everyone finished eating, Xia Ruofei asked Liang Qichao for his car keys and drove Feng Rao out of Paradise Farm to West Winery. As for Liang Qichao, he wasn't interested in brewing wine. He was focused on the farm, so Xia Ruofei didn't let him join in the fun. After getting off the car at the West Winery, Feng Rao looked at the vintage door and the nameplate on it and asked, Ruofei, so this is your winery? It looks like it's been a few years, right? This is one of the wineries. It's a century-old shop. Xia Ruofei said, didn't we pass by a vineyard when we drove here just now? That's the property of the winery. It's so big. Feng Rao said in surprise, this winery doesn't look big. I thought it would be one of those small wineries. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, isn't there a lot of land in Australia? The West Winery isn't that big in the Hunter Valley area. Alright, let's go in. Both Old West and Kelly were wearing shirts and overalls today. They were directing the workers when they saw the two of them come in. Old West immediately put down his work and came forward. Xia. Feng. Hurry and come in. Old West smiled and said, I was just about to call the farm. We're about to start brewing the wine. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia, I'll go get you something to eat, said Kabalai as she walked over. Don't be busy, Auntie Kabalai. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, we had breakfast at the farm and came over. You guys go ahead, we're just here to watch the fun. Then, Xia Ruofei pointed at the workers and asked, what are they busy with? Oh. We're currently taking the grapes out of the constant temperature warehouse and preparing for the first step. Old West laughed and said, before making wine, you have to break the skin and remove the stem. Xia Ruofei watched with interest as the workers skillfully spread out the baskets of grapes and carefully removed the stems. Xia, said Kelly with a smile, the stem contains a lot of tannins, which will bring a sour taste. So, in order to keep the wine fresh, the stem must be removed. We've been using the most traditional wine making techniques. These are all done by hand, and although the efficiency is a little low, the quality of the wine produced is much higher. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yes, quality is the most important. My domestic farm also takes the high-quality route. Feng Rao chuckled. Our country's been promoting the spirit of craftsmen. I saw Uncle West and the others making wine. I really felt the spirit of craftsmen. This method has been around for 100 or 200 years, said Kelly with a smile. Many wineries have introduced advanced machinery, but West has been stubbornly sticking to the traditional way of brewing. Although the efficiency has decreased and the cost of labor has increased a lot, he still refuses to change. I must give Uncle Wester a like. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you can't be too eager for quick success in any field. You can only make the best work if you perfect every detail. Some of the workers were focused on removing the grape stalks, while others were putting the grapes into high-temperature sterilized Stainless steel containers. After each container was filled, someone would carry them into the small cold storage warehouse next to the winery. Auntie Kabylie. Then what are they doing? Feng Rao asked, curiously. Auntie Kelly laughed and said, in order to extract the fragrance of the grapes and the active components in the skin, and enhance the original fresh fruit fragrance of the grapes, we will soak the broken grapes and the grape juice at a low temperature before making the juice. This will make the wine taste richer and more mellow. Oh. I've learned something new. Feng Rao said with a smile. Feng, this process is actually very boring. The low-temperature soaking process will take more than 10 hours. And the earliest we can start is tomorrow, so why don't you ask Xia to take you to the vineyard, she said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's good. Oh right, Auntie Capella, are they picking grapes at the vineyard? Let's go and experience it. Auntie Kelly smiled and shook her head. There's no one working at the vineyard right now. Oh? Why is that so? Xia Ruofei was surprised. Auntie Kabylie smiled and explained, white grapes are very sensitive to temperature. High temperatures will destroy the elegant sound of the white grapes themselves, increasing the risk of oxidation and microbial infection of the grapes. So, most of the time to pick them is in the early morning, before the sun has completely risen. Furthermore, you have to be extremely careful when you harvest them, and do your best to keep the fruits intact. It's that troublesome? Xia Ruofei said, then wouldn't Uncle Wester have a hard time? They're already organizing the grape picking so early in the morning, and they're even making wine during the day. We're used to it. Every year's grape harvesting season will be tougher. Auntie Kelly chuckled and said, but it also gives me a sense of accomplishment. That won't do. You're getting on in years. You can't keep working like this. Xia Ruofei said. If you really can hire someone to keep an eye on the vineyard. You and Uncle Wester shouldn't wake up so early. Yep. Auntie Kabylie. Your health is more important. Feng Rao chimed in. Madame Kabylie smiled and waved her hand. He won't be at ease if we leave it to someone else. Besides, we'll also pay attention to rest. During the day, he and I take turns to rest when we're making wine, and we go to bed very early at night. It'll be fine after all the grapes are picked. Xia Ruofei couldn't argue with her and could only say helplessly, then hire more workers and finish picking the grapes as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the increased cost. Xia, thank you for your concern, said Madame Kelly with a smile. However, the maturity of the grapes is different. The number of grapes harvested each time is calculated. Increasing the number of people won't solve the problem. Don't worry. Although 2 wineries are picking fruits at the same time this year, it will be finished in 5 days at most. All right. You guys must rest well. Xia Ruofei said. Good, said Auntie Kelly with a smile. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, since no one is working at the vineyard, we won't go there. Why don't we help out with the work? Auntie Kabylie was stunned for a moment before she said, all right. Come. I'll help you wash your hands and disinfect, removing the stem and breaking the skin of the grapes didn't require much skill. The only requirement was that the workers were careful, so Auntie Capella wasn't worried that the 2 of them would affect the progress of the workers' work. After Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing washed their hands, they excitedly joined the team. In the beginning, Aunt Caberly was a little worried that they would be careless and not be able to remove the stem of the grapes. However, after working with the two for a while, she was completely relieved. The two of them were very meticulous. Although their work efficiency was not as high as those of skilled workers, the quality of their work was very high. After Xia Ruofei had gotten used to it, his work efficiency had increased. He quickly removed the grape stalks and looked no different from those skilled workers. For the entire morning, everyone was busy with work, processing more than half of the grapes they had picked 2 days ago. Xia Ruofei was worried that Feng Jing would be tired and advised her to rest at the side. However, Feng Jing insisted on working with everyone and refused to rest. Xia Ruofei's heart ached a little when he saw Feng Rao's forehead covered in sweat. After finishing his work in the morning, he immediately went over to pour Feng Jing a glass of water. After blocking everyone's view, he secretly took out a few drops of the flower petal solution from his interspace and dripped them into the water. Then, he brought the glass to Feng Jing. "Sister Che, drink some water," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Yo. Why do I feel a little overwhelmed by the boss's personal service?" Feng Rao said with a smile. "Still joking? Hurry up and take a break. Look how tired you are," Xia Ruofei said. Feng Rao smiled sweetly, took the cup and gulped it down. She then blinked at Xia Ruofei and said, "I'm not tired. Let's come back in the afternoon. Don't try to show off." Xia Ruofei said, "Just stay on the farm and rest in the afternoon, I'm really not tired." Feng Rao said, "I think it's quite interesting. In China, sitting in the office all day, my cervical spine and lumbar spine are damaged. Now that I've done physical work, I feel relaxed all over." Old West walked over and gave the two a thumbs up. "Xia, Feng, your skills in ridiculing people are already very good. Thank you for your help." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Uncle Wester, I should be the one thanking you. Auntie Kately already told me that you've all been working hard during this period." Old West chuckled and said, "It's hard work, but it's a great sense of accomplishment. Xia, the quality of the grapes you provided is really great. Not only did it grow grapes that met the standards of wine brewing in the first year, but the quality was even higher than the Semillon grapes I've seen in the past few decades. I can't wait to see the quality of the wine made with them. Ruofei, did you provide these grape seedlings?" Feng Rao asked, curiously, in Chinese. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Yes. I happen to know of a better type of Semillon grape, so I imported a batch of them to the Hunter Valley. Then, I asked Uncle Wester to dig out all the grapes that were originally planted and plant them with the new species that I provided." "You're too bold," Feng Rao said. "What if there's a problem with the grape tree? Wouldn't that be a delay of several years?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Uncle Wester thought the same way, but hasn't the truth been proven? This is indeed a high-quality grape tree." After the two of them chatted for a while, Xia Ruofei said to the two of them, "Uncle Wester, Auntie Kabylie, we'll head back to the farm first. We'll come back in the afternoon. Let's eat here. I'll make you guys something delicious," said Auntie Kabylie hurriedly. "No, no, no." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "It's ready at the farm. Let's go back and eat." The two elders had been working so hard these past few days. Xia Ruofei really did not want to trouble them. If they stayed for lunch, Aunt Capella would definitely prepare a sumptuous lunch. They were already so tired from work. How could they bear to do that? All right then, Old West said, but you can rest on the farm in the afternoon. You don't need to come over and help, Xia Ruofei laughed and pointed at Feng Rao. I originally planned to do the same, but Sister Che wasn't willing. She likes the working atmosphere here. Ha ha ha. Then bring it on, Old West said happily, but pay attention to rest. You can't work as hard as you did in the morning. In the morning, Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao worked even harder than the workers. The two of them processed more than 20 baskets of grapes. Even Old West and his wife were secretly impressed. I know, Xia Ruofei said, the afternoon sun is very strong. You guys should rest and not work too early. The two of them left West Winery and returned to Paradise Farm for lunch. At Paradise Farm, Xia Ruofei met the full-time deputy manager of the farm, Daphne, again. Although Liang Qichao tried to hide it, he could tell from some small details that Liang Qichao and Daphne were already together. While helping to clean up the dishes, Xia Ruofei muttered in Liang Qichao's ear, "Good job, brother. You're here in Australia to show off our country's might. This Western girl is not bad. Think about how to get past your father and then marry her." Liang Qichao said with a bitter face, "Things aren't even set in stone yet. Besides, you know how old-fashioned my dad is. How could he possibly agree to me marrying a foreign woman? Why don't you help me think of a way?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't help. You'd better think of a way yourself." Haha, I'm going to take a nap. Hey! Liang Qichao called out, but Xia Ruofei did not stop. She quickly ran up the stairs. Liang Qichao was so angry that he threw the cloth in his hand into the sink and said, "You're not loyal." In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were still doing the boring work of peeling and stubbing grapes with the workers. By the time they had finished processing all the grapes, the sky had already turned completely dark. Xia Ruofei politely declined Old West and his wife's invitation to dinner and returned to Paradise Farm with Feng Jing. The next day, Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao arrived at West Winery early. "Uncle Wester, you're not going to cut your skin again today, are you?" As soon as Xia Ruofei saw him, he asked, "This job is so boring." West, who was organizing the workers to move the grapes picked in the early morning into the warehouse, smiled and said, "We need to remove the stubbles from this new batch of grapes as soon as possible, but this job will be handled by Capella. Our grapes from yesterday have already been soaked in low temperature, so we can proceed to the next step today." Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and he said, "That's great. When does it start?" "Immediately," Old West said, "Please follow me." Old West brought Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to the winery's wine workshop. Although he had always insisted on using traditional wine brewing techniques, Old West was not against new techniques. For example, the hygiene conditions were much better than his ancestors hundreds of years ago. After everyone went through a strict disinfection process, Old West allowed them to enter the workshop. Old West put on his rubber gloves as he said, "Today, we're going to first extract the juice." This process had to be completed by an experienced winemaker. Bill and the others were all old buddies. "They will come with me to extract the juice of the grapes that have been soaked in low temperature." A few white-haired old workers beside Old West smiled at Xia Ruofei. This time, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing could not do anything. They just watched Old West pour the grapes into a special container and squeezed the juice by hand. The grape juice would flow from the small tube at the bottom of the container into the stainless steel bucket. Old West said as he operated, the process of juicing must be fast and avoid contact with the air as much as possible because the oxygen in the air will cause oxidation, deterioration, and color change of the grape juice. At the same time, the movement must be very gentle, otherwise too much pressure may cause the skin of the grape to break, releasing tannins and other substances, causing the taste to be bitter. It seems like this process is crucial. Xia Ruofei nodded. Ha ha ha. Xia, don't worry. We've been doing this for decades, there's definitely no problem. Old West said with a smile. Old West and the others were very efficient. They finished processing the grapes from yesterday in half a day. The workers moved the sealed stainless steel barrels of grape juice into the small cold storage and placed them neatly. Xia, Old West said, the juice still needs to be set still under cooling conditions. This way, the large particles will be deposited at the bottom of the container. What we need to make wine is the supernatant. We use them for fermentation. How long will it take? Xia Ruofei asked. Old West smiled and said, it'll be about this time tomorrow. Now, for convenience's sake, some wineries often use a centrifuge for separation, but this will also cause the yeast to be removed, so artificial yeast needs to be added. Xia Ruofei laughed. I know. This is something that Uncle Wester can't tolerate. He's a man who has always been insistent on traditional craftsmanship. Ha ha ha. Old West laughed and said, yes. Such a revolution was wrong. They can say that I'm old-fashioned, but I'll stick to my own point of view. I like this kind of old-fashioned and conservative. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Then, we'll come again tomorrow. In the afternoon, the winery would definitely continue to peel and remove the stems of the newly picked grapes. Xia Ruofei was indeed a little bored, so he decided to bring Feng Jing around the Hunter Valley for a tour. They would continue to experience traditional wine making the next day. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei brought Feng Rao to the Hunter Valley Garden at the foot of Brokeback Mountain. 2. Xia Ruofei, this was a revisit to an old place. Last time, he brought Lin Xiao here and happened to meet Lin Xiao's high school classmate, Tan Lily, which led to a series of events. Of course, it was also because of that storm that Xia Ruofei eventually took over the largest Golden Oak winery in the Hunter Valley area. Now that he was back in Hunter Valley's garden, the scenery was still as beautiful as ever. The theme parks were like a dream paradise. Xia Ruofei could not help but sigh. Time had changed, and the scenery here was still the same. However, those people from back then might have had their own paths in life. Tan Lily, who had come to her senses and returned to the country to repeat her studies, should be at the most tense moment in preparing for the college entrance examination. There was also Tan Lily's boyfriend, Zheng Peng, who had long since sold his assets and left Australia with his parents. Robinson and Brody, father and son of the Golden Oak Winery, would definitely not dare to stay in the Hunter Valley after selling the winery. Of course, these people only had themselves to blame. Xia Ruofei only felt a little emotional but did not sympathize with them. It was Feng Rao's first time at the Hunter Valley Garden. Just like Lin Xiao, she was deeply attracted by the theme park. Snow White, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Cinderella. Scenes from fairy tales were being played out in real life. Feng Jing couldn't help but feel like a young girl and asked Xia Ruofei to take a lot of photos for her. The two of them had fun for half a day and returned to their home. The next morning, they made an appointment to go to the West Winery. The first batch of grape juice that had been brewed that day had already settled, and Old West had organized the workers to pour the supernatant into oak barrels for fermentation. After Xia Ruofei asked Feng Jing, he found out that the fermentation of white wine required a very strict temperature. It had to be controlled between 18 and 20 degrees, or the aroma and taste of the wine would be greatly affected. In addition, the whole fermentation process took about 2 to 3 weeks. In other words, the grape juice in the oak barrel had to be placed in a constant temperature warehouse for about 20 days before the main fermentation period was completed. After that, it might take another 1 or 2 weeks for the whole fermentation process to be completed. By then, the grape juice would have already turned into wine, and the strong smell of wine could be smelled when the oak barrel was opened. Of course, it would still have to be cultivated in oak barrels. At this stage, the dead yeast would settle at the bottom of the barrel after fermentation. The winemaking workers would mix the dead yeast with the wine at regular times to make the wine taste more mellow. Finally, after a period of clarification and removing the dead yeast and grape crumbs in the wine, it could be bottled. After hearing Old West's introduction, Feng Rao was a little disappointed. It's going to take so long. It looks like we won't be able to wait for the wine to be bottled. It would take at least a month to complete the process. Feng Jing couldn't possibly stay in Australia for so long without taking care of the company's affairs in China. It was possible for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Why don't you just take a break? I'll give you a month's leave, so you can come to Uncle Wester's place every day to learn how to make wine." "I don't want to," Feng Jing said, "since it's impossible to complete it here in a short time. Let's hurry back to China. How about I bring you here again in a month?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. For the past few days, Feng Jing had been participating in the entire brewing process. Xia Ruofei could tell that Feng Jing was quite interested in it. Perhaps it was a way for her to relax. "We'll see," Feng Rao said after some hesitation. It was obvious that she was moved. If it was in the past, Feng Jing would have rejected him without a second thought. Xia Ruofei looked at Old West again and asked curiously, "Uncle West, I heard you say that the wine will be bottled in about a month? Wasn't wine supposed to be stored in oak barrels? Why are they bottled so early?" Old West chuckled. "Xia, this is a specialty of the Ceylon wine in the Hunter Valley area of Australia. It's not ripened in an oak barrel, but in a bottle. The amazing thing is that when the Ceylon in the bottle is ripe, it has a lively and fresh taste with a hint of lemon flavor. When it's young, after a period of time, it will develop a classic golden color, and the taste will also become rich, such as toast, honey, grass, etc." Xia Ruofei kept nodding his head, feeling that he had gained a lot of knowledge. He used to only know some basic knowledge about Ceylon, but this time, after experiencing the wine making process himself, he felt that there were many details worth paying attention to, and these were all valuable experiences passed down from generation to generation. "Of course, oak barrels are still very important," Old West said. "The fermentation and cultivation of the Ceylon are all completed in oak barrels. During this process, the wood and grass scents of the oak barrel will blend into the wine, enriching the layers of the wine's aroma. Therefore, good oak barrels are very important for wine brewing." "Oh?" Xia Ruofei asked, "What about our batch of oak barrels? Not bad, Old West laughed. Above average. Of course, if it were the Semillon grapes from a few years ago, such an oak barrel would be enough. However, the quality of the grapes this year is extremely high. I originally wanted to find a better oak barrel, but it's not easy to do so. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he had an idea. Uncle Wester, can you give me 2 barrels of the fermented grape juice? Old Wester was stunned for a moment and said, Xia, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the entire winery is yours. It's definitely not a problem if you want 2 barrels of grape juice. But the fermentation process requires strict control of the temperature. If I give it to you, the grape juice will definitely become extremely sour in the end, and that would be a waste. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Uncle Wester, you don't have to worry about that. Anyway, we've produced so much this year. At most, we'll waste 2 barrels. Just take it as I've finished it myself. Old West actually didn't want to. The quality of the grapes this year was especially good, and all the wine was like his favorite. How could he bear to take 2 barrels out at once? However, Xia Ruofei was the owner of the winery. Even if he objected, it would be invalid. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not use his power to oppress him. Instead, he discussed it with him calmly. Besides, 2 buckets of water were not too much, so he nodded helplessly in the end. Old West beckoned a worker over and was about to ask him to bring out 2 barrels of fermented grape juice from the storeroom. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Wester, don't be in a hurry. I have a friend in Australia. And the oak trees he grows seem to be pretty good. I want to buy 2 oak trees from him. Can you help me check the quality? If the quality is good, can you please ask someone to make a few oak barrels for me? I'll put the grape juice I want in the new oak barrels. How about it? The oak trees here in Australia seem to be very ordinary. Old West said hesitantly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, let's wait for the wood to arrive. If the quality was not good, then they would use the oak barrels from the winery. It only took 2 buckets anyway. There's no problem, right? Old Wester smiled bitterly and said, Xia, you're the owner of the winery. Of course, there won't be any problems with your request. Thanks. Xia Ruofei said happily, Uncle Wester. We'll take our leave first. When the oak wood is transported, I'll have it delivered to the winery as soon as possible. Old West was busy dealing with the clear grape juice. He said goodbye to Xia Ruofei in a hurry and went back to work. As they walked out of the West winery, Feng Rao asked, curiously, Ruofei, do you have friends who grow oak trees in Australia? There is. I have a lot of friends. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm going to contact the oak tree in the afternoon. You can either rest at the farm for half a day or ask Brother Liang to take you around the area. There's no problem, right? Of course, no problem. Feng Rao laughed and said, I'm not a child. I don't need you to keep me company all day. You can go and do your work. Feng Rao couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, according to Uncle Wester, the fermentation process has strict temperature control requirements. You asked for 2 barrels of grape juice, aren't you wasting them? I have my own use for it. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, besides, I'm not leaving them at Paradise Farm. I have to send them to a friend. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it. So mysterious. Could it be that oak planting friend again? Feng Rao joked. Amazing, you guessed it right. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, he also has his own winery. I gave him 2 barrels for testing. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not have any other Australian friends. He was not going to give the 2 barrels of grape juice to someone for an experiment. He was going to keep them in his origin space. As for the oak tree, Xia Ruofei wanted to cut down 2 of the oak trees that he had planted in the interspace. In order to cultivate truffles, Xia Ruofei had planted many oak trees in the interspace. Since oak trees reproduced very quickly, cutting down 1 or 2 would not affect the production of truffles. He also wanted to know the quality of the oak trees that grew in the space. However, he couldn't tell Feng Rao about this, so Xia Ruofei could only say it without thinking. Feng Jing didn't suspect anything. After all, this was Xia Ruofei's private matter, so she didn't ask further. Back at Paradise Farm, Xia Ruofei asked Liang Qichao to arrange for a wooden flatbed cart for lunch. As for the loading location, Xia Ruofei said that he did not know where his friend would unload the wood, so he asked Liang Qichao to contact the driver after he had found the car. Liang Qichao didn't doubt him and agreed. After Xia Ruofei finished his lunch, he went back to his room and locked the door before entering the medium. In the interspace, Xia Qing was still doing her best to manage those precious crops for Xia Ruofei. Under his efforts, the medicine garden scope was constantly expanding. In the future, the medicine garden in the interspace alone would be able to meet the raw material needs of the manufacturing factory. After being punished by Xia Ruofei, the white fox had been very well behaved recently. Most of the time, it was comprehending the spatial rules. This stable spatial structure, which was very close to the outside world, was like a huge treasure vault for it. It was very comfortable to live here. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You guys can go back to work. Don't mind me." After Xia Qing and the white fox left, Xia Ruofei took a saw from the Archean realm and chose 2 oak trees to cut down. Then, he removed the branches and vines. Very quickly, he got 2 logs of wood. After he was done, Xia Ruofei left the medium in a hurry. He asked Liang Qichao for the keys to the pickup truck and left the farm alone. Australia was vast and sparsely populated. Some of the desolate places were often deserted with a radius of more than 100 kilometers. Xia Ruofei easily found a remote road and observed it. There was no one within a few kilometers of it, and there would only be 1 or 2 cars passing by. It could be said to be very desolate. After Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he took out 2 pieces of wood from the medium and placed them on the side of the road. Then, he took out his phone and contacted the driver. He had already determined his location through the satellite positioning system. After reporting his location to the driver told him that it would take him 2 or 3 hours to get here. There was no other way. Australia was very large, and this place was quite far from the residential area. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he took out a recliner and an umbrella from his interspace. He lay down under the umbrella to pass the time. When the sky was slightly dark, the flat truck finally arrived. While they were waiting, not a single car passed by on this road, which showed how remote it was. The driver also knew in advance that they were going to transport 2 logs of wood, so he also brought tools such as hinges and a few workers with him. The driver was also very curious about this desolate, loading site. Xia Ruofei explained that it was sent by a foreign driver who was not familiar with the road. He returned after unloading the goods, so he had to call another car to transfer the goods. Xia Ruofei even pretended to be indignant and complained. The driver didn't ask much. He would get the money anyway, so he immediately asked the workers to start loading the car. Everyone skillfully tied the wood and hoisted it onto the truck, securing it with steel wires. Xia Ruofei then drove the pickup truck to lead the way. The two cars drove to West Winery one after the other. When they arrived at the winery, the sky was already dark. The workers who had been busy the whole day had all gone home, and the winery was quiet. Xia Ruofei rang the doorbell and shouted, "Uncle Wester, come and open the door. My oak is here." After a while, there was the sound of footsteps. Old West came out in his pajamas. Since they had to get up early to pick grapes, the two usually went to bed. After dinner, Xia Ruofei said apologetically, "Uncle Wester, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. The oak that I told you in the morning has arrived. Open the door and let the car in to unload the wood. Then, you can continue to rest." It's fine, Old West said with a smile. "We just laid down." "Xia, your friend is quite efficient," Xia Ruofei said. "The driver sent it to the wrong place. I even found a trolley to transfer it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have arrived so late. Come in." Old West opened the door to the winery and let two cars in. There were only 2 logs of wood, so the workers quickly unloaded them on the empty space in the winery. Then, the truck driver took the workers and drove away from Xuanji. The transportation fee was naturally settled with Paradise Farm. "Uncle Wester, I'm sorry. You should go and rest," Xia Ruofei said. "Tomorrow, remember to get a bucket, jingling craftsman to take a look. If it's useful, he can help me make a few oak barrels." Old West chuckled and said, "No rush. Don't worry, I'll take a look at your wood." With that, Old West walked to the side of the corridor and turned on the headlights. Then, he walked to the wood and squatted down to observe. In fact, Old West did not have much hope for wood. Good oak was in short supply for wineries. Moreover, the quality of oak in Australia was average. For the wood to be transported so quickly, it must be planted not far from the Hunter Valley area. He had not heard of any place nearby that produced good oak. In fact, most wineries used oak barrels from the United States, France, and Hungary. However, after a few glances, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Then, he impatiently got closer to take a look. His entire body was almost on the wood. Xia Ruofei looked at Old West and knew that his oak tree was not bad. In fact, he had never been worried. He was bathed in rich spiritual energy in the spirit map space all day long. How bad could an oak tree be when it grew in such an environment? How was it, Uncle Wester? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Can this oak wood be used?" Old West suddenly stood up and looked at Xia Ruofei with a fanatical gaze. "Xia, where did you get these oak trees? Didn't I already tell you? My friend gave it to me," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Old West patted his head and said, "Look at my memory. Xia, does your friend still have such oak? I'll take as many as you have." "So, these 2 oak trees can still be used?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "It's more than justiciable. He's the king of oak." Old West said excitedly, "Look at the density of the veins. Even the upstart of oak, the best Hungary oak, could not compare to it at all. Do you know? The more compact the texture, the less tannins would be released, which could make the wine more refined. This is simply a top-grade oak that can only be found by luck. Old West was very excited. He pointed at the 2 oak trees and said, "Also, I smelled it carefully just now. This oak's fragrance is very unique and very charming. It makes people feel like they're floating. I can't imagine how mesmerizing the wine would be if it were to ferment our semillon." Then, Old West looked at Xia Ruofei with a fanatical gaze and asked, "Xia, tell me quickly, does your friend have more of these oak trees?" Xia Ruofei quickly replied, "No. He had already reserved all of his oak for this year and they were all going to be exported. These 2 were the only ones left. The rest haven't reached the standard for cutting down trees." Although there were many oak trees in the interspace, Xia Ruofei still needed to save some to cultivate truffles. Moreover, the 2 wineries had a huge demand for oak barrels. Even if all the oak trees in the interspace were cut down, it would definitely not be enough. Hence, Xia Ruofei naturally wanted to stop Old West from changing the oak barrels. Old West was very disappointed. He asked, "Is there really not a single one left?" "Not a single one left," Xia Ruofei said firmly. "Why don't you go and ask again?" Old West said expectantly, "Xia, the quality of our grapes is very high. I've always hoped to use new oak barrels, because new barrels have a much greater impact on the taste of wine than old barrels. If we can use this quality oak to make oak barrels, the quality of our semillon grapes will definitely go up another level." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Uncle Wester, there's really no more. I've already asked my friend." "I see." Old West couldn't hide his disappointment. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Uncle Wester, what do you think? No matter how many barrels these 2 logs can be made into, I only want 2 of them and leave the rest for the winery. We can use the old and new wooden barrels at the same time, and then we can compare them and have an intuitive result." Xia Ruofei paused before continuing, "Also, I'll ask my friend to reserve a batch of oak for us next year, to guarantee the needs of the 2 wineries. You can calculate the number needed, and I'll ask my friend to reserve it in advance. How about it?" "That's the only way," Old West said. "Xia, you should contact your friend now. Next year, our winery will reserve at least 800 barrels of wood." 800, Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. "Do we really need that many?" "It can be used," Old West said. "The Golden Oak Winery is the largest winery in the Hunter Valley area. The size of the West Winery is not small either. 800 wooden barrels are just enough for the 2 wineries." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "No problem. I'll make a reservation with my friend immediately." Then, Xia Ruofei asked again, "Uncle Wester, how long does it take to make a wooden bucket? Will we be able to catch up with this batch of wine?" "It's just a few," Old West said. "I'll ask old Carl to stop his work for a while. A week should be enough. The main thing is that the new wooden barrels need to be baked. This process is crucial to the quality of the wooden barrels, and it takes a lot of time. 1 week should be the fastest. The grapes at the Golden Oak Winery ripen a few days later," Old West said. "We should be able to make it in a week." "But, Xia, I still don't understand why you want unfermented grape juice. The fermentation process has very strict requirements on the environment and temperature. After you take them away, it's very likely that the 2 barrels of grape juice will become sour and smelly wastewater." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Uncle Wester, you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I only want 2 buckets. All right, you should go back and rest. He still had to wake up early tomorrow to pick grapes. I'm going back to the farm too. All right then. Old West said, I'll ask old Carl to come over tomorrow morning. He's the best bucket, jingling craftsman in the Hunter Valley area. Thanks, Uncle Wester, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The next day, not long after Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao arrived at the West Winery, a cool old man in a checkered shirt, riding boots, and a cowboy hat drove a pickup truck to the winery. After he jumped out of the car, he shouted, West. West. Where is the superior oak you were talking about? Old West, who was busy, immediately put down his work and got up to welcome him. He laughed and said, Carl, you came early enough. Come, let me introduce you to the new boss of West Winery, Xia Ruofei from China. Carl nodded at Xia Ruofei perfunctorily and said, West, take me to see the oak trees. If the quality is not good, I will not take it. I have a lot of orders on hand right now. He didn't care who the owner of West Winery was. All he could think about was the top, quality oak that Old West had praised on the phone last night. For a top tier bucket, binding craftsman, top, quality wood was far more attractive to him than a rich Chinese man. Old West was a little embarrassed, but Xia Ruofei didn't mind. He smiled and said, Uncle Wester, you should take Uncle Carl to see the wood first. Old West looked at Carl with dissatisfaction and said, Follow me. He took Carl to an open space on the side of the winery building. The 2 logs of wood from last night had been unloaded here. Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao looked at each other and followed him. As soon as Carl saw the 2 logs, he quickened his pace and squatted down to take a closer look. He was much more serious than Old West in his inspection. Not only did he carefully check the texture of the oak, but he also pinched a few different parts with his nails. He even dug out a small piece and put it in front of his nose to sniff. The expression on his face also became more and more colorful as the examination went on. Finally, Carl stood up and looked at Old West excitedly. He asked in a hurry, West, where did you get this oak tree? Why are there only 2 of them? You don't have to worry about that. I'm asking you if you'll take this job. Or not. Old West asked smugly. Answer. Of course I'll take it, Carl said without hesitation. Old West winked slyly and said, We're in a hurry and hope to get the barrels within a week. If that's the case, you might have to stop all your other work. I'll ask Weil if it's not possible, don't you dare. Carl glared at him and said, West, we've known each other for decades. If you dare to hand this job over to Weil, I'll cut off all ties with you immediately, do you believe me? Old Wester laughed out loud and patted Carl's shoulder. I'm just joking with you. Didn't I call you as soon as I got the wood yesterday? Old West then said seriously, but I wasn't joking when I said I'd deliver it within a week. Are you sure you can complete it? Of course. Carl patted his chest and said, Stop the other orders for now. I'll deal with these 2 logs personally. I'm sure it'll be done within a week. Uncle Carl, how many barrels can these 2 logs be made into? Xia Ruofei asked. How do you know? Carl frowned. We can only come to a conclusion after going back and doing some precise calculations. Old West said, Carl, don't say I didn't warn you, the owner of this wood is not me, it's Xia, Carl said nonchalantly, I know. Didn't you say so? He's the new boss of West Winery. You didn't understand what I meant. Old West smiled and said, I mean, this wood was obtained by Xia, and next year, we will replace all the oak barrels in the winery with new barrels made of this oak. It will be the West Winery and the Gold Oak Winery. Carl was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Xia Ruofei. The cocky expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a warm smile. With his unkempt beard, he looked like the master of a beggar sect when he smiled. Xia Ruofei felt a little scared and couldn't help but say, Uncle Carl. Carl immediately said, Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia looks like a young and successful man. No wonder you were able to buy West Winery, Old West reminded him. Carl. Xia also bought the Golden Oak Winery. Carl choked for a moment, then immediately put on a smile and said, Mr. Xia, let me introduce myself. My name is Carl, he said. Xia Ruofei was not used to it. He waved his hand and said, Mr. Carl, I know that you're the best bucket jingling craftsman in the Hunter Valley area, right? Hee. That was everyone's honor, Carl said. I apologize for my offense just now. Mr. Xia, I didn't expect you to have such a way. It's not easy to get such top-grade oak. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Carl, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not used to this. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. She was quite amused by Carl's change in attitude. Carl didn't take it to heart. He continued to smile and said, Mr. Xia, I have a presumptuous request. If you can get such oak next year, can you give me priority if you want to make oak barrels? Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao and Old West, then said, Uncle Carl, Uncle Wester said that you're the best bucket jingling craftsman in the Hunter Valley area. If I can buy oak next year, I'll definitely consider you first. Carl was overjoyed and quickly said, Good. Mr. Xia was a straightforward person. Then we have a deal. I've decided on your winery's oak barrel business for next year. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. No problem. However, these 2 logs of wood, don't worry, Mr. Xia, Carl said quickly, I'll stop all the orders and give priority to your 2 logs. By the way, you just asked, how many oak barrels can these 2 logs be used to make? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yes. Carl quickly said, I've done a preliminary calculation. At least 5 oak barrels can be made. If the wood is conserved, it's possible to make 6 more. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Carl, do as you see fit. In any case, you should first ensure the quality of our oak barrels. Don't force yourself. As if he had been insulted, Carl immediately said, Don't worry about that. My brand has been around for decades. Even if you don't tell me, I'll guarantee the quality of the barrels first. If you don't believe me, you can ask West. Xia Ruofei turned to look at Old West, who nodded and said, Xia, don't you worry about Carl's character. He's been making oak barrels in the Hunter Valley area for decades. It's definitely the best quality. Xia Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, Uncle Carl, I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Old Carl said with a smile. It's my honor to be of service to you. Then, he immediately said to Old West, West, what are you doing? Why? Aren't you calling a truck? Oh. Just wait. I'll call for it immediately. Old West quickly said. After a while, a flat truck drove over, and under Carl's command, the workers loaded the wood into the truck and transported it away. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing had also started working on the West Winery, mainly on the early stages of peeling off the skin and removing the stem. The later stages of the brewing process took too long, and Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing might not be able to wait that long. At noon, the workers finished processing the white grapes they had harvested today and went home. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing also bade farewell to the West couple and prepared to return to Paradise Farm. Xia Ruofei got into the Mercedes-Benz of Paradise Farm. Just as he was about to start the car, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei looked at the caller ID. It was Tang Etienne's private number. He pressed the answer button and said with a smile, "Hello, Big Brother Tang." "Ruofei. Where are you now?" Tang Etienne asked from the other end of the phone. Xia Ruofei hesitated and said, "I'm sorry. Big Brother Tang. I'm in the Hunter Valley now. I didn't contact you as soon as I arrived at Sutsun 2 days ago, because the winery business here is more urgent. You're really something, Brother Xia," Tang Etienne said. After hearing that, "You didn't contact me even after you arrived in Australia, you're treating me like an outsider." No. Brother Tang, you've misunderstood," Xia Ruofei quickly replied. "Humph." Tang Etienne pretended to be angry. "I saw the news and knew that the flight you were on was forced to surrender in Saipan. I thought you were in Saipan to cooperate with the investigation. Who knew that you would secretly come to Australia? You didn't even greet me. It seems like you really don't put me in your eyes." Xia Ruofei smiled apologetically. "Big Brother Tang, you've misunderstood. The winery is about to harvest the grapes, so they're waiting for me to come back and host the wine ceremony. That's why I rushed back to the Hunter Valley as soon as I arrived in Australia. I haven't had the time to contact you yet, right?" Tang Etienne snorted and asked, "Are you free now?" "I've been busy for the past 2 days." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. "Big Brother Tang, I'll go to Sydney to visit you this afternoon." "That's more like it." Tang Etienne laughed. "Brother Xia, I'll ask Tiger to send a car to pick you up. I have a friend who wants to introduce you to him." Xia Ruofei quickly said, No, I'll drive by myself." "Big Brother Tang, you tell me the time and place, and I promise to be there on time." "Brother, you're already in Australia, so I'll naturally arrange everything," Tang Etienne said with a smile. "I'm so embarrassed that you have to drive yourself to Sydney." "It's settled then, I'll get Tiger to pick you up at the Hunter Valley." Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "All right. We'll listen to Big Brother Tang's arrangements." "That's the way," Tang Etienne said happily. After Xia Ruofei hung up, he said to Feng Jing, "Sister Ran, let's go to Sydney together this afternoon. Big Brother Tang already knows that I'm coming, so he called me just now to blame me. Are you President Tang of the Maya Group?" Feng Rao asked. She had a brief contact with Tang Etienne and his wife when they were in the capital. At that time, Jennifer took the initiative to endorse the jaded skin cream for free, which solved Feng Jing's urgent need. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Let's not go out in the afternoon. Big Brother Tang will send someone to pick us up." "All right, I'll follow your arrangements." Feng Jing nodded. At noon, Xia Ruofei took a short nap. At 2 o'clock, the guard at the door reported that Tang Hu had arrived at Paradise Farm. Xia Ruofei immediately ordered the guard to let him through, then called Feng Rao to pack up and go downstairs. Soon, they saw an extended Bentley slowly driving over. Before the car stopped, Tang Hu, who was dressed in a black Tang suit, quickly opened the door and got out of the car. He quickly walked to Xia Ruofei and bowed to him. Then, he said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm here on fifth uncle's orders to take you to the Succulent." The fifth uncle Tang who was talking about was Tang Etienne, who was the fifth brother in the family. Tang, whose father had passed away early, and Tang Etienne had always treated this nephew as his own son. Tang who also had a lot of respect for Tang Etienne. Last time, when Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao went to the Maya group's reception, Tang Hu unknowingly offended Xia Ruofei and was beaten up by the furious Tang Etienne in public. After knowing the whole situation, Tang Hu not only didn't dare to have the slightest resentment towards Xia Ruofei, but also respected and feared him. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Thanks for your hard work, Tiger. Then let's go. Mr. Xia, please." Tang Hu jogged over to open the car door, respectfully saying, "If anyone saw Master Hu of the Righteous Association and the Underground King of New South Wales being so respectful to a young man in his 20s, they would probably be shocked." However, Tang Hu and Tang Etienne's secular identity didn't give Xia Ruofei any psychological pressure. He accepted Tang Hu's courtesies with ease. After Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao got into the car, Tang Hu quickly closed the door and jogged around the front of the car to sit in the front passenger seat. The Bentley started slowly and left Paradise Farm. On the way, Xia Ruofei asked, "Tiger, Brother Tang said he wanted to introduce a friend to me. Do you know who he is?" "Mr. Xia, I'm not sure about this. But fifth uncle said that an important guest will be coming to Australia in the next 2 days. I wonder if he's the one he's going to introduce you to." "Oh, I know," Xia Ruofei nodded. Tang Hu saw that Xia Ruofei had nothing to ask, so he said, "Mr. Xia, please take a rest in the car. If there's anything you need, you can call me through the communication device in the car." Finished speaking, Tang Hu pressed a button, and a partition slowly rose, separating the front and back of the car. This was the standard configuration of the extended Bentley. The partition could not only block out sound and sight, but it was also bulletproof, which could create a safe and private environment for the passengers in the back. The car's shock absorption was quite good, and the quality of the Australian roads was not bad, so the car was quite stable when driving. Many times, if you didn't look out the window, you wouldn't even feel the car moving. In such an environment, it was easy for people to feel sleepy. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing chatted for a while and then leaned back in their seats to rest. It was not until night fell that Xia Ruofei opened his eyes. He looked out of the window and realized that they had entered the city. He gently nudged Feng Jing and said, "Sister Che, get up. Don't sleep. Have we arrived?" Feng Rao rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Not yet." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But soon. I woke you up to let you enjoy the night view of the Succulent." At this time, the car just passed by the harbor bridge, and the famous opera house could be seen in the distance. In the night, the lights of various colors changed, making the unique outline of the opera house look magnificent. Feng Jing was quickly entranced by the beautiful night view and leaned against the car window to admire it. Tang Etienne's manor wasn't far from the harbor bridge. It was located in the wealthy area of Tautini, Vaucluse. From his home, he could see the Sydney Harbor, the harbor bridge, and the opera house. He even had a private beach, covering an area of more than 15 acres. In the wealthy area of Tautini, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, It was definitely a first-class luxury mansion. Not long after the car drove off the harbor bridge, they arrived at the luxurious manor. The extended Bentley drove directly to the 6-story main building of the manor and slowly stopped. Tang Etienne, his wife, and Tang Houran were already standing at the door waiting. Tang Hu quickly got out of the car and opened the door for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei stepped out of the car. Tang Houran immediately called out excitedly, "Master." Then, the little guy rushed over and threw himself into Xia Ruofei's arms. Xia Ruofei lifted Tang Houran up and kissed him on the cheek. Then, he smiled and asked, "Houran, master isn't by your side. Will you be lazy?" "I want tea." Tang Houran said. "Master, I practice very seriously every day." "Oh, really? Then I'll have to check it properly later," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he turned to Tang Etienne and Jennifer. "Sister Che, you've met brother Tang and Jennifer. I don't need to introduce them, do I?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Rao was a little reserved in front of the rich couple and said, "Hello, President Tang." "Hello, Ms. Jennifer." Tang Etienne laughed. "Miss Feng, you're welcome. Coming here is like going home. Come on, let's go in and talk." Then, Tang Etienne and his wife led Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing into the villa. The group came to the living room of the rich and beautiful palace on the first floor. Tang Etienne said to Xia Ruofei, "The servants are preparing dinner. We'll take a rest here first. 2 elders will come over later, and I'll introduce you to them." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, "Sure. We'll listen to Big Brother Tang's arrangements when we arrive at the Setheni." Then, Xia Ruofei patted Tang Houran, who had been leaning on him, and said, "Houran, come, let master check your homework." Feng Rao had already known that Xia Ruofei had taken Tang Houran as his disciple when she was in the capital. However, she did not know what Xia Ruofei had taught Tang Houran. After thinking about it, she felt that it was probably martial arts. After all, Xia Ruofei had retired from the army and Feng Rao had seen his skills before. However, Feng Rao could not understand why a rich kid like Tang Houran wanted to learn martial arts from Xia Ruofei. Now that Xia Ruofei wanted to test Tang Houran, Feng Rao could not help but feel curious. "Ruofei, shall we leave for a while?" Tang Etienne said. Tang Etienne wasn't like Feng Rao. He had long realized how precious the cultivation technique that Xia Ruofei had passed on to Tang Houran was. At the same time, he also paid great attention to the confidentiality that Xia Ruofei had asked him to keep. When he was at home, he never asked Tang Houran about cultivation. He knew that there were some things that he could not pry into no matter how curious he was. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No need. I'm just testing Houran's cultivation. I didn't teach him anything new." Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Tang Houran and said seriously, "Houran, extend your left hand." Tang Houran obediently stretched out his hand. Xia Ruofei casually placed it on his hand and released some essential qi. She quickly scanned Tang Houran's meridians and quickly understood his cultivation level. Xia Ruofei was surprised. It seemed that the little guy was not lying. He must have been cultivating very hard these few months, because Xia Ruofei realized that Tang Houran's cultivation had already reached the peak of Qi Disciple Level 1. It seemed that he could break through to Qi Disciple Level 2 at any time. This cultivation speed seemed to be much slower than Song Wei's. However, Song Wei had been cultivating in the time formation all this time. Most importantly, Song Wei had a unique cultivation resource like spiritual crystals. She could cultivate without any worries, and Xia Ruofei would help her from the side. On the other hand, Tang Haren could only cultivate for 4 hours every day, at midnight and Mao. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so thin. How could it be compared to the almost inexhaustible spiritual crystals? To be able to steadily reach the peak of Qi disciple, level 1 in just a few months, one could only say that Tang Haren's talent was really very strong, and he must have worked hard enough. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. Not bad. It seems that Haren really didn't slack off. I'm the most obedient to master, Tang Haren said proudly. He persevered in his cultivation every day. He didn't even rest for the New Year. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haren's head and smiled. I'll give you a reward later. I'm also going to teach you the second level of the mental cultivation method. You should be able to break through soon. Feng Rao was in disbelief when she saw that Xia Ruofei's so-called test on Tang Haren was just like a traditional Chinese medicine doctor checking his pulse. Tang Haren and Jennifer, on the other hand, were already used to it. They were quite happy to hear Xia Ruofei's words. Ruofei, thank you for your hard work, Tang Etienne said. Hey, what's there to be troubled about? After I taught him, I didn't care about anything else. Xia Ruofei said, I'd be willing to have another dozen Haren, such a worry-free disciple. Ha ha ha. Tang Etienne laughed. Xia, don't praise him too much, Jennifer said. Be careful of Haren's pride. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, my disciple performed well, so I have to praise her to death. Haren won't be proud, right? He rubbed Tang Haren's hair as he spoke. Tang Haren raised his head and said, Haren is very modest. Ha ha ha. The adults all laughed heartily. Everyone sat in the living room and drank tea for a while, before they heard the sound of a car outside. Tang Etienne immediately stood up and said, maybe my 2 elders have arrived. I'll go out and pick them up. Xia Ruofei thought for a while. Tang Etienne's elder was here, so it didn't seem appropriate for him to sit in the living room. He stood up and said, let's go together. The group walked out of the villa and saw 2 old men getting out of a black Mercedes-Benz. Both of them were wearing traditional Tang suits. Their hair was almost all white, but they were in high spirits. Seeing this, Tang Etienne quickly walked up to him and said, Grandpa Li, Uncle Su, you've had a long journey. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. He thought that the 2 old men were about the same age, but hearing Tang Etienne call them that, it was obvious that they were of different generations. Besides, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that one of the old men seemed to have genuine qi circulating in his body. He was obviously a cultivator. This was the first time Xia Ruofei had seen other cultivators. He couldn't help but take a second look at the old man. The old man seemed to have felt something. His eyes swept over Xia Ruofei like lightning, and then he laughed at Tang Etienne. Etienne, you seem to be in good spirits. Grandpa Li, Etienne doesn't have any talent for cultivation, so I can only put in more effort in taking care of my body, Tang Etienne said respectfully. Then, Tang Etienne turned to another old man and asked, Uncle Su, was your journey smooth? We've used your private jet and even applied for an exclusive route, Uncle Su said with a smile. What's not going well? That's good. Tang Etienne said, oh right, let me introduce you to. This is. Etienne, if I'm not wrong, this should be Haren's master, Mr. Xia, right? Uncle Su didn't wait for Tang Etienne's introduction, but interrupted him. Xia Ruofei smiled and took a step forward. Junior Xia Ruofei greets the two seniors. You're young and promising, Uncle Su praised. Uncle Su didn't have any cultivation, but Grandpa Li could sense Xia Ruofei's cultivation aura. He looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and smiled. Brother Xia isn't as simple as being young and promising. At least, among the young people I know, there's no one who can reach Brother Xia's level. Tang Etienne couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when Grandpa Li kept calling him Brother Xia. In his heart, he thought that the seniority in the family was all messed up. He didn't know that there was more chaos to come. Tang Etienne said to Xia Ruofei, Ruofei, this is Li Yifu, Grandpa Li. He's a senior in the United States Hong sect. This is our Australia's Righteous Association senior, Suzy Yuan, Uncle Su. Both of you are seniors that I respect very much. Li Yifu said with a smile, Etienne, don't stand at the door. Let's go inside and talk. I'm going to have a good chat with Brother Xia later. Brother Xia again. Tang Etienne suddenly felt tired. As the group walked into the manor, Tang Etienne asked respectfully, Grandpa Li, do you think we should have dinner first or, I'll have a chat with Brother Xia first? Li Yifu said after a slight hesitation. Yes. Grandpa Li, this way please. Tang Etienne nodded. After that, he gave Jennifer a look and she immediately stood up and said with a smile, Grandpa Li, Uncle Su, I'm going to see how they're doing with dinner. Feng Rao also stood up and said, Jennifer, I'll go with you. Jennifer smiled and nodded, then said to Tang Haren, Alan, you come with me too. Xia Ruofei did not wait for Tang Haren to get up and said, Jennifer, let Haren stay and listen. Although Tang Haren was still a child, he was Xia Ruofei's direct disciple. Besides, among the people present, only Xia Ruofei and his master, as well as Li Yifu, were considered cultivators. So, in Xia Ruofei's opinion, even if Jennifer and Feng Rao avoided it, Tang Haren did not need to. Tang Etienne couldn't help but look at Li Yifu with a questioning look. Li Yifu glanced at Tang Haren and his eyes lit up. Then, he chuckled and said, Etienne, let Haren stay too. Okay, Grandpa Li. Tang Etienne said. Seeing that Li Yifu had put it that way, Jennifer smiled and bowed slightly before leaving the living room with Feng Jing. After the guests were seated, Tang Etienne busied himself with making tea for everyone. Xia Ruofei carried Tang Haren and sat opposite Li Yifu. Li Yifu looked at Tang Haren as if he was looking at a piece of precious jade. His eyes were practically glowing. Brother Xia, I heard from Etienne that Haren is already your disciple, he asked. With a smile. Xia Ruofei replied neither haughtily nor humbly, Senior Li, Haren is quite talented. It just so happens that we are fated to be master and disciple, so I accepted him as my disciple. By the way, you can call me Ruofei. Otherwise, the seniority will be in a mess. Suzy Yuan couldn't help but smile, while Tang Etienne looked at Li Yifu with eager eyes. It's rare for me to meet a fellow Taoist, so I was eager, Li Yifu said with a smile. Suzy Yuan and Tang Etienne couldn't help but look surprised when they heard this. Although they had already guessed it, they still found it hard to believe after Li Yifu confirmed it. This senior Li Yifu's background wasn't small. Even Suzy Yuan, the big boss of the Yixing society, had to respectfully call him third uncle. Li Yifu's father was the legendary leader of the Hong sect, Li Jiuzhou. He had passed away a few years ago, at the age of 126. He was definitely a super lucky star. Li Jiuzhou had 5 children, and the only one still alive was the third, in line Li Yifu. It was said that when Li Jiuzhou was young, he had met an extraordinary person who had taught him the ways of cultivation. That was why he had been able to live so long. Li Yifu was the only one among all of Li Jiuzhou's children who had the physique for cultivation. He had also inherited Li Jiuzhou's legacy and was now a highly respected elder in the Hong sect. This year, Li Yifu was nearly 90 years old, but he looked about the same age as Suzy Yuan, who was in his early 70s. Everyone was quite eager to learn the magical cultivation method. Previously, when Xia Ruofei helped Tang Haoren to resolve the blockage in his meridians, Tang Yitian and Suzy Yuan had already guessed it. However, when they heard Li Yifu's personal confirmation today, they could not help but be shocked. While Tang Yitian was shocked, his heart was also filled with ecstasy. Xia Ruofei had accepted Tang Haoren as his personal disciple, and he even said that Tang Haoren was very talented in cultivation. Didn't this mean that Tang Haoren could also become a legendary figure like Li Jiuzhou and Li Yifu in the future? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he could live a long life was enough to make Tang Yitian ecstatic. Which parent wouldn't want their child to live a long and healthy life? Not to mention that Tang Yitian had a son at an old age. He was simply afraid of Tang Haoren falling from his hands or melting him in his mouth. On the other side, Li Yifu continued to smile and said, I can see that Brother Xia's cultivation level should not be much lower than mine, right? Even Haoren has obviously reached a higher level. So I think your inheritance must be extraordinary. Tang Yitian and Suzy Yuan looked at each other, then said, Grandpa Li, how about I leave with Uncle Su for a while? Li Yifu smiled and said, it's fine. You guys can just listen on the side. However, talent is the most important thing in cultivation. Without talent, no matter how hard you work, you won't be able to achieve anything. So just listen to it, and remember not to tell others. Understood? Tang Yitian and Suzy Yuan both said seriously. Xia Ruofei smiled. Senior Li, you've been cultivating for many years. Of course, I can't compare to you. His inheritance was a top secret. Naturally, he didn't want to talk about it. Besides, there were many cultivation methods in the Jade Talisman. By comparison, one could see how precious the great Dao arts was. Even if Li Yifu was Tang Yitian's elder, Xia Ruofei couldn't casually reveal a little bit. Li Yifu laughed and said, Brother Xia, it's rare to meet a fellow Daoist. My hands are also a little itchy. Why? Don't we have a fight? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He said with a troubled expression, Senior Li, this will stop there. Li Yifu said, I've been stuck in my current realm for a long time. Perhaps I can gain some insights from sparring with Brother Xia? Brother Xia, please grant my wish. Since Li Yifu had already said so, Xia Ruofei was too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, he had never fought with a cultivator before, so he wanted to test his actual combat power. Thus, he pondered for a moment and nodded, then. I'll accept your invitation. Grandpa Li, Ruofei, let's go to the back garden. Tang Yitian said quickly. The field over there is bigger. Lead the way, Li Yifu said straightforwardly. Thus, the group of people moved to the back garden. The two of them stood facing each other in the empty garden. Tang Yitian and Suzy Yuan stood far away, their eyes full of anticipation. Senior Li, please, Xia Ruofei said as he cupped his fists. Brother Xia, be careful. Li Yifu did not stand on ceremony. He made an opening gesture and pounced on Xia Ruofei like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged a few moves. Tang Yitian and Suzy Yuan didn't even dare to blink because their speed was so fast that they couldn't see their movements clearly. They even felt that they had left after images. Even the dazzling special effects in movies and TV shows were not as shocking as the scene of the two fighting. In fact, it only took a few breaths for Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu to separate from each other. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a trace of surprise. Li Yifu's face changed drastically, and he had a look of disbelief. Although it was only a short contact, Li Yifu could clearly feel that Xia Ruofei's vital energy was extremely powerful. It gave him a feeling that he was unparalleled. Although Xia Ruofei did not have any mysterious ultimate moves, in fact, Xia Ruofei did not attack him at all. However, Li Yifu still felt that he could not find his opponent's flaws, no matter how hard he tried. Xia Ruofei's every move and a few casual movements could easily block all his attacks. Li Yifu suddenly realized that he had made an error in his judgment. How was the cultivation of this young man in front of him about to catch up with him? It had surpassed him by a large margin. Li Yifu felt a deep sense of defeat when he thought about the other parties' age and his own. As for Xia Ruofei, he was also filled with shock. He was not surprised by Li Yifu's cultivation. To be precise, he was a little surprised, but he felt that Li Yifu was much weaker than he had imagined. What Xia Ruofei was really surprised about was that Li Yifu's moves felt familiar to him. Even Li Yifu's genuine qi felt familiar to him when they fought. Hence, Xia Ruofei started to search his guts. At Xia Ruofei's level, his memory was pretty good. He had a photographic memory. However, he had read too many ancient books and martial arts. Most of them were just for reference. He did not really study them or practice them. Therefore, he could not remember them. On the other side, Li Yifu couldn't help but ask bitterly, Brother Xia. If I may ask, your current cultivation. Xia Ruofei came back to her senses and said casually, Senior Li, I'm still at Qi Disciple level 5. Recently, Xia Ruofei had been using spiritual crystals to cultivate, so his progress was much faster than before. In fact, he could vaguely feel the bottleneck of Qi Disciple level 6, and he was not far from a breakthrough. However, Xia Ruofei had always paid attention to letting nature take its course when he cultivated. He did not pursue it deliberately, including the few breakthroughs he had made. When he reached the realm, it would be natural. Hence, he was not in a hurry and continued to maintain his own cultivation pace. Li Yifu couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard Xia Ruofei's words. Qi Disciple level 5. This young man in his 20s was already a Qi Disciple level 5 master. He still didn't know that Xia Ruofei had cultivated both true qi and mental power at the same time, and that the cultivation of mental power was higher than the cultivation of true qi. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked. When Li Yifu thought about how he had been cultivating since he was young, and how he was only at Qi Disciple level 3 even though he was getting old, he felt as if his worldview was going to be subverted. Even his father, Li Jiuzhou, a legendary figure, had only reached Qi disciple level 6 in his entire life. He had not been able to transform even the slightest bit of true Qi into Yuan Qi, and was still far from reaching foundation. Establishment. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was only in his 20s, but he was about to reach his father's level. It was really infuriating. In reality, it was not that Li Jiuzhou or Li Yifu were not talented. It was just that the cultivation environment on Earth was too harsh. They did not have top-notch cultivation techniques like Xia Ruofei, nor did they have precious spiritual crystals to assist in their cultivation. Every day, they could only absorb the thin spiritual qi at midnight and dawn. It would be strange if their cultivation progress could be fast. Li Yifu took a long time to come back to his senses and said with a bitter smile, "It seems like I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. So Mr. Xiao's cultivation has long since surpassed mine." Su Ziyuan and Tang Etian were so surprised that their mouths were wide open. They knew that Xia Ruofei was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. Xia Ruofei, who was in his 20s, had a cultivation that far surpassed Li Yifu's? The two of them felt that this was so unreal. They simply couldn't believe their ears. "Mr. Xia, may I ask about your disciple's cultivation?" Li Yifu couldn't help but ask. He had unknowingly changed Brother Xia to Mr. Xia, and his tone was much more respectful. After asking, Li Yifu stared at Xia Ruofei, feeling a little worried. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Haran has just started cultivating. He's still at Qi disciple level 1, Li Yifu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If even Tang Haran's cultivation was higher than his, then he had really wasted his life. However, Xia Ruofei immediately continued, "However, this child's talent is really not bad. He has already touched the bottleneck of Qi disciple level 1. If there are no accidents, he will soon break through to Qi disciple level 2, Li Yifu almost fell down. He still remembered that he had cultivated for 5 years before he managed to break through to Qi disciple level 2 with great difficulty. After that, he spent another 30 years before he broke through to Qi disciple level 3. After that, he was just a bai and was still unable to advance to the next level. And Tang Haoran, an 8 or 9-year-old child who had only been in contact with cultivation for less than a year, was actually about to break through to Qi disciple level 2. When did cultivation become so easy? Li Yifu felt that his Dao heart was about to waver. Xia Ruofei's mind was not on this. He thought for a while and asked, "Senior Li, I have a question. Please don't call me senior." Li Yifu interrupted Xia Ruofei with a bitter smile and said, "I don't deserve the title senior with my insignificant cultivation. There's no order in learning, but a senior is still a senior." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I would like to ask, what is the name of your cultivation technique?" Li Yifu hesitated for a moment before saying, "My late father taught me this technique. It's called the Origin Returning Scripture. It has a mental cultivation method and a palm technique." He had only revealed the name of the technique but not the secret of his cultivation. Besides, Xia Ruofei's cultivation was much higher than his, so he would not covet his incomplete technique. Hence, he told Xia Ruofei without hesitation. When Xia Ruofei heard the 3 words Origin Returning Scripture, he immediately revealed a look of realization. No wonder he felt that it was so familiar. It turned out that he had really seen this cultivation method before. Although there was a difference of 1 word in the name, there must have been some origin. Xia Ruofei immediately thought of a martial arts technique called the Guiyuan scripture that he had once browsed. This martial arts technique included a set of palm techniques, a set of leg techniques, and a matching heart technique. These cultivation techniques were directly injected into his mind through the human-shaped jade talisman, so he quickly found the contents of the cultivation techniques. After comparing the two, he found many similarities, but the palm technique Li Yifu used seemed to be a bit crude. Xia Ruofei was a little confused. According to Li Yifu, his cultivation technique was passed down in his family, but how could his family have the Guiyuan scripture? Even if it was an incomplete inheritance, it was still a little impossible. If it was any other technique, Xia Ruofei wouldn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, there were many techniques recorded in the human jade talisman. Most of them were collected by the previous owner of the spirit map space over a long period of time. He chose some techniques that were of a good level and could verify the cultivation of the Great Tao Sutra and stored them in the human jade talisman. However, the origin returning scripture was different. At the end of the origin returning scripture, the owner of the spirit map space also left behind a paragraph of text, clearly stating that this was a cultivation method he had created himself. Could it be that Li Yifu's family had some sort of relationship with the owner of the spirit map space? Xia Ruofei's mind was racing, and he couldn't help but think of the words left behind by the previous owner of the spirit map space in the origin returning scripture. In addition to explaining the origin of this cultivation method, the passage also mentioned that he had once taught this cultivation method to a youth surnamed Li in a mountain village in Sichuan province. The specific age was not mentioned in the passage, so it was impossible to test it. Coincidentally, Li Yifu's surname was also Li. Xia Ruofei immediately connected the dots. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior Li, may I ask where your ancestral home is? When did they move to United States?" Although Li Yifu was in United States Chinese, there was no doubt that his ancestors must have come from China. Although Li Yifu did not understand Xia Ruofei's sudden question, he still answered honestly, "Mr. Xia, my family is from Yunnan province. My father went to Southeast Asia when he was young and then went to the United States to make a living. My generation can be considered the second generation." Ruofei, Tang Yitian added, "Grandpa Li's father was the legendary leader of the Hong sect, Li Jiuzhou. He passed away a few years ago, at the age of 126. In the eyes of the younger generation, Grandpa Li Jiuzhou was like a god." Li Yifu forced a smile and said, "Etienne, don't flatter my father and me anymore. Otherwise, we'll be laughed at. Mr. Xiao's cultivation will soon reach my father's level." "What?" Tang Yitian and Su Ziyuan both gasped and called out in unison. Xia Ruofei didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked confused and mumbled to himself, "It's not from Sichuan? And the name is wrong." Tang Yitian, who was the closest to Xia Ruofei, couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei, what Sichuan province?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I originally thought that Senior Li had some connection with my sect, but I might have been wrong. The information doesn't match." Li Yifu's expression changed when he heard that. He asked anxiously, "Mr. Xia, may I ask what your sect is? Why would you say that you have a connection with my family?" Xia Ruofei thought about it and felt that it was not a secret. He smiled and said, "It's like this. When we were fighting just now, I felt that Senior Li's palm technique and true qi were somewhat familiar, so I asked. However, my master's successor is from Sichuan. province, and the cultivation technique is only similar, not completely the same, so I must have made a mistake. Although Xia Ruofei had never met the previous owner of the spirit map space, he had inherited the most precious spirit map space and learned the great Tao Sutra that he had left behind. Hence, in Xia Ruofei's heart, he had long regarded this master as his master. In fact, this was the case. It was just that Xia Qing did not tell Xia Ruofei that after Xia Ruofei inherited the magic weapon, the spirit map world, Xia Ruofei was already the successor of the previous master of the spirit map space. Li Yifu was so excited that his beard was trembling. He asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, what is the name of the cultivation method of your sect?" Xia Ruofei said, "It's very similar to the name of your cultivation technique. It's called the Guiyuan scripture. That's why I mistakenly believed that Senior Li's family and my sect had some sort of connection. Origin returning true scripture." Li Yifu's eyes flickered as he cried out. Seeing Li Yifu so emotional, Tang Yitian couldn't help but worry. "Grandpa Li Yifu waved his hand and looked at Xia Ruofei eagerly. He asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, may I ask? The successor you mentioned from Sichuan province, is his name Li Beihuai?" After Li Yifu finished his question, he stared at Xia Ruofei, his heart beating even faster. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Eh? How did you know? This Li Beihuai shall be my senior brother, right?" In fact, according to the records of the spirit map space's previous owner, he had taught Sichuan's Li Beihuai the origin returning true scripture on a whim. In fact, he had not officially accepted Li Beihuai as a disciple. However, Li Beihuai could be considered half a senior to Xia Ruofei. After all, they had the same teacher. To that expert, it was just a good relationship. Of course, to Li Beihuai, it was definitely a super great opportunity that could change his life. Li Yifu's voice was like a thunderbolt, completely stunned. His lips trembled unconsciously, showing the excitement and shock in his heart. At the moment. After a long while, Li Yifu did something that shocked everyone. He urged him to topple the golden mountain and topple the jade pillar. He knelt respectfully in front of Xia Ruofei and said in a trembling voice, "Unfilial disciple, Li Yifu greets Martial Granduncle. Previously, I didn't know the identity of Martial Granduncle, so I've offended you. I hope Martial Granduncle can forgive me." Xia Ruofei quickly dodged to the side and said, "Senior Li, Senior Granduncle, please don't call me Senior anymore. I can't take the responsibility," Li Yifu said in fear. Su Ziyuan and Tang Yitian were dumbfounded. What was going on? Their brains simply couldn't keep up. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "Stand up first. Tell me what happened." A white-haired old man was kneeling before him and calling him Grand Martial Uncle. This made Xia Ruofei feel a little too horrified and extremely uncomfortable. "Yes, Martial Granduncle," Li Yifu said respectfully, and then stood up from the ground obediently. "Tell me, what's going on?" Xia Ruofei asked. He didn't dare to call Li Yifu Senior anymore. Otherwise, he was sure that Li Yifu would kneel down again. "Martial Granduncle. Martial ancestor Li Beihuai was the master of my late father, Li Jiuzhou." Li Yifu said respectfully, "Our family's origin returning scripture was taught to us by Grandmaster Li Beihuai. You're Grandmaster Li Beihuai's junior brother, so you're naturally my Grandmaster. Our branch has never known where the inheritance came from, but now we have finally found a master. If my late father knew in the netherworld, he would definitely be very pleased." As he spoke, Li Yifu couldn't help but shed tears. Xia Ruofei quickly tried to persuade him. He was an old man, and the biggest taboo was to be in a mood of great sorrow or joy. If anything happened to him, he would be in big trouble. Then Li Yifu explained the origin in detail. It turned out that if Li Beihui had lived until now, he would have been at least 300 years old. Back then, Li Jiuzhou was taken in as a personal disciple by Li Beihui, who was traveling around Yunnan province and called himself the Taoist of Sichuan. He even passed on the origin returning scripture, which allowed Li Jiuzhou to embark on the path of cultivation. Later, it was passed down to Li Yifu's generation. Among the 5 siblings, only he had the cultivation physique and cultivated the origin returning scripture. Moreover, Li Beihui had once mentioned to Li Jiuzhou about the origins of his sect. Back then, Li Beihui was still a cowherd boy in the mountains of Sichuan. When he was cowherd by the pond outside the village, he met an old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor and passed him a cultivation technique. The old Taoist said that his root bone was not bad, and asked if he was willing to cultivate immortal spells with him. Li Beihui was an uncultured orphan back then, so he had no concept of cultivation at all. Naturally, he was overjoyed and expressed his willingness. Therefore, the old Taoist stayed in the small mountain village for 7 days and taught him an immortal method called the origin returning scripture. It was a pity that his ability to comprehend was limited, and in the end, he only remembered the incomplete cultivation technique and most of the palm technique. It was obvious that immortal Mountain River had no intention of taking him in as a true disciple. From the beginning to the end, he didn't hold an apprenticeship ceremony. Moreover, once the 7 days were up, he didn't care how much Li Beihui had learned and left. Li Beihui had relied on this half of the origin returning true scroll to cultivate step by step to the 9th level of the qi refining stage. He was only 1 step away from completing the foundation establishment stage. Because he had not completely mastered the origin returning scripture, Li Beihui only dared to name his cultivation technique the origin returning scripture to show his respect for this cultivation technique. This was also the reason why Li Yifu was so excited when he heard the Guiyuan scripture. Those who knew about the Guiyuan scripture must be the descendants of the Grandmaster, Immortal Shanhe. However, he did not expect Xia Ruofei to be the disciple of Immortal Shanhe. His seniority was so high that it was scary. Although Li Beihui had not been able to become a disciple of Immortal Mountain River, he had long engraved the kindness of rebirth in his heart. He also regarded himself as an named disciple of Immortal Mountain River. Therefore, he would tell each of his disciples that if they met the successor of Immortal Mountain River, they must treat him with the courtesy of a sect leader. Hence, when Li Yifu heard that Xia Ruofei was Li Beihui's junior brother, he immediately knelt down and paid his respects without hesitation. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he felt that the origin was quite magical. Xia Ruofei did not find it strange that Li Beihui had not mastered the entire content of the Guiyuan scripture. After all, according to the records, the previous owner of the spirit map space had only taught Li Beihui this technique casually. He was very interested in the Taoist name Taoist Priest Mountain River. If he was not mistaken, this Taoist Priest Mountain River should be the previous owner of the spirit map space. Mountain River, this Taoist name was very compatible with his most precious magical treasure, the realm of the Swan and I spirit map. A small space with mountains and rivers was simply a complete small world. He couldn't help but use his divine sense to contact Xia Qing, who was in the space. Xia Qing, was your previous master's Taoist named Taoist priest Mountain River? Xia Qing was obviously stunned for a moment. Then she asked, Master, how did you know? The old master didn't seem to have left behind any written records about himself. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It's also a coincidence. I happened to meet the descendant of one of Immortal Mountain River's named disciples, and we talked about this. In named disciple? Xia Qing was also confused. Hence, Xia Ruofei told her about the Guiyuan scripture. Xia Qing then remembered that Xuanji's incident was really a trivial matter in the long years of cultivation of Immortal Mountain River. If it wasn't recorded in the human jade talisman, Xia Qing would not have remembered it. After confirming the condition of the spirit map space's previous owner, Xia Ruofei looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with a headache. Xia Ruofei was really not used to having such an old grand disciple. Suzy Yuan and Tang Etienne's brains crashed. They felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. It was so unreal. A figure from hundreds of years ago was actually Xia Ruofei's senior? The well-respected Li Yifu was actually Xia Ruofei's grand disciple? Then these people simply had no seniority. Only Tang Haoren was still as carefree as before. Tang Etienne thought for a while, but he still couldn't help but say, Grandpa Li, do you want to confirm this? If there's a mistake, Li Yifu flew into a rage upon hearing this and rebuked, Shut up. Etienne, do you really think that I'm an old fool? How can you make a mistake for such a big matter? Of course, Li Yifu was not an old fool. Those who could say the origin returning scripture were definitely from the same line as Taoist Master Mountain River. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had specifically mentioned Sichuan and that the successor's surname was Li. Among the siblings, only he, who had also embarked on the path of cultivation, knew about Li Beihuai. This was an absolute secret in the Li family and could not be leaked. Most importantly, Xia Ruofei had such a terrifying level of cultivation at such a young age. Moreover, any random disciple he had was about to break through to Qi disciple level 2 when he was 8 or 9 years old. It could be seen how deep the heritage was. How could such a descendant of a famous sect lie about this matter? What was she after? Worldly wealth? In the eyes of cultivators, this was equivalent to dung and not worth mentioning at all. Inheritance? The other party's inheritance was countless times better than his. He might even have the complete origin returning true scroll. How could he take a fancy to his incomplete cultivation method? As for Xia Ruofei, he had basically confirmed the origin of Li Yifu's bloodline. On one hand, there was proof from the last paragraph of the Guiyuan scripture. Li Beihuai's name was also mentioned by Li Yifu. More importantly, Li Yifu had accurately said the Taoist name of the spirit map space's previous owner that even Xia Ruofei himself was not clear about. This was enough to prove the authenticity. Li Yifu's seniority was there, so Tang Etienne didn't dare to say anything after being scolded. He could only step aside. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Li Qian. After saying these two words, Xia Ruofei saw that Li Yifu was about to kneel down again. He quickly stopped the car and said awkwardly, It's been so long. And we're not from the same branch. I don't think there's a need to strictly talk about seniority, right? You're a nearly 90-year-old man, calling me Marshal Granduncle. I also feel quite awkward, Li Yifu said sternly, "Senior granduncle, you're wrong. As cultivators, we must first respect our teachers. You're Grandmaster Shauna's disciple, which means you're my uncle, master, so this seniority can't be messed up." But, Xia Ruofei forced a smile. He pointed at Tang Etienne and the others and said, "If that's the case, then wouldn't the seniority of Big Brother Tang and I be even more chaotic?" Xia Ruofei's words reminded Li Yifu of something. He looked in Tang Etienne's direction, then quickly walked in front of Tang Haoren, and respectfully called out, "Your adopted husband greets Martial Uncle Tang." Not only was Tang Haoren dumbfounded by Li Yifu's words, but Xia Ruofei, Tang Etienne, and Su Ziyuan were also dumbfounded. They felt as if their worldview had been subverted. A 90-year-old man was being so respectful to an 8 or 9-year-old child, and he even considered himself a junior. Was there anything more shocking than this? Grandpa Li, Tang Haoren was so scared that he could not even speak properly. Li Yifu was even more terrified when he heard this and said anxiously, "Martial Uncle Tang, please don't call me that. You'll embarrass me." Xia Ruofei couldn't stand it anymore. He cleared his throat and said, "That my adopted husband." Xia Ruofei felt a little awkward, but he could not call Li Yifu senior anymore. Otherwise, Li Yifu would really kneel down. "Senior granduncle, may I ask what instructions you have for me?" Li Yifu quickly asked. Xia Ruofei felt goosebumps all over his body. He said awkwardly, "Well, Haoren is still so young. It's not appropriate for him to be your martial uncle, right? Why don't we discuss our own matters?" Li Yifu immediately said. With a serious face, "Martial granduncle, that won't do. It's fine for Etienne and Ziyuan to discuss with me, but Martial Uncle Tang can't he? He's your personal disciple and has already gone through the master ceremony. No matter how old he is, he's still my martial uncle. This seniority can't be messed up." Tang Etienne felt like he was in a dream. Why did his precious son suddenly become the same generation as the Hong sex legend, Li Jiuzhou? Even Li Yifu had to call him uncle, master. What was wrong with this world? Xia Ruofei felt very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He could not really use his authority as a senior granduncle to order Li Yifu around, could he? Moreover, looking at Li Yifu's expression, he would definitely not agree to such an order. In the end, he could only say, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, all right. I'll do as you say." "Thank you, granduncle, master," Li Yifu quickly said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and reached into his pocket. He took out a black jade Guanyu statue from the spirit map space and said, "Please wait a moment." Tang Etienne and the others didn't know what Xia Ruofei wanted to do, but even Li Yifu was standing aside with his hands down respectfully. They naturally didn't dare to ask and just waited obediently. The statue of black jade that Xia Ruofei had taken out was only completed the last time. At that time, he did not have the time to engrave the formation on all the jade statues. Today's incident was a coincidence. Suddenly, a grand disciple had appeared. He had to express something no matter what. Everyone present knew about cultivation. Xia Ruofei did not intend to hide it and decided to carve the formation on the spot. He held the Duke Guan jade statue in one hand, and his other hand gently stroked the surface of the jade statue. He closed his eyes slightly and quickly entered a state of heart like still water, feeling every vein inside the jade statue. After a long while Xia Ruofei opened his eyes. He extended his right index finger and quickly drew on the surface of the jade. Tang Etian and Suzy Yuan could only watch the show. They didn't know what special meaning Xia Ruofei's action, which was similar to a Taoist drawing talismans, had. On the other hand, Tang Haoran was about to break through. To Qi Disciple, Level 2. Although he did not specialize in mental power, he could still sense the majestic mental power that seeped out from Xia Ruofei's fingertips. Thus, he could not help but widen his eyes in curiosity. As for Li Yifu, his heart was in turmoil. He could clearly feel the strength and precision of the spiritual energy from Xia Ruofei's fingertips. Although he did not know what formation Xia Ruofei was drawing, he could still vaguely feel the mysterious lines that were invisible to the naked eye. Li Yifu stared at Xia Ruofei's movements, afraid to miss any details. In fact, it would be useless even if he had memorized everything. His spiritual power cultivation had not reached that level, and some fine control could not be learned just by looking at the movements. Xia Ruofei didn't draw any complicated arrays. He felt that what Li Yifu needed the most was a spirit-gathering array. To ordinary cultivators, spirit qi was the most precious. Xia Ruofei was already familiar with the spirit-gathering formation, so he was able to draw it in no time. When Xia Ruofei finished the last stroke, the entire formation was formed. Li Yifu's eyes widened as he could feel that the jade statue of Duke Guan in Xia Ruofei's hand was slowly gathering spiritual energy. At this moment, Li Yifu was even more shocked by Xia Ruofei. Grand Uncle, Master was indeed the Grand Uncle, Master. He could actually draw a precious spirit-gathering array so easily. Xia Ruofei smiled and passed the Guangong jade to Li Yifu. Foster husband, take it. Li Yifu was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Grand Uncle, Master, this is, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Haoran, I can't let you call me uncle. Master for nothing. This is his gift to you. How can we do that? Li Yifu and Tang Etian said in unison. Then, Tang Etian quickly said, Ruofei, how can you pay for the meeting gift Haoran gave you? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then what do you want little Haoran to give you as a gift? Did he have any presentable gifts? I'm his master, if I don't give him a small gift, who will? Li Yifu quickly waved his hand and said, Martial Granduncle. This spirit-gathering array was too precious. I don't dare to accept. I told you to take it, so just take it. Xia Ruofei said, it might be precious to you, but as you can see, if you want this kind of array, I can draw it at any time. Then, Xia Ruofei smiled at Tang Haoran and said, Haoran, show your jade pendant to your adopted husband. Yes, master. Tang Haoran took out the jade leaf from his clothes obediently. It was the gift that Xia Ruofei had given him last time. See that? A spirit-gathering array. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Haoran has one too. Of course, Li Yifu really wanted it, but after a fierce struggle in his mind, he still said, Martial Granduncle, perhaps this is something that you can obtain at any time, but this spirit-gathering array is extremely precious even in the cultivation world. I really can't accept disciples. Xia Ruofei was shocked. Had the world of self, cultivators on earth, declined to such an extent? Was this elementary spirit-gathering array really as precious as Li Yifu had said? However, he was only stunned for a moment before he said with a straight face, since you call me Martial Granduncle, then you have to listen to me. Foster husband, you're not thinking of deceiving your master and exterminating your ancestor, are you? Tang Etian and Su Ziyuan wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. A young man in his 20s was teaching a 90-year-old disciple a lesson in a serious manner, and the other party had to listen respectfully. It was a delightful scene. Your disciple wouldn't dare. Li Yifu replied fearfully. Then keep it. Xia Ruofei said, isn't there a saying that goes, don't dare to refuse a gift from an elder? Howren is your martial uncle. How can you refuse the meeting gift he gave you? Li Yifu gritted his teeth and bowed to Tang Howren, saying, thank you for the reward. Uncle, master. Li. That's what master gave you. Tang Howren quickly waved his hand. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he stuffed the jade statue of the gatekeeper into Li Yifu's hands and said, this is right. Li Yifu carefully put away the jade carving. Since you're calling me grand uncle, master, I'll have to prepare a gift for you, Xia Ruofei continued. Grand uncle, master, this spirit, gathering jade sculpture is precious enough. I really don't dare to take any more of your rewards, Li Yifu said hurriedly. Before Li Jiuzhou passed away, he had repeatedly reminded him that if he met Grandmaster Shan, his direct descendant, he had to treat him with the sect leader's etiquette. He had finally found his sect's descendant after much difficulty, and it was even the personal disciple of Grandmaster Shan, yet he had not even expressed anything. Li Yifu was terrified just by thinking about how he had received such a precious gift. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I don't have anything good. My gift for our first meeting. Why don't I tell you about the enlightenment of cultivation? Let's corroborate with each other. Li Yifu wanted to refuse, but when he heard that Xia Ruofei wanted to teach him cultivation insights, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He had been stuck at Qi Disciple, level 3 for decades. In addition to the increasingly barren natural spiritual energy on Earth, the incompleteness of his cultivation techniques was also a very serious problem. In addition, the number of cultivators on Earth was decreasing day by day, and they would usually keep their occasional exchanges to themselves, so there was no such opportunity at all. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation, he could benefit a lot from just a few words of advice. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? In the end, Li Yifu blushed and said, Then many thanks, martial granduncle. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, all right. Let's go eat first. We'll talk after dinner. In fact, Xia Ruofei still had many good things. Not to mention anything else, just any spiritual crystal was many times more precious than the spirit-gathering array. Besides, Xia Ruofei still had the complete Guiyuan scripture in his mind. However, this was the first time he had met Li Yifu. Besides, he did not know Li Yifu's character. Even if Li Yifu was his grand disciple and they had the same master, he did not know Li Yifu well. If he gave these precious things to Li Yifu and caused trouble to society, Xia Ruofei would be in deep trouble. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that it was better to observe first, before deciding if he should teach Li Yifu the complete Guiyuan scripture. Yes. Li Yifu said, Senior Granduncle, please. Xia Ruofei did not decline and walked over first. Li Yifu then respectfully asked Tang Howren to go first. Fortunately, they had already agreed to go their separate ways from Tang Etian. Otherwise, Li Yifu would have no generation, and even Tang Etian would be his grandfather's generation. Xia Ruofei and Tang Howren took the lead, with Li Yifu following behind respectfully. Su Ziyuan and Tang Etian were the last to follow. When they returned to the villa from the back garden, Jennifer and Feng Jing had already returned to the living room. When they saw the group of people coming in, Jennifer immediately said, "Everyone, come over and eat. Dinner's ready." If it was in the past, Li Yifu would definitely be sitting in the main guest seat. He was the first honored guest. However, the situation was completely different now. Li Yifu said respectfully, "Martial granduncle, please take a seat." Xia Ruofei and Tang Etienne looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They could only helplessly sit in the seat that should have belonged to Li Yifu. Feng Rao and Jennifer were even more stunned, completely unable to figure out what was going on. How did Xia Ruofei become Li Yifu's senior granduncle after a trip to the back garden? 1709 Amazing as a celestial. 3. What made Jennifer even more horrified was that Li Yifu then respectfully invited Tang Howren to sit next to Xia Ruofei, and even called Tang Howren uncle. Jennifer was completely confused. She asked Tang Etienne in a low voice, "Ethan, what's going on?" In fact, no matter how soft her voice was, it could not be hidden from cultivators like Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu. Hence, Xia Ruofei smiled and explained, "We just had an exchange and found out that you have some connections with my sect. According to seniority, Howren should be your uncle." Jennifer could not help but cover her mouth as her eyes flickered with shock. After a long while, she said, How can this be?" "Then, Grandpa Li said that we'll discuss our own matters." Tang Etienne said quickly. Jennifer's level of Chinese was not good enough to understand this sentence, so she could not help but repeated subconsciously, "Each of us has our own opinions? Grandpa Li is called Martial Uncle Howren. We should still call him Grandpa Li." Tang Etienne explained. Oh. Jennifer was suddenly enlightened, but she still felt that something was not right. Xia Ruofei did not wait for Jennifer to speak and said, "Let's not discuss this for now. Everyone, take a seat. Let's eat." Only then did everyone take their seats. Li Yifu sat in the seat below Tang Howren. Tang Etienne asked the family's chef to prepare a sumptuous dinner. There were Australian specialties and some traditional Chinese food. Everyone could take what they needed, and everyone ate with great relish. Li Yifu was the only one who was a little upset and absent-minded the whole time. He had been thinking about Xia Ruofei's teaching and was eager to do it, but he didn't dare to show it. Xia Ruofei could understand Li Yifu's feelings. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, he pushed the bowl away and said with a smile, "I'm done eating." Adopted husband. Are you full? Senior granduncle, I'm also full. Li Yifu quickly said. Feng Jing overheard their conversation and felt as if she was watching a wuxia film. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem real. However, everyone could see that Li Yifu's respect and admiration for Xia Ruofei were from the bottom of his heart. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay. Big brother Tang, can I trouble you to help me find a quiet and spacious room? I'll go have a chat with my adopted husband. By the way, Howren, come over too." Since Feng Rao and Jennifer were present, Xia Ruofei didn't mention anything about cultivation. But Tang Etienne naturally understood. He quickly arranged for Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu to stay in the tea room where he usually made tea and met his friends. He also lit up sandalwood and made 3 cups of fragrant tea before he left the tea room. Tang Howren didn't drink tea at such a young age. 2 cups of tea would be enough, but Tang Etienne had already checked Li Yifu's pulse. He didn't even need to think to know that if he really made 2 cups of tea, Li Yifu would definitely offer it to Xia Ruofei and Tang Haoren respectfully, and he would definitely not drink it himself. Tang Etienne brought Suzy Yuan, Feng Rao, and Jennifer to a living room far away from the tea room. They sat down and chatted while making tea. Feng Rao was also very curious about Xia Ruofei's sudden appearance of such an old grand disciple. She had never heard of Xia Ruofei's sect before. However, she didn't want to ask Tang Etienne about it. She could only keep these questions in her heart and find a chance to ask Xia Ruofei. In the tea room, Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu sat cross-legged, and even Tang Haoren followed suit and sat beside Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Foster husband, tell me about the doubts you have during your cultivation. I'll see if I can answer your questions." Li Yifu quickly and respectfully explained all the problems he had in his cultivation. Usually, when he cultivated, he basically did it behind closed doors. In addition, his inheritance was incomplete, so when he encountered problems, he could only explore by himself. It could be said that he was suffering beyond words. Xia Ruofei listened carefully. His cultivation was much higher than Li Yifu's, and his inheritance was of a higher level than Li Yifu's. Hence, the cultivation problem that had troubled Li Yifu for many years was not a problem to Xia Ruofei. After he heard that, he looked at Li Yifu, who had a fervent look in his eyes. He cleared his throat and said, "Foster husband, I'll tell you about my cultivation comprehension in response to your question. I hope it'll be of some help to you." Then, Xia Ruofei started his first lecture. Although there were only 2 audiences, Xia Ruofei still looked solemn. He looked thin and fair, but at this moment, he seemed to be covered in a layer of light. Li Yifu was instantly immersed in it. Even Tang Haoren, who only understood a little, was quite serious. Li Yifu was beaming with joy. Actually, many problems in cultivation were due to one's own limitations. It was as if one had been stuck in a dead end. Every word that Xia Ruofei said was like a heavenly sound to him. The cultivation problem that had troubled him for many years was like a layer of window paper that was suddenly pierced through. He felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Time passed by slowly. Li Yifu was completely immersed in this wonderful state. He didn't even notice that Xia Ruofei had stopped his lecture. He was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, his expression constantly changing. Xia Ruofei gave Tang Haoren a look, and the 2 of them quietly left the tea room. He knew very well that Li Yifu had gained a lot of insight and was digesting it. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Li Yifu. He had been stuck at Qi disciple level 3 for so many years and had not made any progress. In fact, he had accumulated a lot of experience. Now that he had received Xia Ruofei's guidance, his cultivation would definitely take a big step forward. After Xia Ruofei and Tang Haoren walked out of the tea room, Tang Etienne immediately came up to them and asked, "Ruofei, where's Grandpa Li?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "He's enlightened. He's cultivating. Let's not disturb him." "All right," he said. Tang Etienne said. Then, he asked, with some confusion, "Aren't you only allowed to cultivate for 4 hours a day?" "Grandpa Li," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "My adopted husband has accumulated enough spiritual energy. What he needs is not the accumulation of spiritual energy, but the perception of cultivation." Big brother Tang, don't ask so much, you won't understand even if I tell you. Tang Etian smiled, all right. I'd better not ask. He could already feel how lucky Xia Ruofei was to have accepted Tang Haoren as his disciple. Not to mention other things, just the fact that Tang Haoren's seniority was one generation higher than Li Yifu was already scary enough. Moreover, Li Yifu had mentioned that Tang Haoren's cultivation progress was also frighteningly fast. His future achievements were simply limitless. His gratitude for Xia Ruofei grew even stronger. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Big brother Tang, you've reminded me, what? Tang Etian asked in confusion. Xia Ruofei smiled. Haoren, come. I prepared a gift for you. Tang Haoren's black eyes widened and he said happily, Master. What good stuff is it? Haoren, Master. Gave it to you, and you dare to take it. Tang Etian said from the side, you should be filial too. Your master. Xia Ruofei waved his hand with a smile. Big brother Tang, it's natural for a master to teach his disciple. I can't be by Haoren's side all the time. It's my duty to provide him with some cultivation resources. Then, he put his hand into his pocket and took out a spirit crystal from the medium. He handed it to Tang Haoren and said with a smile, take it. This is Master's gift to you. Tang Haoren's eyes brightened as he took the spirit crystal. Master, the spiritual qi is so dense. Spiritual energy? Tang Etian couldn't help but take the crystal from Tang Haoren's hands. He played with it for a while and said, why can't I feel it? If you didn't tell me, I would have thought that it was a piece of crystal. Xia Ruofei laughed, if you can feel it, you can cultivate like Haoren. Big brother Tang, please return it to Haoren. These spirit crystals are only useful for cultivators. The spirit crystal contained a terrifying amount of spirit qi, and the amazing thing was that this spirit qi was completely contained inside the spirit crystal, not a trace of it dissipated. Tang Etian naturally couldn't feel the magic within it, but Tang Haoren had already stepped into the peak of qi disciple level 1, so he naturally felt the rich spirit qi in it as soon as he held it in his hand. Master. Is this really for me? Tang Haoren held the spirit crystal tightly and asked, with some uncertainty. Xia Ruofei smiled and replied, of course. Was there anyone who would go back on the things that their master had given out? Don't worry. I have more of these crystals, and I prepared this one for you. Xia Ruofei continued, with this spiritual crystal, you don't have to cultivate for 4 hours every day. You can absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual crystal to cultivate at any time. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual crystal should be enough for you to cultivate to Qi disciple level 5 and above. Really? Tang Haoren was both surprised and happy. He could only sense that the spiritual qi in the spirit crystal was very rich, but he did not expect it to be so rich to this extent. The total amount of spiritual qi required to cultivate to qi disciple level 5 and above was quite terrifying. This small spirit crystal actually contained so much spiritual qi? Xia Ruofei reminded her again, but you have to be aware that haste makes waste. You can't absorb spiritual energy for more than 4 hours a day. You're still young and your cultivation is still low. It's time to build a solid foundation. You can't rush it. Do you understand? It was the same 4 hours, but it was completely different from when he could only cultivate for 4 hours at midnight and dawn. First of all, he had more freedom to choose the time. More importantly, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual crystal was extremely rich. It was on a completely different level compared to the small amount of spiritual energy that was drifting in the air. Therefore, the same 4 hours of cultivation would definitely have a world of difference in effect. Xia Ruofei reminded Tang Haoren because he was worried that Tang Haoren would lose his self-restraint after using spiritual crystals to cultivate. It was not good to do anything without restraint. It was the same for cultivation. 2. Tang Haoren, it might not be a good thing if he cultivated too quickly. The height of a building depended more on the stability of the foundation. The current Tang Haoren was at a crucial time to build his foundation. Tang Haoren now regarded Xia Ruofei as a god, so he naturally said respectfully, "I'll remember it, master." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and reminded her, "You should keep the spiritual crystals well. It's best not to show them in front of others. Even Li Yifu shouldn't know about it." Although there were very few cultivators now, Xia Ruofei was worried that Tang Haoren would happen to meet one. If he saw such a treasure like the spiritual crystals, would he not be tempted by it? As for hiding it from Li Yifu, Xia Ruofei didn't think much of it. After all, money could move people. Spiritual crystals were unimaginably attractive to cultivators in such a harsh cultivation environment. Since he wasn't going to give Li Yifu the spiritual crystals, there was no need to test his humanity with them. No, master." Tang Haoren was like a little adult as he said seriously, "Don't worry. I usually put it in my dad's safe and take it out when I cultivate." "Good idea." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Master, can I use it to cultivate for a while now?" Tang Haoren continued. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're so eager? But I advise you to wait a little longer. I can see that you're about to break through today. When the time comes, Master will protect you. I'd better put the crystals away for now. My adopted husband should be done with his cultivation soon." Tang Haoren tilted his head and thought for a while, before saying, "All right then." Then, he handed the crystals to Tang Etian and said, "Dad, I'm giving it to you. You must keep it well." Tang Etian didn't dare to neglect him. He forced a smile and said, "This really is a hot potato. Ruofei, you go over there and chat with Jennifer and the others first. I'll go and keep the treasure." Then, Tang Etian carefully took the crystals and went upstairs. Xia Ruofei brought Tang Haoren through the living room to the back garden. Suzy Yuan, Jennifer, and Feng Rao were sitting in the garden making tea and chatting. When they saw the two of them, they stood up to greet them. "Xia, where's Ethan? Isn't he waiting for you over there?" Jennifer asked. "Big brother Tang has something to do. He'll be right over," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Suzy Yuan could not help but ask, "Mr. Xia, why is third uncle not out yet?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Su, my adopted husband, has gained some insight. He might need some time to digest and absorb it. Mr. Xia, please don't call me that," Suzy Yuan quickly said. "Didn't we agree on this?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "Let's discuss our own matters." "That may be true, but your seniority is too scary. Strictly speaking, the Australian Association of Righteous People can be considered a branch of the Hong sect," Suzy Yuan said with a bitter smile. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "The Hong sect is the Hong sect. My sworn husband is my sworn husband. My relationship with his master has nothing to do with the Hong sect. Uncle Su, don't feel pressured. It's good for everyone to talk about their own things. I don't want to act like an old man in my 20s, a bunch of white, bearded juniors. Jennifer and Feng Rao could not help but laugh when they heard that. At this time, Tang Yitian had already put away the crystals. He strode over and said with a smile, "What are you guys talking about? You're smiling so happily." Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at Su Ziyuan. "I'm discussing seniority with Uncle Su. He felt that my seniority was giving him a lot of pressure." Tang Yitian forced a smile and said, "Don't mention Uncle Su, I'm also under a lot of pressure. Ruofei, you've become Grandpa Li's martial granduncle without a sound, and even little Howren has become Grandpa Li's martial granduncle. It's really hard for us to accept this for a while, then we'll slowly get used to it." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I didn't know it would be such a coincidence to find a branch of my master in Australia that has been wandering around for 3 generations. Actually, I didn't want to, but look at my adopted husband. If I don't agree, he'll probably kill himself." Tang Yitian couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw that Li Yifu, the leader of the Hong sect, was being insulted by Xia Ruofei. After chatting for a while, they heard footsteps. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw Li Yifu walking quickly towards them. Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of light. He could already tell that Li Yifu's true energy was reserved, and it seemed to be a little different from before. Xia Ruofei suddenly had a thought. Could he have broken through just now? It seemed that he was quite talented. Xia Ruofei did not know that Li Yifu had been stuck at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage for decades. The accumulation of these decades was actually quite terrifying. The breakthrough this time was also the result of his accumulation and not Li Yifu's amazing talent. Xia Ruofei's guess was right. Li Yifu quickly walked in front of Xia Ruofei and knelt down without a word. Before Xia Ruofei could react, he kowtowed 3 times. Then, Li Yifu raised his head and said with tears of gratitude, "Many thanks to Martial Granduncle's guidance, allowing this disciple to break through the bottleneck. Senior Granduncle's kindness to this disciple is the same." Xia Ruofei calmly accepted Li Yifu's 3 kowtows and then said indifferently, "Stand up and talk." "Yes." Li Yifu stood up respectfully. At this time, Tang Yitian and the others were all stunned, especially Jennifer and Feng Rao, who had previously avoided the scene. The scene of a 90-year-old man kowtowing to Xia Ruofei was quite a big shock. "Give me your hand," Xia Ruofei said. Li Yifu stretched out his left hand without hesitation. Xia Ruofei put his hand on Li Yifu's pulse and then injected his genuine qi and spiritual energy into his body at the same time. In fact, this was very dangerous for cultivators, especially when Xia Ruofei's cultivation was higher than Li Yifu's. If he allowed his genuine qi and mental energy to enter his meridians, he would become a fish on the chopping board. If Xia Ruofei wanted to, he could cripple Li Yifu with a single thought. Moreover, even if Xia Ruofei did not have any evil intentions, Li Yifu's cultivation technique would be exposed under such investigation. Although it was unlikely to restore the complete cultivation technique, many secrets would be discovered by the other party. However, Li Yifu did not hesitate or resist at all. He allowed Xia Ruofei to inspect him, which showed his respect and trust in Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them and said, "He really broke through. Foster husband, since you've broken through, you should seize the time to consolidate your realm. What are you doing out here at this time?" Li Yifu said respectfully, Senior Granduncle, disciple's mood is in turmoil after breaking through. It's no longer suitable for me to continue cultivating. Furthermore, Senior Granduncle's kindness to disciple is as heavy as a mountain. Disciple must thank Senior Granduncle at the first possible moment. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. Since we're from the same sect, and you still call me Martial Granduncle, then there's no need to pay attention to these superficial formalities. Alright, since you're already out, let's sit for a while. Consolidate your realm immediately after you've calmed down. Yes. Senior Granduncle. Li Yifu said respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and suddenly thought of something. He said, there's one more thing, foster husband, yes. Li Yifu replied without hesitation. If Senior Granduncle has any instructions, this disciple will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's not that serious. I just thought. Can you not call me Grand Master in front of outsiders in the future? This is a little too scary. Li Yifu was stunned for a moment before he said, but you're my Senior Granduncle. How could this disciple dare to not? Stop. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I didn't say that I'm not your Grand Master. I'm just saying that in the presence of outsiders, you have to change the way you address me. I don't want others to think that I'm an old monster. Li Yifu wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare to disobey his Grand Uncle Master's order. In the end, he could only ask somewhat unwillingly, Senior Granduncle, how should this disciple address you? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, in the future, when there are outsiders, you can call me Mr. Xia. The title, Sir, could be a social courtesy, but it could also be an honorific title. Such a title would not seem particularly abrupt outside. Li Yifu thought about it and felt that it was acceptable, so he nodded and said, yes, Martial Granduncle, this disciple will remember. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Luckily, this grand disciple was not too old-fashioned. If he had insisted on not agreeing, he really could not do anything to him. Give him a scolding with a straight face? He would kneel down and beg for forgiveness in minutes. It's getting late, said Xia Ruofei. Big brother Tang, please assign rooms for us. Let's all go and rest. By the way, help me find a quiet room. I want to guide Haren's cultivation. Li Yifu could not help but show an envious look. Xia Ruofei had only given him a few words of advice, and he had broken through the bottleneck that had troubled him for decades. Tang Haren could often receive Xia Ruofei's guidance. No wonder his cultivation had advanced so quickly. Li Yifu wanted to listen to Xia Ruofei's guidance, but he also knew that it was a taboo. Since his Senior Granduncle did not take the initiative to bring him along, he should not even mention it. Hence, Li Yifu could only look on enviously as Xia Ruofei brought Tang Haren back to the tea room. Tang Etienne quickly ordered the servants to prepare guest rooms for everyone. Li Yifu gradually calmed down and continued to consolidate his cultivation realm. In the guest room, today's experience made everyone's brain feel a little overwhelmed. Tang Etienne and his wife were so excited that they couldn't sleep. They were all talking about Tang Haren in a low voice. To have a master like Xia Ruofei was definitely Tang Haren's good fortune from his previous life. Su Ziyuan was also shocked by the huge amount of information today. His brain was in a state of extreme excitement. On the other hand, Feng Jing's mind was filled with questions. She could only ask Xia Ruofei when she had the chance to be alone with Him. Xia Ruofei brought Tang Haoren into the tea room. Yeah. Tang Haoren said. Master, the spiritual crystal is still in my father's safe. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it from my father. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll use this first. Xia Ruofei put his hand into his pocket and took out the crystal from his spatial ring. It was the one he used during cultivation and had an abundant amount of spiritual qi. He handed it to Tang Haoren. Thank you, master. Tang Haoren grinned. Xia Ruofei brought Tang Haoren to sit cross-legged on the tatami. Then, he said, Haoren, take this spiritual crystal and start your cultivation as usual. Don't think about anything. The breakthrough will be a matter of course. I'll remember it. Master. Tang Haoren said with a serious face. Xia Ruofei smiled and patted Tang Haoren's head. Let's begin. I'll protect you from the side so you can break through without worry. Tang Haoren nodded heavily. He held the spirit crystal in his hand and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged beside him and observed his condition calmly. There was no doubt about Tang Haoren's talent, especially when the pure yang attribute cultivation method was especially suitable for his physique. Now that he had the spirit crystal, which was an almost inexhaustible source of spiritual energy for him at his current stage, his cultivation would naturally be more effective with half the effort. Time passed by. After about 2 hours, Xia Ruofei's closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Tang Haoren. That was because Xia Ruofei had already felt the obvious change in Tang Haoren's aura. It was the sign of a breakthrough. Tang Haoren, who was immersed in his cultivation, did not notice anything. He continued to practice his cultivation method over and over again. After another 10 minutes or so, the true energy in Tang Haoren's body seemed to have suddenly become active. Tang Haoren, who was in the state of cultivation, could not help but show a pained expression on his small face. His body even swayed slightly, but he quickly stabilized. Concealment of spirit and qi, break through with all your might. Xia Ruofei's calm voice rang in Tang Haoren's ears, calming his unstable emotions. He steadily controlled his genuine qi to break through the bottleneck again and again until a moment, as if a slight cracking sound was heard, and then he suddenly felt enlightened. In the past, his true qi felt like it was moving through a narrow waterway. Now, it felt like he had suddenly arrived in a wide canal. The thick true qi accumulated in his dantian was also released in an instant and began to circulate rapidly in his meridians. Xia Ruofei had been using his spiritual power to monitor Tang Haoren's condition. Seeing this, he relaxed slightly and said to himself, success. The bottleneck of Qi Disciple Level 1 was easily broken through by Tang Haoren. Don't stop, continue to cultivate. And consolidate your cultivation. Xia Ruofei's voice was heard again. Tang Haoren nodded slightly and continued to cultivate without any distractions. After the breakthrough, the total amount of true qi had increased a lot, but his control of true qi had decreased a little in comparison. However, this was only a normal phenomenon during the breakthrough. As he continued to control his true qi and circulate it according to the mental cultivation method, though slightly violent, true qi quickly became behaved. Over and over again, the true energy in Tang Haoren's body became more and more submissive. His meridians, which had been widened due to the breakthrough, were also quickly consolidated in each qi circulation. At around 12 o'clock in the evening, Tang Haoren's realm had finally stabilized and he had successfully entered the realm of Qi. Disciple, Level 2. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Xia Ruofei's happy smile. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head and said, "Little fellow, well done. Tonight's cultivation will end here. Go and rest first, tomorrow master will teach you the second level of the heart technique." The scorching sun scripture that Xia Ruofei had chosen for Tang Haoren could support him in his cultivation until he reached the foundation establishment stage. It was the most suitable cultivation method for Qi cultivation stage cultivators. Moreover, each level corresponded to a different heart technique. Previously, Xia Ruofei had only taught Tang Haoren the first level of heart technique, because he was worried that a child's heart was not stable enough and would bite off more than he could chew. Now that Tang Haoren had broken through to Qi Disciple Level 2, which meant that he had already perfected the first stage of the Qi cultivation method, if he used the first stage of the Qi cultivation method to cultivate, the efficiency would be much lower for his current cultivation level. So, it was time to teach him the corresponding second stage of the Qi cultivation method. Tang Haoren's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Master, I'm not tired at all. I feel full of energy. Can you teach me now?" Xia Ruofei laughed and tapped his nose. "Even if you're not tired, master is." Tang Haoren stuck out his tongue. His face was full of disbelief. In his eyes, his master was like a god. How could he get tired so easily? After Xia Ruofei made a joke, he said seriously, "Haoren, master has said more than once that cultivation must be done step by step, and there can't be the slightest impatience. You've just made a breakthrough today, and consolidated your cultivation base. Your body and spirit are already in a very tired state. It's just that you haven't noticed it. The only thing you need to do now is to rest well and conserve your energy. Even though I've given you crystals, I hope you can remember what I said before. It's best if you don't cultivate for more than 4 hours a day. I don't want you to waste your talent, because you're too eager to succeed." "I'll remember it, master," Tang Haoren quickly said. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be obedient. I'll go rest now." Then, he quickly returned the spiritual crystal to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The master and disciple duo walked out of the tea room. Although Tang Etienne had gone to rest, he still arranged for a servant to wait at the entrance of the tea room. When the servant saw the two of them coming out, she hurriedly welcomed them and led Xia Ruofei to the guest room that had already been prepared for them. Tang Haoren, on the other hand, went back to his own room with ease. The next morning, Xia Ruofei got up and cultivated for about an hour before he went to wash up. Now that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Xia Ruofei did not relax in his cultivation. He was waiting for the right opportunity to officially enter Qi Disciple Level 6. By then, if Song Wei could break through again, she would have a great chance of dealing with the remaining Peach Blossom miasma. Xia Ruofei washed up, changed his clothes, and was ready to go out for breakfast. As soon as he opened the door, Xia Ruofei was shocked. Li Yifu was standing respectfully at his door. "Good morning, Marshal. Granduncle." Li Yifu bowed to Xia Ruofei respectfully. "What are you doing, foster husband?" Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. Li Yifu revealed a matter of fact expression and said, "Senior granduncle, this disciple pays his respects to you." Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. "There's no need for that. Foster husband, times have changed, and I'm A very casual person. I'm really not used to you waiting at the door every morning to pay my respects. To me, Xia Ruofei's seniority was so high, and his cultivation was also much higher than Li Yifu's. To Li Yifu, this was the most basic courtesy. He revealed a hint of embarrassment and said, "Martial granduncle, you're an elder of the sect, this etiquette can't be abandoned." Xia Ruofei glared at him and pretended to be angry. "My words don't work? Alright, then I'll order you in the name of my great-uncle, master, to return to United States today, so that you don't annoy me all day long." Li Yifu was shocked and almost knelt down. He quickly apologized, "Martial granduncle, this disciple knows his mistake. Martial granduncle, please punish me. No matter what, please don't expel this disciple. Let this disciple follow you." Seeing Li Yifu's fearful expression, Xia Ruofei couldn't bear it. He said, "Forget it. Forget it, foster husband. You're good at everything, but you have too many rules and are too old-fashioned." Halfway through his sentence, Xia Ruofei suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, "What did you just say?" "Serve at his side? Don't tell me you're not leaving?" "Senior granduncle, it wasn't easy for me to find my sect." "You're the sect leader, senior granduncle. Of course I have to follow you," Li Yifu quickly said. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a headache coming on. He could endure it for a day or two occasionally, but if there was an old man with a white beard following him around every day and even kneeling down to beg for forgiveness every now and then, what was the point of living? He quickly said gently, "Foster husband, there's no need for this, right? You have your own business and life in the United States. Besides, communication is so advanced now. If something really happens, you can get in touch with a phone call." Xia Ruofei did not quite understand the fanatical obsession of the older generation towards their sect and clan. He did not know that he had even become Li Yifu's spiritual sustenance. This was something that Li Jiuzhou could not forget even before he died. Now that he had finally caught the granduncle master, of course he had to follow closely. Otherwise, what if he ran away? Li Yifu said stubbornly, "Martial granduncle, the businesses are just worldly possessions. Besides, it's the younger generation of the family who are in charge of them now. I rarely ask about the family affairs anymore. Martial granduncle, please let your disciples follow you. This disciple also wants to listen to senior granduncle's teachings at any time." Xia Ruofei refused flatly, "Adopted husband, I'm telling you, there's no room for discussion. I still have my own life to live. You can ask me if you have any questions about cultivation, but you can't stay by my side all day." Li Yifu didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so determined. He was extremely disappointed, but he didn't dare to disobey his senior granduncle's order. He could only sigh and say respectfully, "Yes, this disciple will follow your orders." Xia Ruofei was also secretly glad that his senior granduncle's authority still had some effect. He didn't have to bring an old child with him, or else he would really go crazy. Let's go. Let's go have breakfast," Xia Ruofei said. Tang Etienne and the others had already woken up. They knew that Li Yifu was waiting for Xia Ruofei at the door. However, Li Yifu's status was too high, so they didn't dare to persuade him. At this time, seeing Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu walking over one after another, Tang Etienne immediately invited everyone to have breakfast. The breakfast was naturally also incomparably sumptuous. It was all carefully prepared by Tang Etienne's private chef, and there were a variety of Western and Chinese food choices. Xia Ruofei preferred Chinese breakfast with buns, soy milk, and deep, fried breadsticks rather than exquisite pastries. He held a deep, fried dough stick in one hand, soaked it in soy milk, and took a big bite. While chewing, he asked with a smile, "Big Brother Tang, what's the arrangement today?" "It's Sister Rant's first time in the satani." Tang Yitian smiled and said, "Then I'll accompany you to walk around in Shiteni. The scenery here is pretty good." Originally, Tang Yitian was prepared to let Jennifer accompany him. They had such a close relationship with Xia Ruofei that it would be no problem for Jennifer to accompany him. However, now that Li Fu was here, Tang Yitian also changed his mind. He put the company's matters aside and personally accompanied him for the whole process. "Sister Che, you can think about where you want to go and tell Brother Tang," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Rao was a little embarrassed. "I'm fine with anything. If it's possible, I want to return to China earlier. I've been out for too long this time. And the company is a little worried." "President Feng, you're a successful career woman," Tang Yitian said with a smile. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He stood up and said, "I'm sorry. I'll take this call." With that, he took his phone and walked to the side. He glanced at the caller ID and found that it was a Sutsun landline number. Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart, but he still pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Xia Ruofei said in English. On the other end of the phone was a sweet female voice in English. "Hello, are you Mr. Xia Ruofei?" "I am, and may I know who you are?" Xia Ruofei asked. The female voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became much more enthusiastic and said, "Hello. I'm the Secretary of Air Australia's Senior Vice President, Mr. Tony. Our company will be holding a press conference in Symphony tomorrow. Mr. Tony hopes you can take the time to attend." "You're inviting me to your press conference?" Xia Ruofei was stunned. "Yes, Mr. Xia, you're the star of this press conference," the female secretary on the other end of the phone said. "Wait." Xia Ruofei interrupted her and asked, "How did I become the main character in your Kweohang press conference? Besides, didn't we already hold a press conference for the incident last time?" The secretary did not dare to be impatient and explained patiently, "It's like this, Mr. Xia. We're going to announce the preliminary investigation results at this press conference. At the same time, we're going to announce the rewards for the relevant personnel who handled this special case. The most important one is your reward." The female secretary paused and continued, "In addition, the news media has been continuously reporting on this incident for the past few days. And the public is full of curiosity about you. All the media hope that you can personally answer a few questions." "So," Xia Ruofei said, "I understand. The press conference is tomorrow, right? I will participate." The secretary secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried that Xia Ruofei would decline and then have to put in some effort. In the eyes of Westerners, Chinese people were the kind of modest and reserved people. They would usually reject such things like showing their faces in public. They did not expect Xia Ruofei to agree so readily. "Thank you." The secretary quickly said, "Mr. Xia, I heard you're in Hunter Valley? Can you provide an address? We'll send a car to pick you up tomorrow." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no need to. I'm in Totani now. Send me the time and place of the press conference tomorrow. LL, go there myself." "You're in the Dutani? That's great." The female secretary said sweetly, but we'll still send a car to pick you up. Please tell me the address. This is also the task Mr. Tony gave me. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, then I'll text you later. I'll have to ask for the address, alright. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Xia. The female secretary said. You're welcome, Xia Ruofei. Smiled and hung up. When he walked back to the dining room, Tang Yitian asked, Are you au fait? What's wrong? What's the matter? It's from Quodan, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. They said that there's a press conference tomorrow and they want me to attend. The hijacking a few days ago? Tang Yitian laughed and said, I don't think this Chohang is reliable. The co-pilot committed suicide with all the passengers on board. It's better not to take their companies. Plane in the future, Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes. You're a rich man with a private jet. Don't you feel guilty saying that? Everyone burst into laughter. At this time, Tang Howren, who had just woken up, rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked downstairs. He still did not understand the situation. He did not know why the adults were suddenly laughing so happily. Did I miss something? When Li Yifu's gaze fell on Tang Howren, he could not help but shiver. He looked at him deeply and then looked at Xia Ruofei. Senior granduncle, Li Yifu asked in shock. Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Li Yifu to ask his question. He smiled and nodded, confirming Li Yifu's guess. Li Yifu's heart was in turmoil. He was convinced that Tang Howren had really broken through in one night. Although he knew that Tang Howren had reached the peak of Qi disciple level 1 yesterday, how could it be so easy to break through a bottleneck? He still remembered that after he was at the peak of Qi disciple level 1, he had to grind for an entire year before he managed to break through to Qi disciple level 2. The pain and torture he had to go through was simply indescribable. The cultivation environment on Earth was much worse than it had been decades ago. How could Tang Howren break through in one night? Li Yifu would never believe that. It was because he had accumulated a lot of experience. It had only been less than a year since Xia Ruofei became Tang Howren's master. Li Yifu's impression of Xia Ruofei, the young Grand Master, had suddenly become much higher and more profound. Alan, Jennifer said with a smile, go wash your face and eat. You're turning into a lazy cat. Tang Yitian also felt strange. This child used to wake up early every day. Why did he sleep in? Even when Master is here? What Tang Yitian didn't know was that Tang Howren used to wake up on time every day to cultivate, but now that he had spiritual crystals, he didn't need to cultivate at 4 hours a day. Moreover, he was also very tired after breaking through to Tang Howren yesterday, so he overslept without him knowing. Tang Howren went to wash up. Xia Ruofei then remembered and said, by the way, big brother Tang, send me your address. I still have to send it to Quito. They said they'll send a car to pick me up tomorrow. No problem. Tang Yitian took out his phone and sent the address to Xia Ruofei on WeChat. Although WeChat was not popular overseas, it was still widely used in the Chinese circle, including Tang Yitian and Jennifer, who were also loyal users of WeChat. After Xia Ruofei copied the address, he was about to send a text message to the female secretary of Quodan when he realized that the other party had called a landline. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to call back, he received a new text message on his phone. Mr. Xia, I'm the staff member from Quanj. Who just called you? My name is Ivy. Please send the address to this phone. This is my private number. No matter how he looked at it, the text message was flirtatious and flirtatious. Xia Ruofei felt guilty and hid in a corner. He copied the address into the text box and sent it out. At the Qisheng headquarters, next to the office of the senior vice president, Tony, a blonde, blue-eyed Western beauty, looked at the address displayed on her phone, and her beautiful little mouth could not help but turn into an O shape. As a native of Zutani, Ivy was naturally familiar with the well-known wealthy area of Vaucluse. Those who lived there were all well-known rich people in Australia. The cheapest villa there was in the tens of millions of Australian dollars. An ordinary white-collar worker like her could not afford such a house even if she worked for 8 lifetimes. The address that Mr. Xia had provided was actually there. In addition, she had already known about the content of the reward for Xia Ruofei from Chohong in advance. This made Avi, who was in charge of receiving Xia Ruofei the next day, have some wild thoughts. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know that he had become the best candidate for a rich husband. After sending the address, he continued to eat breakfast with Tang Etienne and the others. "Ruofei, I'll go with you tomorrow," Tang Etienne said with a smile. "I'll help you back up. Don't scare the people from Quito," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Didn't you say that they would announce the reward plan tomorrow?" Tang Etienne said, "If the reward isn't good enough, don't blame me for dissing them on the spot." How did he look like a super rich man with a net worth of tens of billions? Tang Etienne's image was directly pulled down to the level of a rich young master like Song Rue. Li Fu, who was at the side, also said seriously, "Senior granduncle, this disciple will accompany you tomorrow." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "There's a press conference tomorrow. What are you all doing there?" Tang Etienne smiled and said, "I'm here to support you. Grandpa Li's family business is spread all over the world, and I think he has some shares in Quito, right?" Tang Etienne looked at Li Fu as he spoke. Li Fu really nodded and said, "There are some. Although it's not much, if they sell all of it, it can still impact their stock price." Xia Ruofei was shocked and quickly said, Don T. Who would rush to someone and ask for a reward? I don't care about the reward at all. If you guys want to go, then follow me, but don't do anything stupid. You have to listen to me." "Yes, Marshal Granduncle," Li Fu immediately said. Xia Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat. She wanted to sell their shares without saying a word. Who did the AI Airlines offend? What he did not know was that Li Fu was also very well connected in the business world. Otherwise, he would not have been able to earn such a huge fortune. However, since it involved Xia Ruofei, Li Fu would not care about the money spent in the secular world. It was not an exaggeration to say that Xia Ruofei was almost like a god in Li Fu's heart. After breakfast, Tang Etienne arranged a car to take Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao to sightsee. It was the weekend, so Jennifer and Tang Hauran naturally followed. Even Li Fu insisted on going with them. In the end, Xia Ruofei let Suzy Yuan get in the car and asked everyone to leave. It wasn't appropriate to leave him alone. Fortunately, under Xia Ruofei's strict orders, Li Fu did not follow him closely. He maintained a certain distance during the tour. That day, with Tang Etienne as their tour guide, Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao visited a few of the famous tourist spots in Sithany, such as the Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, and St. Mary Cathedral. They enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at the revolving restaurant in the Sydney Tower before returning to the manor. At night, Feng Rao and the rest went back to their rooms to rest after a day of sightseeing. Xia Ruofei brought Tang Haoran to the tea room. He taught Tang Haoran the second level of the first. He asked him to remember the mental cultivation method. Then, he personally guided him to practice it a few times until he completely mastered it. Tang Haoran's talent was excellent, and the second and first layers of the fierce young scripture were connected by the same vein, so he was able to master it very quickly. It was just that he was not as familiar with the newly involved meridians as the first layer. Xia Ruofei observed from the side for a while and soon felt relieved. He took out another spiritual crystal and sat cross-legged to cultivate. He was about to break through the bottleneck of Qi disciple level 5 and could not slack off in his cultivation. It was not until around 12 o'clock at night that the master and disciple finished their cultivation and returned to their respective rooms to rest. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, a black Mercedes-Benz car arrived at the entrance of the Manor Villa. Avril, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, looked at the vast and incomparably luxurious manor. Her eyes were almost shining with golden light, and she felt her breathing become a little rushed. She had only heard of the wealthy Vaucluse district in the past. It was also Ivy's first time in Huahua. It was all thanks to Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter the house. Only after experiencing it on the spot did she know how luxurious the place where the rich lived was. This was the prime location of the kidney. Poverty had really limited his imagination. Xia Ruofei and the others had already walked out to ask Ai Wei to give Xia Ruofei a call when she was at the door. Without the owner's permission, the car could not enter. Ai Wei recognized Xia Ruofei at a glance. Recently, Xia Ruofei could be said to be the darling of the media. Many local media in Australia were reporting about the forced landing of the Australian Airlines plane. This news incident could not avoid the protagonist, Xia Ruofei. She quickly tidied up her clothes and hair, and quickly walked up to him. She revealed what she felt was her most charming smile, stretched out her hand, and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm Ivy." "Hello, Miss Ivy." Xia Ruofei smiled and shook her hand. Ai Wei felt that Xia Ruofei's hands were not rough at all. In fact, they were very warm. Her heart could not help but flutter, and she almost could not help but scratch Xia Ruofei's palm. However, just as she was hesitating, Xia Ruofei quickly let go. Ivy stopped her random thoughts and said, "Mr. Xia, please get in the car." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Miss Ivy, a few of my friends would like to go with us. We've prepared our own cars. Can you please use your car to lead the way?" Ivy hesitated for a moment before immediately nodding and saying, "No problem." Soon, the car arranged by Tang Etienne drove over slowly, making Ivy's breath quicken. It was a long Bentley. In her memory, there were only a few of this kind of limited edition long Bentley in the whole Saturni. Then, Ivy quickly recognized the middle-aged man beside Xia Ruofei. Wasn't he Ethan Tang, the boss of the Australian retail giant, Maya Group? Ivy felt that her brain was not enough. She had thought that Mr. Xia was only very capable, but she did not expect that she only knew the tip of the iceberg. He actually had a super rich friend like Isenden. There was no doubt that this manor should belong to Isenden. Mr. Xia was able to stay here for the night, and Mr. Tang had personally accompanied him to the press conference, which showed that the relationship between the two was quite close. Ai Wei didn't dare to neglect him, so she politely greeted Tang Etienne. She didn't recognize Li Yifu, a small shareholder of Qishong, since he spent most of his time in the United States. Then, Ivy said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, this is the arrangement for the morning. Mr. Tony will have a short meeting with you at about 9 o'clock. The press conference will start at 9:30 sharp. I'm fine with it. I'll follow your arrangements. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Ivy, can we go now? Ivy then came back to her senses, and said somewhat embarrassedly, yes, Mr. Xia. She quickly returned to the car. The Mercedes-Benz led the way in front, and the extended Bentley followed closely behind. They slowly left the villa. When the two cars arrived at the main building of the staff area, the senior vice president of the staff was already waiting for them. It was evident how much importance the staff placed on Xia Ruofei. When Tony saw that the company's Mercedes-Benz was followed by a luxurious custom extended Bentley, he could not help but be stunned. Soon, the car came to a stop. Tony walked up to him and realized that Xia Ruofei had gotten out of the Bentley behind. He paused for a moment, then quickly changed his direction and walked towards Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, welcome to the Kyoto headquarters. Tony had a warm smile on his face as he asked, how have you been in Australia these few days? Very good. The scenery in Australia is very charming. Xia Ruofei replied with a smile in fluent English. At this time, Tang Etienne and Li Yifu also got out of the car. Tony, who was shaking hands with Xia Ruofei, couldn't help but stop for a moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Tang Etienne was a well-known rich man in Australia, and almost everyone in the business world knew him. Tony and Tang Etienne had met several times. Although Tony was also a senior executive of the giant Air Australia, it was a national airline. Strictly speaking, Tony was only a senior employee, a state-owned enterprise leader. Of course, his salary was definitely much higher than the average civil servant. And the Maya Group, which was no smaller than Costro Airlines, was an enterprise that Tang Etienne had absolute control over. Comparing the two, Tang Etienne and Tony were not on the same level. Tony didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so close to Tang Etienne that Tang Etienne would even personally accompany him to a press conference. Of course, Tony, like his secretary, did not recognize Li Yifu, who was all-powerful in the United States. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked. Tony quickly shook Xia Ruofei's hand and turned to Tang Etienne. He said with a smile, Mr. Tang, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Welcome, welcome. Tang Etienne smiled faintly and pointed at Xia Ruofei. I'm free today, so I came over with my good friend to take a look. Mr. Tony, this is the United States of the Kyushu Group, Mr. Yifu Li. He's also my elder. Tang Etienne introduced. Tony could not help but be slightly shocked, and he quickly greeted Li Yifu. Li Yifu had almost never asked about business matters in recent years, so his exposure rate was not high. However, the Kyushu Group was a well-known financial group and had a pivotal position in the American business world. Tony naturally did not dare to neglect it. With two important figures accompanying Xia Ruofei, Tony's respect for Xia Ruofei had increased. After everyone exchanged a few words, Tony warmly invited the three of them to his office. Tony's office was located on the top floor of the Australian Airlines headquarters building. It had an area of 200 to 300 square meters, and a glass curtain wall that allowed him to overlook the entire Australian Airlines headquarters. Park. The view was quite good. Tony invited everyone to their seats in the guest area and said, "Mr. Xia, the press conference will start in about half an hour, so I'll make it short." "All right," Xia Ruofei smiled. Tony looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "This time, we'll be announcing the reward for those who have made contributions." The initial confirmation for Mr. Xia's reward is as follows: Xia Ruofei, you're welcome. The cash reward is 2 million Australian dollars. Tang Etienne raised his eyebrows when he heard the number, but he didn't interrupt Tony. He listened patiently. According to the exchange rate, 2 million Australian dollars was equivalent to 10 million Chinese dollars. It was not a small number and was about the same as the international standard. It was even a little higher, perhaps because Xia Ruofei's contribution this time was too great. However, this amount of money was too little in Tang Etienne's eyes. After all, Xia Ruofei's position in his heart had unknowingly become more respected. Chouhung will grant Mr. Xia the title of honorary passenger. Mr. Xia can take our company's flights for free for the rest of his life. At the same time, when you take Huan Yuan family's other allied company flights, you will also enjoy VIP treatment and a 50% discount on your ticket. Tony continued. Huan Yuan family was an international airline alliance established by Clandestine in 1999. It included 5 members of Air United States, Air United Kingdom, Air Pacific, Air Canada, and Air Australia. The alliance company cooperated and shared flight time, ticketing, code sharing, passenger transfer flights, airport VIP rooms, and many other aspects. In other words, with the title of honorary passenger, Xia Ruofei would not only be able to ride on Please plane for free for the rest of his life, but he would also be able to enjoy a 50% discount on the other 4 alliance companies' flights. He would also be able to enjoy VIP services such as the VIP room. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not take international flights often, so he only smiled and nodded at the reward. He was not too surprised. Tony carefully observed Xia Ruofei's expression and said, "Of course, we've also prepared a little surprise for Mr. Xia. Please forgive me for keeping you in suspense and leaving some suspense. I'm sure Mr. Xia will like it." "Oh? I'm looking forward to it." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have no objections to this reward plan. I also thank your company for its generosity." Tony quickly said, "Mr. Xia, you're being too serious. Your heroic act not only saved our company from huge financial losses, but more importantly, you protected our company's reputation. No reward is too much." Just then, Tony's secretary, Ivy, knocked on the door gently and walked in with a document. Since he knocked on the door when his boss was meeting with an important guest, the document must be very important, so Tony immediately excused himself and got up to walk to his desk. While Tony was dealing with the documents, Tang Etienne said in Chinese, "Ruofei, AI is too stingy. 2 million Australian dollars and you're dismissed?" Li Yifu felt like he had been humiliated and his subjects had died. He also said indignantly, "Marshal Granduncle, aka, is not putting you in their eyes. Do you want me to teach them a lesson?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You too, stop causing trouble. How much is more? Do I lack this money? Besides, I was trying to save myself and the passengers on the plane. I wasn't there for the reward." "But," Li Yifu said. "All right. I think he's quite sincere." Xia Ruofei interrupted Li Yifu's words and said with a smile, "You'll know if you check the rewards for similar incidents in the world. They really didn't deduct it. That's quite generous. Besides, didn't Tony say there was a surprise?" Xia Ruofei finally managed to appease the 2-foot angry youths. However, when Tony came back after he finished handling the documents, the two of them did not look happy at all. This made Tony feel a little uneasy. He did not know what he had done wrong to offend these two. After he sat down again, Tony calmed himself down and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, there's one more thing. It's about the press conference that's about to be held. The news industry is very interested in your affairs, and there may be a lot of questions thrown at you. You can choose to answer them, but you can completely refuse to answer those questions that make you feel uncomfortable." Xia Ruofei knew what Tony meant. He smiled and nodded. "I understand. The details of this incident will still be based on what you've announced." In fact, Xia Ruofei did not like to show his face in public. However, considering that this matter had been exposed in the country, there was no point in hiding it. Besides, this was Australia. As a Chinese, Xia Ruofei had become a hero pursued by the media and raised the country's prestige. That was why Xia Ruofei agreed to attend the press conference. Tony was overjoyed to hear this. It was so easy to talk to smart people. After the two matters were discussed, the next thing to do was to wait for the press conference. Tony also began to find topics to chat with Tang Yitian and Li Yifu. It was just that the two of them were a little indifferent to Tony, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Soon, Ivy knocked on the door and came in, saying, "Mr. Tony, it's almost time. Everything is ready at the scene and the reporters have already entered." Tony stood up and said, "Mr. Xia, Mr. Tang, Mr. Li, let's go." Tony personally led the way and led the three of them to the elevator. They arrived at the floor where the press conference hall was located. The group of people entered the press conference hall from the side door. It was a waiting room that was similar to the backstage. From here, they could see part of the situation in the press conference hall from the side of the stage. Li Yifu and Tang Yitian stayed there. Tang Yitian was a famous person in Australia. If he went out, he would definitely be recognized by the reporters. It was impossible for him to blend in with the reporters. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the chief flight attendant and air traffic police from the previous flight would be attending the press conference as well. Both of them were already waiting here. Everyone had gone through thick and thin together, so they felt very close to each other when they met. They couldn't help but chat until the clock struck 9:30, and everyone walked out together. After Xia Ruofei and the rest came out, the noisy press conference hall suddenly became quiet. Then, the camera flashes continued to light up. Xia Ruofei felt that he could barely open his eyes. Most of the cameras were aimed at him. A lone hero from the mysterious East. There were too many breaking news about this. Xia Ruofei was definitely the media's favorite now. Everyone found their name tags and took their seats. Xia Ruofei's seat was in the middle, right next to Tony. Beside them were the chief flight attendant, the air traffic police, and the host of the press conference, who sat at the side. "Everyone, please be quiet." The host turned on the microphone in front of him and said, "Thank you, media friends, for being here. Today, we are very honored to have invited Mr. Tony, the Senior Vice President of Air Australia, Mr. Xia Ruofei, who helped Air Australia's QF-108 flight to land, and the host first introduced the few people who attended the press conference today, then said, "Next. Mr. Tony, please make an announcement. There will be a Q&A session later." After saying that, the host gestured to Tony and closed the microphone in front of him. A smile appeared on Tony's face. He tested the microphone and said, "Welcome, media friends. First of all, I would like to announce the preliminary investigation results of this incident. A few days ago, there was an emergency on flight QF-108 from the capital of China to Sydney, Australia. The plane finally landed successfully in Saipan without any casualties. The incident caused 2 crew members to die and 1 crew member to be injured. Our preliminary investigation included questioning the parties involved, retrieving the cabin sound records and flight data, and a comprehensive inspection of the plane. The Australian Airlines side had already prepared a draft, and Tony was also very cautious. He directly read the draft word by word. Finally, he said, after the preliminary investigation, we have come to the basic conclusion: this is a long, planned hijacking, and the co-pilot on duty, Wilkinson, is a major suspect. The police have applied for a search order to search Wilkinson's residence, and sealed his computer, tablet, and other physical evidence. We will inform the media as soon as we have any further information." Tony paused and looked at Xia Ruofei. "Here, I would like to express my sincerest thanks to Mr. Xia Ruofei from China on behalf of Chiohang. If it weren't for Mr. Xia's decisive action at the critical moment and the courage to fly the plane to force the surrender of Saipan when all the pilots were disabled, this incident would have led to extremely painful consequences. Mr. Xia, thank you." Tony stood up and bowed deeply to Xia Ruofei. The reporters in the audience were also in an uproar. Although everyone had inquired about the incident through various channels, and the details of the incident were clearly stated in the online media and some tabloids, this was the first time the Australian Airlines officials had personally admitted that this was a hijacking planned by the co-pilot for a long time. This had an extraordinary significance. Many reporters couldn't wait to raise their hands and ask questions. Tony smiled. "Everyone, please be patient. I still have some information to release. There will be a Q&A session later. We have left enough time for everyone to ask questions." The reporters only sat back in their seats after hearing this. "The second piece of news I'm going to announce is that Please Airlines will reward those who have successfully handled this special case," Tony continued. Following that, Tony announced the reward plan according to the script. This included Captain Brooke, purser, flight attendants, air traffic police, and others. They all received cash rewards as well as an internal honor of quotan. Of course, Xia Ruofei's $2 million Australian dollars was the highest cash reward. Other than that, there was Captain Brooke's 1.5 million Australian dollars, the chief stewardess and the air traffic police's 500,000 Australian dollars, and the rest of the crew shared the 1 million Australian dollars. Xia Ruofei was not an internal staff of Chiohang, so he did not receive any additional honor. However, he received the title of honored passenger, which was more practical. Tony also emphasized that Captain Johansson, who died in the line of duty, would be compensated according to the standard of death in the line of duty. At the same time, the Australian trade union would also provide an additional bonus. All passengers would receive a certain amount of compensation. These were not included in the reward plan and would be announced in the near future. Finally, Tony smiled and looked at Xia Ruofei. In recognition of Mr. Xia Ruofei's heroic act, we've decided to name the Airbus A350 that day Ruofei, and, at this point, Tony deliberately paused for a few seconds to keep them in suspense and successfully piqued the interest of the reporters. Tony looked around and continued, also, after the aircraft is repaired and put into use again, we will put on a new paint job. Tony continued, we understand that Mr. Xia's company still has business in Australia. Therefore, the paint of this Airbus A350 will be changed to Paradise Corporation and Paradise Farms themes. Moreover, the paint will not change until this aircraft is retired. Xia Ruofei could not help but be tempted. So this was the surprise Tony was talking about. Compared to the cash reward, this was a very good surprise in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Thinking of a giant Airbus with Paradise Corporations printed on it and flying around the world all year round, it was simply a mobile billboard. After Tony finished speaking, an image appeared on the projection screen behind him. This is the concept art for the new paint job that our designers have done after working overtime, Tony said with a smile. It's the final product. Xia Ruofei turned around and saw the of Paradise Corporation and the English name of Paradise Farm on the wings of the plane. In addition, the design of the plane was even more eye-catching. There were fresh vegetables and fruits on it, and a huge pattern was distributed across the entire plane. The color matching of these vegetables and fruits was also very eye-catching. There were red, yellow, and green. They looked very fresh and made people unable to help but have an appetite. Tony smiled and introduced, these pictures are taken from the vegetables displayed by Paradise Farm on the official website of the Maya Retail Group. They are all real photos. When it's time to change the paint, we hope to collect some high-definition pictures from Paradise Farm to achieve the best effect. We hope Mr. Xia can help us. Of course. Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'll do my best to cooperate. The camouflage was too eye-catching. One could imagine that no matter which airport such a plane appeared in, the number of people looking back would definitely be first class. What's more, there was a story behind this camouflage, which could simply be spread as a good story, which was equivalent to adding to the publicity effect. Xia Ruofei could even foresee that this plane would become an internet celebrity plane. If people saw it on their travels, many people would be surprised to take photos with it. Xia Ruofei smiled. Thank you, Mr. Tony. This is a great surprise. Tony smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei, and then gestured to the host. The host immediately said, next, it's time for the reporters to ask questions. The moment he finished speaking, the reporters below raised their hands in unison. The host pointed to one of them and said, the lady in red in the middle of the first row. Most of the time, sitting in the first row always had an advantage, and female reporters were more likely to be selected. Therefore, in the case where no questions were set in advance, the female reporters in the first row had a much higher probability of getting a chance to ask questions than others. It was the same today. The female reporter in red in the first row took the microphone from the staff and stood up. Thank you, host. I'm a reporter from the Sydney Morning Herald. I have 2 questions for Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei turned on the microphone in front of him and nodded at the female reporter with a smile, as if he was listening. What I want to ask is, has Mr. Xia received any flight training before this? The female reporter in red asked. Why would you take on this seemingly impossible mission under such circumstances? Xia Ruofei smiled and spoke in fluent English. I've received some simple helicopter operation training before. Before the A350's forced descent, I've never actually operated a fixed-wing aircraft. There was a sudden commotion among the reporters, and they all raised their hands. Xia Ruofei pressed his hands down, indicating that he had not finished answering his question. He continued, as for why he stood up, I don't think there's a need for a reason. The situation was very critical at that time. If the situation were to worsen, I would have lost my life. The few people on the stage and the reporters below the stage let out kind laughter. Xia Ruofei said seriously, although I've never come into contact with this model of aircraft, at least I have some understanding of aviation knowledge. It's better than doing nothing, right? Besides, even though the pilot was disabled, he was still conscious. Xia Ruofei paused and took a sip of water before he continued, I have to tell the media that the success of this forced landing is inseparable from Captain Brooks' full technical guidance. He's still receiving treatment in the hospital due to his injuries and can't attend this press conference. But I want to say that Captain Brooke is a very experienced and strong-willed senior captain. Without his guidance, this forced surrender would never have succeeded. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the reporters couldn't help but start clapping. Tony, who was sitting beside Xia Ruofei, could not hide his joy. He thought to himself, Mr. Xia's EQ is really high. In fact, the Australian Airlines was very passive in this incident. Although the incident did not cause any casualties, it was all thanks to Xia Ruofei, a foreigner, who turned the tide. The cause of the incident was the deliberate suicide of the Australian Airlines employee, Wilkinson. The Australian Airlines would not be able to get rid of this. Now that Xia Ruofei had personally exaggerated the credit of the experienced Captain Brooke to the greatest extent, it could actually alleviate the pressure of public opinion that the Australian Airlines was facing to a large extent. The second reporter's question was for Tony. The male reporter in a suit asked, Mr. Tony, according to the media reports, at the time of the incident, Wilkinson had already successfully locked himself in the cockpit, and the crew broke the door down. As far as I know, the design of the cockpit door is very solid. In theory, as long as the pilot in the cockpit does not actively open the door, it is impossible to break it from the outside. Is there any issue with the quality of the plane? Tony's smile faded a little and he said, I'm sorry, the details are still under investigation. I don't have the right to announce it before a definite conclusion is reached, so I can't verify the details you mentioned. If there's any further information, we'll announce it as soon as possible. A few more reporters asked Tony questions, but Tony did not answer them directly when it came to some details of the incident. The official information that the reporters could get was very limited. Hence, the reporters quickly shifted their focus to Xia Ruofei. For the media, the official voice was naturally needed, but they were more focused on the eye-catching points, such as the lone hero. Mr. Xia, what was the biggest difficulty in the whole process? A female reporter with freckles on her face asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and replied without thinking, the greatest difficulty? Of course, I don't know how to fly a plane. Everything had to be learned on the spot. Additionally, the automatic driving device had been damaged at that time. From the moment I sat in the pilot's seat to the moment the plane landed in Saipan, it was manually driven. Therefore, I have to say it again, Captain Brooke, the reporters laughed kindly. Xia Ruofei's stance was too obvious. However, Xia Ruofei still said seriously, Captain Brooke is really a great teacher. He can even teach a layman who has never flown a fixed-wing plane and complete the landing on the spot. Therefore, I strongly suggest that please promote Mr. Brooke as your instructor. This time everyone laughed even louder, and even Tony joined in. We will definitely consider Mr. Xia's suggestion seriously. The atmosphere at the scene was very joyous. The reporters continued to ask questions. Most of them threw their questions to Xia Ruofei. Occasionally, one or two of them asked the chief flight attendant Gully and the air traffic police. All in all, Xia Ruofei's response was very appropriate. Other than a few details that were consistent with the words of Australian Airlines, he answered most of the questions very seriously. Xia Ruofei could speak fluent English and was very smart. He often said something humorous to make everyone laugh. This was very different from the image of the Chinese people in everyone's mind. It could be seen that the media reporters had a good impression of Xia Ruofei, and the reports would probably be good. It was already noon, and the Q&A session had taken a lot of time. Most of the reporters had gotten the information they wanted. Due to this incident, we have one last question to ask, the host said. In the end, the right to ask this question was given to the reporter from the Daily Telegraph. My question is for Mr. Tony, he said with a smile. After the incident happened, with the disclosure of some details, our first impression was that it was too bizarre and exciting. It was even more thrilling than a movie. What I want to ask is if Xtring Airlines has any plans to adapt this forced surrender into a movie? I believe that if we can put this incident on the screen, there will be a lot of people willing to go to the cinema to watch it. Tony was stunned for a moment. He had been busy dealing with the matter of the forced surrender for the past few days. Naturally, he had not considered the adaptation of the film. What's more, this matter was essentially an internal problem of Xtro Airlines. From Xtro Airlines' point of view, they were not willing to expose their own dirty laundry, let alone make it into a movie. However, Tony thought for a moment and smiled. A movie adaptation? That was a good idea. Although our main focus is still on the investigation and the aftermath, we will also seriously consider your suggestion. Of course, if it's a movie adaptation, it'll be perfect if Mr. Xia is the main character. The press conference ended with everyone's laughter. The reporters had gotten enough information. The Australian Airlines had also achieved the effect of leading the public opinion. Xia Ruofei had also gained a lot. Other than the rewards from the Australian Airlines, as the contents of the press conference were reported, Xia Ruofei would become a well-known hero in Australia. It could be said that everyone was happy. Tony and Xia Ruofei went to the backstage of the conference hall. Although the conference had ended, Tony still said sincerely, Mr. Xia, thank you very much for speaking up for Chiohong. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I'm just telling the truth. By the way, how's Captain Brooks' injury? Will it affect his future flight duties? After the examination, Brooks' life is not in danger, Tony said. The bone fracture in his arm may take some time to recover. The doctor is still optimistic. There should be no problem for him to return to his flight position. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's good. Where is he receiving treatment now? The company has already sent a special medical plane to pick him up and bring him back to the Satani. He's currently receiving treatment at St. Vincent's Hospital, Tony said. Xia Ruofei nodded. Okay. If I have time before I return, I'll visit him. At this time, Tang Etian and Li Yifu also walked over. Mr. Tony, I'm very interested in the last reporter's suggestion. Tang Etian told Tony. If Please Airlines wants to adapt this forced surrender into a film, our Maya Group is willing to invest and cooperate. The Maya Group had evolved from a giant in the retail industry a few years ago into a comprehensive large group. In addition to the retail business, other businesses were also doing well. The entertainment industry was personally handled by Jennifer. In addition to the artist management company, there was also a film company, so it was naturally very easy to shoot a movie. "Thank you, Mr. Tang," said Tony, "but our group hasn't considered this matter yet, and I can't make a decision myself. Of course, if we're really going to make this movie, we'll definitely consider cooperating with the Maya Group first." Tang Etienne nodded seriously and said, "Mr. Tony, this is actually a pretty good theme. You can strike the iron while it's hot and launch a movie plan. This is also a kind of publicity for Chuanda." Tang Etienne paused, then continued, "If you really invite Ruofei to be the main character of the movie, our Maya Group is willing to bear 70% of the shooting funds and not a single cent of the profits. All of it will be donated to charity organizations in our names. What do you think?" Tony couldn't help but be a little tempted. Although Maya Pictures wasn't one of the top companies in Australia, their main business was retail, but their influence was still good, especially with their abundant funds. Chimba was very happy to cooperate with such a rich company. Just as Tang Etienne had said, if the movie was made well, it would have a positive impact on Kyoto. If Xtrang took the lead in the shooting, it would be easy to weaken the negative impact of the co-pilot's intentional suicide and emphasize the role of Captain Brooke and Xia Ruofei in the script. What's more, Tang Etienne had agreed to make a big contribution. He was even willing to donate the full amount of the profits in the name of both parties. Wasn't this another opportunity for Macau Airlines to increase their reputation? Tony, who had initially been a little perfunctory with the reporter, was now really tempted. He even began to seriously consider the feasibility of the matter. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Big brother Tang, don't blindly join in the fun. I don't know how to act. Besides, I'm not interested in it." Tang Etienne smiled and said, "This is a good opportunity to be famous. Just think about it. After this incident, you'll be a well-known hero in Australia. If you act in a movie adapted from this real event, it'll be a great story." Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to speak, Tang Etienne continued, "Acting is actually very simple. Jennifer can teach you. I'll get my management company to organize a sped-up training for you." Stop. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Big brother Tang, I'm not interested at all. Please don't mention this again." Tang Etienne was still a little regretful. He muttered, "What a great opportunity. Why aren't you willing to?" Tony could not understand their Chinese and was still thinking about the feasibility of adapting the movie. What he did not know was that it was basically impossible to get Xia Ruofei to be the lead. However, no matter what, it was still very good to adapt this story into a movie. The theme itself was very attractive. And it was also an adaptation of a real event, so it naturally attracted the audience. It was already noon when the press conference ended. Hence, Chiohang naturally arranged a sumptuous luncheon to entertain Xia Ruofei and the rest. In addition to Tony and several other executives of Kyoto, the flight's chief flight attendant Gully and the air traffic police also attended the lunch banquet. The luncheon was held in a hotel near the area of the Australian Airlines headquarters. Tony and the other Australian Airlines executives were very enthusiastic about Xia Ruofei and the others. Everyone toasted and the atmosphere of the luncheon was very harmonious. After the meal, Tony personally sent Xia Ruofei to the car. As for the details such as the bonus, the staff would naturally contact Xia Ruofei in a few days. There was no need for a senior manager like Tony to personally ask. When Xia Ruofei attended the press conference, Jennifer brought Tang Howard to accompany Feng Jing on her tour of Sydney. When Xia Ruofei and the others returned to the manor, Feng Jing and the other two were not back yet. As for Suzy Yuan, he had already left this morning and returned to his home in Shiteni. He stayed at Tang Etienne's house to accompany Li Yifu, but now it seemed that Li Yifu was going to stay for a long time, so Suzy Yuan naturally couldn't stay with him. Xia Ruofei had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he gave Li Yifu some pointers on his cultivation. Li Yifu's Guiyuan scripture originated from Guiyuan true scripture, which was a technique recorded in the human-shaped jade talisman. It was equivalent to being directly passed down into Xia Ruofei's mind. Although he did not practice it, he had a thorough understanding of this technique, so it was more than enough to guide Li Yifu. Moreover, Li Yifu's cultivation technique was incomplete, but Xia Ruofei had the complete cultivation technique in his mind. Hence, Li Yifu felt that he had obtained a treasure by casually correcting and giving him advice. Li Yifu followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and tried it out. He immediately felt that the circulation of his genuine qi seemed to be much smoother. He was naturally ecstatic and grateful to Xia Ruofei. After a few days of interaction, Xia Ruofei could feel that Li Yifu respected him from the bottom of his heart. Even though he was only a young man in his 20s, Li Yifu still treated him as an elder from the bottom of his heart. Besides, Xia Ruofei had a good impression of Li Yifu. He didn't seem like a bad person. Hence, he passed on the content of the Guiyuan scripture to Li Yifu through this kind of guidance. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't teach Li Yifu the entire technique. Through this kind of intentional or unintentional guidance, even Li Yifu himself didn't notice it. He only felt that his cultivation was more smooth and harmonious according to Xia Ruofei's guidance. After Xia Ruofei gave a few pointers, he thought for a while and said, "Foster husband, I seem to remember seeing the origin returning scripture before." Li Yifu could not help but tremble when he heard this. He looked at Xia Ruofei with anticipation, but did not dare to say anything. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous. When I go back this time, I'll look for it among the relics of my master. If I can find the Guiyuan scripture, I'll definitely teach it to you. After all, you've been practicing this technique for 3 generations, Li Yifu said with tears in his eyes. "Senior granduncle, I don't dare to expect to be able to practice the real Guiyuan scripture. After all, I'm already old and weak. There's no hope for me to practice it anymore. But if I can see the Guiyuan scripture once in my lifetime, I'll be able to hold my head high when I see my father and grandmaster in the underworld." Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "Although you've wasted too much time before, it doesn't mean that there's no hope. Didn't your father live for more than 120 years? If you break through to Qi Disciple level 6 before you turn 100 years old, then you still have a chance to go further. If you successfully reach the foundation stage, your lifespan will increase even more, so how can you be discouraged?" Li Yifu was not even 90 years old yet. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, it was easy to break through to the second level of cultivation in a dozen years. Li Yifu smiled bitterly. "Senior granduncle, I'm not very talented. It's already a blessing for me to be able to break through to Qi Disciple level 4. Qi Disciple level 6. I don't dare to hope for it." Only then did Xia Ruofei realize that from Li Yifu's point of view, it was really a desperate thing. to break through 2 levels in a short 10 years. After all, the current cultivation environment was so harsh, and he was almost 90 years old. Even if he was a cultivator, this kind of beginner-level cultivation was simply unable to prevent his body from aging. Xia Ruofei's judgment was based on the spiritual crystal's assistance and the premise of the entire Guiyuan scripture. Li Yifu had no idea about this. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Foster husband. Cultivating is a heaven-defying act. Even if you die tomorrow, you can't lose your unyielding will. Otherwise, you'd rather not cultivate and just sit around and wait for your death." Li Yifu felt as if he had been hit in the head and quickly said, "Martial granduncle, this disciple knows his mistake. Don't worry, senior granduncle, this disciple will definitely practice diligently. On the path of cultivation, even if I can't defeat time in the end, at least I can die without regrets." Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. "It's good to think like this. Foster husband, if you have nothing to do in 2 days, you can go back to United States first. If I find the origin returning scripture, I'll contact you immediately." Xia Ruofei did not want to give the Guiyuan scripture to Li Yifu yet. He was well aware of the destructive power a cultivator could bring to the secular world, so it could be said that Li Yifu was in an observation period. If Li Yifu could pass his observation, Xia Ruofei would not be stingy with precious cultivation resources like spiritual crystals, let alone the Guiyuan scripture. After all, Li Yifu was his master, and he had more than 100 spiritual crystals, which he couldn't use up at the moment. Although Li Yifu wanted to stay by Xia Ruofei's side, he did not dare to disobey the orders of his sect elders. He could only lower his head and say, "This disciple will obey." The content of the press conference was reported in the newspapers the next day. Although the media reported from different angles, Xia Ruofei was a key figure. Basically, every media had spent a lot of time and effort on him. A superhero from the Eastern world. He saved Quohang alone. He created a miracle in the world's aviation history. In order to attract attention, the media used all kinds of exaggerated headlines and basically accompanied with large photos of Xia Ruofei at the press conference. The article also had a high evaluation of Xia Ruofei, and he had become an influential figure. At the same time, some media outlets also reported from another angle. For example, the article by the Sagittani Morning Herald named Xia, Let Us Recognize the Chinese was a very typical report. This was a report that was similar to a reporter's note. The reporter from the Morning Pioneer had written this report based on his own intuitive feeling of Xia Ruofei. In the article, Xia Ruofei was described as a humble, polite, humorous, and funny person who could speak fluent English. He was very different from the stereotype of Chinese people. At the end of the article, the reporter wrote, "More and more Chinese people appeared all over the world, and some people still have colored glasses and look at them from 100 years ago. In fact, most of the new Chinese people are like Xia. They are hardworking, simple, and polite. And the speed of development in Huaxia is beyond our imagination. I've been to the capital of Huaxia 2 years ago. It's a modern metropolis even more advanced than the tadpole." There were several similar reports. Some television media also focused on Xia Ruofei's answers to questions. For a time, Xia Ruofei, a Chinese man, had an unprecedented number of fans in Australia, causing a whirlwind in China. The Chinese in Australia also felt honored. Originally, due to political reasons, Australia was somewhat xenophobic. The Chinese in Australia also gathered together to help each other. But now, it seemed that the attitude of the local people in Australia had become much friendlier. When the Chinese walked on the streets, they would even encounter white people who gave them a thumbs up. Xia Ruofei was an Australian Chinese. After she graduated from university, she came to Australia to study a master's degree. After she finished her studies, she did not choose to return to China. Instead, she worked for a top 500 company in Australia. She first obtained permanent residence rights and then successfully obtained Australian citizenship through an examination. Although Xia Ruofei's career in the company was doing well and she later met her husband, who was also a Chinese student, their salaries were considered middle class in Australia and they had their own property in Tahtani. They could be said to have no worries about food and clothing and could even travel during the holidays. She still had no sense of belonging to Australia spiritually. This sense of alienation mainly stemmed from Australia's intentional or unintentional discrimination against Chinese. In the past few days, after the news of the forced landing of the Australian Airlines came out, Xia Ruofei saw that the hero who turned the tide was her own compatriot and paid more attention to the news. This time, after the media concentrated on Xia Ruofei, Xia Ruofei felt that something was different. In the company, the supervisor, who used to be arrogant, was much more friendly to her. The supervisor even took the initiative to talk to her about Xia Ruofei. Your compatriot is a great hero. Xia Ruofei was very excited. It was the first time she felt so proud of her own country and fellow countrymen in a foreign country. Although Xia Ruofei had already settled down in Australia, she was still used to the internet world. In China, she often visited forums such as Tianya and Maopiu, new media platforms such as Sina Weibo, and even the emerging short video platforms such as TikTok and Kuaishou. After she got off work and went home, she excitedly collected all the news reports about Xia Ruofei from the major media and the videos about Xia Ruofei from TV shows. Then, she posted them all on Tianya Forum. Xia Ruofei's Tianya Forum account was also quite famous, mainly because she often posted travel posts. One of them was about her and her husband taking a car rental car to travel across Australia with their 3-year-old son, which even made the Tianya headlines. Xia Ruofei carefully took screenshots of the media reports about Xia Ruofei and the netizens' comments about the Chinese. She also carefully highlighted the key points, translated them into Chinese, and attached them below, then uploaded the pictures. As for the videos, Xia Ruofei patiently typed in Chinese subtitles. Her post also became popular in the country for reasons that everyone knew. It was more troublesome for domestic netizens to see the content of foreign websites. It was very convenient for Xia Ruofei to access the domestic websites in Australia. Most of the domestic netizens were seeing the content she had uploaded for the first time. Even if someone occasionally climbed over the wall to see it, it was impossible for them to organize it as systematically as Xia Ruofei. Moreover, the article was full of foreigners praising Xia Ruofei and the Chinese. The netizens in China were all excited. It was nothing to praise oneself, but it was truly good when others praised you. In the past few years, the Western world had often reported on China as a demon. No matter what China did, there would always be a bunch of Western media criticizing it. This time, it was completely the opposite. The Australian media sang praises for a Chinese person in unison, and many media outlets reflected on their arrogance and prejudice against the Chinese. This made the domestic netizens feel as comfortable as if they were eating iced sour plum soup in summer. Xia Ruofei was already very popular on the internet in China, and now was Xiaoxiao's post added to his popularity. Very soon, these screenshots were spontaneously spread on the domestic internet by netizens. Weibo, WeChat, Tiba, forums. Reports about Xia Ruofei being praised in Australia could be seen everywhere. Xia Ruofei's reputation in China had reached a new high. There were even netizens who called Xia Ruofei a national hero. If Xia Ruofei were to see it himself, he would definitely feel ashamed. Although he felt that he had done a good job, he was still far from being a national hero. Just as everyone was in a heated discussion, China Daily's WeChat official account also pushed an article. Huaxia Daily was the most authoritative media in Huaxia. It could be said to be the mouthpiece of the country and one of the newspapers that must be ordered by the government at all levels. Many of the opinions in this newspaper often represented a certain direction. Of course, in the era of new media, China Daily followed the trend and opened an official Weibo account, official WeChat official account, and headline number. Unlike the paper media platform, China Daily's new media account was more down to earth. It basically didn't have any serious viewing articles. The content pushed was more popular news, life tips, and so on. Sometimes, it even followed the trend of the times and was quite popular with the public. In the field of WeChat public accounts, the official accounts of Huaxia Daily, the official accounts of the national television station, and the official accounts of the youth groups were already big V accounts with tens of millions of fans. Articles with more than 100,000 followers could be found everywhere, and their influence could be seen. Although it wasn't published in the paper version of Huaxia Daily, it also represented a direction in a sense on WeChat. As a result, the article titled "This Chinese Man Became the National Hero of Australia" on the WeChat official account of Huaxia Daily was quickly spread by everyone. The number of views exceeded 100,000 in just over an hour, and the number of shares also reached a few thousand. The article wrote, "Recently, Xia Ruofei, a citizen of our country, helped the flight crew deal with a serious case on a flight from the capital to Sutsun. He almost saved a plane and its passengers with his own strength." A few days ago, Air Australia had held a press conference and announced some details. The local media in Australia reported it, and Xia Ruofei became the main character of the news. The article pieced together the reports from the Australian media over the past 2 days. At the same time, it also highlighted some reflections on the prejudice against the Chinese, as well as some screenshots of online posts posted by the Chinese in Australia. Gui Xiaoxiao's post was also cited a lot. In the end, the article pointed out that in recent years, a few Chinese people did have some uncivilized behavior when they traveled overseas, and such behavior was deliberately magnified by some Western media, which affected the overall image of the Chinese. Even some tourist areas had discriminatory reminders against the Chinese. We were happy to see that Xia Ruofei's heroic act had restored the image of the Chinese to a certain extent and offset some people's prejudice. Here, we would like to appeal: when we step out of the country, our words and actions will represent the image of our country. We hope that from today on, every Chinese overseas will have less uncivilized behavior. We also sincerely look forward to the emergence of more and more Xia Ruofei in China. Today, let's give Xia Ruofei a like. The netizens reposted it one after another. The topic about Xia Ruofei had been very popular during this period of time. This wave of Chinese whirlwind in Australia had increased Xia Ruofei's popularity by a large margin. Xia Ruofei had yet to open a personal Weibo account, so everyone was leaving comments on the Peach Blossom Company's official Weibo. In response to China Daily's call, I'm here to like director Xia's post. Keep your formation. In response to China Daily's call, I'm here to like director Xia's post. Keep your formation. Hundreds of the same comments appeared in a short while. In the middle, there were a few who deliberately posted other content, but all of them were likes. Before this wave of enthusiasm died down, there were more new contents on the Tianya forum. Seeing that so many people had read and supported her post, and it had even made the Tianya headlines, Gua Xiaoxiao immediately went to find other reports about Xia Ruofei. Her hard work paid off, and she really found something very interesting. It was the original video of the press conference, from the beginning to the end. It was a video of the entire process. Unlike the television media reports, this was without any cuts. Gua Xiaoxiao had gotten the video from a reporter friend. She immediately treated it as a treasure and specially asked for half a day's leave. She added subtitles in both Chinese and English to the video on her computer and then posted it on the Tianya forum. Gua Xiaoxiao excitedly wrote, the original video of the press conference is here. Everyone, come and experience President Xia's style. The entire exchange was in English. To be honest, President Xia is one of the few people I've seen who can speak English very fluently and almost without an accent. Friends who study English can use this video for listening training. There were many onlookers. I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm going to become a fan as a passerby. President Xia's self-confidence and sense of humor when he answers questions is so attractive. I've only seen this feeling from one celebrity before, and that's Yao Ming, who played in the NBA back then. I heard that President Xia joined the army after graduating from high school. How can his English be so good? I'm so ashamed now. I've wasted 3 years of my 4 years in college. Heavens! A passerby turned into a fan. President Xia is so charming. The comments were all about Xia Ruofei. At this moment, a sharp-eyed netizen posted a message. Then, many netizens who were drinking water and looking at their computers suddenly burst into laughter. He sat there the whole morning in a daze, and his face was full of embarrassment. The power of netizens was indeed infinite. They could even dig out some details that no one paid attention to. Besides Xia Ruofei, even though he knew that Xia Ruofei's English was good, Xia Ruofei was Chinese. However, Xia Ruofei answered the reporter's questions in English. The netizens were instantly overjoyed. You're a bad person. I had to watch the video again just to see the please translate the area of psychological shadow. Everyone's thinking too much. He just sat there and did nothing, and he earned the translation fees. This kind of job is simply what I dream of. Are there any more? Give me a dozen. Xia Ruofei didn't know about the revelry on the internet. He and Feng Jing stayed at Tang Yitian's house for 3 or 4 days and visited all the attractions worth visiting. They even took Tang Yitian's luxury yacht out to sea and had a great time. When they were out at sea, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of the Amit's yacht that he had ordered. Although the small yacht he had ordered was nothing compared to Tang Yitian's, he was still full of anticipation. At that time, the construction period was about 2 months. Including the transportation time, he would have to wait at least another month. Even though Feng Jing was also very happy, she couldn't forget about the company in China. In her opinion, she had been delayed in Australia for too long. In addition, she had stayed in Saipan for 2 days. So she was eager to return home. However, she also knew that Xia Ruofei had ordered oak barrels. He would definitely wait until the wooden barrels were completed and the fermented grape juice was taken away before he returned to the country. Thus, she did not rush him. The two of them returned to Hunter Valley's Paradise Farm after a few days of fun. Li Yifu finally left and returned to United States. He really wanted to stay, but he did not dare to disobey Xia Ruofei's order. At Paradise Farm, Feng Jing also began to inspect the farm seriously. She asked about the management model of the farm, sales channels, and so on in detail. In addition, she was also very interested in some of the modern facilities of the Australian farm. While inspecting it, she also recorded it in her notebook. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, had a few days of leisure. Sometimes, he would sit by the lake in a daze for half a day. Sometimes, he would excitedly feed the swans and kangaroos. He even pulled Feng Jing, who had unknowingly entered work mode, to experience the hot air balloon trip in the Hunter Valley. One day, Xia Ruofei and the others were having lunch at the small farm villa when Old West called. Xia, the oak barrels you ordered have arrived. Do you want to come over and take a look? Old West laughed heartily. Of course. Uncle Wester, please ask Uncle Carl to wait for a moment. I'll come over after my meal. Xia Ruofei said happily. Feng Rao, who was sipping on her soup, put down her spoon and asked with a smile, are the wooden barrels ready? Yep. Xia Ruofei said, we agreed on a week. It's only the 6th day. Uncle Carl is quite efficient. Liang Qichao, who was standing beside him, asked, curiously, are you au fait? Why did you order the oak barrel? Of course it's for the wine. Xia Ruofei said, to be precise, it's to fill the grape juice to ferment. And let it ferment in the oak barrel. And then? Liang Qichao's IQ seemed to be a little off. Xia Ruofei glanced at him and said, then, it's time to brew wine. Is there a problem? Liang Qichao chuckled and said, I didn't know you were going to make wine. I just want to ask you, if the 2 big wineries are yours, why do you have to custom make a few wooden barrels to make wine? Don't tell me West and Gold Oak wineries don't even have oak barrels? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, you don't know this, do you? New oak barrels have their own benefits. New barrels have the greatest impact on the taste of wine, and I'm not using new oak barrels to make wine in the winery. Xia Ruofei felt that it was hard to explain and immediately shut his mouth. However, Liang Qichao was even more curious now. If you don't make wine in the winery, where else can you make wine? Do you want to turn the farm into a winery? Why are there so many questions? Just eat your food. Xia Ruofei said, can't I fill 2 buckets for my friends? Okay, you're the boss, so you have the final say. Liang Qichao said with a smile. He looked at Feng Jing and smirked. Could it be a female friend? Xia Ruofei glanced at Liang Qichao, put down his bowl, and took out his phone. He said slowly, I haven't called Uncle Liang for a long time, I really miss him. By the way, last time he asked me about that Devra, this was Liang Qichao's weakness. Xia Ruofei had not even threatened him and he had already compromised. Liang Qichao put on a flattering smile and said, Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked this and that, please spare me. Liang Qichao's funny expression made Feng Rao laugh. The deputy manager of the farm, Daphne, seemed to have heard her name. However, Xia Ruofei and the others were speaking in Chinese, so she could not understand. She looked at Liang Qichao questioningly. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "I'm done. You guys can eat slowly. I'm going to the winery." Feng Rao quickly put down her bowl and said, "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Ran, continue eating. I'll be waiting for you." Feng Rao's heart felt warm and she said, "I really am full. Let's go." Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing drove a car and left Paradise Farm. It was only then that Daphne asked, curiously, "My dear, what did our boss just say? Why are you so scared?" "Boss told us something very terrifying," Liang Qichao said with a sad face. Daphne could not help but feel nervous. "What terrifying thing? Is he going to fire you? I think I even heard him mention my name. Is he going to fire me too?" The pay at Paradise Farm was good, and it was relatively easy, so naturally, Daphne cared a lot about the job. "It's much scarier than being fired," Liang Qichao said. Daphne's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, "My dear, what's the matter?" Liang Qichao patted Daphne's shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm just joking with you. The boss is my good brother, how could he fire me?" However, Daphne refused to believe it, and Liang Qichao had to explain it to her. Xia Ruofei did not know that his joke with Liang Qichao had frightened Daphne. At this time, he was driving to West Winery with anticipation. The winery and the farm were not far from each other, so Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing arrived at the winery's entrance very quickly. As soon as Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he saw 6 oak barrels placed neatly in the open space in front of the main building of the winery. Old West and Carl were talking next to the oak barrels. When he saw Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao, Old West immediately stepped forward and said, "Xia, come and take a look at our new oak barrel. It's a work of art." Xia Ruofei walked over and his gaze naturally fell on the 6 oak barrels. The 6 oak barrels were of the same size. They were similar to the ones Xia Ruofei had seen in the West Winery. The ends were small and the middle was big. There were a few iron hoops on top of them. However, at first glance, the wooden barrel gave people a comfortable feeling. After approaching it, the oak barrel, which had been baked during the production process, had a special fragrance. At the bottom of the barrel, a special symbol was stamped. It was the unique symbol of the old barrel craftsman, Carl, indicating that the barrel was produced in his factory. "Uncle Carl, you've worked hard," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Hee," Carl chuckled. "It's a pleasure to meet such top-quality oak and personally make them into oak barrels. It's not hard at all."